Chapter 1 Confession to the School Beauty. Peking University, on the playground. A handsome figure is running freely, his unruly hair is swaying in the wind, with a hint of sadness. Nearby, some classmates were talking quietly. Young Master Yi has been running for 5 hours today? Isn't he tired at all? A boy wearing glasses couldn't help but say. Keep your voice down. How can we ordinary people guess what Yi Feng, a young man with excellent character and academic performance and a wealthy family, does? If he hears you talking about it, you'll be in danger of your life. A boy with freckles quickly covered the other's mouth. The man with glasses turned pale with fright. Thinking of Yi Feng, a rich young man with excellent character and academic performance but cruel means, he couldn't help but shudder and almost peed his pants with fright. The female students all had dazed eyes. Yi Feng is the most talented student in our Beijing University. He is not only good at studying, but also has strong athletic ability. He has been running consistently recently. He is so determined. Senior Yi Feng is always a god. No matter which angle you look at Senior Yi Feng from, he is so handsome and dashing. He exudes an air of dominance. I really want to be ravaged by Senior Yi Feng. Yi Feng, who was being talked about by everyone, now looked melancholy. TNND. Am I not delivering food? Why did you suddenly travel through time? Except for the name Yi Feng, everything seemed so strange. Everyone around me, including this body, is a stranger. Yi Feng did travel through time. Running every day is just giving yourself some time to accept your new identity. This new identity has a pretty big name. The young master of the Yi group, the recognized male god of Peking University, has a very high IQ but a very bad personality, and likes to torture others when he disagrees with them. Because someone contradicted Yi Feng, his family was bankrupted by the Yi group. Some people who questioned Yi Feng's judgment were forcibly invited to Peking University to participate in a debate by Yi Feng, which was broadcast live. The debate left the other party speechless and completely destroyed in front of millions of people. Even if you were a student from the University of Tokyo and provoked him, the lucky ones would be thrown into the artificial lake to be eaten by turtles, while the unlucky ones would be sent directly to the hospital. This is simply the big devil and villain of Kyoto University. But he is as handsome as Pan and as talented as Zijian. Not only is he handsome, but he also has a great temperament. He is exactly the image of the hero in a youth pain novel. Everyone knows what kind of person he is, but the seniors and juniors still have fantasies about him and want to become his girlfriend. Am I going to become the villain of destiny? But why don't I have a system? Yi Fan has been here for half a month, but he still hasn't found the existence of the system, and he is so angry that he is fuming. When others travel through time, they all have a very powerful system. I traveled through time and space, and I just became a little more handsome? A little more intelligent? A little more wealthy? Is that what you want to get rid of? Yi Feng was very dissatisfied with this. Ergo system, if you really don't come out, I will just keep running until I die suddenly. Anyway, I have so many enemies and it's very dangerous to live. After 18 years, I am still a hero. Yi Feng instantly increased his running speed. Ding! Host, please don't get excited. This system is loading at an overspeed. Suddenly a sweet female voice came from Yi Feng's brain. Yi Feng was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. He was just joking, but he didn't expect there would really be a system. As expected, if you don't push the system, you don't know how hard it can work. Ding! The system has been loaded. Every time the host completes a task, he will receive a large amount of rewards. After the system appeared, a large amount of information related to the system entered Yi Feng's mind. In general, the system will assign tasks to Yi Feng and give him corresponding rewards based on his completion rate. Take money from others and help them eliminate disasters. This is Yi Feng's understanding of the system. I don't know what tasks this system will assign to me. It would be nice if I could just pick up girls and get a reward. In my previous life, I didn't even know what college life was like. I don't know what this system is like, though. But the systematic self should have gotten the protagonist's script. This world is generally similar to the Earth in the previous life. As long as you have money, you can live a free life, but Yi Feng is not satisfied with just having money. In my previous life, I did not graduate from high school because my mother was diagnosed with liver cancer and I had to go out to work to earn money. In this life, he always wanted to be a rich and smart guy. I don't know if the system can help me fulfill this wish. Ding! We have discovered that the host has a heart that loves learning and career. This system has decided to let the host have a passionate love affair, so that the host can pursue love, career, and learning at the same time. Task: Host, please confess your love to a person of the opposite sex within 12 hours and obtain the other party's consent. Mission Reward: Professor Level Physics Mastery. Mission failed, money 100 million.00. Yi Feng? If the mission fails, you will be deducted 100 million cash from yourself? This is all his pocket money. Yi Feng cannot accept the punishment after failing the mission. But what is this mission? He is the big devil and villain of Beijing University, and also the only heir to the top Yi group. This dog system allows me to confess my love to girls? Is this a joke? If the host is not satisfied with this system will immediately enter the destruction mode. Host, do you want to completely destroy this system? Forget it, it's just a love relationship. It just so happens that I haven't experienced the feeling of love in my previous life. This professor level mastery of physics is truly enviable. Chapter 2: The Best Candidate. Yi Feng was silent. Who should I confess to? This is a difficult question. First of all, you can't look for a girl who will definitely reject you. Once you are rejected, your hundreds of millions of savings will be gone. This is my living expenses for this semester. If I fail, I will be left with nothing. Even the landlords cannot afford this loss. So you have to find a girl who likes you to confess your feelings to, so that your success rate will be the highest. Among them, there is a woman who he must not mess with. That is Leng Luoli, the most aloof campus beauty at Peking University, a peerless beauty who has never been involved in any scandal. She will only concentrate on her studies and won't care about any personal affairs. The boys who have been rejected by her can walk around Peking University 99 times. Thinking of Leng Luoli's absolutely beautiful appearance, Yi Feng felt overwhelmed with emotion. But he knew that if he confessed his feelings to her, the 100 million would be wasted. In order to complete the task, Leng Luoli is definitely on Yi Feng's blacklist. So who should I confess to? After all, his current character is the number one evil young master in Jin University, who is extremely sinister and a big villain. If you take the initiative to confess your love to a girl, she may even think you are teasing her. In order to complete the task, Yi Feng must be quick, accurate and ruthless, so that the other party can instantly agree to his confession. Who will this person be? Yi Feng thought about it and finally came up with a foolproof option. That was his childhood sweetheart and deskmate, Xia Shiran. In order to follow me, Xia Shiran was admitted to Peking University and came to find me, so there should be no problem in confessing my feelings to her. The main thing is that this silly girl can't walk when she sees me, and after hearing my confession, she will definitely agree to it happily. Without further ado, Yi Feng left the playground. Yi Feng came to the courtyard house he bought near Peking University, ready to write a letter. That's right, Yi Feng decided to write a love letter to Xia Shiran. Xia Shiran has loved reading sad youth novels since he was a child, and he especially likes surprises and romance. As long as you can use a little literary talent to write some cheesy love words to confess to her, you will definitely be able to succeed perfectly. On the study table, Yi Feng picked up the pen and started writing the love letter. This pen is a very valuable Aurora Diamond fountain pen, which costs more than 10 million. Only this kind of expensive fountain pen is worthy of his status as young Master Yi. In his previous life, Yi Feng dropped out of school in order to earn money for his mother's medical treatment. But his handwriting is very vivid and has a calligrapher's flavor. A girl like Xia Shiran, who has a literary and artistic style, will definitely be moved to tears when she sees a very beautiful love letter. In Yi Feng's plan, this little girl has been completely controlled by him. In order to create that ambiguous feeling, Yi Feng did not call Xia Shiran by name in this letter, but called her dear. He didn't believe that Xia Shiran could still refuse him in this situation. Yi Feng inherited some of the original memories of this body, and he also had some impression of the preferences of some people around him. This way I can definitely complete the confession mission without any mistakes. I really am a genius. Yi Feng looked at the love letter he had written. It was very neat and beautiful. Which girl could refuse it? In the love letter, Yi Feng wrote a lot of flattery, added his deep love, and some touching and literary poems. With Xia Shiran's personality, after reading this love letter, he would definitely be so excited that he couldn't sleep, and would come to me immediately to get the marriage certificate. This love letter took me more than 10 minutes to write. Yi Feng was very satisfied with this. He wrote his name on the love letter and put it in an envelope. Then Yifeng went to the classroom and placed the letter in Xia Shiran's book to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Xia Shiran will have a class soon. She will definitely see this love letter. If she really doesn't reply to me, I will ask her out to confess my love to her. Yifeng was very satisfied with his plan and left Xia Shiran's seat. After a while, several girls came from another entrance of the classroom. Several people chatted while playing. What a shame. It's such a pity today. I can't skip my homeroom teacher's class, otherwise I could go and watch brother Yifeng running in the playground. A sweet-looking girl looked regretful. She really wanted to see Yifeng sweating on the playground. Shiran, you are really Yifeng's loyal fan, but I don't know if you can compete with so many charming bitches around him. A girl joked. Xia Shiran looked determined and said seriously, brother Yifeng will definitely like me. We grew up together as childhood sweethearts. No other woman can compare to me. I am willing to do anything for brother Yifeng. I really didn't expect that you were so affectionate towards Yifeng. Of course, I have liked brother Yifeng since I was a child. After several girls returned to their seats, Xia Shiran started drinking the water in her cup. It really quenches my thirst. A girl sitting in front of Xia Shiran reminded Xia Shiran, Shiran, have you sorted out all your homework? Can you bring mine to Senior Lang? Let her help us take a look at it. Sure. Xia Shiran took the other person's homework and put it together with his own. Thank you, Shiran. You're welcome. Xia Shiran put the other person's homework together with her own and prepared to give it to Senior Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli from Peking University, although she usually seems to keep people at a distance, is actually very concerned about these female students. Especially hard-working junior schoolmates like Xia Shiran will be given special attention. Lang Luoli attaches great importance to some recent papers in particular. There are many top students in Kyoto University, but there is only one like senior sister Lang Luoli who is particularly caring towards her junior classmates. Lang Luoli is extremely aloof when it comes to interpersonal relationships, but she is extremely serious and responsible when it comes to tutoring her schoolmates. Lang Luoli's classroom. A very beautiful figure was looking at the book in her hands with an uncertain expression. No one knows what she is thinking at this moment. Just at this moment, a message came into her email inbox, which made her frown. Chapter 3 Please be my girlfriend. Lang Luoli opened the email. Messages flashed in front of her. Huaqing Li Weiwei and Huaqing Zhangdong are happily married, and Huaqing has added a new couple. Li Weiwei has found a husband? Did Zhang Dong do too many math problems and ruin his brain? He even dares to marry a vicious bitch like Li Weiwei? Lang Luoli snorted. Keep flipping through the mail. Devil Master Zhang Shuelian has been depressed since divorcing her husband. She has now been diagnosed with neurasthenia and is preparing to receive treatment. Lang Luoli sneered mercilessly, I said that your zodiac signs were incompatible. Now you are divorced, and you are suffering from neurasthenia because of the divorce. It will take a lot of time and energy to treat this problem. It seems that emotions are indeed a stumbling block to academics. Lang Luoli didn't notice that her tone sounded a little sour, just like a lemon tree. Browsing the information below, it is basically about the marriage status of students from major universities, as well as the status of some single outstanding students. The paper written by Wang Jie and his wife Sun Lily from Northwestern University won the Outstanding Paper Award, saying that love can give people the right ideas. The paper researched by Yantai University's Zhao Tong and his wife Zhou Feifei was confirmed and won the Best Paper Award. I agree with what Wang Jie of Northwestern University said. Nan Yi from Zhejiang University got the latest inspiration on his wedding night and announced that he had obtained the latest ideas for the Riemann hypothesis. Fuck. Lang Luoli had an indifferent expression and slapped the table with a loud noise. What's wrong with these people? They need two people to work together to write a paper? Show your affection and be able to separate. Lang Luoli said with certainty. The only way to succeed in academia is to study hard without distraction. How can we study seriously when we are together? If you have no distractions in your mind, you will be able to solve problems naturally. These people are simply misleading the students. They set a negative example for the younger students. Lang Luoli said with disdain. Lang Luoli has never dated a boy since she was a child. She has always focused on studying and academic research, thus becoming the youngest champion of the Olympic mathematics competition. My peers of the same age as me are all trapped in the quagmire of love, so how can they have the opportunity to peek into the ultimate mysteries of academia? It's really putting the cart before the horse. Langluwali has always told the female students around her to stay focused on their studies and not to be distracted by the opposite sex. Although many people criticized her behavior, she didn't take it to heart. Over the years, she has always felt that she was doing the right thing. But sometimes, when she was looking at a large number of academic topics alone, she would feel a vague sense of inexplicable emotion in her heart. But there are only a lot of academic topics around her. With my aloof personality, I estimate that I will remain in this state and spend my time doing a lot of academic research. Thinking of this, Langluwali couldn't help but laugh at herself. There is a word cold in my name, which is incompatible with most of the characters. Perhaps the only thing that can warm me is the electric heater in front of me. At this moment, a beautiful girl was preparing to hand her thesis to her. Senior Lang, this is the paper my classmates and I worked on. Could you please take a look at it for us when you are free? Xia Shiran asked. Just put them all here. Langluwali really needs these now to distract herself from her wandering thoughts. Xia Shiran placed all the papers on Langluwali's desk before saying goodbye and leaving. Langluwali adjusted the electric heater to a suitable temperature and looked at the paper in front of her. Among all the top students in Peking University, only Langluwali would patiently tutor these younger schoolmates. Those other top students and outstanding students would never spend their precious time tutoring their younger classmates. But Langluwali is a person who likes perfection. She wants to do many things by herself and do them to the best of her ability. She has high demands on her junior schoolmates, and at the same time she also has high demands on herself. Reading students' papers is the most direct way to see whether they have put in a lot of effort during this period. Langluwali looked at the papers one by one and was very satisfied with all of them. Everyone completed their tasks seriously. Langluwali felt that her admonition to them was very useful. Only by focusing on academics without distraction and not thinking about the opposite sex can we make such great progress. Langluwali felt that she was very wise. Just when she was halfway through all the papers, she found a letter. Why is there a letter here? Langluwali was a little surprised. Who wrote this letter to me? Judging from the appearance of this letter, it should be a love letter. Who is so bold as to write a love letter to himself? When she opened the letter, a love letter with smooth and neat handwriting appeared in front of Langluwali, and the signer was Yi Feng. Langluwali quickly thought of the boy who was extremely handsome and had excellent grades. Langluwali was very surprised. The person who wrote the love letter to himself was actually Yi Feng? Yi Feng can be said to be the most arrogant of all the boys. How could such a proud person write a love letter to himself? Langluwali had also heard about some of the overbearing things Yi Feng had done at Peking University. It's just that my relationship with him seems to be just ordinary, but a person like him would definitely not write me a love letter. This must be Yi Feng joking with me. Look at the love letter. I am thinking of you, and I am thinking of you, so deeply and unforgettable. I took a picture of your beautiful figure with my camera, and I stored your image in my memory. Langluwali? I love you the same way you love me. I feel like I'm on top of Mount Tai and looking down at the beauty of the world. Everything is so gorgeous and charming. Langluwali, is this really a confession? I always think of you, always love you, always mention you, and I can't live without you. Langluwali, what? I love you, be my girlfriend. Langluwali, equals. Chapter 4 Langluwali is a little strange. Langluwali looked at the beautiful words on the love letter with a look of disbelief. I was completely stunned. Now it is quite certain. Yi Feng confessed his love to me. The words in the love letter just now kept echoing in Langluwali's mind. I have been drunk before, but eventually woke up. You are so beautiful as a lyric poem. I am serious. Are you willing to take in this tired heart and spend the rest of your life with me? How I wish to be close to you, how I wish to hold your hand and experience that happy feeling. Bang! Langluwali slapped the love letter hard on the table, and the huge solid wood table made a loud noise. What lewd words! What kind of nonsense is this? Looking at the love letter in front of her, she didn't know what complicated feelings were in her heart. Langluwali has lived alone since she was a child, and her heart has long been as cold as the steel ruler on the table. She is a person who always sets an example and has never accepted any confession from a boy. Countless boys were ridiculed and mocked for declaring their love for her. This meant that for a long time, no one of the opposite sex dared to say a word to him that was not related to academics. This is also the reason why she has been single all these years. But today, someone dared to write her a love letter. This person is one of the best students in Kyoto University and the one she has the highest hopes for. Lang Luoli looked at the love letter in front of her with mixed feelings, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Yi Feng, you didn't listen to my advice and even confess to me? Lang Luoli gritted her teeth. She knew Yi Feng was serious. She was so serious when she said this to Yi Feng before. Yi Feng is such a proud person that he would not treat such things as a joke. She really wanted to tear the beautiful love letter in front of her into pieces, but when she saw the tender words here, her hands became sluggish again. Why is it that after being confessed to this time, my heart feels completely different than before? Is Yi Feng serious? Lang Luoli's heart began to beat wildly, and an unprecedented feeling appeared in her heart. Yi Feng is usually so arrogant and doesn't take anyone seriously. He also didn't take it seriously when he was with me before. I didn't expect that he actually likes me so much. With his talent and learning ability, his future achievements are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If he can achieve great things in the academic world in the future, it seems that he is a perfect match for me. Especially since he's so handsome, there are a lot of little girls chasing after him. Should I agree? When Lang Luoli found herself having this thought, a touch of rouge appeared on her face. But she had always warned others that academics should never talk about love. This is what I have always warned others. If I don't follow it well and continue to stay with Yi Feng, I will definitely be regarded as a joke. I can't be with Yi Feng. Lang Luoli came to the conclusion immediately. Lang Luoli put the love letter in her drawer, and then she dialed a number. Yi Feng. Hello, senior sister Lang, is there anything I can help you with? A pleasant male voice with a magnetic feel came from the phone. Come to multimedia room number 1. Well, okay then. The phone was hung up. Lang Luoli looked at the electric heater with a somewhat melancholy look in her eyes. A few minutes ago, Yi Feng was lying on a luxurious massage chair, enjoying a comfortable massage. It's just that there's something strange inside him. He knew how Xia Shiran felt about him, and if she saw the love letter, she would definitely call him immediately. But so much time has passed, why is there still no response? Could it be that she didn't find my love letter? When Yi Feng thought of this, he felt that he had to go to Xia Shiran's place to take a look. Just at this moment his cell phone suddenly rang. It was senior sister Lang Luoli calling. Although he didn't know why the other party came to see him, but since senior sister Lang Luoli invited him, he naturally would not refuse. Did that silly little girl Xia Shiran go to senior sister Lang Luoli and tell her that she confessed her love to her? Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt a little overwhelmed and hurried towards the place Lang Luoli said. The place where Yi Feng lived was several kilometers away from the place Lang Luoli mentioned. He was wondering all the way, why would senior sister Lang Luoli look for him? This made Yi Feng feel a little overwhelmed. When he knocked on the door and walked into the multimedia room number 1 that Lang Luoli mentioned, he found Lang Luoli looking at a test paper with a cold expression. Senior sister Lang, what do you want to talk to me about? Yi Feng asked curiously. Lang Luoli looked up at Yi Feng, with a somewhat helpless expression. Yi Feng, now I know why you have been behaving so abnormally recently and why you have been absent-minded in class. It turns out that you have been focusing your energy on useless things. Yi Feng changed his mind and quickly argued. Senior Lang, I've been in a bad state recently, but please rest assured, I will recover soon. Lang Luoli's pretty face was slightly cold. How can I be calm when you have improper thoughts about me every day? You are the smartest student I have ever met. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. But you must not focus your mind on some absurd and strange things. Lang Luoli analyzed. Yi Feng quickly said, Don't worry, senior sister Lang, I will only take you and study into consideration. I will never think about other things. Yi Feng actually wanted to make Lang Luoli happy, but when Lang Luoli heard this, she had completely wrong thoughts. Her ears couldn't help but turn pink, and she said with a trembling voice, What nonsense are you talking about? You just need to focus on your studies. He is such a cool and arrogant devil, how could he say such shameful words? Yi Feng was also a little confused. Why was senior sister Lang different today than usual? Forget it, I won't hide it from you anymore. I just want to ask you, what is your purpose in writing this love letter? Lang Luoli took out a love letter from the drawer and placed it on the table. When Yi Feng saw this scene, he almost fainted. 1. Da. F.A. Isn't this love letter written to Xia Shiran? It's all over. Chapter 5 I don't agree. Yifeng was so frightened that his face turned pale. Lang Luoli may be the coldest campus beauty in Beijing University, but she has extremely strong abilities. The boy who confessed to Lang Luoli before could circle Peking University 99 times, and this was no joke. But these people's fates were more miserable than each other. They all died on the spot. Before, many ignorant Peking University boys confessed their love to Lang Luoli, but she kicked them all out of Peking University. Now Yifeng has violated Lang Luoli's taboo. Why did that girl Wang Xiran give Lang Luoli the love letter in which she confessed her love to him? I never expected that this silly girl would do such a cruel thing. How can I explain myself? At this moment, Yifeng was thinking frantically about how he could turn the situation around. At the same time, Lang Luoli was also observing Yifeng. She is as beautiful as jade and has an extraordinary bearing. He is a rare handsome young man with both outstanding talent and beauty, and he is a genius and a genius. There may be no boy more handsome than him in the whole capital. I don't know what kind of parents can give birth to such a handsome boy. No wonder so many girls are secretly in love with him. What's more, he has always been recognized as the top academic genius in Kyoto University. Any girl would be secretly happy if he confessed his love to her, right? Even a woman as cold and aloof as Lang Luoli would be secretly delighted in her heart. The male god recognized by all girls actually likes me. I am so charming. It's just that they really aren't suitable to be together right now. Lang Luoli threw some unrealistic thoughts out of her mind. I am the senior who taught him, so I can't let my imagination run wild. Lang Luoli returned to her cold and aloof look. Yifeng, can you talk to me now? Yifeng's hair stood on end. What else can I say now? The evidence of my guilt is in your hands. It's a fight to the death. This is the only thing I can do. Senior Sister Lang, I have nothing to say now. Yifeng said. Lang Luoli's expression became even colder than before and said, Don't you take me seriously? Yifeng said, I did write this love letter. A man should be upright in his actions. I don't want to make excuses. Lang Luoli said angrily, Have you forgotten what I said to you? You are so talented, and your future is full of hope. Everyone is so optimistic about you, but you did something that disappointed me. Aren't you disappointing me too much? The anger was ignited at this moment. Yifeng did not back down at all and said, Senior Lang, don't be angry. I actually knew it would be like this. Lang Luoli was slightly surprised. You knew this, why did you still? Yifeng walked closer to Lang Luoli step by step, and said sincerely, Because I am very sincere, a passionate feeling must be expressed, and I can pay any price for it. The air froze forever at this moment. Yifeng is playing with fire. He knew that it was futile to argue, so he might as well admit it. To this end, he had to establish an image of himself as an upright person who would go through fire and water for love. As long as Lang Luoli was even a little touched, this matter could be put to rest. Lang Luoli froze. She didn't expect Yifeng to be so bold. He dared to say such unspeakable words. Too much, too much. You don't know what love is yet. These are just your impulsive words. Go back and reflect on yourself. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Lang Luoli pondered. Yifeng's nervous heart relaxed a little. It seemed that Lang Luoli was indeed touched by him. I am now safer than before. As long as Lang Luoli doesn't care about me, everything will be easy. Yifeng was about to leave here, thinking about how to continue to complete the confession task. Lang Luoli's cold voice came, You haven't been studying hard during this period. You have been daydreaming. Go to the library later and copy the Introduction to Advanced Mathematics for me to consolidate your mathematical foundation. Lang Luoli just felt that it was a waste of talent for such an outstanding talent like Yifeng to have always had improper thoughts about her. We must find a way to get him back on the right track. Copy the Introduction to Advanced Mathematics? This will take a lot of time. By the time I finish copying all the thick advanced mathematics theories, my confession mission will be completely ruined. Lang Luoli also has a habit of checking to see if others have made any mistakes in copying books. Once a clue is discovered, she will copy it again. If you really copy it completely carefully, it will definitely be a waste of time. Under normal circumstances, Yifeng could still accept this punishment. But things are different now. His mission is time limited. If the task is not completed in time, there will be a fine of 100 million. This 100 million is a huge sum of money for Yifeng. I must never waste my time copying books. Yifeng continued to walk towards Lang Luoli, and said in a voice as magnetic as a subwoofer, Senior Lang, I don't agree with this matter. Oh. Lang Luoli's pretty face was cold. Are you not going to listen to my advice? But I think you were just impulsive. Please don't be ungrateful. Senior Sister Lang, you misunderstood me. Yifeng said righteously, Senior Sister, if you punish me to copy books, don't just say it once, even if it's 100 times, 1,000 times, I have no objection. Lang Luoli wondered, but why didn't you agree just now? I disagree with you saying that I don't know what love is, and that I'm just impulsive. My feelings are passionate and affectionate, and they are definitely not just a momentary impulse. I have walked the roads of many places, crossed the bridges of many places, seen the clouds many times, and drank many kinds of wine, but I have only loved one person at the best age. So, I don't agree with you. Every word Yifeng spoke was firm, powerful, and full of true feelings. Lang Luoli. Chapter 6, A Perfect Accident. Brother Yifeng. Please be mindful of your words and actions. Lang Luoli was shaking with anger. A hint of pink appeared on her face, which was like a 1,000-year-old iceberg, and was as intoxicating as the sunset. Even if you really know what love is, you still have to consider the gap between you two. Relationships are a matter between two people. Yifeng agreed with Lang Luoli's statement. He is the eldest son of the Yi family, a top-rich second generation, and there is indeed a big gap between him and Wang Shiran. But in order to complete the task, he must also choose the person with the highest success rate. Senior, I know what you mean, but I have seen the Milky Way, and I still only love one star. Lang Luoli's heart skipped a beat. I have seen the Milky Way, but I still only love one star? Yifeng is willing to give up the entire galaxy in order to pursue me. What a passionate friendship. If the world knew all this, you know what they would say to you? It would be all kinds of verbal attacks like knives. Lang Luoli reminded. Yifeng said seriously, we agreed on a lifetime. 1 year, 1 month, 1 day, 1 hour less, it doesn't count as a lifetime. The flowers are blooming on the roadside, so you can go home slowly. Yifeng. Lang Luoli clenched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, her mind in a mess. She can solve a large number of difficult problems in the shortest time, but when faced with Yifeng's passionate feelings, she has no idea what to do. Love. She had never thought about it before, but it felt mysterious and secretive. Lang Luoli sighed faintly and said, Are you really willing to pay everything for this? Yifeng immediately said, I am willing to give everything I have, and I am willing to pull out a rib as a sword to stab his enemy. Lang Luoli stopped talking. Yifeng became nervous. After a while, Lang Luoli said in a deep voice, If you are willing to give everything, then drop out of school. Nani? A withdrawal application was placed in front of Yifeng, and at the same time Lang Luoli handed Yifan a pen. That's right, he was going to be forced to drop out of school. At this moment Lang Luoli was looking at him straight. A drop of cold sweat slid down behind Yifeng's ear. This woman is really too cruel. I actually prepared an application for withdrawal in advance. Dropping out of Kyoto University would definitely be a regret for all students. Lang Luoli used this trick to drive away countless boys who confessed their love to her. But now Yifeng has no way out. Once he regrets, it means that all his previous words are just like fart, and the huge sum of 100 million will be gone. But if you sign this application and complete the task, you will definitely receive a lot of system rewards, which will definitely not be worse than staying in Peking University. This is worth a try. If it fails, I can go home and inherit the Yi group. Just as Yifeng picked up the pen to apply for withdrawal from school again, Lang Luoli's pair of white jade-like hands snatched the application form away from Yifeng's eyes. Yifeng looked up at the beautiful person in front of him with some surprise. What did this mean? Lang Luoli looked very conflicted and asked, Do you really want to sign this application to withdraw from school? This is the dream of many people to go to Beijing University? Do you really want to drop out of school? I'm doing this to protect my own 100 million. Yifeng looked into Lang Luoli's beautiful eyes with a firm tone and said, If this is the only way I can express my inner feelings, I can let everyone know my true feelings without hesitation. Lang Luoli was touched at this moment. Yifeng is the only one who can give up his status as a Peking University student for himself. Although Yifeng has not achieved much now, he is so outstanding that he will definitely achieve great things in the future. And his feelings are so rare, so precious, and so unique. I've seen the Milky Way, but I still only love one star. He can give up everything for this. If you reject him, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Senior Lang? Yi Feng was looking at her straight. Lang Luoli's pretty face, like an iceberg, was a little shy for the first time. Her beautiful eyes were like autumn water, and she whispered, "I can agree with you. Senior Lang is really so nice." Yi Feng happily held Lang Luoli's little hand. It really makes people happy that Lang Luoli is willing to let herself and Wang Shiran be together. If this is made public, I guess no one will believe it. Yi Feng was overjoyed. "You little rascal, I just agreed to your request, and you were so presumptuous." Lang Luoli quickly pulled her little hand back. "I was so happy that I couldn't control myself, ha." Yi Feng laughed. "I'm really sorry, I get too easily excited." "Then this matter is known to heaven and earth, you and me. If other people knew about this, it would have a bad impact on us. After all, everyone knows that I have always been against everyone falling in love." Lang Luoli couldn't help but ordered. "I definitely won't say anything nonsense." Yi Feng patted his chest and said. At this moment, he really wanted to find Wang Shiran and have a good discussion about life and ideals. Suddenly a system voice was heard. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Confession 2, Lang Luoli. Difficulty, Nightmare level. Award quality, SSS grade. Rewards being distributed, a random SSS level skill card and an SS level skill card." Yi Feng was stunned and shocked. "I confessed my feelings to Lang Luoli? Didn't he confess his feelings to Wang Shiran? How did he manage to seduce Lang Luoli?" Yi Feng was puzzled. So he asked, "Senior Lang, how did this love letter come into your hands?" Lang Luoli blushed and said, "It's because of you, a little rascal, that you put the love letter in everyone's papers. It's really dangerous to use such clever tricks. It will be bad if others find out." Yi Feng. Now he has figured out the whole story. Wang Shiran had no idea that his love letter was placed among her thesis. Instead, he gave both the thesis and the love letter to Lang Luoli. "I always used nicknames instead of names in my love letters, so Lang Luoli thought that this love letter was written by me to her. This is simply the most perfect misunderstanding. I originally just wanted to confess my feelings to Wang Shiran, but Lang Luoli was accidentally kidnapped." Yi Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. He really didn't want to date Lang Luoli, the cool campus beauty from Peking University. Chapter 7, Not Knowing How to Be Lucky. Whether it is her figure, appearance, IQ or temperament, Lang Luoli is one in a billion. Even if Yi Feng had lived 2 lives as a human, he would still be amazed by her appearance. Even though Lang Luoli usually wears casual clothes, it can't hide her proud curves. Her cold temperament and proud figure combine to create an ultimate beauty. Such a beauty should only exist in heaven. How can we rarely see her in the world? But such a beauty is a rose with thorns, and being with her is extremely scary. She is the notorious Lang Luoli. The cold goddess of Kyoto University is like the top of the pyramid. Previously, a professional Sanda coach tried to pursue her, but she knocked out a row of his teeth under the pretext of sparring with him. This is a professional who has won the provincial Sanda championship. This move shocked everyone. Even his teammates came to Jingda in groups to seek revenge on Lang Luoli in order to avenge him. But no one could withstand Lang Luoli's attack. They were all badly injured and could not get out of bed for more than half a month. Lang Luoli became famous in one battle that day. Lang Luoli, who practices both magic and martial arts, let everyone know that a girl can not only excel in her studies, but also max out her martial arts skills. If Yi Feng is a devil-like existence, then Lang Luoli is the terrifying devil crusher. Being with Lang Luoli, he could be crushed at any time. It really feels like living with a tiger. Yi Feng didn't dare to say it this time. "Senior Lang, you misunderstood. This love letter is not for you. Then you will definitely not see the sun tomorrow. This is all I can do for now." Yi Feng was very melancholy. Lang Luoli couldn't describe how she felt right now. She didn't know how to address Yi Feng. Calling him by his name would seem strange, but calling him too intimately would make her shy. In the future, if we want to stay together happily forever, we must work hard together and support each other. We can't fall behind in our studies just because we are together. No matter what happens, I will always support you. After Lang Luoli said these words, she walked out of the office with a blushing face. This was the first time she said such words to a boy, and she was too embarrassed to stay here any longer. Yi Feng didn't expect Lang Luoli to say these words to him. Senior Lang is absolutely right. If we want to stay together happily forever, I must become stronger than I am now to protect her. But, before I become stronger, I can't make senior sister Ling angry. My life is at stake. Yifeng also turned around and prepared to leave the multimedia room. After Yifeng left, Lang Luoli, who was hiding at a corner, showed her playful little head, her face as charming as autumn water. Yifeng's lofty ambitions kept echoing in her mind. For her, he could give up his status as a Peking University student and give up everything. It feels good to be in someone's heart. Yifeng returned to his own courtyard. His heart was still pounding. It was really dangerous just now. Although it was very thrilling just now, there is a reward for every effort. The system rewarded me with an SSS level random skill card and an SS level skill card. I don't know what skills these two random skill cards can unlock. Yifeng took out these two random skill cards. There were just two golden cards floating in Yifeng's hands, looking very mysterious. To see what skills he could obtain, Yifeng drew a card. A dazzling light burst out at this moment. Congratulations to the host for achieving master-level martial arts proficiency. A large amount of martial arts knowledge was violently stuffed into Yifeng's mind, causing Yifeng to have a splitting headache. When Yifeng recovered, he felt as light as a swallow, and the speed of everything in his eyes slowed down a lot. He picked up a piece of paper and threw it out lightly, easily cutting off a corner of the table in front of him. Grandmaster level martial arts mastery, SS level, is truly extremely powerful. With master level martial arts proficiency, he is almost like a super strong man as long as he does not encounter large-scale thermal weapons. Generally speaking, no one can hurt yourself. It is also impossible for anyone in Daxia to obtain large-scale thermal weapons and become an enemy of oneself. From now on, I will be a strong person. Yifeng was very satisfied with this reward, his eyes were filled with excitement. Possessing mastery of Grandmaster level martial arts not only improved his strength, but also strengthened his body. The original Yifeng had been physically damaged by alcohol and sex, and was extremely weak. But now, he has not only grown a few centimeters taller, but also has six-pack abdominal muscles, and every function of his body has been greatly strengthened. Yifeng's current physical fitness is already strong enough to withstand tests comparable to that of professional athletes, and is even stronger. For Yifeng, it was really surprising that there could be such a big change. The system is really awesome. The first reward it gave me was like a complete transformation. I wonder what the second reward will be. In fact, Yifeng still hopes that the system can give him some skills related to knowledge. In this era, the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts is the most powerful. Turn over the second skill card. Congratulations to the host for achieving professor-level physics mastery. SSS level. Yifeng didn't expect that this time he actually acquired skills related to knowledge. But why is it that he has professor-level proficiency in physics but not professor-level proficiency in mathematics? If he could gain professor-level mastery of mathematics, he wouldn't have to worry about being tested on math in front of Lang Luoli in the future. If other people knew Yifeng's idea, they would definitely beat him up. He was proficient in physics at the professor level, but he still thought it was not good enough? You don't know how lucky you are. Chapter 8 Lang Luoli's Troubles. In Lang Luoli's villa near Peking University. Lang Luoli now lacks her usual wisdom and sharpness and looks absent-minded. From today on, I am no longer single. But my boyfriend is my junior fellow student. Lang Luoli felt very shy when she thought of this. Why did I agree at that time? It's really too weird. Isn't he handsome, suave, well-dressed, young and rich, talented and beautiful? And you can give up everything for me. But he is my junior after all. If this matter were known to other people, it would be like a bolt from the blue, and everyone would be shocked. All kinds of unpleasant words would appear. The old woman told others not to fall in love, but she was with her junior. She is really an old cow eating young grass. Although Lang Luoli didn't mind being ridiculed by others, she didn't want Yifeng to be criticized by others. If Yifeng heard these words, how sad he would be. Lang Luoli has never been in a relationship since she was a child and knows nothing about these things. She was totally at a loss as to how to deal with a relationship. How can I? Lang Luoli felt a bit overwhelmed and looked very miserable. If I had known that dating was so troublesome, I would have rejected him. But the die is cast. Moreover, Yifeng likes me so much that he can give up everything for me. If I break up with him tomorrow, he will definitely be depressed. Thinking of what Yifeng said today, Lang Luoli felt weak all over and she hugged her big white rabbit pillow without moving. How could she still look like the cool and aloof school beauty? Sing this song for you. There is no style. It simply means, I want to give you happiness. A cell phone rang and Lang Luoli quickly picked up the call. Mina. Lang Luoli's voice, like a cry for help, startled the mature woman on the other end of the phone. Luoli, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like you're asking for help? Your call came just in time. I was just about to ask you for help. Lang Luoli was completely at a loss as to what to do with Yi Feng's confession. Just then her best friend called her and asked her to help her think of a solution. My dear school beauty Lang, what on earth could have happened to make someone as calm as you so flustered? Lang Luoli quickly restored her normal tone, but there was still a hint of shyness in her tone, and said, Mina, do you have any experience in love? Oh wow! Mina became excited when she heard Lang Luoli's question. She didn't expect that Lang Luoli, who had always been very disgusted with relationships between men and women, would actually ask herself such a question. Although she has never been in a relationship, she would definitely not admit it and pretend to be an experienced person. Although there are fewer people pursuing me than you, I have also been in love many times. Lang Luoli felt that she had asked the right person. Although brother Mina was a little stupid, he seemed to have rich experience in love. That's really great. Mina asked in confusion, Luoli, why are you asking me this kind of thing? Lang Luoli, I feel that I am indeed weak in this area. Although I am not interested in it, I also want to learn more about it. Learning has no end, and the journey of learning is endless. You are indeed a person who loves to study. Mina recalled the time when Lang Luoli copied the Xinhua dictionary, and a drop of cold sweat fell on her face. Then let me ask you. Lang Luoli said nervously, trembling, let me ask you, if you were with your boyfriend, what would you want to do with him? Mina was stumped by this question. Although she had many suitors, she usually spent her time watching TV series and reading novels, so she had never been in a romantic relationship. Then she suddenly had an idea, and after recalling what the male and female protagonists in the TV series did, she said with great yearning. You can do a lot of things, dating, and work is not tiring. We can go to a movie together, have a meal together, go shopping together. Watch a movie, have a hot meal, go shopping. Lang Luoli felt that Mina was really an expert at dating, helping her solve big problems one by one so quickly. Lang Luoli added these 3 things to her love list. Mina continued, they must go shopping hand in hand, kiss each other, and make love together. Very red. Lang Luoli's whole body turned red at this moment, and her strongest brain could no longer function at this moment. Roll in the sheets together. Mina said with a smile, that's for sure. If we are together, how can we not have sex together? I understand, Mina, I'm sleepy, let's talk next time. Lang Luoli said goodbye to Mina and hung up the phone. 886. Although Mina felt that Lang Luoli was a little different from usual, she didn't think too much about it. She felt that Lang Luoli must be someone who was just studying love, and she definitely wouldn't fall in love. Mina believed it and continued watching the show. On the other side, Lang Luoli was hugging a rabbit pillow and muttering to herself. Watch a movie, eat hot pot, go shopping. Chapter 9. Who can solve this problem? The second day. Yi Feng, full of energy, arrived at the classroom early in the morning. Physics professor Yang Xueming has a bad temper and few people dare to miss his class. Today, Yang Xueming carefully prepared a difficult problem for everyone that he had been thinking about all night. 2 wooden blocks P and Q of mass m are stacked on the horizontal ground. The inclination angle of the contact surface of P and Q is theta. Now a horizontal thrust F is applied to Q, so that P and Q move together to the left in a straight line from rest. If P and Q are smooth, the acceleration A equals tan. My approach is still correct. Please point out my mistakes. Everyone was stunned for a moment. This question is completely beyond their understanding. Normally the questions they were asked to do were all about solving problems, but now they encountered a difficult problem where they had to point out the mistakes, which stumped everyone. How did Professor Yang come up with this topic? Where is the idea behind this physics problem? Even the student committee member can't solve this problem, right? Should we go ask Yi Feng? He has very good grades too. Who dares to ask Yi Feng? He has such a bad temper. When everyone was at a loss, Yi Feng looked calm and composed. Brother Yi Feng, do you think Professor Yang made a mistake? This question doesn't seem right? Wang Shiran sat next to Yi Feng, looking a little depressed. Although her grades were pretty good in the class, they were still much worse than Yifeng's. Whenever she encountered difficult problems, she would ask Yifeng for help. Looking at Wang Xiran, who has a sexy body and can even look down without seeing his toes, Yifeng feels that God is fair. Although Wang Xiran is recognized as the most beautiful girl in the department, her IQ is only average among students at Peking University. Yifeng said, "There is nothing wrong with this question, but there is indeed a mistake that can be pointed out." Wang Xiran looked at Yifeng in disbelief and said, "Oh my god, such a difficult question, and you actually said it was easy?" Although Yifeng had a high IQ and excellent grades, it was amazing that he could solve a difficult problem that the professor had been thinking about all night in just a few minutes. "If you can really solve this problem so quickly, I'll buy you milk tea." At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Solve Professor Yang Xueming's physics problem and you will be rewarded with an A-grade skill card. When Yifeng saw the system task released, he explained to Wang Xiran, "The mistake in this question is the error caused by considering the relative motion between the two." Wang Xiran, errors caused by relative motion? Yifan continued. Take P as the research object, which is subject to the downward gravity mg and the upward support force n perpendicular to the inclined plane q. The combined force of these two provides P's acceleration to the left. Soma equals mg tan theta, which means A equals g tan theta. The error in the question is that I didn't pay attention to the condition that P and Q move from rest to the left in a straight line with acceleration. This condition means that there is no relative motion between P and Q. The approach to the question is to take into account the relative motion between the two, which leads to the error. Just after Yifeng solved the problem, a random skill card of grade A entered Yifeng's system backpack. Wang Xiran's pupils dilated and his face was filled with shock. She also calculated in her mind, and the answer Yifeng gave was indeed like this. Yifeng pinched her little face and said, "In the future, you should read more books and newspapers, eat less snacks and sleep more." This question is actually very simple. Blushing. Wang Xiran's face turned red instantly. Brother Yifeng actually pinched his face. Happiness came too suddenly. Brother Yifeng, please pinch the other side of my face. You can't just give me one side. Yifeng, M. Yang Xueming looked at everyone in the audience thinking hard with great satisfaction. If you really can't figure it out, that's fine. After all, this is a question I've been thinking about for a long time. Student council member Zhang Wei couldn't help but say, "Professor, it seems that there is no mistake in this question at all." Yang Xueming shook his head and said, "This question is obviously wrong. I am a little disappointed that no one can see the problem. If no one knows how to solve this problem, I will explain it myself." All the students nearby were in an uproar. When Yang Xueming came to the podium and was about to analyze this question, Wang Xiran couldn't help but say, "Professor Yang, Yifeng didn't disappoint you. He knows where the problem lies in this question. You can ask him to do it for you." Everyone's attention shifted to Yifeng and Wang Xiran. Can Yifeng solve it so quickly? Impossible? Wang Xiran, although you admire Yifeng very much, this problem is not so easy to solve. Everyone thought that Wang Xiran was just trying to be brave. Yang Xueming also knew that Yifeng was a person with strong learning ability, but this question was beyond the scope for Yifeng at this stage. Student Xiran, please don't disrupt the order of the class. If Yifeng really knows how to do it, why doesn't he take the initiative to solve the problem, but asks me to solve it instead? Wang Xiran, because Yifeng is explaining to me what the problem is with this question. Yang Xueming saw that Wang Xiran looked serious, and then looked at Yifeng. Yifeng, do you really know what the problem is with this question? When Yifeng was about to stand up and answer modestly, Wang Xiran added, "Yifeng just told me that this question is actually not difficult." The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Yifeng and Wang Xiran in disbelief. Yang Xueming couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew that although Yifeng's grades were very good, he was extremely arrogant. If he wasn't suppressed a little, he would inevitably go astray. "Yifeng, did you really say that? Then you come up and solve this problem." Yifeng now had no choice but to go on stage and prepare to solve the problem. Everyone was staring at Yifeng intently. Although he was recognized as one of the top students in the class, he stood up in such an occasion, which made the physics class representative very upset. "If you write it wrong later, you will be embarrassed." In front of everyone, Yifeng wrote what he had said to Wang Xiran on the blackboard. When everything was written, everyone present was shocked. This problem can be solved in such a simple way? The expression on Yifeng's face seemed to say, "It is indeed that simple." Someone asked Yang Xueming, "Professor Yang, is this correct?" Yang Xueming looked surprised, obviously not expecting Yifeng to be so amazing. "I'll test you again." Chapter 10, Rising Stars in Physics. Yang Xueming asked Yifeng. When someone is moving east at 4 km/h, the wind feels like it is blowing from the north. If the speed is doubled, the wind feels like it is blowing from the northeast. What is the actual wind speed and direction? As soon as Yang Xueming finished speaking, Yifeng began to write the answers to the questions on the blackboard. The wind is blowing from the northwest at a speed of 4√2. You can decompose the wind as a force. When traveling eastward at a speed of 4, a natural wind will naturally blow from east to west. However, the question is that the wind feels like it is blowing from due north, so the wind must have a component speed from west to east to offset the natural wind, so the wind direction is judged to be from the northwest. This question is not difficult. After Yifeng finished answering the question, he said casually. Yang Xueming's eyes lit up, and he was extremely excited, as if he had seen a rising star in physics. When he was young, he didn't have the ability to solve problems as quickly as Yifeng. "I'll take the test again." A satellite with a mass of m moves in a circle around the Earth under the action of gravity at a speed of v, with infinity as the zero potential energy point. What can the gravitational potential energy of the system composed of the satellite and the Earth be expressed as? This is a rather difficult physics problem. Yang Xueming also took a long time to figure out the answer. Yang Xueming felt that it was impossible for Yifeng to solve the problem in such a short time. Because in order to solve this problem, it is very complicated to establish various plans and ideas. It will take at least half an hour. Just when Yang Xueming was about to pick up the thermos to watch Yifeng pondering, Yifeng began to solve the problem. The answer is mv squared. Yang Xueming couldn't help but drop his thermos cup to the ground, and looked at Yifeng as if he had seen a ghost. Everyone was extremely silent. They all knew that judging from Yang Xueming's expression, Yifeng must have given the right answer. Yang Xueming adjusted his glasses and said, "How did you calculate that?" Yifeng explained, "Imagine moving the satellite from infinity to its current position, that is, the satellite is at a distance r from the center of the Earth, then the work done by gravity on the satellite must be equal to the negative value of the increment of the gravitational potential energy of the system consisting of the satellite and the Earth. The gravitational potential energy of the system at the E-orbit equals W, that is, at the E-orbit equals mv squared." Yifeng carefully explained the algorithm for this problem. Nyo 13. Professor Yang could only use these two words to describe Yifeng. He had never seen anyone who could solve a physics problem in seconds as quickly as Yifeng. How else to describe it except Nyo 13? How do you study physics? You're still a sophomore, but you can easily solve the problems of seniors? You are such a monster. I thought you were already a genius, but I didn't expect you to be a genius among geniuses. Everyone, please study these questions that Yifeng and I have worked on first. I will go out with Yifeng for a while. Yifeng, Professor Yang? Where are you taking me? Yang Xueming said excitedly, "Let's go to the office. I never realized that you were so talented in physics before. I am really shocked. You haven't answered me yet. How did you study physics?" Yifeng, Professor Yang, I didn't study physics that much, but I know this for no apparent reason. Yifeng was telling the truth, he really hadn't studied physics much, but the physics mastery reward from the system allowed him to learn it on his own. Yang Xueming? Is this the legendary Versailles? Yang Xueming, don't be kidding me. You didn't study much? How can you know everything? Do you feel that the usual questions are too easy? So you don't bother to learn? Yifeng, no, that's not what I meant. Yang Xueming sighed, so this is the world of super geniuses. A true genius doesn't need to work hard. He can learn it just by looking at it. With you, Yifeng, the physics department of Peking University has great potential. Let's go to the office and talk slowly. Yang Xueming took Yifeng to the office of Baiyu, the math teacher in charge of his class. As the saying goes, mathematics, physics and chemistry are inseparable. He who is a physicist and Baiyu who is a mathematics student will have some common language. Professor Bai, I'm Yang Xueming. Yang Xueming knocked on the door. Professor Yang, please come in. Baiyu's voice came. Yifeng followed Yang Xueming to the head teacher Baiyu, a very gentle-looking woman with the tenderness of a girl from the Jiangnan water town. but her eyes also had the wisdom of a mathematician, which made Yifeng unable to help but take a few more glances at her. When Baiyu saw Yang Shueming coming with Yifeng, she was a little stunned, obviously not knowing what was going on. "Professor Yang, did Yifeng do something wrong?" Yang Shueming waved his hands and said, "Professor Bai, please don't misunderstand me. I'm here to tell you the good news today." Baiyu raised her eyebrows. "Good news? What good news?" "Professor Yang, this should be your class, right? If you don't attend class properly, why did you bring Yifeng to tell me the good news? What's going on?" Yang Shueming put his arm around Yifeng's shoulders and said, "Professor Bai, I have good news for you. I think Yifeng has the potential to become my last disciple. I have never seen anyone as talented in physics as Yifeng. In time, his achievements will definitely surpass mine." Becoming Yang Shueming's last disciple? Top physics talent? "Professor Yang, Yifeng is indeed very good, but in terms of physics, are you sure he can become your last disciple?" Baiyu continued, "From what I know, you were very optimistic about the Yuqing pool in the 3rd year." Yang Shueming said enthusiastically, "Compared with Yifeng, Yuqingqi is really much worse. Yifeng just now could solve a senior year physics problem in seconds. It was calculated accurately without any hesitation, without any mistakes. I came up with these questions on the spur of the moment. There's no way he could have known them in advance. Yifeng is only a sophomore, but he solved a senior year physics problem? And he solved it in seconds?" Baiyu was also very shocked. "Professor Yang, are you sure what you just said is true? He was able to figure out the answer to a physics problem in his senior year in college in an instant. What a terrifying mental arithmetic ability that is." Yang Shueming knew that it would be hard to believe such things if one didn't see it with one's own eyes. "Professor Lang, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I certainly wouldn't believe it. And the camera in the classroom just now recorded everything. You can also check the records. I have always underestimated Yifeng's physical ability before. Although his other courses are all very good, his best is definitely physics. He can be said to be the best in physics among all the students of Beijing University." Yang Shueming was very excited as he spoke. Baiyu looked at Yifeng with satisfaction. "Yifeng, you are great." Yang Shueming quickly said, "Professor Bai, I remember I left some physics papers with you. Can you help me supervise the exam? I'll be right back after I finish that class." After getting Baiyu's affirmation, Yang Shueming hurried to the classroom. Now he just wanted to end the class immediately and watch Yifeng solve the problem. Now Yang Shueming no longer had the heart to teach others. He arrived at the classroom, gave a few instructions casually and ran to Baiyu's office. The round trip took no more than 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, he saw Baiyu holding Yifeng's test paper with a frown on her face. Yang Shueming asked nervously, "Professor Bai, what happened?" Chapter 11, Such a rare talent should not be wasted. Baiyu was a little excited, and her voice was trembling. "Yifeng, he made all of them in just a few minutes. I checked all of them. All his mental math answers were correct." Heart? Mental arithmetic? Yang Shueming was shocked. Solved all the questions on a test paper by mental arithmetic? He had mentally prepared himself that Yifeng would hand in a full score, but he did not expect that Yifeng could get a full score by mental calculation. "Professor Yang, what's wrong with you?" Only then did Yang Shueming come to his senses. He said incredulously, "All mental arithmetic? Including the last few big questions? And there is not a single mistake? Genius. Monster. God of learning." Yang Shueming was shocked. He looked at Yifeng in shock, as he was able to hand in a full score in just a few minutes, with all the answers being 100%. Awesome, so awesome. During the exam, while others might still be checking their papers, Yifeng could already hand them in. "Yifeng, do you think the physics questions at Beijing University are too easy? So you don't usually want to look at them? Yifeng, are you interested in becoming my last disciple?" Baiyu said at the side, "Professor Yang, Yifeng is also very talented in other subjects, but he needs to choose carefully where to develop, and can't make a rash decision." Yifeng also felt that with the system in hand, he would excel in more than just physics, so he did not immediately agree to Yang Shueming's request. "Yifeng, are you interested in participating in some physics department competitions? For a rare talent like you, taking classes with so many people every day is such a waste of your talent. You have to participate in the competition between major colleges and universities and compete with the geniuses from various colleges and universities. It can even compete with foreigners on our behalf. Baiyu said at the side, Professor Yang, it's a little too early to talk about this now. Yifeng still has unlimited potential. Perhaps he is also very talented in mathematics. We cannot give up other subjects for the sake of one subject. Yang Xueming said firmly, Professor Lang, I understand your idea. You must want students like Yifeng to develop in mathematics, right? But have you ever thought about how terrifying it is to have a student who can mentally calculate an entire physics paper? This is already like a god of learning. Yifeng, who was standing aside, kept looking at the excited Yang Xueming and couldn't get a word in. Although Baiyu was shocked, she was not as exaggerated as Yang Xueming. Professor Yang, Yifeng has only completed one test paper. We still need to observe him more. Yang Xueming looked at Baiyu, then at Yifeng, gave the latter a look that said don't worry, and then said, Yifeng, don't worry, I will help you clear your name. Let everyone know that you are a physics genius. I will make everyone look at you with new eyes. You go back first. After Yifeng and Yang Xueming said goodbye to their class teacher Baiyu, they left. Looking at Yifeng's departing back, Baiyu felt very proud. He is indeed an excellent student that she can be proud of. But Yifeng used to be best at mathematics, so how come he is so talented in physics now? Is this really too weird? Baiyu then turned on the video surveillance, ready to see what Yifeng had done in class just now that made Yang Xueming so excited. After Yifeng returned to the classroom, everyone looked at him in shock. Wang Shiran looked at Yifeng with admiration as he sat down, his eyes shining as he said, Brother Yifeng, it turns out that you are not a top student, but a genius student. You have to teach me more about physics in the future. Wang Shiran likes Yifeng more and more, and wishes he could become a little pendant of Yifeng. I've always thought that you, Brother Yifeng, are unmatched in handsomeness. The way you answered the questions on the stage just now was like the god of literature descending to earth. Nothing can stump you. Brother Yifeng, I want to be your fangirl forever. Yifeng was speechless. If it weren't for you, a silly girl, I wouldn't have so many troubles today. I just hope you won't cheat me again. Right now, Yifeng could feel that many people were looking at him with complicated eyes. Many people have always thought that Yifeng is just a devil, but when they see his excellence, they will selectively pretend not to see it. Yifeng didn't take these people seriously at all. But after a while, the bell rang for the end of get out of class, and many girls outside the window were peeking at him with stars in their eyes. Yifeng's talent for physics in class was soon known to people in nearby classes, and word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Yifeng is so handsome and charming today, and he is so powerful. I can never get tired of looking at him. It makes me happy to look at him more. The girls outside the window looked very excited. Lang Luoli is outside the classroom. Lang Luoli looked at the group of girls gathered outside Yifeng's window with an extremely cold expression. These lazy guys only know how to follow Junior Yi. The teacher really needs to give them more homework. Yifeng in the classroom suddenly sneezed. Confused, Yifeng left the classroom quickly after the compulsory course was over. Beijing University Playground. Yifeng couldn't understand why these girls wanted to throw themselves on him as if they had never seen a man before. But compared to this, he was looking forward to seeing what kind of skills the A-level skill card he obtained would unlock. Yifeng opened his system backpack and took out an A-level random skill card. It's a pity that it's not an S-level skill card. It seems that the mission reward is also related to the difficulty of the mission. This also indirectly shows that confessing to Lang Luoli is really a life or death mission. After Yifeng used the A-level random skill card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a level mastery of massage and bone setting. Chapter 12, Senior Sister Lang, are you jealous? A level mastery of Twina massage. Is this skill serious? Although Yifeng, who has mastered a level massage, can bring people a very comfortable massage experience, and can also help the person being massaged to promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, and prolong life. But Yifeng is really not interested in this skill. Yifeng was helpless and could only accept this skill with the idea that it is better to have more skills. I wonder who is so lucky to enjoy their own massage. If Lang Luoli knew that I was giving a massage to another girl, I would be doomed. If I give Senior Lang a full body massage. Thinking of Lang Luoli's stunning appearance and top-notch peach figure, Yifeng couldn't help but drooling. Even though I don't have a chance now, it doesn't mean I won't have a chance in the future. It would be a great thing if I had the chance to give senior sister Ling a full body massage. I'm really looking forward to that day. Yi Feng laughed. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier, and a junior who doesn't want to give a massage to a senior. What are you expecting to happen? A cool and pleasant voice was heard. Yi Feng trembled all over. Looking at the person who came, it was exactly the person he had just fantasized about, which made him a little nervous. Senior Lang. Lang Luoli nodded to Yi Fan and continued to ask, I don't know what makes you so excited, can you tell me? Yi Feng was speechless. He couldn't say, I want to give you a full body massage. I look forward to the day when I can excel in all subjects like you, senior sister Lang. Yi Feng said hurriedly. Although you are very talented, you still need to work hard if you want to catch up with me. Don't be impatient. Lang Luoli reminded. Yes. I will definitely win by playing it safe. Senior sister Lang's advice is right. Yi Feng flattered her. That's great. Lang Luoli was satisfied with Yi Feng's attitude. Lang Luoli was dressed differently today than usual, wearing a light blue dress and a white gauze outer layer, which showed off her graceful figure to the fullest. Her waist-length hair was flying all over the place due to the wind, with a few strands of hair flying playfully in front. There was no decoration on her head, just a light blue ribbon lightly tying a strand of hair. This moment is like a fairy descending to earth. Senior sister Lang, you look as graceful and charming as a fairy today. Yi Feng couldn't help but praise. It's just an ordinary everyday outfit. How can it be as elegant and charming as a fairy? Although Lang Luoli spoke nonchalantly, the corners of her mouth were only slightly raised. In fact, she did spend a long time choosing clothes before going out today, and she wore them specifically for Yi Feng to see. Just now I accidentally saw in the video that you and Wang Xiran seem to have a very good relationship, right? Lang Luoli suddenly asked. Yi Feng said, no, Wang Xiran is just my deskmate. She's just your deskmate. Why did I see you pinching her face when I passed by before? A gleam of light flashed in Lang Luoli's eyes. Yi Feng was a little nervous. Lang Luoli seemed to care about this very much. We are just ordinary classmates. When we saw that she was mischievous and disobedient, we taught her a lesson so that she would be more obedient. Yi Feng explained. However, Lang Luoli had some complaints about this explanation. I remember that you used to hate communicating with anyone, and your methods of punishing others were extremely extreme. Why are you so gentle now? In the past, whenever Yi Feng wanted to teach someone a lesson, he would just throw them into the lake. He would never do anything like pinching their face. This is very wrong. Yi Feng pondered and said, I was indeed cruel before, but now I have changed. Lang Luoli, you have changed? Why have you changed? Because I am completely different now than before. I have such a good girlfriend and I want to become a gentle person. Yi Feng smiled and said, because of you, senior sister Lang, I want to become a kind person. Lang Luoli's heart skipped a beat. Yi Feng is such a weird person. Suddenly, I will say some embarrassing words. This is a playground, don't let anyone hear us. Lang Luoli said shyly in a low voice. Where Lang Luoli is, how could ordinary people dare to get close and eavesdrop? But now she was so shy that she was totally confused. Senior Lang is right. But why did Senior Lang suddenly care about this matter? Just when Lang Luoli didn't know how to answer, Yi Feng said with a smile, Senior Lang, are you jealous? Lang Luoli, omega. Her cold and fair face looked extremely blushing at this moment, as tempting as a fiery red apple. You! Don't talk nonsense! How could I be jealous of a junior high school girl? Lang Luoli said in a panic. Senior sister Lang, you are not usually so flustered. Yi Feng said curiously. I just have a cramp in my mouth. Lang Luoli explained in a panic. Yi Feng did not continue to ask, then senior sister Lang must eat more red dates and other nourishing foods. Lang Luoli. Now she felt very embarrassed and just wanted to change the subject. Brother Yi, our martial arts hall at Beijing University should be open soon. Let's go practice together. Yi Feng, Nani? Chapter 13. Are you a thin dog? Senior Lang, what are you doing? A gentleman should talk, not fight. Although Yifeng had just acquired mastery of Grandmaster-level martial arts, he was still very terrified when fighting against Lang Luoli, whose fighting power was like that of Thanos. Lang Luoli said calmly, "I will give you a hand. You are a boy. Don't you dare to spar with me in this state? Are you a thin dog?" Yifeng, M. Which man can stand this kind of provocation? Yifeng is in a difficult situation. Senior Lang, listen to me, I'm definitely not a thin dog. If you are not a thin dog, why don't you dare to spar with me? Are you afraid of my long legs? Scary. Who isn't afraid of you? Lang Luoli's terrifying side was finally revealed. Although she had an angelic face, once she became jealous, she was like a devil crusher, possessing the destructive power of a Super Saiyan. Yifeng shuddered as he recalled the miserable appearance of a free fighting champion in Disya who had been lying in the hospital for a year after fighting with Lang Luoli. A ruthless person who can win the free fighting championship in Dacia should also have the same strength as a master of martial arts. Senior Sister Lang, I am definitely not your opponent. I am giving up in advance. Yifeng said with self-awareness. You can't raise the white flag. Lang Luoli held her hands in front of her plump and soft body and said, if you raise the white flag, I will punish you so that you can never see me again. Lang Luoli thought about it for a long time before coming up with this statement. Yifeng was helpless. I can only agree to her request and let her have a good time. Otherwise, women will definitely remember the grudge for the rest of their lives. Senior Lang, I am your man, please don't beat me half to death, otherwise you will have to come to the hospital to visit me. Yifeng kept reminding Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli chuckled softly, don't worry, I won't treat you the same way I treat those strange men. Then I feel a little more relieved. Then let's go on stage now. There's one thing we haven't discussed yet. What's up? Yifeng chuckled and said, if I can hold out for a long time without being defeated by you, can you agree to one condition of mine? One condition? Lang Luoli stretched out her jade finger and put it in front of her mouth to think for a while. As long as you are not knocked down by me within 3 minutes, I will agree to one condition of yours. It's settled then. A glimmer of fighting spirit flashed in Yifeng's eyes. As soon as the two of them came on stage, the competition began instantly. Call out. Lang Luoli's speed was so fast that Yifeng had a hard time catching sight of her. A dangerous thought popped up in Yifeng's mind. Has Lang Luoli's fighting ability exceeded the Grandmaster level? Although Lang Luoli promised Yifeng to use only one hand, she did not say that she could not use her legs. A very fast and sharp kick came towards Yifeng's butt. When the kick was in mid-air, it suddenly slowed down a little. Yifeng quickly turned his body to avoid the kick. Yifeng's speed surprised Lang Luoli. She didn't expect that Yifeng, who looked frail, had a reaction speed much faster than many professional martial arts athletes, and could even be compared with top martial arts masters. Yifeng, have you ever practiced martial arts? Lang Luoli asked. I know a little bit. After Yifeng finished speaking, he rushed towards Lang Luoli. You are much stronger than I thought, but you are still a little slow. Lang Luoli dodged Yifeng's attack easily, and then kicked Yifeng on the butt. Yifeng was kicked out, but he dodged and did not fall off the stage. Senior Lang, be careful. Yifeng continued to attack Lang Luoli, and this time his speed was obviously faster than before. When fighting with Lang Luoli, Yifeng was also stimulating his potential, but Lang Luoli's strength was even stronger, and Yifeng could not get close to the opponent. What greeted Yifeng next was Lang Luoli's long legs, which ruthlessly kicked Yifeng on the butt, making him grit his teeth. In fact, Lang Luoli didn't use much strength when she kicked Yifeng's butt, but it made Yifeng a little embarrassed. When he was trying to figure out how to last 3 minutes, he bumped into Lang Luoli. This woman's strength is really powerful without limit. Lang Luoli saw this and said, forget it. If I really attack you, you will get hurt. No. Keep going. Yifeng must regain his dignity as a man. His potential was completely unleashed at this moment, and his Grandmaster level strength was perfectly displayed at this moment. Yifeng's speed was extremely fast, much faster than before. Lang Luoli was a little surprised. It is really rare that Yifeng's speed can be improved in a short period of time. Generally speaking, it is impossible for someone of Yifeng's age to have such a big breakthrough in speed and strength. This made Lang Luoli look at Yifeng with great satisfaction. Then his figure became very graceful, preventing Yifeng from hitting him. No matter how Yifeng chased, it was all in vain. You are quite capable, you must have some guidance from an expert, right? There's a martial artist in my family who learned it by accident. Yifeng made up an excuse and then hugged Lang Luoli with both hands, wanting to hold her in his arms completely. However, the other party had already seen through Yifeng's thoughts and dodged at a faster speed. Lang Luoli was very satisfied with Yifeng's performance. With his strength, he was invincible among his peers unless he met herself. Then Lang Luoli's long, slender, snow-white legs kicked Yifeng's butt again. Ah! Yifeng let out a shrill scream and was kicked to the ground by Lang Luoli. This time Yifeng did not continue to get up, and looked like he was about to die. Yifeng! Lang Luoli was panicking. She was very worried whether Yifeng would be injured, but she didn't seem to have used much strength just now. She hurried to Yifeng's side, picked him up, and checked his injuries. It's obviously nothing. Lang Luoli seemed to be frozen in that instant. Yifeng, who was in her arms, grabbed her soft body with both hands. Yifeng couldn't help but bleed from his nose, and said with a very proud smile, "Senior Lang, the 3 minutes are up, you lose." Lang Luoli, Omega? Chapter 14. It's over. It's over. Yifeng felt the sudden silence in the air and realized that something was wrong. His hands couldn't help but tremble, and the extremely warm and soft touch came. I seem to have caught the wrong place. It's over, it's all over. Yifeng quickly let go of his hands and kept backing away. Lang Luoli was like a 1,000-year-old iceberg at this moment, emitting a strong and chilling chill. Senior Lang, please listen to my excuse. Bah, listen to my explanation. Yifeng's desire to survive was overwhelming. What do you have to say in defense? Lang Luoli's face looked a little ugly. Surrounded by Lang Luoli's powerful aura, Yifeng broke out in a cold sweat on his back. How can I make an excuse? You can't say that you have so much capital that I can just reach out and grab it, right? Then I will definitely be sent to a mental hospital. Actually, Yifeng didn't do it on purpose, he just wanted to win too much. Senior Lang, I was wrong. Yifeng gave up his excuses and apologized sincerely. The atmosphere was a bit quiet. Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng helplessly and said, "Although your method just now was indeed a bit dishonorable, it is also a way to win. What are your conditions? Tell me next time, and I won't break my promise." After Lang Luoli finished speaking, she quickly disappeared from Yifeng's sight and left the training ground. Yifeng felt as if he had been relieved of his burden when he realized that he had escaped a disaster. Lang Luoli is really too strong, completely above the master martial artist. I really don't know what level of expert she is. Yifeng is already a martial artist at the Grandmaster level, but he still looks very weak in front of Lang Luoli. It seems that I will have to work harder to complete more tasks issued by the system in the future. Only by becoming stronger quickly can I avoid getting into trouble next time. This victory was due to a trick used by Yifeng, which was to pretend to be knocked unconscious in order to gain Lang Luoli's attention. I wanted to grab Lang Luoli's hand in the end, but I accidentally crossed the mountains and rivers. I am really despicable. Senior Sister Lang cares about me so much, but I took advantage of her concern. Yifeng couldn't help but feel that what he did was not right. It's just that he wanted to win too much just now. That's why the embarrassing scene just now happened, because they didn't pay attention to the difference between men and women. Senior Lang must be very disappointed in me. Yifeng was actually a little afraid of Lang Luoli, because her tough past was too shocking. But Lang Luoli has always been very good to him and has taken good care of him since the first day he entered school. This made Yifeng feel that he was very unkind. Oh, next time I have to apologize to Senior Lang. Yifeng also stood up and walked towards his home. Lang Luoli was squatting at the door outside the training ground. Now her face was flushed with shame, her heart was pounding, and her whole body was feeling numb, with no sign of going away. Yifeng, he touched my soft spot, how careless. But I am his senior, and I must not break my promise. I wonder what kind of request he will make. What if he asks me something embarrassing? I can't refuse. Lang Luoli was completely undecided and her body temperature was rising. Even the temperature around me rose several degrees. In front of Yifeng's house. Xiaofeng, you're back. Listening to the sweet voice, Yifeng saw a beauty in front of him. Her pair of clear eyes were looking at him, as bright as the stars in the sky. Aunt, why are you here? Yifeng said with some surprise. Why? You don't welcome me? Mu Xinzi tucked her hair behind her ears and looked at Yifeng and said with a smile. Yifeng's aunt is not much older than himself, and she looks like a disaster for the country and the people. She can be said to be a beauty who brings disaster. Her biggest hobby is to play with herself. Yifeng, who is like a devil in front of others, behaves like an honest man in front of Mu Xinxi. Isn't she the general manager of Yes Group in North China? Why did she come to see me? But Yifeng didn't dare to express any unwelcome, otherwise she would definitely let him feel what it meant to be loved by his aunt. Aunt, I'm so happy that you can come to my place. After Yifeng finished speaking, Mu Xinxi rubbed his face with satisfaction and smiled. It seems that my aunt's love for you is not in vain. Please help me move my luggage in. I will be living in the capital for a while, and I will live with you for a while. Aunt, don't you have a lot of girlfriends in Beijing? Why did you think of coming to see me? Mu Xinxi said, my best friends show their affection with their boyfriends every day. I don't want to eat their dog food. You are a single dog, so I thought of being with you. Yifeng, M. So that's how it is. Sigma A. But what Mu Xinxi didn't know was that she was no longer single. Yifeng was not going to tell Mu Xinxi about this matter for the time being. It would be fine to wait until his relationship with Lang Luoli stabilized. Mu Xinxi said as she and Yifeng were packing their luggage. Xiaofeng, how are your grades at Beijing University? So, always number 1. Mu Xinxi. How come my nephew has always been the top student since he was young, and he is still so outstanding even after entering Peking University? Mu Xinxi looked at Yifeng with her beautiful eyes, feeling emotional. Yifeng is so handsome and talented, he must have a bright future. I wonder which girl will marry him. If Yifeng had a girlfriend, she would definitely help him screen her, otherwise Mu Xinxi would be very worried that her harmless nephew would be hurt by other girls. Xiaofeng, there's no need to rush about relationships. If there are good-looking girls, I'll introduce them to you. If you can't find a girlfriend, I won't ignore you. Now you can experience more of college life. Aunt is right. In Yifeng's heart, he actually wanted to experience college life well to make up for the regrets of his previous life. Yifeng, who had just acquired a level mastery of massage, could tell a person's mental state at a glance. Mu Xinxi, who had just come from a long journey, looked a little tired. Aunt, you seem very tired. Do you want me to give you a massage? It will help you relax. Chapter 15. Don't stop. Mu Xinxi didn't expect that Yifeng had become so considerate after not seeing him for a while. He was really a gentleman, like a Prince Charming. There was a lot of sincerity in Yifeng's eyes now, which made her lie on the sofa involuntarily. Xiaofeng has really grown up. You know how to care for your aunt now. It's worth it that I loved you so much in the past. In my heart, you are one of the most important people to me. How could I not love you well? I will treat you well now and in the future. Mu Xinxi looked at Yifeng, feeling very confused. This kid's appearance and figure are exactly the same as before. How come his personality has completely changed? Then she stretched lazily, her attractive figure standing out on the sofa, and she was ready to let Yifeng help her relax. Xiaofeng, come here quickly. Auntie doesn't know how good your skills are yet. Yifeng slowly came to his aunt's side. Looking at her slender and beautiful figure and the faint fragrance, he felt a little dazed. My aunt has really fair skin. My aunt has a hot body. My aunt's body fragrance is so nice. Aunt. Yifeng suddenly realized why his aunt was called a beauty on earth. This made him recite the 3-character classic silently in his heart. Stay away, don't touch me, let go, I shouted, you are annoying, no. Xiaofeng, what are you thinking about? Why are you in a daze? I was just thinking about the location of the acupuncture points, and here I come. After Yifeng silently recited the 3-character classic, he began to use level massage techniques to massage Mu Xinxi. Auntie, how is my massage technique? Aha! Mu Xinxi responded to Yifeng's words with great enjoyment. It was really comfortable. Her answer made Yifeng keep reciting the 3-character classic in his mind to prevent himself from being distracted during the massage. This was the first time he gave his aunt a massage, so he had to make her feel comfortable. Otherwise, if she came up with any bad ideas in the future, he would have to be loved by her. Yifeng's technique is perfect, and the strength of each massage is just right, and no massage makes people feel uncomfortable. Mu Xinxi now felt that her whole body was unobstructed, as if she had suddenly been enlightened. This was a comfort she had never experienced before. Xiaofeng's massage skills are really amazing. I wonder where he learned them from. Mushinsi didn't think too much about this issue, simply because she was enjoying herself too much at the moment and didn't want to think about anything else. With this feeling of extreme enjoyment, Mushinsi quickly fell asleep. But Yifeng did not stop his massage. This set of massage movements must be used completely to truly relieve stress. Now Yifeng kept hearing a series of system prompt sounds coming to his ears. System prompt: the host is promoting the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and is rewarded with an S-level card fragment. System prompt: the host is promoting the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and is rewarded with an S-level card fragment. System prompt: the host is promoting the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and is rewarded with an S-level card fragment. When Yifeng proposed to give Mushinsi a massage, the system began to distribute S-level card fragments to him. After the massage began, the more satisfied Mushinsi was, the more S-level card fragments he would get. 100 S-level card fragments can be exchanged for 1 S-level card, and the S-level card can be used to open any item reward. This is an item card that is different from the skill card, and Yifeng was very excited when he saw it. After massaging for about 5 minutes, he obtained more than a dozen S-level card fragments, which made his hands as fast as wind, and he massaged more vigorously. As long as my spirit does not slip, I can make my system bankrupt. I am an expert in the massage world. 10 minutes later, Yifeng was quite satisfied looking at the 30 S-level card fragments in the system warehouse. Mushinsi was already asleep now, and there would be no S-level card fragment rewards if he continued massaging her, so he stopped massaging her and then took a small blanket and covered her with it. Ding! System prompts: the host is promoting the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and is rewarded with an S-level card fragment. The system rewards critical hits and doubles the rewards. Ding! System prompts: the host is promoting the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and is rewarded with an S-level card fragment. I got 2 more fragments, and now I have 32 S-level card fragments, nice. Yifeng had just stopped massaging for a while. Mushinsi's voice reached his ears. Xiaofeng? Where's my little phone? Xiaofeng, keep pressing, don't stop, don't stop. Yifeng, Aunt, what vicious words are you saying? It would be very bad if others heard them. Chapter 16: The best way to attract women. Auntie told Yifeng not to stop but to continue. He must have continued to press it with all his strength. With the help of a level massage technology, Mushinsi felt very comfortable. What followed was the arrival of S-level card fragments. Yifeng was extremely careful when massaging, for fear that he would touch some place that he shouldn't touch. If he pressed the wrong place, he would be doomed. My aunt was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, but I could still feel the smoothness of her skin, like a piece of white jade. Another 10 minutes passed. Yifeng was a little tired, so he stretched his hands and drank a glass of water. Now he had 65 S-level card fragments. His hands are indeed a little tired now. When massaging, he is very particular about the control of strength, which requires a very high level of power. After a while, Mushinsi's voice came. Xiaofeng, you should have a good rest. After your massage, I feel so comfortable all over my body. Yifeng was indeed a little tired from the massage and said, Aunt, I will continue to massage you next time. Yifeng added in his heart, then continue to earn S-level card fragments. Mushinsi took out her phone and said, It's already evening, I'll order some takeout for us as dinner. Yifeng quickly said, Aunt, takeout is not healthy. I'll prepare some dinner for you. If Yifeng prepares dinner for his aunt, he will definitely get S-level card fragments. He must not miss such a good opportunity. Yifeng was no longer as resistant as he was when he first met Mushinsi. The ant in front of him was his gold mine. You must keep the other person by your side more often so that you can obtain S-level card fragments continuously. And delicious food is the best way to attract a woman. As long as my aunt likes the food I cook, can't I get S-level card fragments at will? Auntie, wait a moment, I'll do it right away. Yifeng walked towards his kitchen. At the same time, he was also studying the functions of the system mall. According to the redemption function of the system mall, an S-level card fragment can be decomposed into 10 A-level card fragments. At the same time, 100 S-level card fragments can be exchanged for 1 SS-level card fragment. 1000 S-level cards can be exchanged for 1 SSS-level card fragment. Yifeng couldn't help but ask, System, why can I only exchange an S-level card fragment for an A-level card fragment at a ratio of 10, but when it is upgraded to an SS-level card, it is 100? System, when exchanging for a level cards, you can specify the card as a certain skill or item, so the ratio is reduced. After hearing the system's explanation, Yifeng suddenly realized that he could obtain a level cooking mastery by using 10s level card fragments. This made Yifeng a little puzzled and asked, System, is there any difference between the items and skills obtained by a level cards and S level cards? System, the skills opened by a level cards are city level top skills, and the items opened by a level cards are rewards with a value ranging from 10 million to 50 million. The skills unlocked by S level cards are provincial level top skills, and the items unlocked by S level cards are rewards with a value ranging from 1 billion to 5 billion. The skills unlocked by SS level cards are top level national skills, and the items unlocked by SS level cards are rewards with a value ranging from 100 billion to 500 billion. The skills unlocked by SSS level cards are world-class top skills, and the items unlocked by SSS level cards are rewards with a value ranging from 1 trillion to 5 trillion. More advanced skill cards, waiting for the host to unlock. After hearing the system's patient explanation, Yifeng became more clear about the skills he possessed. Without hesitation, he exchanged 10s level card fragments for 100 level card fragments to synthesize a level cooking mastery. For Yifeng now, it is a very cost-effective thing to exchange 10s level card fragments for a designated A-level skill. As long as you make your aunt happy with her meal, you can earn more S-level card fragments. A flash of inspiration came to Yifeng, and he instantly mastered how to make a large number of delicious dishes. Yifan checked his personal information, and at this moment his personal information list became completely different from before. Host, Yifeng. Intelligence, 5 normal people or 3. Strength, 5 normal people or 3. Agility, 5 normal people or 3. Assets, a courtyard house in Beijing, 100 million in cash, a Porsche 991, and 55 S-level skill cards. Skills, Grandmaster Martial Arts Proficiency National Level, Professor Physics Proficiency National Level, a level Massage Proficiency Municipal Level, a level Cooking Proficiency Municipal Level. Knowing that his master's martial arts skills were at the national level, and he was still no match for Langluoli, didn't that mean she must be a world-class master? Yifeng couldn't help but shiver. This woman has the potential to kill her husband to prove her faith. I must work hard to obtain skill card fragments and improve my strength to save my life. In the kitchen, Yifeng was preparing dinner. In his previous life, he always had the habit of cooking for himself. Even if you travel back in time to the body of this rich young man, you will prepare a lot of long-lasting ingredients in the kitchen, and even grow a lot of vegetables in the courtyard. There is no need to buy any ingredients to prepare dinner for Mu Xinxi. Chapter 17 Mu Xinxi's Reward to Yifeng. Watching Yifeng walk towards the kitchen, Mu Xinxi leaned on the soft sofa, picked up the cup of water that Yifan had drunk from, and put the remaining half cup of water into her mouth. After drinking the water, Mu Xinxi was thoughtful and muttered, Xiaofeng is not only handsome now, but also gentle and considerate. He even takes care of people so meticulously. I wonder which girl will marry him in the future. No matter who Xiaofeng chooses as his girlfriend in the future, I will never forgive her if she dares to hurt Xiaofeng. At this moment, the aura of a superior burst out from Mu Xinxi's body, which was extremely sharp and then slowly disappeared. Now, after being massaged by Yifeng, she felt extremely comfortable all over her body. She did not feel tired at all, but only felt extremely refreshed. As an aunt, I can't just enjoy my nephew's massage for nothing. I have to prepare a surprise gift for him. Thinking of this, Mu Xinxi took out her cell phone and made a call. Courtyard kitchen. Yifeng cleaned all the ingredients, cut them, and arranged them in an orderly manner on the plates in front of him, preparing to make dinner. He heated up the oil in a pan and Yifeng skillfully began to prepare all the ingredients into delicious dishes, acting like a real chef. The aroma of food gradually wafted out from the kitchen. Mu Xinxi, who had just walked out of the living room and was about to stretch her graceful body, also smelled this very tempting fragrance. This made Mu Xinxi's stomach rumble. Is this the food Xiaofeng cooked? Why does it smell so good? Mu Xinxi quickened her pace and walked towards the kitchen. Her eyes were sparkling with stars as she looked forward to seeing delicious food in the kitchen. At this time, Yifeng had just taken out a delicious braised crucian carp from the pot. Aunt, you're awake. Xiaofeng, this braised crucian carp you made looks really delicious. This is the crucian carp I raised in the small pond in my courtyard. It usually eats grains and cereals and is extremely delicious. I made it especially for you, my aunt. Let me taste it. Mu Xinxi took a pair of chopsticks from the side, and couldn't wait to pick up a piece of boneless meat from the belly of the crushing carp, put it in the soup to wrap up some of the delicious broth, and then put it into those sexy red lips. It's awesome! Mushinsi's eyebrows almost dropped from the delicious taste. It was the first time she tasted such delicious crushing carp. The fish meat is fresh, tender, and has no fishy smell. It's so delicious. Xiaofeng, I'm really greedy. How long will it take before I can eat the meal you cook? Mushinsi asked impatiently. She was now looking forward to how delicious the other dishes Yifeng would make would be. Yifeng smiled and said, there is also a steamed pork ribs with rice flour that will be ready to eat soon. This A-level culinary mastery exchange is very cost-effective. Now Mushinsi really likes the dishes she makes. After she has eaten all the dishes I have made, won't she want to stay here every day? Oh. This will definitely allow you to obtain a large number of S-level card fragments. As the steaming time of the steamed spare ribs arrived, Yifeng and Mushinsi brought all the dishes to the table together. Yifeng cooked 4 dishes today. Mushinsi looked at these delicious dishes and asked in confusion. Xiaofeng, I've eaten several of the dishes you cooked before, but how can you cook them better than the ones I've eaten before? Yifeng thought for a while and said arrogantly. Maybe the food that handsome people cook will taste much better. Auntie, eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Then I'm welcome. Chapter 18 I am a serious person. Mushinsi had just tasted the delicious braised crushing carp, and this time she picked up the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and put them into her mouth. An expression of happiness instantly appeared on his face. Wow, Omega, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes you made are so delicious, Xiaofeng, it's great. She then went on to try all the other delicious dishes that she hadn't tasted yet. How could Xiaofeng make this ordinary scrambled eggs with tomatoes so delicious? It's really unbelievable. Xiaofeng really is the standard of an ideal boyfriend. He is handsome, gentle, and considerate, can cook and give massages. He is truly a treasure boy. Such a treasure boy must be asked to cook more meals for himself. So Mushinsi pulled Yifeng to her side and said, Xiaofeng, you are mine, so you have to always treat me well. Yifeng couldn't help but blush. His aunt was really not particular about trivial matters. Aunt, eat quickly. It tastes better when you eat it while it's hot. Although you are my aunt, don't ignore your own charm. The moment when Mushinsi pulled him over just now, the two were so close that Yifeng could even feel the other's body temperature, which was intoxicating. But Yifeng is a serious man, and he quickly punched himself fat dang. Damn! This is my aunt, and I need to be filial to her. Still intoxicated? I am a very pure person. Xiaofeng, why are you hitting yourself? Auntie, I am so happy, I am worried that this is just a dream, it is too unreal. Yifeng burst into tears after being hit by his own punch. It hurts. Damn, I shouldn't have used so much force. It hurts so much. Mushinsi rubbed Yifeng's injured area and said, Xiaofeng, all of this is real, not a dream. Aunt, I didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Before, I often felt lonely and empty when I was alone in the capital. Now that you are by my side, I feel the warmth of home. Auntie, you are my family. I will always be with you, treat you well, and never let anyone bully you. Now Mushinsi can provide Yifeng with S-level card fragments continuously. How could he possibly leave Mushinsi? Moreover, Mushinsi is so beautiful and her temper is much better than before. It's always a pleasure to look at her for a while. So, Yifeng would not let Mushinsi leave him. When Mushinsi saw Yifeng like this, she was very satisfied and had a smile on her face. It really was not in vain that I loved Xiaofeng in the past. Now he has grown up and become so conscientious and talented. This is definitely inseparable from my careful training of him in the past. Mushinsi, in a good mood, said to Yifeng, Xiaofeng, take out the rice cooker. I'm happy today and I want to eat more. Mushinsi then ate quickly and with relish, enjoying every dish. It's like being hungry for several days. Yifeng was a little dazed at the moment. He had only eaten half a bowl of rice, but he was shocked by Mushinsi's posture. He was very surprised. The perfect goddess in the eyes of others is now eating so voraciously. She is simply a big foodie. It seems that the food made by my A-level cooking skills is really delicious. At this time, the sound of system prompts kept appearing in Yifeng's ears. System prompts, the host is promoting the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and is rewarded with an S-level card fragment. System prompts: the host is promoting the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and is rewarded with an S-level card fragment. System prompts: the host is promoting the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and is rewarded with an S-level card fragment. Yi Feng was very happy in his heart. This wave of S-level card fragments was really awesome. Suddenly, Yi Feng found that the bowl in his hand was taken away by Mu Xinxi. "Aunt, what are you doing with my bowl?" Mu Xinxi said nonchalantly. "Xiaofeng, I see you haven't eaten for a long time, you must be full, so let me help you eat the rest of the meal. If you are hungry at night, I will cook some supper for you, and also make some for me." Yi Feng? He never imagined that Mu Xinxi was actually a big foodie. After all the food was finished, Mu Xinxi leaned back in her chair with great satisfaction, feeling relaxed and at ease. "Xiaofeng, you serve me so well. Only if I serve you well, can I?" Yi Feng was very happy when he saw the large amount of S-level card fragments in his backpack. "If my aunt likes the food I cook, I will definitely make more for her." Just now, while having a meal, Yi Feng obtained 50 S-level card fragments. He now has 105 S-level card fragments. As long as he has time, he can use these S-level card fragments to exchange for items. After having eaten and drunk her fill, Mu Xinxi looked at Yi Feng diligently washing the dishes, looking very relaxed. "Xiaofeng. Aunt, what's wrong?" Mu Xinxi took out a card and handed it to Yi Feng. "Take this card." "Aunt, what does this mean?" "You are my Mu Xinxi's nephew, so I will definitely be generous to you. There are 200 million in this card. Just think of it as my pocket money for you." When Yi Feng learned that there were 200 million in the card in his hand, he was shocked, and then he was very happy. Now he had a huge sum of 300 million. "You can't spend it all. You can't spend it all. Thank you for your kindness, Auntie. I'm going to do some yoga in the bedroom. Do you want to join me, Xiaofeng? If you have no money in the future, come to me. In this world, you can't get by without money. As long as I can afford it, I will give it to you unconditionally." Yi Feng grew up under Mu Xinxi's care. Blood is thicker than water and their relationship is very deep. If she doesn't spend the money she earns on Yi Feng, who should she spend it on? If Yi Feng wanted to enter the business world, she would help him. If Yi Feng only wanted to do academic research, she could provide him with a large amount of funding. Who made Yi Feng so likable and able to cook and give massages? "Auntie, I'm too stubborn, so I won't practice yoga with you." Smelling the pleasant scent on Mu Xinxi's body, Yi Feng would never dare to practice yoga with her. Such a gorgeous woman was too tempting. Looking at the card with a balance of 200 million in his hand, Yi Feng was filled with emotion. As expected of him being the president of Yi Group's North China region, he is really generous. These 200 million are Yi Feng's living expenses for a year. Now Mu Xinxi gives it to him as soon as she says so. How can he not be excited? "Aunt, you are such a rich guy. My teeth are not very good. Can I just hold on to your long legs and live off you?" Chapter 19. What are your conditions? Kyoto University. Principal's office. In the office, Lang Luoli sat on a soft armchair, looking at a man in front of her. This bald Mediterranean man, wearing a loose casual outfit, has bright eyes and looks a bit wise. "Principal Wang, is there something that made me come here today?" Lang Luoli asked. Wang Fu, president of Peking University, vice ministerial level. Wang Fu was also very responsible when he was a teacher at Peking University. Even the extremely aloof Lang Luoli respected him. Wang Fu looked at Lang Luoli with a smile and said, "Have you paid attention to the recent news in our Beijing University Olympic Mathematics group, Lang Luoli?" Lang Luoli was a little speechless. Ever since she got together with Yi Feng, his figure often appeared in her mind, so she turned off the annoying professor group message that kept ringing. "Last night, I was studying the Riemann hypothesis. I had a few clues, so I didn't check the messages in the group." Wang Fu didn't expect that Lang Luoli had just won a prize in a world-class mathematical Olympiad and had an idea about the Riemann hypothesis. This is good news for Peking University. Lang Luoli, it is definitely a blessing for our Peking University that you have a clue about the Riemann hypothesis, but you should also pay attention to the messages in the group. The principal is right. Lang Luoli said slowly. Wang Fu continued, "Recently, many universities have been preparing for something. They should be planning to hold a mathematics competition in the coming period. We at Beijing University cannot fall behind. Mathematics competition? Lang Luoli laughed disdainfully. What kind of mathematics competition is held in China? Isn't it just giving our Peking University heads a chance to win? They know they are no match for you in mathematics, so this time they have specifically cancelled the places of all those who have won first place in the Olympic mathematics competition, explained Wang Fu. They saw that I won the award in the Olympic mathematical competition not long ago, and they are all unwilling to accept it. They want to use this method to suppress the arrogance of our Peking University. Do they really think that we have no one in Peking University? Lang Luoli looked slightly angry. What do you think we should do about this matter? Wang Fu asked. If they want to compete, then let them compete. Lang Luoli said confidently and domineeringly, no matter how they want to suppress our Beijing University, it is all in vain. In the field of mathematics, as long as I am in Beijing University, I will not let them succeed. Everything is in vain. Lang Luoli's expression was cold and she was extremely confident. When it came to mathematics, she had never backed down. Lang Luoli's words continued to echo in the office. Even Wang Fu was shocked by this aloof look. He looked at the girl in front of him who had a cold aura, like an ice queen. This is the confidence of the champion of the Olympic mathematics competition. Just a slight expression of it can be enough to shock people. Wang Fu was very happy and quite satisfied with Lang Luoli's response. The more confident Lang Luoli is, the greater her achievements in this area will be in the future. Lang Luoli is truly a blessing to Peking University. I feel relieved to hear you say this. Wang Fu seemed very satisfied. Lang Luoli said modestly, it is Beijing University that has made me who I am today. President, thank you for your praise. In fact, she has no interest in the competition among various universities, nor does she want to compete with them. Now she prefers to study mathematics quietly at Kyoto University. Not only do I study mathematics every day, I can also fall in love with Yifeng. Whenever she thought of Yifeng, her heart felt warm. What first place are you competing for? How can I be happier than when I'm with Yifeng? Wang Fu said, Lang Luoli, you are really modest. Among all the seniors in Beijing University, you have achieved the most. You won the championship of the Olympic mathematics competition at a young age, and you are also very caring to all the younger students. I have seen it too. How many people can be as patient as Lang Luoli in teaching so many younger classmates? I just hope that all students at Kyoto University can have a better future. Lang Luoli was also a little embarrassed as it was rare to be praised. Wang Fu continued, Lang Luoli, don't be modest. Everyone knows this very well. You are the right person to let those talented students study hard instead of having romantic relationships. Lang Luoli, M. All students should study hard according to your method, Professor Lang, and not waste their time on other things, so that they can achieve academic success and serve the motherland and the people in the future. Professor Lang, you have always set an example and used yourself as a mirror to teach students. You are the most responsible professor in our Beijing University. Wang Fu couldn't help but nod, thinking that what Lang Luoli had done was really impeccable, and he said all the words of praise. Lang Luoli, M. Principal, these are just small matters, nothing serious. If the principal knew that Yifeng and I were together, his blood pressure would definitely rise rapidly. Principal Wan was about to praise Lang Luoli, but Lang Luoli suddenly beat him to the punch. Principal, I suddenly have an idea about the Riemann hypothesis. I will go back and study it first, so I won't talk to you for now. Lang Luoli was now so embarrassed by Wang Fu's praise that she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her feet on the ground. Really? That's great. Wang Fu was overjoyed and said quickly, Lang Luoli, go get busy, go get busy. Lang Luoli waded through the crowd as if carrying a heavy load, ready to leave. At this moment, a schoolmate found Lang Luoli and said, Senior Lang, Yifeng wants to see you about something. Yifeng is looking for me? Lang Luoli was very happy and excited. Wang Fu looked at the teaching assistant and said, Lang Luoli is going to study the latest mathematical ideas. Please ask that student to come to see Professor Lang next time. Lang Luoli, Omega? The schoolgirl said, Senior Lang, then I'll ask Yifeng to come next time? Absolutely not. Lang Luoli quickly refused. Wang Fu was confused. Lang Luoli, aren't you going to study the Riemann hypothesis? Lang Luoli thought for a while and said, this inspiration is just a flash of inspiration. I need more inspiration. Let Yifeng come over. Maybe I can get new inspiration after seeing him. Wang Fu felt that Lang Luoli was a little strange, but he couldn't find out. Let Yi Feng come over, Wang Fu said. Okay, principal. The teaching assistant turned and left. After a while, the handsome Yi Feng appeared in front of the two of them. Hello, senior sister Lang. Hello, principal. Hello, classmate Yi Feng. Wang Fu was deeply impressed by this student who had excellent grades but a very bad temper. Lang Luoli said shyly, Yi Feng, you are looking for someone, do you have something to ask me? Yi Feng was very smart. Seeing such a big light bulb here, he changed his words and said, I have a problem recently that I can't solve. I want to ask Senior Ling to give me some guidance. That's it. Lang Luoli secretly thought that Yi Feng was very sensible, so she said with a smile, It's really rare to find a junior like you who is so eager to learn. Come to my lounge, I will give you a good tutoring. Lang Luoli's family invested a huge amount of construction funds in Peking University, which also allowed Peking University to arrange various conveniences for Lang Luoli. The lounge that Lang Luoli used alone was one of the conveniences. Lang Luoli left the principal's office very excitedly. Now she is as happy as a young, beautiful, and lively girl. Wang Fu watched the two people leave and always felt that something was wrong. There seems to be something wrong with Lang Luoli. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't think about Lang Luoli and Yi Feng being in love. In Wang Fu's mind, no matter who Yi Feng wants to date, he will never go to Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli is resting inside. She sat in her chair and said, If you have anything to ask me, just tell me. Yi Feng said a little embarrassedly, Senior Lang, I offended you before, I am really sorry. Lang Luoli thought about what happened yesterday and her body couldn't help but tremble, making her face blush. Why are you apologizing to me? Yi Feng said very seriously, Yesterday I didn't follow the moral principles of martial arts. I only wanted to win. Not only did I deceive your feelings, I also offended you. Stop. Lang Luoli's face was like a ripe apple, and she didn't dare to look at Yi Feng at all. This happened in the past, let's not talk about it anymore, I'm not angry. The stone in Yi Feng's heart finally fell. Have you thought about what you want me to do? Lang Luoli glanced at Yi Feng secretly. Yi Feng nodded and said, I have indeed thought about it. What have you thought of? Lang Luoli was very expectant. Yi Feng said with a sunny expression, I want to do what boyfriends and girlfriends should do with you, Professor Lang. Lang Luoli, Omega Omega. Chapter 20, In-Depth Study. What should boyfriends and girlfriends do? Lang Luoli was so surprised by this sentence that her jaw dropped. Mina and what she said, lovers should have sex together. It kept appearing in her mind. Yi Feng actually wanted to be with me. This is too embarrassing. Yi Feng said, Ever since we became lovers, I have not done the things that a boyfriend should do. Now I have this opportunity, I want to get to know you better and understand each other. Want to use this opportunity to get to know yourself better? This way you can really get to know yourself quickly. Lang Luoli's brain was about to be burned, and she stammered, Do we really have to use this method to get to know each other? Isn't it too fast? Senior Lang, we have known each other for more than a year. I still feel a little fast. Senior Lang, don't be too nervous. I will guide you well. I'm definitely nervous. Lang Luoli blushed and said in a very low voice, But have you really thought it through? Are we going to do that so soon? Yi Feng looked into Lang Luoli's eyes and said, I have thought it through very clearly. You have really thought it through. Lang Luoli's little hands grasped the corner of her clothes in a state of confusion, and cold sweat was about to break out. What on earth should I do now? Lang Luoli's little deer was killed by the collision on her chest. Yi Feng, I told you the other day, I might not be able to accept a request that is too excessive. Can you give me some time to accept it? Lang Luoli thought for a long time before speaking. Then I won't force you. Yi Feng sighed. Lang Luoli saw Yi Feng's disappointed look and said with some heartache. We've only been together for such a short time, you can take it slow. I've always been your girlfriend, and sooner or later I'll agree to your request. It was the first time for Lang Luoli to say these embarrassing words, and her whole body felt hot. Yi Feng nodded and said, I also know this truth, but my coupon may have to be used by others. What coupon? Lang Luoli is a little strange. Yi Feng took out a coupon from his pocket and said, This is the Zuanranju coupon my aunt gave me. I would like to invite you to dinner. Lang Luoli said in disbelief, You wanted to invite me to Zuanranju for dinner just now? Yes. Yifeng said with a smile, it's also the first time for me to invite a girl to dinner. I'm very embarrassed. Long Luoli laughed. I misunderstood Yifeng. What a big mistake. Senior Lang doesn't want to go, and there's no point in me going alone. I'll give this coupon to the junior schoolmate just now. She should like to go there very much. I heard that she is a foodie. Yifeng prepared to leave. Etc. What's wrong? That schoolmate Lu Ruyan has something to do tonight. She definitely won't have time to eat. But I just heard that she and her sisters made an appointment to go shopping together in the evening? Yifeng was a little puzzled. Because I still have some papers here that I need to give her to do in the evening so that she can make up for the lessons. She doesn't know about it yet. Long Luoli said. Lu Ruyan, who was discussing with her little sister about going shopping in the evening, suddenly received a message from Lang Luoli about tutoring. She looked depressed and felt that she was so unlucky. Lang Luoli, it would be a shame if I don't use this coupon. Why don't I go with you? Yifeng, Senior Lang, this is too difficult for you. I can return the coupon to my aunt and let her eat it herself. Lang Luoli, your aunt will definitely be unhappy when she sees the things she gave away are returned, so I'd better go with you. Lang Luoli used her eloquence to make an appointment with Yifeng to meet at the school gate later. After Yifeng left, Lang Luoli lay in her office chair and danced happy as a child. It's a date. It's a date between me and Junior Yi. It's really something I'm looking forward to. It turns out that Yifeng has been thinking about dating me all this time. Then we can go shopping, eat delicious food, and watch movies together. It would be even better if we could go to an amusement park together. Lang Luoli was looking forward to it. At the gate of Beijing University. Boom! A loud engine roar was heard, and Yifeng appeared at the school gate in a top-of-the-line Porsche 911. It was lunchtime at this time, and many students gathered at the school gate to see this extremely cool sports car. A BMW 3 Series behind Yifeng was trembling, fearing that it would rear-end the top-of-the-line sports car. Fuck, the top-of-the-line Porsche 911. This look is so stylish, so cool, and awesome. This is young Master Yi going out to make trouble. Some people who recognized the sports car have guessed that the person sitting inside is the legendary Yifeng. I really want to ride in Senior Yifeng's sports car. Wake up, stop dreaming. Oh, isn't it okay for me to fantasize about it? Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng's sports car with a hint of surprise. Yifeng, your car is very attractive. It's okay, this is the cheapest car in my family. Yifeng said. Is this the cheapest car in your family? I'm really surprised. Your family background is just as good as the rumors say. Lang Luoli's expression was normal, and there was no change at all because of Yifeng's wealthy family. Family background is just a starting point. I will definitely achieve more than the Yi family's current achievements in the future. Yifeng said very arrogantly. With the support of the system, Yifeng can continuously acquire various skills and materials. As long as he is given time, he will definitely be richer than the Yi group. I believe that you are so outstanding and will definitely achieve great success in the future. Lang Luoli said seriously. Next, Lang Luoli did not talk about Yifeng's family. She was with him because of Yifeng as a person, not his family background. Driving in a Porsche 911, Yifeng and Lang Luoli arrived at Zuanranju. When the waiter at Zuanranju saw Yifeng park the car, he hurried to open the door for him. After Yifeng got out of the car, he went to help Lang Luoli open the door, and they went to Zuanranju together. Hello, sir and miss, welcome to Zuanranju. Do you have an appointment? The waitress asked politely with her signature smile. My last name is Yi. I called to make an appointment earlier. Yifeng said. Hello, Mr. Yi, please follow me. The waitress quickly remembered Mr. Yi, who had made an appointment with the store before, and then took them to the quiet and elegant seats they had reserved. This location is very private and perfect for a date. Yifeng placed a menu in front of Lang Luoli and flipped through another one. Senior Lang, what do you want to eat? Yifeng has been very considerate from beginning to end. Lang Luoli looked at the other person, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yifeng felt very amused when he saw Lang Luoli shyly telling him her favorite dishes. She was really cute. After Yifeng and the waiter ordered a plate of seafood fried rice and some special dishes, they asked the waiter to bring them 2 glasses of lemonade. He had a date later, and drinking now would be a bit of a delay. Besides, Yifeng often saw Lang Luoli making lemonade, so he ordered what she liked. Lang Luoli felt a little nervous looking at Yifeng and herself being alone in this quiet space. Yifan handed her the lemonade and said, "Senior Lang, try the lemonade here." Lang Luoli nodded and held the lemonade in her palm, which was very warm. The restaurant serves food very quickly and the taste is excellent, much more delicious than some of the dishes Lang Luoli usually eats in the cafeteria. Moreover, Yifeng in front of her kept saying some interesting words, which made her unable to help but laugh out loud. Looking at the interesting and handsome boy in front of her, Lang Luoli suddenly recalled the past. She thought about herself when she was alone before. Do academic work, enjoy the flowers, do academic work, enjoy the moon. All those past events were my own experiences, but gradually I have no impression of them anymore. But I have only been with Yifeng for 2 days, and everything I did with him is so worth remembering. In the past, I felt that doing academic research wholeheartedly was the most meaningful thing. After falling in love with Yifeng, I realized how boring my life was. She knew that she was caught in the whirlpool of love. Lang Luoli secretly glanced at Yifeng, who was now peeling the shrimp shells and putting them in his bowl, and then peeling them for herself. So what if it's the whirlpool of love? As long as it can stay like this, she is willing to give everything. The corners of Lang Luoli's mouth inadvertently lifted up, stunning the moment. Chapter 21, Make Your Girlfriend Happy. The two of them ate and chatted, looking very sweet. After dinner, Yifeng wanted to take Lang Luoli for a ride. It was a rare date, so he would not waste every minute and every second, and wanted to use all the time to enjoy this wonderful world of two people. After paying the money, the two left Zuanranju. When they just arrived at the door, a Porsche 911 had been driven to the door by the waiter to wait for Yifan and others to arrive. Boom boom. Yifeng stepped on the accelerator and left Zuanranju after the waiter said goodbye. The Porsche 911 was driving on the coastal highway at a slow speed. The breeze was blowing gently, which was very comfortable. The sea breeze blew through their hair, bringing with it a faint scent of the ocean, leaving all their worries behind. Lang Luoli also lay lazily on the chair, enjoying the wonderful time with Yifeng. Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli's enjoying expression and smiled as well. Lang Luoli's black and shiny hair danced in the wind, and her beautiful facial features were reflected in the soft light and shadow. Her crystal-clear snow-white skin sparkled with an ivory halo, and her soft and white skin was like a fat snow lotus. Lang Luoli's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her watery eyes looked at Yifeng beside her. She seemed to have thought of something and smiled charmingly. The Porsche 911 came to the seaside along the coastal highway. After stopping the car, Yifeng asked Lang Luoli to wait here for a while, and then ran in another direction. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Yifeng ran back from another direction. Yifeng could see Lang Luoli standing outside the car, looking thoughtful, as if thinking about something. Not long after approaching, Lang Luoli noticed Yifeng and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Lang Luoli quickly came to Yifeng's side, not knowing what kind of medicine Yifeng was selling. "Senior Lang, if I had come a little later, you would have become a husband-waiting stone." Yifeng joked with a smile. "I'm not some husband-waiting rock, you're making fun of me, huh?" Lang Luoli turned and walked in another direction. "Senior Lang, why are you so cute even when you're angry?" Yifeng hurriedly chased after her, and seeing Lang Luoli pouting, he thought to himself that something was not good. Lang Luoli has such a cold personality. Could she be really angry when I made fun of her? Fortunately, before Yifeng had a girlfriend, he liked to read some love novels. Men have 3 great weapons: swiping a credit card, driving a sports car with one hand, and making their girlfriends happy. A man who can swipe a credit card, drive a sports car with one hand, and make his girlfriend happy can definitely have his girlfriend under his control. "Senior Lang, I was just joking, please don't be angry, okay?" Yifeng came to Lang Luoli and coaxed her. The latter couldn't help laughing when she saw Yifeng coaxing her. "You're so corny." "Hey hey." Yifeng and Lang Luoli walked side by side and said, "Then we have agreed not to be angry." "You are a fairy. If you are angry, you will not be so fairy anymore. Don't do it again." Yifeng nodded quickly. As expected, romance novels never lie. "Yifeng, do you want to take me to see the sea? It's so beautiful here." Lang Luoli looked at the sparkling blue sea from afar. "In addition to seeing the sea, I will also take you to another place," Yifeng said mysteriously. Lang Luoli was looking forward to what surprise Yifeng would give her. After turning a corner, Lang Luoli was surprised to find that there was an amusement park ahead. "Yifeng knows me too well. He even knows that I want to go to the amusement park. Lang Luoli seemed very excited. She has never been to an amusement park since she was a child. When she was very young, she had to attend various remedial classes. When she grew up a little, she took part in various competitions. Her childhood and adolescence were accompanied by a sea of questions and martial arts. This was her first time to arrive at the entrance of the amusement park. When Yifeng saw Lang Luoli's eyes shining, he knew he had chosen the right place. He took Lang Luoli with him, took out the 2 tickets he had just bought and walked towards the amusement park. Lang Luoli's smile became even brighter. Yifeng, I want to play this carousel. After Lang Luoli entered the amusement park, she was in high spirits and pulled Yifeng towards the carousel. Seeing the other party so happy, Yifan said lovingly, "We'll play whatever game you like." If Lang Luoli is not satisfied with one project, he can play it a few more times. After all, he has so much money that he can't spend it all. Lang Luoli looked at the carousel with a gleam on her face. Yifeng, let's go quickly. After Yifeng and Lang Luoli paid for the tickets, they somehow took out their cell phones to record this wonderful moment. Coincidentally, Lang Luoli turned her head and looked at Yifeng, smiling very sweetly. Yifeng reached out and held Lang Luoli's hand, both of them were very happy. After the carousel ended, Yifeng took Lang Luoli to the nearby roller coaster. Dad! I want to go home. Waves of heart-wrenching screams continued to come from the moving roller coaster. Lang Luoli was a little excited as she saw the scene for the first time. She took Yifeng's hand and said, "I want to play this too." The voice is full of anticipation. Yifeng was a little surprised. Her Professor Lang was completely different from ordinary girls. If some timid girls saw the scene, they would definitely not dare to go up and play. Don't regret it once you go up. Yifeng reminded. I won't regret it. Don't underestimate me. Lang Luoli said unconvinced. She secretly thought in her heart, if I were scared, I would hold your hand, then I would definitely not be scared. Then let's go. Yifeng responded with a smile. The two got on the roller coaster and the staff checked the seatbelts for everyone. After Lang Luoli got on the roller coaster, she looked at the very high track in front of her and suddenly became a little worried. If something happened to the roller coaster, wouldn't it be very dangerous to accompany Yifeng? Yifeng, I'm a little worried about the safety of this roller coaster. If something goes wrong, it would be bad if you and I get hurt together. Seeing Lang Luoli's worried look, Yifeng placed her hand in his palm and said, "It is a blessing to be able to experience dangerous things with a girl as cute, gentle, and kind as you, senior sister Lang." Feeling the warmth of Yifeng's palm, Lang Luoli lowered her head and stammered, I know, please keep your voice down. All the worries in my heart disappeared at this moment. It is such a blessing to have someone who loves me so much in this life. Just as Lang Luoli was daydreaming, the roller coaster started moving madly. Everyone fell madly when the roller coaster reached the highest point. Lang Luoli and Yifeng were sitting in a couple's seat, leaning very close to each other. Lang Luoli was not afraid at all, but just held Yifeng's hand tightly. After the roller coaster completed a circle, it returned to its original position. Yifeng pulled Lang Luoli down from the roller coaster. Senior Lang, how do you feel? Yifeng looked at the silent Lang Luoli and felt a little worried. Lang Luoli remained silent. She said with a little excitement in her voice. Yifeng, it feels so good. Ha! Yifeng was a little surprised. Lang Luoli was really different from ordinary girls. Actually, I was a little worried at first, but after holding your hand, I no longer had any concerns. It felt very exciting. Lang Luoli's eyes were full of stars and she was very excited. Then can we come and play again next time? Yifeng said with a smile. Yes, yes. Lang Luoli agreed happily. Chapter 22 Starry Sky Ferris Wheel. Yifeng took Lang Luoli, who had never been to an amusement park, to experience all the projects, which opened Lang Luoli's eyes. Yifeng, come and take a look at this. Lang Luoli was very happy as she took Yifeng to a small shop selling candy figures. Seeing how excited she was, Yifeng also looked at the exquisite sugar figures in front of him and began to admire them. Lang Luoli looked at these lifelike sugar figures with a look of curiosity on her face, unable to take her eyes away. Miss, would you like a sugar man? The proprietress greeted Lang Luoli warmly when she saw her. Lang Luoli turned around and looked at Yifeng, as if saying, "Can I have one?" When Yifeng saw Lang Luoli like this, how could he not know what she meant? She must want it, but he felt that people would laugh at him for wanting a sugar man at his age. "Ha, woman. Madam Boss, please make 2 for us," Yifeng said, looking at the still charming lady boss. Lang Luoli was very satisfied with what Yifeng said, and secretly thought that Yifeng understood her. "I'll give it to you right away." Lang Luoli and Yifeng sat at the door of the candy shop, looking forward to the appearance of the finished products. The charming proprietress has really good craftsmanship. The syrup keeps changing in her hands and is gradually turning into the shape of a person. It seems that this is the image of Yifeng and Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng in the proprietress's hands, her little face full of anticipation. The proprietress created a picture of Yifeng and Lang Luoli sitting together, which looked very beautiful. After the sugar man was completed, he looked very similar, no matter the posture or body shape, there was nothing to complain about. After Yifeng scanned the code and paid, he handed the candy man to Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli placed the sugar man under the sun. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She thought it would be meaningful to collect it as an item. "Senior Lang, don't you want to eat? If you don't eat it, you won't be able to eat it later," Yifeng kindly reminded. Lang Luoli looked a little lost. "Will this candy man go bad if I don't eat it? I want to keep it with me forever." "Yifeng, this sugar man will melt and fall to the ground." Even though Yifeng kindly reminded her, Lang Luoli still held on tightly to the sugar man she and Yifeng had made, not wanting to eat it. Only when it melted did she accept the fact with some sadness. Yifeng could see Lang Luoli's reluctance, so he spoke to her softly. "Senior Lang, if you want to think like this, I will always be with you, and the sugar man is not that important." Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli and continued. "And the purpose of this sugar man is to eat the other person into his heart, so that the other person can always be in your heart." Yifeng took the candy man from Lang Luoli's hand and took a bite. "Yifeng, you are so bad, you ate my body. No, I will bite your head off." "Humph." Lang Luoli felt that what Yifeng said made sense. It would be good if the most beautiful moment of the sugar man could remain in memory. The most important thing was to cherish the people in front of you. This made Lang Luoli not feel sad. "Senior Lang, you want to bite my head? Which one do you mean?" Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli with a teasing expression. "Isn't there only one head?" Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng with even more confusion, totally unaware of why the other party asked her this. Oh, Professor Lang is really too pure. Yifeng suddenly realized that he had to teach Professor Lang some things well in the future, otherwise he would not be able to experience a lot of happiness. So Yifeng told Lang Luoli a story about a little rabbit picking mushrooms. Lang Luoli's face instantly turned red. "Yifeng, you are such a big hooligan. Such a bad guy, you are really annoying." Lang Luoli patted Yifeng's shoulder shyly. Yifeng had a wicked smile on his face, looking like a man who understood everything. The time they spent together always passed quickly, and the sky gradually darkened. Yifeng and Lang Luoli only had one Ferris wheel left to experience. This was also done intentionally by Yifeng, because the Ferris wheel is the most romantic at night. "If we go out to play during the day, one tea we get tan like bacon?" Yifeng and Lang Luoli bought couple tickets, so the staff naturally arranged them to sit in the Ferris wheel seat reserved for couples. They then waited for the Ferris wheel to slowly rise into the air. When the Ferris wheel started to turn, it was getting closer and closer to the sky, and Lang Luoli's face became more and more excited. Yifeng and Lang Luoli looked at the scene outside the glass together. Everything began to become very small, like stars, which was very interesting. Lang Luoli looked at the starry sky again. They seemed very close to her, as if she could obtain them. They were so beautiful that they made her intoxicated. "Yifeng, every time I look up at the starry sky, I feel how insignificant I am." When Lang Luoli was alone before, she would look up at the starry sky whenever she had time. The longer she spent, the deeper her understanding of this became. Yifeng consciously approached Lang Luoli, held her hand, and said very gently, "Senior Lang, you may be thinking too far ahead. Although the endless galaxy is vast and all human beings are just a drop in the ocean. No matter how we think about it, nothing will change. It's not just the Milky Way or other things. I don't care. What I care about is that you are always by my side. Senior Lang, I am so lucky that you agreed to be my girlfriend." Chapter 23 Beach Concert. If Lang Luoli rested her head on Yifeng's shoulder, quietly enjoying the beauty of the moment. At this time, Yifeng heard the system prompt sound. System prompt: the host and the person he confessed his love to, Langluoli, had a perfect date and were rewarded with professor-level music proficiency. Professor-level skill reward? Yifeng knew that the professor-level skill reward was an SSS-level reward, which was the highest skill reward the system could currently issue. Congratulations to the host for achieving professor-level singing proficiency. I will give the host 1,000 famous songs by top musicians. These songs will enter the host's memory. These 1,000 famous songs by top musicians will be completely erased from the current world by the system and will completely belong to the host from now on. After the system prompt, Yifeng found that in addition to SSS-level professor-level physics proficiency, SS-level grandmaster martial arts proficiency, a level massage proficiency, and a level cooking proficiency, he now had SSS-level professor-level music proficiency, and was also given 1,000 famous songs by various top musicians. This was definitely a huge fortune. Yifeng is now extremely proficient in all aspects of music knowledge. No matter whether he is asked to write lyrics or music, produce accompaniment, or perform live, he can do his best without any surprise. These things seem to be something he was born with and he is very skilled at them. In addition to professor-level mastery of physics, I have now also gained professor-level mastery of music. The system seems to sense that I want to become a genius student. The next step is to look forward to skill rewards in other subjects. I hope the system can give me more support in the future. Yifeng thought silently. If anyone knew what Yifeng was thinking now, they would definitely point their fingers at him and call him Versailles. How could he let others live? This skill seems to be very attractive to girls. It's actually dispensable to me. After all, I'm so handsome that even without this skill, countless girls would think about me day and night. The Ferris wheel slowly stopped. It was late at night, and Yifeng wanted to take Langluoli to leave the amusement park and go eat something. After all, from lunch until now, the two of them had only eaten a Candyman together. The two of them played for so long that they were exhausted. There are many seafood restaurants near the beach. Being located by the sea, the seafood is also fresh. Yifeng and Langluoli were eating seafood and chatting. Many boys were envious of Yifeng for having such a beautiful woman by his side. After eating seafood, there was a beach nearby where they could take a walk together. After a day of dating, the two could already walk hand in hand very naturally. There was a very lively bonfire party near the beach, and some people were singing there, which attracted the attention of Yifeng and Langluoli. This person's singing level can only be said to be slightly better than the average level of KTV. If he is lucky, he can become a small internet celebrity. We came to the campfire, where there were some musical instruments. At this moment, a boy was playing the guitar and singing, attracting a lot of people. This person's singing seems to be better than that of ordinary people. No wonder so many people gather here. Langluoli said to Yifeng while listening to the song. It is true that she is only slightly better than ordinary people, but much worse than me. Yifeng nodded in agreement with Langluoli's statement. You can sing? How come I didn't know this? Langluoli had heard many teachers praise Yifeng, except for the music teacher. Senior Lang wants to hear it, so I'll show off my ugliness. Yifeng walked towards the man who had finished singing the song. After discussing with him for a while, the man looked at Langluoli and gave Yifeng a thumbs up. The boy not only gave Yifeng the microphone, but also gave him the guitar. Yifeng tried the sound of the microphone, and then said to everyone, "Thank you for your understanding in giving me a chance to perform. Next I will sing one of my original songs to express my feelings to my girlfriend." The system gave him the rights to 1,000 famous songs by top musicians. He couldn't let the system go to waste, so he prepared to sing a song he liked very much if it were then. Wow! What a courageous little brother. His girlfriend is so happy. And he's so talented. He can write his own songs, original songs. Dude, you're awesome. Brother, I'm rooting for you. Brother, I support you too. Everyone praised Yifeng for his bravery. The name of this song is Why Not? I hope you like it. If I don't sing it well, please don't throw rotten eggs at me. Everyone was amused by Yifeng's words. After Yifeng adjusted the tone of the guitar, he began his performance. A strange and moving melody was played by Yifeng. Everyone felt that this tune sounded very pleasant. The sound of Yifeng playing and singing by himself came slowly. You and I once had a common hobby. Whose ears are always lingering with quatrains. It's really funny when we talk in classical Chinese. And he laughed at Chow Chow for being greedy for Xiao Chow. Yi Feng's singing was like a blockbuster bomb, making everyone intoxicated. Brother, your singing is like the sound of nature. One girl couldn't help but praise. Hypocrisy. Another girl next to her quickly signaled her to be quiet. Lang Luoli was also so surprised that she stared at Yi Feng, unable to take her eyes off him. She didn't expect Yi Feng's singing to be so pleasant to the ear, and the lyrics were very creative, much better than many professional singing voices, which made her couldn't help but smile. The song that Yi Feng was singing while playing the guitar floated in the wind. The sky is gray, the rain is falling, and the vision is blurry. I feel your importance at this moment. Love is gone, heart is gone, you said you were leaving. I sing the last ancient ballad for you. More and more people gathered here to enjoy Yi Feng's singing, and many of them recorded this scene with their mobile phones. The red rain poured down and brought up memories. How can I hide? Your beautiful eyes are still flowing in my heart. The last period was sprinkled at the ferry. If it were always like the first time we met, why would there be any sadness in parting? Until Yi Feng finished singing a song, everyone was still immersed in his singing, feeling sorry for the two people in the song, until someone applauded. Pa pa pa. Everyone came back to their senses and applauded together. Many people did not expect that Yi Feng was not only courageous, but also very capable. Lang Luoli put the phone back into her pocket. Among all the people, she was the only one who recorded the entire process of Yi Feng singing. At first, she wanted to treat it as Yi Feng's Black History, but it unexpectedly became a treasure video. You sing really well. She definitely won't show this video to anyone else, she will only enjoy it by herself, hee hee. Brother, can you sing another song? Brother, please sing another song. Although everyone was very enthusiastic, Yi Feng just wanted to spend some time alone with Lang Luoli, so he could only bow and say goodbye to everyone, then pull Lang Luoli away from the crowded crowd quickly. Chapter 24. I almost slipped the tongue. Yi Feng and Lang Luoli walked very quickly and stopped only when they were far away from the beach. Everyone was too enthusiastic, and if they didn't leave now, they would be stuck. The scene just now was really lively. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Lang Luoli, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Yi Feng, you are a very good singer. I am really impressed by you. Lang Luoli looked at Yi Feng with admiration in her eyes. Yi Feng held Lang Luoli's hand and said with a smile, I am a real person who never reveals his true colors. I am very powerful in many ways. So what you mean is that you still have many secrets that I don't know? Lang Luoli looked at Yi Feng with eyes full of wisdom. The bad thing about having a girlfriend who was too smart is that there are no secrets in front of her. Yi Feng complained silently in his heart. In order to prevent Lang Luoli from asking too many questions, Yi Feng quickly said, Senior Lang, it's already late today, shall I take you home first? But I still want to hang out with you for a while longer. Lang Luoli said a little aggrievedly. Yi Feng comforted her, we can continue shopping next time we go on a date. Next date? Lang Luoli looked very expectant, as if she was thinking about what to do on her next date. Seeing this rare opportunity, Yi Feng quickly pulled her into the Porsche 911. During this date, they have visited many places together, and Lang Luoli is very satisfied. There were fewer vehicles on the road at night, and Yi Feng quickly sent Lang Luoli back to her single dormitory at Peking University. The people who live here are all students from wealthy families at Peking University. They are all preparing to rest during this time, so it seems very quiet. Sitting in the passenger seat of Yi Feng's Porsche 911, Lang Luoli felt a little reluctant to leave. My first date is over. Today's date made her very happy, and the relationship between the two became much closer. Yi Feng, are you happy going on a date with me? Lang Luoli asked. Yi Feng nodded without hesitation, of course I am very happy. That's good. I was worried that you would feel bored when dating me. Lang Luoli breathed a sigh of relief. I will be very happy to be with you, senior sister Lang, no matter what we do. Yi Feng's mouth was as sweet as honey. Sweet talk, I'm leaving now, see you tomorrow. Lang Luoli unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car. Goodbye, Senior Lang. Goodbye. Yi Feng looked at Lang Luoli's graceful figure as she left, and began to look forward to their next date. Yi Feng returned to the courtyard and found Mu Xinxi sleeping in a rocking chair in the yard. Xiaofeng, why are you back so late today? After hearing the door open, Mu Xinxi opened her eyes in a daze. Make an appointment with senior sister Lang, to discuss the Riemann hypothesis. Yi Feng was shocked, Sigma, LLL, damn, I almost let the cat out of the bag. Yifeng was so happy being with Lang Luoli today that he felt so elated that he almost slipped up, but luckily he recovered. Lang Luoli from Peking University? She is indeed an excellent girl, but it's a pity that she is not interested in men. Mu Xinzi felt a little regretful. Aunt, you should go back to your room and rest. It's easy to catch a cold if you sleep outside. Yifeng reminded. Well, Xiaofeng, you are right. Mu Xinzi stood up lazily and prepared to walk towards the room, but fell to the ground after just a few steps. This scared Yifeng so much that he hurried forward to see what was going on. Auntie, are you okay? Yifeng helped Mu Xinzi up and found that she had fallen asleep peacefully. I was so sleepy that I fell asleep. After Yifeng found out it was a false alarm, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aunt, you are too sleepy. Let me take you back to your room to rest. Xiaofeng, I'm not sleepy. The sleeping Mu Xinzi suddenly uttered something in her sleep. Now she closed her eyes, revealing her long eyelashes, and her beautiful facial features looked clear and transparent under the moonlight. My aunt's body was so soft that Yifeng felt that if he didn't support her, she would sleep in the yard all night. I have to say, the sleeping Mu Xinzi is as beautiful as the sleeping beauty in the story. But she is his aunt, and Yifeng has no evil thoughts. Helping Mu Xinzi back to her room, a faint fragrance wafted out. This made Yifeng a little strange. Why did the room become fragrant after his aunt lived there? And the room was kept very clean and tidy. The previously empty table now had a makeup mirror, some of my aunt's favorite skincare products, and her favorite snacks. Yifeng helped Mu Xinzi onto the bed and said, Aunt, you should have a good rest. I want to go back and rest too. The sleeping Mu Xinzi did not respond to Yifeng, but instead adjusted herself to a more comfortable sleeping position. Just this sleeping position. Under the moonlight, Mu Xinzi's snow-white face appeared in front of Yifeng. Yifeng was slightly stunned and definitely didn't look at it carefully. Oh. Auntie, it's very indecent of you to behave like this. Luckily, I just saw it by accident. If another man saw this, wouldn't he be in big trouble? Mu Xinzi didn't realize that her comfortable sleeping position under the moonlight opened Yifeng's eyes. Perhaps feeling a little bit of coolness, Mu Xinzi changed her sleeping position. Yifeng came back to his senses. If his aunt knew that he didn't believe what he saw, she would beat him to death. I didn't see anything. So he covered Mu Xinzi with a blanket and prepared to leave. System prompt: host covers Mu Xinzi with a blanket, promotes the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and is rewarded with 5 S-level card fragments. Looking at the reward given by the system, Yifeng made up his mind to take better care of his aunt in the future, so that she would not be able to take care of herself. Hey, all the S-level card fragments, come to my bowl. Chapter 25 Physical Fitness Test. Yifeng made breakfast in the morning, and after obtaining a wave of S-level card fragments from Mu Xinzi, he found that the number of S-level card fragments had reached 166. So he chose the synthesis function and directly exchanged for an S-level card. Ding, host, please select the S-level card type as a skill type reward or an item level reward. Yifeng, skill reward. Yifeng now feels that as a scholar, he still lacks proficiency in skills. It is important for him to acquire more skills related to university subjects. Congratulations to the host for his good fortune. The reward has been doubled and he has obtained the master level of sports. The host's current skills are Professor level Physics Proficiency, SSS level, Professor level Music Proficiency, SSS level, Athlete level Sports Proficiency, SS level, Grandmaster level Martial Arts Proficiency, SS level, Cooking Proficiency, a level, Massage Proficiency, a level. After the reward was doubled, Yifeng was very happy to directly obtain the SS level reward. This was a way to spend the least fragments and accomplish the biggest thing. Especially after Yifeng obtained the athlete level physical proficiency, he could clearly feel that his body had been greatly strengthened. Looking at his attribute list, except for intelligence, all others had increased a little. Host, Yifeng. Intelligence, 5. Strength, 6. Speed, 6. The average person has 3 indicators of 2. Feeling the huge changes happening in his body, Yifeng thought to himself that even if he made Professor Lang angry in the future, it would not be so easy for her to beat him up again. This made Yifeng's eyes light up. After obtaining the SS level athlete's physical proficiency, I can get such a great enhancement. Then, if I obtain the SSS level, won't I be able to make another leap forward and even surpass Professor Lang? At that time, if Professor Lang wanted to kill her husband to prove her faith, it would not be so easy. My fate is in my own hands. Putting all these messy thoughts behind him, Yifeng headed towards Beijing University. When he arrived at the classroom, he found that it was time for physical education class. If it weren't for the note left by Wang Shiran, Yifeng would have almost forgotten about this matter. Yifeng ran towards the gymnasium quickly. He was running very fast now and arrived in front of the physical education teacher in a short while. In response, Yifeng could only apologize and return to the queue. When the physical education teacher saw that the person who was late was Yifeng, he didn't say much. It was a great honor for him to have such a young master come to class. Everyone is here. Today's class will test everyone's physical fitness. Everyone, warm up and prepare for the test. Everyone heard what the physical education teacher said, and many people were disappointed that they could no longer play freely. Some of the more cunning girls told the physical education teacher that they were on their period and then went to a cool place to play catch up. Yifeng listened to many people nearby complaining quietly, wishing he could be a girl so that he wouldn't have to take the physical test. Then Yifeng looked at Wang Shiran and asked, "Why don't you ever take a break during physical education class?" Wang Shiran said with a smile, "Being with them is not as fun as being with you, brother Yifeng." Yifeng. Now Yifeng actually has no interest in Wang Shiran. He just wants to become a good student with all-round development in moral, intellectual, physical and aesthetic aspects, and how to develop all subjects to professor level. As for this physical fitness test, Yifeng was more interested in it than anyone else. After all, he had just achieved master-level sports proficiency, and he was looking forward to his own sports superb. Under Yifeng's expectant eyes, the physical fitness test was about to begin. This time the test is a 100-meter sprint. The physical education teacher will use a professional timer to record everyone's results and observe everyone's physical fitness. Although many students were reluctant to take this kind of physical test, they did not dare to refuse to participate. Those who can work as physical education teachers at Kyoto University were all athletes on the national team. If you offend them, you will definitely suffer the consequences. Yifeng and Wang Shiran were sitting in the middle. While waiting, they chatted with each other and did some warm-up exercises. The 100-meter sprint is an event that can produce results relatively quickly, and it will soon be Yifeng and Wang Shiran's turn. Wang Shiran ranked higher than Yifeng. Like many girls, she finished the 100 meters in about 20 seconds. Girls are generally slower than boys in the 100-meter sprint, which is understandable and everyone thinks it is normal. When Wang Shiran finished, she waved and called out to Yifeng from the finish line, "Brother Yifeng, come on." At Wang Shiran's call, Yifeng also came to the preparation position. Now he is a master of sports. His sprinting movements before running are very professional, which made the physical education teacher raise his eyebrows and look at Yifeng twice. Now Yifeng's whole body is in a state of readiness. As long as the physical education teacher gives the order, he can burst out at the fastest speed. Now Yifeng really wants to know what state his physical fitness will be in. Now he can fully exert all his strength and unleash all his potential. Yifeng's eyes kept looking at the finish line in front of him. He did not focus all his attention on his body, waiting for the physical education teacher's order. Preparation. Start. At the command of the physical education teacher, a powerful impact force burst out from Yifeng's whole body, and the terrifying speed made him disappear on the spot in an instant. Many people around Yifeng had not yet reacted to what was happening when they found that Yifeng had disappeared from the spot. In addition, they also noticed that after Yifeng ran away, a strong wind blew towards them. The speed was shocking. Too fast. Everyone who saw the scene was thinking silently in their hearts, and had no other thoughts. Chapter 26 Shocked PE Teacher. Zhao Wulai is a top physical education teacher at Peking University and also a top athlete of Daxia. He once won a gold medal on the world stage on behalf of Daxia. As a physical education teacher at Kyoto University, I hope to discover a new sports star here so that everyone's sports career can be taken to a higher level. However, in all his years at Kyoto University, he had never met any students who were particularly talented in sports. Most people focused on academic subjects, and for many students, sports were just a form of entertainment and were not taken particularly seriously. After so many years at Peking University, Zhao Wulai has gradually let go of this matter. After all, many things will not have results just because you force them. Gradually, he lost the enthusiasm he once had, and just wanted to let these students exercise more in his physical education class. Zhao Wulai was relaxed and was in a relatively relaxed state in every physical education class. He was not too strict with these students. Even for the physical fitness test, there is no requirement for everyone to compare how long it takes to complete it. There are even boys who are seriously overweight and took a whole minute to run 100 meters, but they didn't get angry. Now he can be said to be quite Buddhist. No matter what happens, he won't feel the slightest ripple in his heart. But in the next moment, the blood in his body began to boil, just because a student burst out with amazing potential on the playground. He was like a thunder, disappearing from the spot in an instant, and then instantly appeared at the finish line, right in front of him. How fast! Before Zhao Wulai could react, the test had already ended. With a look of disbelief on his face, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. In his mind, the student's elegant figure could not be erased. For other students before, when they gave the order, it took them about 0.6 seconds to start running. Even some students with faster reaction speeds needed 0.4 seconds. Professional athletes took about 0.2 seconds to react. Yi Feng's reaction speed was astonishingly only 0.1 seconds. Yi Feng's explosive power and crazy running speed shocked even this professional athlete, and even scared him. Compared with others, he is not on the same level at all. 100-meter sprint, keeping the speed within 10 seconds. This terrifying data echoed in Zhao Wulai's mind, and then his expression gradually became crazy, with feelings of surprise, excitement and exhilaration appearing at the same time. Yi Feng brought him endless surprises. Yi Feng, who had just run to the finish line, was also shocked by himself. He could feel how fast and terrifying his speed was. So when he was running, he deliberately slowed down a bit. If his results were too amazing, it would seem too scary. However, Yi Feng, who had slowed down, was still completely locked by Zhao Wulai. Zhao Wulai felt that Yi Feng was slowing down after a rapid burst, and he was not surprised, nor did he think much about it. Yi Feng is now very clear in his mind about his own limits, which are not particularly earth-shattering, so he is very satisfied. But even so, many girls were already crazy about him, and Wang Xiran, who was in the lead, had already started cheering for Yi Feng. "Brother Yi Feng, you are really awesome." Everyone's eyes were on Yi Feng. Even some people from nearby classes noticed Yi Feng. Although they didn't know how long Yi Feng had been running, his running speed was obviously much faster than that of ordinary people. He was on a completely different level. Zhao Wulai looked at Yi Fan as if he had discovered a piece of precious jade. Who would have thought that a boy who looked thin and weak could have such great potential? He was already very excited. Yi Feng's movements show that he has received professional training, which means that he is a very hard-working and persistent person, which is why he is so good at running. Generally, people who only get interested for a short time cannot achieve what Yi Feng has done. Zhao Wu looked at the timer. 9.99. Zhao Wulai looked at this exciting number and couldn't help but tremble. Genius, this is definitely a sports genius. He broke the 10-second mark, Zhao Wulai knew very well what this data meant, and it made him tremble uncontrollably. In the entire Great Xia country, there were few people who could break the 10-second mark, but now Yi Feng actually did it. He is still just a student, not a professional athlete. Even if he is trained, it would not be the professional level training of the national team, which shows that he still has endless potential. Thinking in this way, Yi Feng's future is really full of infinite possibilities. A student who was training as an amateur broke the 10-second mark. As a former national level athlete, Zhao Wulai knew very well what this matter meant. This means that as long as the other party receives professional training, there is a lot of room for improvement. If given the chance, you can even win the world championship. You have to know that on this track, Daxia country has never had a champion, and no athlete can compare with those foreign flying men on this track. If Yi Feng can achieve this level, it will definitely shock the whole country. Thinking of this, Zhao Wulai quickly made up his mind and walked towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng, who had just run to explain, took the water handed to him by Wang Xiran and looked at Zhao Wulai. "Teacher Zhao, how long have I been running?" Yi Feng asked curiously. He didn't know what Zhao Wulai was thinking at the moment, and he didn't know that the other party wanted him to contribute to the country's sports cause. Now he just wanted to know what his actual strength was. "Student Yi Feng, 9.99 seconds. Student Yi Feng, you really surprised me." Zhao Wulai was completely unaware of how excited he was at the moment. He stared at Yi Feng, fearing that he would disappear before his eyes. Yi Feng was startled. I have controlled my speed so well, and yet I can still achieve this result. If I had known earlier, I would have run slower. After all, this result is really scary. It can be said that my sprinting speed is among the best in the entire Daxia kingdom. Ahem. Classmate Yifeng, do you want to join the national team? You are extremely talented, and it would be a huge loss if you don't join the national team. Everyone on the side was shocked by what Zhao Wulai said. Can Yifeng join the national team? National team? The corners of Yifeng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This word had extraordinary visual and auditory impact. Yes. Classmate Yifeng, you are definitely the most talented student I have ever seen in all these years. Now your grades are good enough to enter the national team. Zhao Wulai said to Yifeng very affirmatively, looking at him with eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 27. Sorry, I need to study hard. The national team is the lifelong dream of countless athletes and the goal that countless people strive for. But Yifeng was not moved at all, and there was no ripple in his heart. If he had been invited to join the national team in his previous life, he would have joined without hesitation. That was his only chance to stand out in his previous life. But now he has many choices, and the system can bring him unlimited possibilities. After joining the national team, he was able to show amazing results in various sports, results that even made the whole world feel incredible. But this was not Yifeng's original intention, nor was it what he wanted to pursue. Joining the national team is the only chance for many people to make a breakthrough, but it is not Yifeng's only choice. Yifeng doesn't really need this opportunity now, and isn't even very interested in it. Moreover, Yifeng was still thinking about one thing. He had only obtained SS-level sports proficiency. As long as he tried his best, he would definitely be one of the top athletes in Daxia. However, once you have achieved SS-level proficiency in mathematics, or SSS-level proficiency in other academic subjects, and concentrate on research, the achievements you will make will be dazzling. How cool it would be to achieve top cultural achievements in the Great Xia Kingdom. Especially in the Great Xia Kingdom, where everything is inferior except for studying, reaching the top in study is like climbing to the sky. It is an unattainable thing for many poor students. It requires not only hard work but also talent. Now that he has the system, he has a great advantage over others. As a result, the national team is indeed less attractive to Yifeng and cannot make him interested. However, Zhao Wulai didn't know what Yifeng was thinking and kept persuading him, but Yifeng had already made up his mind. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I just want to study hard now. I want to develop in the academic world in the future. I am not considering developing in sports for the time being. Yifeng's tone was firm as he rejected Zhao Wulai's invitation. His words made Zhao Wulai stop talking instantly. He looked at Yifeng in disbelief, as if there was something wrong with his ears. What did you say? Zhao Wulai said hurriedly. Student Yifeng, as long as you join the national team and become a professional athlete, this honor will accompany you throughout your life. Yifeng could feel the other party's sincerity, but he had made up his mind and would not waver. Mr. Zhao, thank you for your kindness, but I really don't want to join the national team. Yifeng's tone was very firm, without the slightest hesitation. Zhao Wulai knew that no matter how he tried to persuade him, it would be in vain. Zhao Wulai was once a world champion and was very proud. Normally, he would never lower himself to communicate with someone like this. Even when he met the president of Kyoto University, they were both equals. Now he is very humble. Only when he met a genius like Yifeng would he adopt this attitude and said unyieldingly, Student Yifeng, are you really not considering joining the national team? The coaches there have many friends of mine. As long as you go, I can take special care of you. After you retire, I can also let you be a physical education teacher in any college. Zhao Wulai believed that Yifeng's talent would lead to great results, and he also had his own network of connections. As long as Yifeng was willing to join the national team, he could use all his resources to help him. Yifeng couldn't help but be moved by Zhao Wulai's ability to achieve such a level. But he didn't want to be just a physical education teacher in the future, he wanted to touch something more advanced. Mr. Zhao, you are a good teacher, but I can't promise you. Even though Zhao Wulai tried his best, he was unable to convince Yifeng, and could only regretfully give the physical examination to other people. Wang Xiran, who was standing by, admired Yifeng even more. Brother Yifeng is always a god. After the physical education class, Zhao Wulai did not continue to persuade Yifeng. The other party's attitude was already very firm, so he could only rack his brains to think of other ways. Peking University, Lang Luoli's exclusive lounge. Lang Luoli called her best friend. Luoli, this is really surprising that you would take the initiative to call me. You definitely don't miss me. Mina's voice came from the phone. There are some things I can't figure out recently, and I want to discuss it with you. You have to give me some good advice. Lang Luwali said seriously. Mina was no longer joking and said, if there is something that can stump you, then I will tell you everything I know. Okay then. Lang Luwali said, do you still remember when we discussed love before? Mina thought for a moment and said, I know. Last time we talked about shopping, eating, and watching a movie. So what do you think two people in love can do besides these things? Lang Luwali felt that she had already eaten and gone shopping with Yifeng, and the only thing left to watch was a movie, so she came to Mina for advice. Then of course we'll have sex together. Mina said seriously. Lang Luwali rolled her eyes, that's not what I meant. I wanted to ask you, what else can you do to make the two of you closer? Rotating in bed will definitely make two people closer. Mina said seriously, this kind of thing, as long as you do it, it will definitely make the relationship grow crazily. Is there no other way? Lang Luwali frowned. Mina thought for a moment and said, if eating, shopping, and watching movies are the only things that can be done, then there is nothing we can do. Tell me about it. Of course it's holding hands and kissing. Mina gave a responsible answer. Holding hands and kissing? Yes, people in love must hold hands, hug, and kiss each other. This is the correct way to start a relationship. Lang Luwali's ears suddenly turned red. She and Yifeng had already held hands in the amusement park, but they still had to think about kissing for a while. I understand. Let's talk next time. Bye. Mina was hung up by Lang Luwali, and she was a little confused as to why the other party asked her these questions. Maybe it's because her younger classmates didn't study hard, so she gave them special attention? That student was truly pitiful and Lang Luwali paid special attention to him. I guess I won't be able to date my little lover during this period of time. After all, she and Lang Luwali have known each other for so many years, and she knows that the other party will definitely not fall in love. In the lounge, Lang Luwali opened a folder on the computer and wrote down kisses and hugs. How about a hug first? But if I, a girl, take the initiative to hug someone, will people think I'm too frivolous? Lang Luwali looked like she was thinking very seriously. Chapter 28 Hot Video. Noon. Lu Ruyan passed by Lang Luwali's lounge and heard strange noises inside. She is usually taken care of by the other party in her studies, and naturally helps Lang Luwali deal with various work matters. The lounge is a very important place for Lang Luwali, just like the boudoir, it is of top priority and no accidents must happen there. Lang Luwali did not have any compulsory classes today, so naturally she would not be in the lounge. Why were there strange noises in there? Who dares to sneak around in Senior Lang's lounge? How bold! Lu Ruyan quickly opened the data room and looked inside. Senior Lang? Why are you here? Lu Ruyan was very surprised. Lang Luwali is now holding a book and knitting something while reading the contents of the book. There are a lot of balls of wool beside her. Senior Sister Lang? What are you doing? Lu Ruyan had no idea what was going on. I'm knitting a scarf. Lang Luwali said. Knitting a scarf? Lu Ruyan looked at the mess of strange threads in Lang Luwali's hand, which seemed to have little to do with the scarf. Are you sure you can take this thing out? Lang Luwali frowned slightly. I have clearly knitted according to the method in this book. Why does the scarf look so weird? Like an alien object? Lu Ruyan asked very cautiously, Senior Lang, what kind of thread are you using? Lang Luwali pointed at the balls of thread and said, these are the finest silks that I have carefully selected. They will definitely be very comfortable to weave into scarves. Lu Ruyan was speechless. Lang Luwali seems to know nothing about this. Senior Lang, although silk scarves are very comfortable and beautiful, they are not easy to shape when knitted by hand, and they are extremely easy to damage. Therefore, it is not recommended to use this material to knit scarves. Lang Luwali thought for a moment, what material would be better? Lu Ruyan took the needle and thread from Lang Luwali. I can help you with this kind of thing. You don't have to do it yourself. It's a waste of time. Lang Luwali looked at Lu Ruyan, I don't want to give up halfway on this kind of thing. In fact, she just felt that the weather was getting cooler and wanted to knit a scarf for Yifeng. As a caring girlfriend, this is basic. Senior Sister Lang is indeed much better than me in other aspects, but when it comes to needlework, I seem to know more about it than you, Senior Sister Lang. Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Really? Lang Luwali seemed to have seen a savior, then you can teach me how to knit a scarf. Lu Ruyan, huh? After getting rid of Zhao Wulai, Yifeng finally returned to the classroom and leaned back in his seat. Life at Kyoto University is more comfortable, and he doesn't want this kind of life to be disrupted. Usually he would have a love affair with Lang Luoli, then take advantage of his aunt, and then tease Wang Shiran. The landlords in the past were not so comfortable. Then my personality changes were noticed by some people, and gradually some bold girls began to talk to me. I guess in the future my reputation as the devil of Peking University will be changed to the little white dragon of the waves. Brother Yifeng. Wang Shiran's voice came from outside the door, and the little girl walked towards him quickly with her hands behind her back. Brother Yifeng, I finally found you. Weren't you all next to me during the physical education class just now? After Yifeng discovered that he had demonstrated excellent physical fitness in physical education class, the little girl admired him even more. I really want to see you. Wang Shiran took out a small bag from behind him and placed it in front of Yifeng. What is this? Yifeng asked curiously. Wang Shiran couldn't wait to explain. These are the wool socks I knitted for you recently. They will definitely keep you warm. Can you knit socks? Yifeng opened the bag and saw pairs of cute-looking wool socks inside. So pink. These are Shiran brand wool socks, Brother Yifeng, come and try them on. Wearing pink socks in front of so many people? Yifeng felt a little overwhelmed. He has never worn pink socks in his life. However, after Yifeng noticed that Wang Shiran had several hemostatic patches on his fingers, he picked up a pair and put them on when no one was paying attention. These wool socks are really warm and soft. Are you comfortable? Wang Shiran looked at Yifeng expectantly. It's really comfortable. Wow, that's great. Wang Shiran was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. Brother Yifeng, if you like, I can also knit Peppa Pig socks for you. Thank you, but it's not necessary. I can also knit socks for Teletubbies. After being pestered by Wang Shiran for a while, Yifeng asked her to hand in her homework quickly. Finally I had some free time and took out my phone and found a video that was going viral on the internet. This video was shot when I was singing Why Not at a bonfire on the beach. Countless people reposted, liked, and commented on this video. This singing level is definitely better than countless professional singers. This is an original song. The creative ability is terrifying. Brother, you are definitely a rising star. I'm a talent scout. Does anyone know this boy's information? I want to ask him if he has any idea of entering the entertainment industry. How many singers can have such terrifying skills just by playing and singing? This guy is about to catch up with me. The number of views of this video on the internet has exceeded 100 million at the fastest speed, but Yifeng doesn't care much about it. He just wants to study hard and make progress every day. But what he didn't expect was that the video would become so popular that it could be transmitted from person to person and quickly spread throughout Peking University. Chapter 29 Lang Luoli's Fatal Question. The sun was setting the next day. Lu Rian found Yifeng and asked him to go to Lang Luoli's lounge. Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Did Lang Luoli also see that video? I am really popular now. Student Yifeng? Seeing that Yifeng was unmoved, Lu Rian called out again. Yifeng stopped thinking and said, I'll be there right away. After turning off his phone and putting it in his pocket, Yifeng headed towards Lang Luoli's lounge. Lang Luoli looked at the scarf she had knitted herself, feeling very nervous and excited. Seeing someone coming towards the lounge, he quickly restored himself to his normal state. Here I come. Seeing Yifeng walk into the office and come to her. Senior Sister Lang, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Yifeng said apologetically. Today, all the shared bicycles at Kyoto University were ridden away, so he had to walk here. Not long. I just spent a while processing the documents. After saying that, he continued typing on the keyboard. Senior Sister Lang. Yifeng was a little at a loss. Why are you hesitating? Your computer monitor is not plugged in. Lang Luoli was a little embarrassed, so she said, I've been practicing blind typing recently, you may not know. Lang Luoli couldn't help but blushing. Yifeng is so bad. There are only two of us in the lounge, so you don't have to be too serious. Lang Luoli said. Yifeng smiled innocently and said, Senior Sister Lang, do you think I am not a serious person? Do you think any decent guy would date his senior? Lang Luoli rolled her eyes at him. Lang Luoli's words made a lot of sense, and Yifeng was a little speechless. Seeing him like this, Langluwali seemed to have won the game back. Take a look at this. Langluwali placed a very exquisite scarf on the table in front of Yifeng. Looking at this very exquisite and textured wool scarf, Yifeng was a little dumbfounded. Senior Lang. I recently had the urge to try knitting a scarf, so I tried it out. The temperature has dropped recently, so I'll give it to you to keep warm. Yifeng finally understood why he hadn't seen Langluwali in recent days. It turned out that she was knitting a scarf for himself. This is not just a whim, this is clearly a scarf I knitted for myself with great care. Senior Lang, what did you just say? Did you knit this scarf yourself? Yifeng was shocked. Legend has it that Langluwali is someone who would never touch needlework, and it is said that she is even unfamiliar with threading a needle. Of course not. Langluwali nodded proudly. Pick up the scarf and put it around your neck, feeling the softness of the scarf. Seconds. Yifeng was very surprised. Langluwali quickly asked, is it comfortable to wear? Yifeng fondled the scarf and praised it sincerely. It's so comfortable, senior sister Lang, you make me so comfortable. Yifeng is not exaggerating, it's just that this scarf is knitted so well. This scarf must have been given special care after it was knitted to be so beautiful. That's great. Langluwali was also very happy. In this way, my efforts over the past 2 days have not been in vain. With her intelligence, she can learn anything very quickly. Following Lu Ruyan's guidance, she quickly mastered the tricks of needlework. But it still took me 2 days of continuous effort to finally finish knitting this scarf. Yifeng looked at Langluwali's beautiful face and was touched. Senior Lang, you were so kind. Langluwali was secretly delighted, but she remained unmoved as she said, I just wanted to practice on a whim. It's not specially knitted for you. You don't have to be too touched. Even though I said that, the air became very sweet. How could Yifeng not know Langluwali's character? He came to her side, put the scarf next to her and said, Senior Lang, you should warm up too. Langluwali only felt a very warm feeling coming from the scarf, her heart was beating wildly, and she just lay there motionless like a puppet. Langluwali sat motionless on the chair, with Yifeng holding her hand. She could feel the masculine and strong aura coming from Yifeng's hand, and her pretty face gradually turned red. This was their second time holding hands, but the feeling of physical intimacy was still hard to resist. Senior Lang, if you feel hot, you can put the scarf on me. Yifeng said when he saw Langluwali's pretty face flushed. Langluwali said in panic, You are holding my hand. Hey. Yifeng then let go of her hand, I can't help myself, senior sister Lang, you are too charming. I don't blame you. Langluwali didn't look at the other person and felt her palms were empty. Seeing Yifeng looking a little embarrassed, Langluwali mustered up all her courage and put her hand back into Yifeng's palm. My hands are a little cold. Senior Lang. Yifeng was a little surprised, and then looked at Langluwali with ecstasy. Langluwali was extremely shy and quickly said, Don't keep looking at me, help me plug in the computer. Receive. Yifeng quickly plugged the computer into his computer with his other hand, and then the two of them smiled at each other. He didn't even answer Langluwali's phone when it rang. The two of them were enjoying the warmth of the moment in the lounge, and Langluwali suddenly asked, Yifeng has something I want to ask you. Senior Lang, please tell me. Why did you give up everything to confess your love to me that day? Am I really that good? Although Langluwali was very shy, she looked into Yifeng's eyes bravely. Langluwali knew her reputation in Peking University, and no boy dared to approach her. Logically speaking, Yifeng would not confess his feelings to her. Yifeng quickly said, Because you are extremely beautiful. Beautiful? Langluwali was a little surprised. Yes, you are so beautiful, with phoenix eyebrows and bright eyes, and your glance is alluring and captivating. You have a delicate nose, skin as white as snow, and red lips that are like a red plum blossom in the snow, proud and charming. I think you are the most beautiful person in the world. Yifeng said what was in his heart. Langluwali was very happy to be praised, but still asked, Anything else? You have a great figure, too. The right places are full and the right places are thin, with nice lines. And your long legs are white and straight, better than a model's. It turns out that I only attracted you with my appearance. Langluwali didn't know what her mood was at the moment, but it was very complicated. She didn't expect that Yifeng just liked her appearance. A girl's appearance will change constantly as she ages. When I get older, my face will be covered with wrinkles and my figure will no longer be curvy. Will you still like me? Lang Luoli asked a fatal question out of the blue. Of course I will like you, Yifeng said without any hesitation. Senior Lang, your appearance is indeed extremely beautiful. I like you very much, but I don't just like your appearance. Don't you just like my appearance? I like your attitude when you are responsible for everyone's grades. I like your laziness when you go shopping with me. I like your sweet smile when you are on the carousel. I like your stubbornness that sometimes goes against your words. In my heart, Senior Sister Lang, you are a very responsible girl. You dare to love and hate. You are kind and considerate, and you are also very cute. Yifeng said all this without any pause. These words were what he thought in his heart, without any lies. I have so many advantages. Lang Luoli became more and more shy as she listened, and she buried her head in her softness. The little deer in her heart was jumping around with great joy. Okay, I know everything. Yifeng put Lang Luoli's hand to his nose and sniffed it gently, then laughed. Senior Lang, your hands smell so good. Just saying dirty words. Lang Luoli's whole body felt hot, as if she was about to be cooked. System prompt: the host has completed Lang Luoli's life-threatening test. Reward: Professor-level mathematics mastery. The current skills are Professor-level mathematics, SSS, Professor-level physics, SSS, Professor-level music, SSS, Athlete-level sports, SS, Grandmaster-level martial arts, SS, cooking, A, massage, A. After Yifeng received the reward, a lot of knowledge entered his mind and he was ecstatic. This reward was very powerful. Senior Cold YYDS. Then I want to ask you, we are in a relationship now, why do you still call me Professor Lang when we are alone? Lang Luoli was a little puzzled. In fact, she had wanted to ask Yifeng for a long time. They have been together for so long, why don't they change the way they address each other? Yifeng said in a somewhat naive manner, I have always called it this way before, and it feels very smooth. Now I call it this way, and it feels very exciting. Lang Luoli's face was filled with black lines. You are so weird. What kind of sperm is in Yifeng's stomach? The air quieted down a little. Yifeng suddenly said, Leer. Lang Luoli felt numb all over and her brain almost froze. This is the first time someone calls me that. It's so embarrassing. Yifeng smiled and said, I have already changed my name, you should change it too. Me? Lang Luoli felt that it was a bit awkward for lovers to call each other by their first names. Brother Feng. You should call me. Yifeng whispered something in Lang Luoli's ear. Sigma, LLL. Lang Luoli was so ashamed that she almost punched the desk. I can't say it. Lang Luoli shook her head frantically to refuse. Yifeng didn't force it, it was just a bit of a pity. Lang Luoli's heart softened when she saw Yifeng's expression. Just as she was about to say something, she heard footsteps. Chapter 30: A Sudden Visitor. Wang Fu came in from outside and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lang Luoli still in the lounge. Lang Luoli, luckily I found you. I couldn't get through to you on the phone. My phone is dead. Wang Fu looked at Yifeng standing aside and said, Student Yifeng, you are also here with Lang Luoli. Hello, Principal, Yifeng greeted. This is the president of Peking University, a vice-ministerial position, so Yifeng has to be polite when he meets him. Principal Wang felt something was wrong. Why was Lang Luoli often with Yifeng recently? They didn't interact so often in the past. Student Yifeng, it's break time now. Why don't you go back and rest in Lang Luoli's lounge? Wang Fu asked. Just as Yifeng was about to speak, Lang Luoli spoke first. Student Yifeng has been working very hard in math recently, but he has encountered some problems. I gave him some tutoring, and his grades have improved by leaps and bounds recently. Yifeng suppressed his smile. Work hard? I am indeed very hard-working when it comes to dating. After having the system, he no longer took reading seriously. He thought he could gain a lot of knowledge just by having a relationship. Now there are 3 professor-level skills. Lang Luoli also noticed that Yifeng was trying very hard to hold back his laughter, and secretly hinted to him to hold it in. I see. Wang Fu continued, Student Yifeng has always been among the best in our Beijing University. It would be a good thing if he could continue to improve. He had heard Professor Yang tell him before that Yifeng was very talented in physics and would definitely surpass him in time. Yifeng, who is only in his 20s, is so valued by Yang Xueming, the top physics professor in Daxia. His talent is terrifying. With such a genius student, Lang Luoli would surely teach him mathematics knowledge very carefully, so it is normal for the two of them to be closer. Such a genius naturally has a bright future. It's all thanks to senior sister Lang's good teaching. Yifeng said very well, but his hand was very dishonestly placed on Lang Luoli's leg. Lang Luoli suppressed her strangeness and didn't let her expression change. You little hooligan, taking advantage of someone's misfortune. She wanted to take Yifeng's hand away, but was afraid that Principal Wang would discover their little trick. The cautious Lang Luoli had no choice but to let Yifeng do whatever he wanted. After all, he was her boyfriend and it was no big deal. Principal Wang, what do you want to talk to me about? I almost forgot to talk about business. Wang Fu slapped his forehead. The mathematics competition organized by various colleges and universities has entered the registration stage. Lang Luoli, do you have anyone to recommend? Mathematics competitions at various universities. This is a competition held every few years and is also a way to test students from various universities. It's just that this time the competition comes earlier than before. This competition requires each major university to send 5 people to participate. Those who can win a place will be the pride of the entire school and will also be the focus of training by the school. Those who can participate in this competition are the best of Kyoto University. So Wang Fu came to ask Lang Luoli if there was anyone he could recommend. System task: please host to win the first place in the mathematics competition. Reward: SSS, Professor Level Chemistry Mastery. Yifeng was delighted. If he learned math, physics and chemistry well, he would not be afraid to travel around the world. This task must be completed. Lang Luoli said indifferently, just send the top 5 from our Beijing University. Well, just fill in those people's names on the list. Yifeng said at this time, I will participate too. You want to join us? Lang Luoli and Wang Fu both looked at him with some surprise. Student Yifeng, you are still in the first semester of your sophomore year and are not yet eligible to participate. Let your seniors take part. Wang Fu explained to Yifeng. Yifeng said, although I can't participate in the competition in theory, in practice, I may not be worse than you seniors. Wang Fu looked at Lang Luoli who was standing aside. President Wang, I am a student of Peking University and I also want to contribute to Peking University. Please give me this opportunity. When Wang Fu heard Yifeng say this, he could only look at Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli, what do you think about this matter? Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng seriously and said, do you really want to participate? This is a competition that will be held outside of Beijing University for a period of time. Yifeng was certain. This professor-level mastery of chemistry skills is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must participate in this competition and get it. Okay. Then go ahead and participate. Principal Wan left with the list of 5 people in satisfaction, but Lang Luoli seemed a little silent, not as lively as before. Yifeng said cautiously, Senior Lang? Lang Luoli ignored him. Lear? Lang Luoli still ignored him. Little baby? Omega. Lang Luoli said angrily, you little rascal, how can you not be ashamed to say such things? Because you are really my little darling, and I can't help myself. Yifeng showed his shamelessness to the extreme in front of Lang Luoli. Ha! Tell me quickly, why do you want to participate in that competition? What you hated most in the past was participating in these competitions. Lang Luoli's eyes were sharp. Yifeng thought for a while and said, because I want to bring honor to you. Bring honor to me? This math competition is half a year earlier than before. Everyone knows it well. I want to participate in this competition to tell everyone that you are not the only math genius in Beijing University. Even if you don't participate, I can still win the first place. Senior Sister Lang, am I being too presumptuous? Well done. Lang Luoli seemed very happy. I was wrong just now, I thought. Why? Yifeng was curious. I thought you wanted to leave me. Lang Luoli's voice was as small as a mosquito. Yifeng was a little amused. Senior Lang is so cute. But Yifeng also felt some guilt in his heart. Lang Luoli trusted him so much, but he couldn't tell the truth because of the system. Just treat it as a white lie. This is the only way Yifeng could understand it. Chapter 31. The person Lang Luoli likes is really good at playing. It will take many days to participate in this competition. Plus the round trip, I won't be able to see Fenger for a long time. Lang Luoli began to worry about gains and losses. In the past, as long as she was studying hard, time would pass very quickly. But now she feels that time is passing too slowly. Yi Feng placed her hand in his palm and said, I will be back as soon as possible. When I come back, I will go on a date with you, senior sister Lang. Hey, I didn't say I wanted to go on a date with you. Lang Luoli's face lit up with joy, but she said something else. I don't feel as bad as before. Actually, I also feel that participating in this competition will take a long time, and I won't be able to be with you, senior sister Lang. I might as well not participate. Yi Feng sighed. That won't do. Your mathematical talent may really be able to shine in this competition. How can you give up this opportunity? We will have plenty of time to be together in the future. Lang Luoli persuaded Yi Feng instead. Yi Feng's eyes couldn't help but flash a cunning light. Then Professor Lang, can you cheer me up before I compete? Come on. Do you want 95 or 92 gas? Lang Luoli told a cold joke. Ahem. Yi Feng was almost choked by Lang Luoli. Actually, I really want to hear what I just said in your ear. Ha! Lang Luoli was at a loss for words, looking nervous, but I'm shy. Like this. Yi Feng looked extremely lost. Seeing him like this, Lang Luoli could only muster up her courage and said in a very low voice, Then I'll cheer you up, you must come back to see me soon. I sure will. Yi Feng was instantly overjoyed. I will definitely keep my promise. That. Lang Luoli buried her head in Yi Feng's arms and said softly, Husband. Although I couldn't see her expression, I could guess that she looked shy. Just when Yi Feng was still savoring the wonderful scene just now, Lang Luoli ran away shyly from her own lounge. Yi Feng sat down at Lang Luoli's resting place, savoring the memory. He could feel his heart beating like crazy. Senior Lang is so cute. The next day. On the Beijing University bus, several high-spirited students are in high spirits. At first, everyone had no objection to Yi Feng, the sophomore student, being with them. It wasn't because of Yi Feng's wealthy family background, but because he always ranked among the top in grades. Some even speculated that Yi Feng's mathematical knowledge might be superior to theirs. On the bus, Yi Feng drank the hot milk tea handed to him by a senior student and said with a smile, Do you know why I want to participate in the competition in advance? The others all looked at him in confusion. Yi Feng said with great enthusiasm, This time I will let everyone from other colleges know who is the strongest. The senior student Xiao Yuro who gave Yi Feng milk tea said with admiration, But there is a very strong opponent in Huaqing this time. Yi Feng said, A very strong opponent? Xiao Yuro explained, Huaqing sent their talented teenager Li Mingliang this time. He is a math genius who has never lost in various competitions during his 4 years at university. If you want to become the first place, you must defeat him. When talking about Li Mingliang, the eyes of everyone except Yi Feng could not help but twitch, and they were obviously very afraid of that man. Only Yi Fan had no worries at all. As the bus drove, the group arrived at the fire cube to register for the competition. There are many contestants in this mathematics competition, and they must go through layers of screening before entering the final. Generally speaking, the universities that can make it to the finals are Peking University, Huaqing University, University of Science and Technology of China, Fudan University, and Jiaotong University. These universities have always been candidates for the championship in Daxia country. All participants in this competition must take an assessment, which is a 150-point paper. Only those with a score of 140 or above can enter the next assessment. Xiao Yuro looked at Yi Feng with a somewhat nervous expression, and held his hand as if Yi Feng could bring him good luck. Brother Yi Feng, we will definitely pass, right? Yi Feng, senior sister Xiao, with your strength, you will definitely pass the test with full marks. There is no need to be so nervous. Can you let go of my hand? Then can junior brother Yi Feng also give me some blessings? Come on, senior sister Xiao, let go quickly. I'll do my best. Then let go. When the test papers were finally distributed, Yi Feng finally got rid of Xiao Yuro's clutches. This woman was too obsessed with strength, and he had another fangirl. It was really a headache. The initial assessment had hundreds of people answering questions at the same time, with a full score of 150 and a duration of 2 hours. When Yi Feng saw the test paper, he was a little surprised. So simple? Yi Feng felt that these questions didn't seem to require much brainpower. But when he looked up at the others, he saw that the rest were writing furiously and calculating frantically on scratch paper. Some of them were even sweating profusely and breathing rapidly, looking very excited. Yi Feng couldn't help but doze off. He stayed up too late talking on the phone with Professor Lang yesterday. Student who dozed off, please take the exam seriously. This is a very serious occasion. Yifeng looked at the teacher and asked, if you have finished writing, can you leave early? As long as you can finish ahead of time, you can go. Yifeng immediately became alert. He looked at the questions on the test paper, picked up a pen and quickly wrote down the answers. 3 minutes, only 3 minutes had passed and he had finished all the questions. His professor-level mastery of mathematics was truly too powerful. Just as Xiao Yuro finished the second question very happily, she secretly thought to herself that she was really a clever little girl. Suddenly Yifeng stood up. Teacher, hand in the paper. Everyone looked at Yifeng, all kinds of complicated looks were cast on Yifeng. He actually finished writing it? The teacher said seriously, student, this is a math competition. Please take the exam seriously. I did finish it very carefully, but the questions were too easy, so I wrote a little quickly. The teachers for the mathematics competition were all famous teachers sent from various universities, and they were all very proficient in mathematics. He walked to Yifeng and started looking at the paper. After looking at a few questions, the teacher's face became extremely shocked. All correct. When everyone's attention was on the two of them, they looked at the teacher and said something. You can leave the examination room now. Yifeng stood up and prepared to leave, saying as he walked, although it's only the preliminary round, this is really too easy. I still think the difficulty of the preliminary round should be slightly increased. Student, please don't affect other people's exams. Yifeng spread his hands and then disappeared in front of everyone. The teacher then breathed a sigh of relief. This person's presence would put a lot of pressure on others. Teacher. Yifan suddenly appeared at the door again and said, for the last big question, I only used 3 ways to solve it, and suddenly I thought of another way. Can I continue to answer the question? After hearing this, many students who were working hard on solving the questions became confused. They looked extremely frustrated and shocked, and instantly lost interest in answering the questions. Yifeng didn't have a good impression of this math competition, so he was very happy just by joking around. After leaving the classroom, teaching assistant Zhang Xiaodan frowned when she saw Yifeng coming out so quickly. Yifeng, are you done? Yifeng, I have indeed finished it, but I don't know if the examiner can understand the Greek classical mathematics solution. Zhang Xiaodan gave a thumbs up, as expected of someone Lang Luoli favors, he really knows how to have fun. Chapter 32 Almost Blinded. Can this problem be solved this way? What's wrong, Lao Wang? The teacher who was correcting Yifeng's test paper held his glasses, afraid that they would fall off, and his whole body could not help shaking. I heard from Xiaoli that Yifeng, who took only a few minutes to finish the test paper, and I found that he got full marks after grading it. Li Mingliang took half an hour to hand in his paper with full marks. How many minutes did it take to finish writing? And full marks? That's impossible. He must have gotten the answer ahead of time. Several nearby examiners were totally unconvinced as to how there could be such a talented student. Even if you know the answer, you still have to verify the calculation process yourself. His verification process is completely different from the answer. What I find most incredible is that his verification process is more perfect than the standard verification process of the answer. You say, is this outrageous? How can there be such a powerful student? Impossible. The oldest student in this class is only a junior. There is no way there is such a strong person. Teacher Wang said helplessly, everyone come and take a look at this question. This student not only wants to get full marks, but also wants to show his perfect mathematical logic ability. He wants to see how many points we old bones can give him. Extra points? This situation may occur in general exams, but it will not occur in mathematics competitions. You should know that it is very difficult to get full marks within 2 hours, and it is even more difficult to get higher marks. Generally speaking, getting full marks is the ceiling for students. This time, a large number of students participated in the mathematics competition of major universities, and they were all the best students from major universities. Therefore, a large number of teachers came to mark the test papers, and all the teachers were marking the papers quickly and were about to finish. This time, many students handed in blank papers, which made the examiners feel very strange. These students suddenly gave up the competition halfway through solving the problem, as if they had encountered something strange. The results are out. At 12 o'clock, it was time to announce the results. At this moment, students from all the major universities prepared to go to the hall from the lounge to see their results. Everyone was looking forward to how they would perform in this audition. Xiao Yuro asked curiously, Junior brother Yifeng, Aren't you going to look at the results with us? And why don't you tell us how you did on the exam? Yifeng said, the organizer will come to find me. Everyone looked at Yifeng with some confusion. Zhang Xiaodan, the teaching assistant who led the team, also said, Student Yifeng, are you in trouble? I promised Professor Lang that I would protect you. Knock, knock, knock. After a knock on the door, a middle-aged man in a tang suit appeared in front of everyone. Is classmate Yifeng here? Yifeng walked forward. I'm here. The middle-aged man in tang suit looked at Yifeng seriously. For this exam result, we need you to cooperate with us, otherwise it will be difficult to determine the score. Cooperate with the release of test scores? When looking at the column where the results were announced, everyone noticed something strange. Yifeng's result was a question mark. The key point is that Yifeng's name is ranked first. What does this mean? Should the first place result be kept secret? Led by the middle-aged man in tang suit, Yifeng and the teaching assistant came to an office. How dazzling! Why are there so many light bulbs? Yifeng looked carefully and found that it was the teachers' foreheads that were reflecting the light. No wonder it's so glaring. The Mediterranean elder who was in the lead said, Student Yifeng, can you tell us about your solution to the last question? Yifeng said, this question is actually not difficult. It is nothing more than the application of some number series. If you think in abstract mathematical terms, you can quickly get the answer. Galois's theory can be fully applied here, as he is a representative of abstract mathematics. However, this problem involves a lot of geometry, so using Greek classical mathematics to solve this problem is the best method. Yifeng's words made the teachers in front of him nod their heads. The Mediterranean leader continued, why do you ignore some steps when solving problems with Greek classical mathematics? And why don't you use Cauchy's theorem or Rawls' theorem like everyone else? Yifeng said, Cauchy's theorem is just a theorem that is promoted for everyone to use, just like Rawls' theorem for solving special problems. It is not as useful as Lagrange's theorem. Many people make a misunderstanding and ignore the geometry problem in this question, which completely interrupts their thinking process of solving the problem. The mean value theorem is not the only way to solve this problem. You can turn it into a spatial type of problem and think about it in a direction that ordinary people would not think about. This is the fun of solving this problem. As for the steps that are not written down, I calculated them in my mind. Shocked, unbelievable, and unimaginable, how could this guy named Yifeng have such a high talent in mathematics? The people present were basically top mathematics teachers from various universities, and they were all very familiar with the professional knowledge that Yifeng talked about. I also know what it means for a student to say these things. Yifeng put his hands in his pockets. Is there something wrong with what I said? All the teachers and professors present stared at him as if they had spotted a monster. Chapter 33 Test me with quantum mechanics? Zhang Xiaodan stood beside Yifeng proudly. This classmate Yifeng is only a sophomore at our Beijing University, but he is an excellent student at our Beijing University. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Everyone present was shocked once again. How could he be so strong and still only a sophomore? The Mediterranean elder in the lead said, I actually have some knowledge of classical mathematics. I can solve this problem without any problem. I wonder what the other teachers think. Another old man with a mustache said, I think the knowledge level of this student Yifeng is too far beyond his current stage. Zhang Xiaodan pinched her waist and said, isn't it possible to let students learn things in advance now? The old man with a mustache said, it's not that we can't learn things ahead of time, it's that this is too advanced. If the people checking his test paper were not us, but some ordinary teachers, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to understand what he wrote. Mathematics is a pursuit of truth, and as long as it is written correctly, it is the most solid truth. This interview made them realize that this student named Yifeng possessed extremely terrifying strength. There was even an old Mediterranean man who discussed with Yifeng that in the next exam, even if you can finish it easily, you should not be too ostentatious. Last time, because of your ostentation, many candidates in the same examination room simply gave up and quit the competition. Later, after Yifeng left the office, the results of the first place came out. Yifeng, 180 points. He was very satisfied with the result after adding 30 points. Everyone looked at Yifeng's result in disbelief. They opened their eyes wide and suspected that they had seen it wrong. How could this person get 30 extra points on such a difficult test? The competition continues in full swing, with 2 exams a day. After the lunch break, the next exam will begin. When Yifeng and others arrived at the morning examination room, Yifeng found that half of the people were missing from the classroom. It should be because of the morning exam that many people were so upset by themselves. The seniors who came with Yifeng all performed steadily and felt no pressure facing a rematch of this level. At night, the examination room began to change. The order was completely disrupted. There were still 50 people in one classroom, but the number of invigilators increased from 1 to 10, and the exam was extremely strict. There was even a paramedic on standby. The emergency personnel looked at Yifeng helplessly. It was this bad guy, otherwise they wouldn't have to work overtime. I didn't have to work overtime tonight, but I had to come to the exam room to work overtime. It was so boring that I didn't even dare to breathe. There were several teachers wandering around Yifeng. One of the teachers came to Yifeng and said in a negotiating tone, "Student Yifeng, please shut up. The other students' psychological tolerance is not very good. Please don't provoke them. Can you give them some face?" Another invigilator came to Yifeng and said, "As long as you stay quiet during the exam, how about I introduce my niece to you? She's the most beautiful girl in the school." Yifeng looked disdainful. "Teacher, are you using a honey trap? I'm going to report you. You are really stubborn." In this exam, Xiao Yuro happened to sit in front of Yifeng. She looked a little nervous, and her face didn't look particularly good before the exam started. Why is his mental quality so poor when he is so capable? Yifeng was very confused. "Brother Yifeng, can you give me some more fuel?" Xiao Yuro nervously held Yifeng's hand. Big sister, don't be so nervous. Seeing you so nervous, I feel a little weird. Is this the retribution for peeking at my aunt taking a bath when I was a child? This is really too torturous." Finally, the exam started and Yifeng took the test paper and started looking at it. All the invigilators nearby stared at Yifeng and said, "Don't make any sound, don't make any sound. Don't make any trouble." Fortunately, Yifeng did not make a sound this time. He was writing furiously, quickly solving one difficult problem after another. There were 20 multiple-choice questions at the beginning. Yifeng didn't need to use the so-called formula for multiple-choice questions at all. Instead, he calculated all the questions in his mind. After finishing the multiple-choice questions, there are a series of application questions, which are also very simple. When looking at the last big question, Yifeng raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this question was added to make things difficult for him. The teacher who was in charge of supervising the exam saw Yifeng frowning as he looked at the question, and finally, as if he had taken on a heavy burden, there was a question that stumped this kid. On an NXN grid paper, each grid is independently filled with 0 and 1 with probability p. 1p. Find the probability that any two ones are not adjacent, i.e., there are no two consecutive ones horizontally or vertically. Wow, this question is definitely a question for me. Although this is a one-dimensional question, that is, written on a piece of paper tape, the one-dimensional case is quite simple. You can use the state equation to list the recursive formula. But if you study this question carefully, you will find that it is also related to quantum field theory. Shit. Which math competition would use quantum mechanics to test students? This was clearly an attempt to embarrass him. Yifeng always got a top score of 180 points at the end of each exam, which made the organizers very embarrassed. Yifeng calculated the problem carefully. This problem involved a lot of physics knowledge. If he didn't have professor-level physics skills, he would have been stumped. To solve this problem, we must use the Boltzmann constant in combination with the Avogadro constant, with discrete space as a supplement and advanced mathematics as the main focus. As long as we calculate carefully, we can solve this problem. Take 2 to the power of n states is known. Two-dimensional is the one-dimensional state on paper. Yifeng quickly wrote the answer on the test paper. Writing only one answer was obviously not Yifeng's style. He had to write multiple answers to scare the old man who set the questions. If we continue to expand our thinking using the method of statistical mechanics, we will be able to obtain more methods. The old man who came up with this question is really evil. If you don't apply quantum mechanics to solve this problem, you can't solve it at all. I guess many people will be scratching their heads because of the difficulty of this question. After Yifeng wrote out another solution to the problem, he felt that it was not enough and he had to write a few more answers. Old guys from the racing committee, I'm going to scare you to death this time. This time, Yifeng was writing as furiously as everyone else, working hard without making any strange noises. 30 minutes passed, it was unusually quiet. 60 minutes passed, it was unusually quiet. What's going on? The invigilators were all very curious about what kind of question could stump Yifeng. Yifeng suddenly said, "Teacher, give me some draft paper." The invigilator shouted, "Student Yifeng, stop making trouble. Aren't 5 sheets of draft paper enough for you?" Yifeng said helplessly, "These draft papers are only enough for me to write down the 3 solutions to the last question. I really can't write down the 4th solution." After hearing this, the candidates were shocked, and several of them fainted on the table. The emergency personnel were very upset and rushed forward to check. This Yifeng was really a tough guy. Chapter 34. This kid is not a good person. Yifeng didn't have the chance to go to university in the past, but now he is a top student at the University of Peking, so he should enjoy the fun of being a top student. Yifeng did not hide his strength when participating in the mathematics competition. He just let go and gave it his all. The invigilator handed the draft paper to Yifeng, who said, "2 more." The emergency personnel had just carried several candidates to the lounge, and found 2 more candidates who had fallen to the ground due to the shock. At this moment, he wished he could clone himself, he was really too busy. You are all top students from various universities and the hope for the future of Daxia. How come you can't withstand such a small blow? After Yifeng wrote down 8 answers, he began to ponder, is there any other way to solve the problem? It should be possible. There should be several ways to solve it. No one except Yifeng could solve the last question, so he simply put down his pen and closed his eyes to rest. Life will deceive you, your brothers, friends, and lovers may also deceive you, but mathematics will not, because if you can't do mathematics, you just can't do it. For a moment, everyone stopped writing, leaving Yifeng alone to continue thinking of other ways to solve the last question. The atmosphere is very strange. At this time Yifeng raised his hand again. "God, please stop showing off." When Yifeng was solving the questions, there were 2 invigilators watching him from the side. This guy's answers were indeed correct, and he was undoubtedly the MVP of the whole exam. But what is this guy doing with his hand raised now? Continue to attack others? This guy is not a good person. Student Yifeng, what are you going to do? Teacher, please give me some more draft paper. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, several more candidates were taken away from the examination room by emergency personnel. The invigilator said quickly, "It's gone. We are really gone." Yifeng looked disdainful. "Teacher, you mathematics committee members must do a good job of preparation in the future. How can you not even prepare a little more draft paper?" The invigilator almost spit out. Another invigilator quickly took out a stack of draft paper and placed it in front of Yifeng like a mountain. This teacher is wealthy and Yifeng is optimistic about him. 2 hours finally passed, and everyone watched Yifeng hand the fully written test paper to the invigilator. At that moment, everyone had a look of loss on their faces, and some were looking out the window with a look of despair and extreme decadence. There was even a student who came to the window with a dazed look on his face and prepared to climb up. The emergency personnel quickly ran forward and grabbed the other person. "Fuck, I feel like Hua Tua is alive today." The invigilator quickly put Yifeng's paper in the middle of other people's papers, fearing that it would irritate others, and then whispered in his ear, "Student Yifeng, please don't irritate them anymore. I beg you, can I give you the contact information of our Huaqing campus beauty?" Yifeng waved his hand and prepared to leave the classroom, but suddenly stopped. The invigilator hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. "I've thought of several other ways to solve the last problem." Ha ha ha. Several students came to the window at the same time. First responders, MMP. Invigilator. When Yifeng left the examination room, all the invigilators breathed a sigh of relief, as they had finally gotten rid of this devil. At the same time, students from other examination halls nearby also walked out of the examination halls. When they saw Yifeng, the number 1 who usually left early, just came out. They must have been completely stumped. Everyone's mentality has calmed down, and it seems that no one can solve this problem. "Yifeng, you came out so late this time. Are the questions difficult?" Zhang Xiaodan, who was waiting for Yifeng and others outside the examination room, stepped forward to ask. Yifeng sighed and said, "The main reason is that 2 hours is not enough." Zhang Xiaodan was a little confused. That's not good. Although the last question of this test involves quantum mechanics, even Professor Yang praised your physics, so you should be able to solve it, right? Yifeng looked at Zhang Xiaodan with some disappointment, and said very sadly, "Teacher Zhang, I really tried my best. I really can't do it." Really can't do it? Really can't be solved? How is this possible? Yifeng continued, I only used 10 ways to solve this problem. I calculated too slowly. My basic skills are still not good enough. Zhang Xiaodan. For the first time, she felt that she had violent tendencies and wanted to hit someone. After one day of competition, Yifeng also received a voice message from Lang Luoli. The cold words came from Yifeng's cell phone. Fenger, although I cannot accompany you to take the exam for this math competition, my heart is always with you. Good luck on the exam. No matter what the result is, you will always be my pride. Girls out there are very passionate and unrestrained. You have to be clean and don't fall for them, or I'll be angry. You have to always think of me, husband. The sound of the last sentence was like the buzzing of a mosquito. If Yifeng didn't have good hearing, he would not have been able to hear it. Lang Luoli must have been very shy when she was recording this voice message. My school beauty girlfriend is so sweet. How can I control myself? Chapter 35. You have less hair, so you have the final say. Inside the mathematics competition committee office, Yifeng's invigilator threw all the test papers on the desk with a look of helplessness on his face. Next time, transfer me to another classroom to invigilate. I can't stand that guy Yifeng anymore. Everyone else was silent. No one wanted to take over this mess. They all knew that Yifeng had created another miracle, and it was a very powerful one. That exam scared a dozen candidates unconscious and caused severe psychological trauma to a dozen others, who needed special counseling from psychologists. The competition committee was busy and confused this time because of Yifeng, which gave them a headache. This Kyoto University student is such a trouble. Hua Qing's team leader teacher, one of our team members has become depressed because of Yifeng's anger. Yifeng needs to take responsibility. The teacher leading the Fudan team said, one of our team's top math students gave up math and switched to Chinese. I suggest that Yifeng be disqualified from the exam to avoid hurting other students' hearts. The teacher leading the team from Shida said, you, Jingda, must have sent a professor to pretend to be a student to take the exam. For a moment, everyone denounced Yifeng. Facing so many teachers' protests, Zhang Xiaodan felt very happy. Well done to Yifeng. Some people who didn't know the situation were all confused when they saw this scene. Why are these teachers who are usually as calm as a rock so angry now? What is going on? Who stirred up a hornet's nest? The seriousness of the matter even alarmed the Minister of Education in Beijing to intervene. Zhang Xiaodan's explanation was very simple. The other students who took the exam probably had never seen any big scenes. When they saw Yifeng could solve some difficult problems, they couldn't accept it and became depressed. Minister of Education? Do I look so easy to fool? After checking the surveillance footage, it was found that Yifeng was indeed unable to be punished for his behavior as he had not done anything particularly out of line. Finally, Yifeng's performance is another big problem. How should this score be determined? The full score is 150 points, and the last big question provides so many solution ideas, which can be regarded as a perfect answer. Even if you give 50 more points, you don't have to worry about others becoming proud. After the final results were released, Yifeng scored 190 points with an extra 40 points, ranking first. No one could believe that Yifeng was 40 points ahead of the second-place Li Mingliang. But Yifeng was very dissatisfied with this result. According to his estimated score, he should have gotten 200 points. Yifeng, who was so angry, decided to argue with the bald examiners from the competition committee. Yifeng came to the examiner's office and looked at all the shining examiners and shouted, "Why don't you give me 200 points?" The leading examiner said, "Your behavior during the exam was too pretentious. I'm going to deduct 10 points from you. Do you have any objection?" Yifeng, you have less hair, so you have the final say. Faced with the angry examiner, Yifeng did not stay for too long and just slipped away. Everyone was shocked when the results were released. It was the first time for all of them to hear about a contestant being deducted points for showing off. Although we cannot say that there will be no successors, it is definitely unprecedented. Some people saw the results released this time and found out that they advanced even though they only scored over 90 points. What is going on? Teacher, why did so many people only get a dozen points this time? And how come I was able to advance with only a score of over 90? Some candidates who didn't know the situation asked their team leaders. The teacher in charge looked up at the starry sky and said speechlessly, "It is said that the genius sent by Beijing University this time is too strong. Everyone in the same examination venue is depressed. You have fewer opponents, so you will naturally advance. Nanny equals equals? There is such a magical operation? Boss, where are you? Is there anything missing from your legs? I also have a younger sister, she is super cute. At this moment, Yifeng was riding in an Aston Martin 177 sports car worth 50 million, and he had no idea that everyone in the competition was talking about him. In the main driver's seat, Mu Xinxi was looking forward with her hair blowing. Yifeng asked, "Aunt, why did you come to see me suddenly?" Mu Xinxi replied, "Go to the Golden Dragon auction, which is not far from your examination room." Mu Xinxi stroked her hair and continued, "There are authentic ancient paintings appearing at the Golden Dragon auction this time. I'll go see if I can have a chance to buy them. If there's anything you like, I'll buy some for you." "Thank you, Auntie." Yifeng did not refuse. His aunt was one of his own and there was no need to be polite to her. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Golden Dragon auction house. This is a magnificent auction house with gorgeous decoration and a very grand and majestic style. Even from a distance, the golden light of the Golden Dragon auction house could not be seen. There were many luxury cars coming and going near the Golden Dragon auction house, making it extremely lively. This was Yifeng's first time to come to such a high-end place, and it was quite an eye-opener. Mu Xinxi walked forward with Yifeng. "Xiaofeng, you usually concentrate on your studies and rarely come to places like this. Just have some fun today." The auction house was very lively. In the hall, there were men and women in gorgeous clothes bustling about. The Golden Dragon auction house is one of the most famous auction houses in Beijing. A large number of rare and precious items appear every time, which is why a large number of wealthy people gather here. Mu Xinxi took out her VIP card, and a special service staff took them into the VIP room. The VIP room is elegantly decorated and quiet and private, where you won't be disturbed, yet you can have a panoramic view of the auction house through a huge floor-to-ceiling window. There are not many VIP rooms of this type. Yifeng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the private room and looked down. There are people from all walks of life here, but the aura of these people is obviously inferior to that of the people in the VIP room. Seeing Yifeng's curious expression, Mu Xinxi smiled and said, "Xiaofeng, this should be your first time here." Yifeng shrugged and said, "I was attending classes at Beijing University before, so I really didn't know there was a place like the Golden Dragon auction house. Coming here with my aunt today has broadened my horizons." Mu Xinxi smiled slightly, "If there is anything you like later, I will buy it all for you. Aunt, you must be tired after driving all the way. How about I give you a massage to relax you? The auction will start soon, and it will definitely be a long process that takes a lot of energy." It was a rare occasion for Yifeng to see Mu Xinxi, so how could he not get some S-level card fragments? Chapter 36 Brain Potential Activation Capsules. Mu Xinxi did not refuse. "That's great. Yifeng's massage is really good. Although it is short-lived and not long-lasting, the effect is very good." For this purpose, she went to see a very famous old Chinese doctor, who prescribed some medicines that could strengthen her body, quickly restore her lost energy, and also had a nourishing effect on her internal organs. Eat one and your physical strength will double. When Yifeng saw Mu Xinxi nod, he came to her side and made some preparations. His fingers were long and white, and they moved around the acupuncture points on Mu Xinxi's body. His mastery of A-level massage skills were fully utilized at this moment, showing extraordinary results. Streams of warmth flowed through Mu Xinxi's body, gradually dissipating her fatigue. At this moment, Yifeng could feel the touch of Mu Xinxi's fair, tender, and elastic skin. The feel of this is really amazing. Mu Xinxi closed her eyes and enjoyed Yifeng's massage very comfortably. The feeling almost made her want to scream out, but she managed to hold it back. System prompts: the host is promoting the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and is rewarded with one S-level card fragment. System prompts: the host is promoting the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and is rewarded with one S-level card fragment. Watching the card fragments enter the backpack one by one, Yifeng was looking forward to what rewards he could get. Judging from Mu Xinxi's current expression, she should be quite comfortable. As long as she doesn't stop, the S-level card fragment will not stop. Moreover, Mu Xinxi has no guard against her own massage. Her whole body is in a very relaxed state, which greatly enhances the effect of the massage. Yifeng also performed the massage very in accordance with the rules, without any de-country orthopedic practices. He would not touch any of the restricted areas at all. Under the pressure of various gestures, Yifeng's hands are like a dragon and a phoenix, and mandarin ducks playing in the water. Now that Yifeng has acquired master-level sports proficiency, his physical fitness has been greatly improved, and he won't feel tired even after a 10-minute massage. 10 minutes later, with the arrival of dozens of S-level card fragments, Yifeng's system backpack now had more than 100 S-level card fragments. Mu Xinxi was enjoying the massage, feeling a little puzzled. Why is it different from before? How could Yifeng be able to hold on for so long? Wasn't he so strong before? He should be unable to hold on soon? Yifeng now has no sense of slowing down at all, his palms are still as strong as before, without any signs of exhaustion. She didn't need to take out any of the physical strength medicine she had asked for from the old Chinese doctor. Mu Xinxi asked. Xiaofeng, your physical fitness seems to have improved a lot during this period. Do you exercise regularly? Yifeng didn't expect that his aunt would be so attentive and notice the changes in his body. But he did not hide anything and said, I have been exercising recently, so my health has improved a lot. I can climb more than 10 floors in one breath without getting out of breath. Mu Xinxi thought it was a good thing for the young man to be in better health, so she stopped asking. Just when Yifeng was giving Mu Xinxi a massage, the system prompt sounded. Host, make Mu Xinxi happy during the massage, extra reward, a brain potential activation capsule. Did you get extra system rewards? Yifeng was a little surprised. This was also a capsule that could activate the brain's potential and make people smarter. This is truly a priceless treasure. If this capsule were to be auctioned at the Golden Dragon auction house, it would definitely be sold at a sky-high price, right? But how could Yifeng give such a good thing to others for free? It seems that I have to massage my aunt more attentively in the future, so that I can get more system rewards. Looking out the floor-to-ceiling windows, the crowd is surging, and more people are gathering here. The auction officially begins. Yifeng continued to massage Mu Xinxi, hoping to get an extra system reward today. His hands massaged Mu Xinxi's snow-white skin, massaging each acupoint one by one. Yifeng's physical strength is now much stronger than before, so he doesn't have to worry about giving up halfway. Mu Xinxi felt happy when she was being massaged. The feeling was so comfortable. She had been to some professional massage parlors before, but the skills of those female technicians were so poor. She also couldn't understand why so many men went there for massage. Xiaofeng, the auction is about to begin. Just tell me what you like and I'll buy it all. Yifeng smiled and said. Then I'll just wait and see if there's anything in the Golden Dragon auction house that attracts me. Mu Xinxi is indeed very rich. She is in charge of all the markets in the north of the Yi Group. The money she earns every year is an astronomical figure that she cannot spend at all. There is no need for Yifeng to be polite to his aunt. Okay then. Mu Xinxi looked towards the auction center and saw the first item appear. A young lady dressed as a bunny girl appeared on the scene holding a very exquisite blue and white porcelain plate. The blue and white porcelain plate made during the Ming Dynasty can be regarded as a representative of Ming Dynasty porcelain. The firing technology has reached the peak of the development of Daxia blue and white porcelain. The starting price is 1 million. After the auctioneer finished speaking, many people began to bid. 1.1 million. 1.3 million. Chapter 37, Hold on to your aunt's thighs. This blue and white porcelain plate is well preserved and many people are very interested in it. The price has been raised to 15 million. Yifeng sighed, there are so many rich people in this era, and the bidders below the stage really spend money like water. He used to think that he was quite wealthy with 300 million, but it seemed that he would become shabby after bidding for only a few items at an auction house. The auction has just begun, and the most expensive items will be displayed at the end. People like Mu Xinxi who are in the VIP room did not bid for this porcelain. This blue and white porcelain plate was bought for 15.5 million. Yifeng watched with great interest from the side. This blue and white porcelain plate was auctioned for 15.5 million. Mu Xinxi stretched lazily and said, the market value of this blue and white porcelain plate is indeed around 15 million. If it is bought at a higher price, it will not be worth it. Yifeng, aunt also knows about porcelain? Mu Xinxi, I did play with it for a while before, and I still have quite a few in my warehouse. If you are interested, Xiaofeng, you can go to my aunt's house and take them. As soon as one item is sold, the next one will be available soon. This auction is for Master Dakian's authentic work, 100 Flowers painting, with a starting price of 3 million. Hey! Many people were interested in it this time. This is a famous painting by a great master, and it has been preserved so well. Many people were staring at it intently. 4 million. 8 million. 16 million. 32 million. A sharp voice came from the VIP room. The voice was very deep. Although no one could see who was in the private room, one could guess from the tone of the voice that it should be an old man. Every time he bid, it was double what others offered, and he never gave others a chance to raise the price. Many people were silent at this time. The price of the 100 Flowers painting was called out to a high price of 32 million. It was obvious that the buyer was determined to get it and could not compete with others at all. Although this 100 Flowers painting is very valuable, its price of around 3,200 is almost at its limit. Everyone was terrified by the old man's arrogance. Who is this old man? How could he be so rich that he would raise the price by 16 million to buy this painting? From the sound of his voice, it sounds like Li Daheng, the CEO of Hangda Real Estate. He is a very powerful figure, very rich, and has a deep background. Not everyone can afford to offend him. Some people seem to recognize who this person was. After all, Hangda Real Estate was a local group company in Beijing, so it was normal for someone in the local area to recognize him. No one wants to fall out with the boss of a big company because of a painting. Just a voice coming from another VIP room interrupted everyone's thoughts. The sound is very pleasant to the ears. 40 million. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. They couldn't understand who would bid at this time. And just for a painting, he offended Li Daheng. Even Li Daheng looked at the private room where the sound came from with a sinister look on his face, his eyes full of hostility. Mu Xinxi, who was beside Yi Fan, said leisurely, "Xiaofeng, this painting is actually quite artistic and has been well preserved. The color level is also quite good. It will definitely look great if you hang it in your living room." Yi Feng was a little dazed. He was giving Mu Xinxi a massage in front of a spectator. I was thinking that the old man opposite me was really rich. I didn't dare to squander my 300 million yuan to buy an ancient painting, but the other party bought it. Yi Feng even felt that this ancient painting was about to be bought by the old man opposite. Mu Xinxi actually wants to buy this painting too? Isn't she afraid of that old man? Many people present looked at the old man with fear in their eyes. Li Daheng's eyes were cold, 50 million. Mu Xinxi continued bidding, 70 million. Yi Feng was frightened. Don't get excited, auntie. This painting of flowers is indeed beautiful, but its price will definitely not reach the sky-high price of 70 million. But my aunt raised the price so high. Mu Xinxi smiled and said, "It's not a big problem. I think this painting is suitable for you. It's not a loss to buy it for 70 million. If I like something, I will get it even if it costs hundreds of millions." After listening to this, Yi Feng thought silently in his heart. My aunt is usually so low-key, but she is really rich. I have to hold on to her long legs. When Li Daheng saw that the price was raised to 70 million, he stopped raising the price, obviously thinking that it would be a huge loss if he raised the price any further. The auction continues. Mu Xinxi's ability to spend money is constantly coming into play. As long as she likes something, she will buy it directly without any hesitation, which makes Yi Feng feel a little painful. In fact, none of the things photographed were what Mu Xinxi needed. They were all bought by her for Yi Feng. It wasn't just a picture of 100 flowers. Mu Xinxi also bought other auction items for Yi Feng. A set of tables, chairs, and benches made of golden Nanmu wood. A luxurious men's necklace made of obsidian. There are even a dozen shops on the street near Jingda and Yi Feng's home. The accumulated value of these things is 1 billion. Mu Xinxi had no hesitation about spending money on Yi Feng. Especially when it comes to purchasing assets for Yi Feng, he is very generous. Yi Feng was touched. My aunt is so nice to him. Mu Xinxi was in a good mood. Xiaofeng is old enough to start getting in touch with things related to assets. If he likes to make money in the future, I can tutor him. If he is not interested in these things, I can help him take care of everything and let him massage my shoulders and cook for me. It's very nice. Li Daheng, who was in another box, had a very angry look on his face. All the things that Mu Xinxi bought were what he wanted, and they were also the things he planned to buy for his son. But all of them were taken away by that strange woman. Who is this woman? Dare to go against Li Daheng? Damn it! Chapter 38: Mu Xinxi's Methods. The next auction item is a Chopard blue diamond ring. The starting price is 500 million. The bidding begins. The appearance of this Chopard sapphire is a very eye-catching light, shining brightly and dazzling, and then it makes people's eyes bright. This time, everyone was shocked. Many women couldn't help but scream. The legendary Chopard blue diamond ring has appeared. This is one of the most expensive diamond rings in the world. The main diamond is 37 carats, and the diamonds on the edge are 18 carats. It is said that this diamond ring was once in the hands of the Queen of England. Now it appears here. I must buy it. Mu Xinxi, who had never been interested in any items, now became interested and her eyes lit up. This kind of top-notch luxury diamond ring is not suitable for daily wear, but it is very valuable for collection. This diamond ring must be mine today. Looking at Mu Xinxi's expression, I must take off the diamond ring. Yi Feng thought to himself. It turns out that my aunt is just like other girls and has no resistance to such shiny things. If I have the opportunity to acquire design-related skills in the future, I can cater to her preferences and design some exquisite diamond rings for her. After the auction started, many people in the VIP room were determined to get this Chopard blue diamond ring. 550 million. 610 million. 650 million. Mu Xian Porcelain also joined the auction. 750 million. When Li Daheng heard Mu Xinxi's voice, he realized that she wanted to snatch something from him again. His expression was particularly ugly. She wanted to snatch the diamond ring from him again? This time, I won't let you get it as easily as before. Mr. Li continued to raise the price without any concessions, and kept raising the price of the Chopard blue diamond ring. The auction price continued to rise, and in a short while, the price had reached a sky-high price of 1 billion. After seeing this price, many people could only shake their heads and withdraw. Although this diamond ring has great commemorative and collection value, it is not that attractive after exceeding 10 billion. Its market value is only around 900 million. But judging from the two people who continue to bid, I'm afraid the price will be more than 10 billion. Mu Xinxi's face didn't look good. She glanced at the private room where Li Daheng was. This is a determination to make things difficult for yourself. As long as you raise the price yourself, he will follow suit and increase the price by 50 million. Otherwise, the price of 1 billion would not have been reached so quickly. Mu Xinxi cursed and said, "You really deserve a beating." Yi Feng couldn't understand this price. Although this gem has a certain collection value, it is not worth $1 billion. Aunt, that stinky old man is just trying to provoke you to buy this Chopard blue diamond ring at a high price. If you continue to raise the price, you will fall into his trap. I will study some design-related knowledge in the future and design a diamond ring for you. It will definitely be better looking than this one. Mu Xinxi felt that Yi Feng was just comforting herself. This is a diamond ring made by a famous master. It is a top-notch design in the world. Xiaofeng, I appreciate your kindness. Yi Feng knew that this kind of thing was indeed difficult to end. When I get rewarded in this area in the future, I can give my aunt a surprise. Mu Xinxi said. This Chopard blue diamond ring was designed by a genius designer for the Queen of England more than 100 years ago. It is rarely seen in the market. I don't want to miss the chance to see it this time and add it to my collection. Mu Xinxi's tone was cold. If this old man really wants to snatch it from me, then let him get it. I have plenty of ways to punish him. I will make him take this diamond ring and apologize to me. A small contractor with a net worth of only tens of billions dares to show off in front of me. How despicable. After listening to Mu Xinxi's words, Yi Feng began to feel pity for her. There are so many people to offend, but to offend his aunt, whom he dare not offend, is simply courting death. At last, Mu Xinxi shouted out a high price of 1.1 billion. Although her tone was calm, her face was as cold as ice. Li Daheng was secretly very happy at this moment. He felt that Mu Xinxi must be mad with anger now. 1.2 billion. Li Daheng felt that Mu Xinxi would definitely raise the price again, so this could be his last bid. Damn woman, you want to go against me? Then spend an extra 300 million to buy this diamond ring. Fight with me? Too young. However, the following scene is very quiet. There was no sound, and Mu Xinxi's price increase did not continue. Li Daheng felt like a dumb person eating bitter herbs. What is going on? Don't you want to continue raising the price with yourself? Wasn't she determined to get this Chopard blue diamond ring? Why don't you take pictures anymore? After the price reached 1.2 billion, no matter how much someone liked the diamond ring, they would not continue to raise the price. A premium of 300 million was not something that most people could afford. Among all the women who like diamond rings, no one is as wealthy as Mu Xinxi. In the end, the transaction price was set at 1.2 billion. Tycoon Li bought this chauffeured blue diamond ring for 1.2 billion. Mr. Li was so angry that his beard was about to stand up. Damn bitch. You are kidding me. After the final auction item was auctioned, it came to an end. A special staff member brought the things that Mu Xinxi bought to her. Mu Xinxi paid without any hesitation. 1 billion, just like spending $2, I don't feel any pain at all. She is really a rich woman, Yifeng sighed. How much pocket money does my aunt have at her disposal? Xiaofeng, come with me. Auntie will take you to get the diamond ring. After receiving the auction items, Mu Xinxi sent a message on her mobile phone and prepared to go to Li Daheng with Yifeng. Chapter 39. Why mess with Mu Xinxi when you can mess with anyone else? Li Daheng was so angry that his beard stood up when he held the chauffeured blue diamond ring given to him by the waiter. 300 million. It cost an extra 300 million. His expression was extremely ugly, and even his body couldn't help but tremble. The air was filled with hostility. The service staff carefully collected the money using the card machine and left quickly. Although he is the boss of a real estate company and is worth tens of billions, most of his assets are fixed assets. Spending 1.3 billion in cash in one go can be said to be extremely painful. Looking at the sparkling chauffeured blue diamond ring, he felt extremely excited. This broken diamond ring had no appeal to him at all, and he can only think about reselling it at a loss someday. Li Daheng, with a bleeding heart, wanted to go and see who the woman who was against him was. She deserved to die. He would never let her go. Li Daheng's face was gloomy. He had built his fortune using shady means and was cruel and ruthless. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? When some people nearby saw him like this, they didn't dare to get angry and just wanted to stay away from him to avoid getting into trouble. Many people began to worry about Mu Xinxi in the VIP room. Looking at this posture, Li Daheng is going to cause trouble for others. Li Daheng is a petty person. He can't get what he wants from others. When he saw that the other party wanted to bid for the chauffeured blue diamond ring, he deliberately raised the price. He never thought that the other party would suddenly give up the bid, leaving him speechless. This is really retribution in this life. Although the people nearby were afraid of him, they also laughed at him behind his back. Li Daheng is usually very arrogant and cruel. He started out in the gray industry. How could ordinary people dare to mess with him? It is really rare to see him looking so frustrated now. I don't know what kind of extraordinary woman she is. How could she be so courageous as to dare to arm wrestle with Li Daheng? He must be a big boss to have such ability. Li Daheng is aggressive and looks like he wants to cause trouble for her. The woman will definitely leave through another passage in the VIP room. Since she has taken such a big advantage, there is no need to continue to pester her. Yes, of the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. There is no particular point in staying here now. Everyone thought that Mu Xinxi should have left. The door of the VIP room was knocked and two people appeared. It was Mu Xinxi and Yifeng. Yifeng was not at all surprised that Li Daheng was planning to come and cause trouble. This kind of thing was also expected, so he stood in front of Mu Xinxi. As long as the other party wanted to disrespect his aunt, Yifeng didn't mind letting him know how hard the fist of a grandmaster was. When Mu Xinxi saw Yifeng's behavior, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She was worried that Li Daheng would leave early, but he just came to her door. It's really like an old man eating arsenic and seeking death. Li Daheng looked at the two strangers in front of him and kept sizing them up. His expression was sinister, and it seemed that the woman in front of him was the one who was against him. Li Daheng strode up to Yifeng and Mu Xinxi and asked, "You were the one who kept raising the price with me just now?" "That's right." Mu Xinxi nodded gently, came to Yifeng and said, "Just now I was worried that you would leave early, but you came and gave me the chauffeured blue diamond ring. Otherwise, don't blame me for using some trickery against you to take the chauffeured blue diamond ring away from you." Yifeng was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that his aunt was even more domineering than before and directly asked someone for the chauffeured blue diamond ring. There was no euphemism at all. Just rob it in front of everyone. I guess everyone would think she is too wild. Li Daheng's expression was very confused. The people watching nearby and their friends were all stunned. Such a stunningly beautiful woman could actually say such crazy words. The scene was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be easily heard, and the atmosphere was extremely weird. Li Daheng was the first to react, then his face turned black. You bitch, do you know who I am? Mu Xinxi's expression was very indifferent, and she glanced at Li Daheng nonchalantly. Who are you and what does it have to do with me? Don't waste my patience. Give me the chauffeured blue diamond ring obediently, otherwise the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear. Li Daheng opened his eyes wide, his eyeballs filled with bloodshot, and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. You bitch are really so arrogant. Since you are so arrogant, I will let you know. Sudden. There was a sound of footsteps. A large number of members of the inspection department came from all directions with armed guns and completely surrounded Li Daheng. The leader, a middle-aged man with great vigor, said to Li Daheng, you are related to a murder case we are investigating. Please cooperate with our investigation and go to the inspection office. The sudden arrival of the inspection team members made everyone nearby become quieter. If they said that this matter had nothing to do with Mu Xinxi, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Who is this woman? How can she have such terrifying power? Li Daheng's face instantly turned as pale as wallpaper, with a look of fear and despair. He was very clear about the operation mode of the inspection bureau. He knew that there must be clues about him, so they sent so many members of the inspection bureau to arrest him. After Li Daheng was taken away by the members of the inspection department with a desperate expression on his face, everyone felt extremely shocked. What is the identity of this stunning woman, that she could bring down a billionaire in such a short time? Yi Feng was also stunned. Although he knew that Mu Xinxi was very resourceful. But I didn't expect that her methods were so extraordinary. Awesome class. Mu Xinxi couldn't help but shake her head when she saw Li Daheng being taken away. He's just a small contractor with a criminal record. Why would he be so arrogant and seek his own death? Once he is convicted, this chauffeured blue diamond ring will still fall into my hands. After finishing everything here, Mu Xinxi said to Yi Feng with great satisfaction, Xiaofeng, let's go. Yi Feng didn't react. Thinking about how Li Daheng was taken away, he realized that he had to offend his own aunt because he could offend anyone else. Chapter 40 What gift should I bring to Professor Lang? The second day. Yi Feng continued to prepare for the final exam of the mathematics competition. When they arrived at the examination room, Zhang Xiaodan and several staff members of the competition committee were arguing about something, and the former seemed very angry. Yi Feng walked forward with a leisurely and relaxed pace, humming a little tune. Teacher Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Xiaodan said helplessly, because of your situation, they think you are affecting other students' exams too much, so they want you to take the final exam alone in an examination room. Let yourself be alone in an examination room? Yi Feng looked at the staff members, and they instantly felt a chill on their backs, wondering what kind of tricks Yi Feng was up to. He is still a child, he shouldn't do anything excessive, right? He came to his examination room and sat down. Four invigilators looked at Yi Feng like the four heavenly kings. One person handed him the test paper, another one gave him 1,000 sheets of draft paper, and the other two stood behind Yi Feng and stared at him. Your test paper and 1,000 pieces of draft paper are all placed here. Don't make any other noise during the test. Yi Feng glanced at the invigilators beside him, who looked like they were talking nonsense, so he put his hands on his hips and said, I want to change the invigilator. You are too serious and it affects my ability to think. Are we too serious? Does it affect your ability to think? I don't believe you, you old man are a bad guy. Several invigilators were completely silent. This kid's ability to bewitch people was too strong. They must not pay any attention to him, otherwise they would be the ones who would suffer. Yi Feng looked at the questions helplessly. The previous questions were all very regular and reasonable. Although some questions were a bit more difficult, there was still a chance of answering them. It was just that the last question was obviously beyond the syllabus, right? Yi Feng knew that this was an epic problem that the competition committee had deliberately set for him. For the simple questions at the beginning, Yi Feng closed one eye and finished them quickly with ease and pleasure. It was only the last question that made him stop writing. Alberts and Bernard wanted to know Cheryl's birthday, so Cheryl gave them 10 possible dates: May 15th, May 16th, May 19th, June 17th, June 18th, July 14th, July 16th, August 14th, August 15th, August 17th. Cheryl only told Alberts the month of her birthday and Bernard the day of her birthday. Alberts said, I don't know Cheryl's birthday, but I know Bernard doesn't know either. Bernard replied, I didn't know Cheryl's birthday at first, but now I know. Alberts also replied, then I know it too. So, what month and day is Cheryl's birthday? This question was like a magic that could tangle one's brain, making it very difficult to give a correct answer. This made Yifeng start to calculate in his mind what the answer to this question would be. While thinking, Yifeng remembered the intelligence capsule he got from massaging his aunt yesterday, which could come in handy at this moment. After using the intelligence capsule, the system template pops up. Host, Yifeng. Intelligence, 6. Strength, 6. Speed, 6. The average person has 3 indicators of 2. The original intelligence of 5 points rose to 6 points in an instant. The question that was originally confusing him became clear at this moment, and ideas for solving the problem appeared in Yifeng's mind. Although it only added a little intelligence, it was a huge improvement to Yifeng. Yifeng's pen slowly wrote down the answer. The answer is July 16th. The corner of Yifeng's mouth tilted upwards. The test setter should give him some help. Isn't it that he solved the problem too fast? An invigilator couldn't help but tremble with his legs and plopped down on the chair. He could even untie this? This is very unscientific and illogical. Medical room of the Mathematical Competition Committee. The medical staff member who was supervising Yifeng was feeling lucky that he didn't have to continue supervising the exam and was drinking coffee leisurely. You academic masters, you geniuses, are taking exams. Why would a medical worker like me get involved? It's so nice to drink tea and bask in the sun like now. A nurse at the side said in disbelief, "This is the first time I've heard of an exam causing such a big commotion." There are still more than a dozen students who are still unable to get over the psychological trauma of that day. It's just that I was stupid and couldn't learn math before, but now I think it's a good thing. It is said that Yifeng is now alone in his separate examination room, so there is nothing for us to do. Buzz buzz buzz. The cell phone suddenly rang at this moment, and the medical staff suddenly had a bad feeling. Who is this? What can I do for you? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Come to our place. Someone here needs your help. Ha, you still want to lie to me? Now that classmate Yifeng has a separate examination room, how could someone else have an accident? I didn't lie to you. This time, no student had any accident. It was the invigilator who had an accident. The teacher who invigilated Yifeng suddenly had high blood pressure. Come quickly. Not a student, but an invigilator? Examination room. Yifeng was very helpless. Was it necessary to be so excited? An invigilator with a very grim face was pinched on his philtrum, for fear that he would pass out due to an accident. Zhang Xiaodan also rushed over. Seeing this scene, he looked at Yifeng in shock. What is going on? Yifeng, he just saw me solve the last problem, and he felt incredible, and then his blood pressure rose. Zhang Xiaodan looked suspicious. No, this problem cannot be solved in such a short time. The person who solved it the fastest before took more than 10 hours. Zhang Xiaodan quickly picked up Yifeng's test paper and started to look at it. He listed rows of formulas on the draft and deduced the answers. Zhang Xiaodan was stunned. Yifeng, you really solved it. Yifeng, this isn't difficult. Just apply a few formulas and it will be easy to solve. Is there anything wrong with what I wrote? Zhang Xiaodan also felt that her blood pressure was a little high, so she quickly moved a chair for herself and sat down. Not difficult? How could it not be difficult? This is a question that many professors put in to put pressure on you. So far, no one has been able to solve it within 2 hours. They did this because they didn't want to have a 200-point test paper in the finals, but you actually solved it. After hearing this, some students who were watching nearby suddenly felt that it was no big deal if they couldn't solve the last question. After all, that question didn't seem like one that should be completed within 2 hours. But Yifeng actually wrote it. This is too exaggerated. That's because they haven't met me. This is called hard power. Yifeng said with disapproval. Zhang Xiaodan looked at Yifeng helplessly and said, when you were solving this problem just now, you erased a lot of important details. Yifeng, Teacher Zhang, you understand me quite well. Zhang Xiaodan, none of this matters anymore. You have raised the hatred of the competition committee too high. Once you get the trophy, come back to Beijing University with me. Hey, got it. Silence, total silence. All the examiners stared at the test paper Yifeng had written and fell into silence for a long time. How can we play this? How can we compete? The problem that no one else could solve was solved perfectly by Yifeng alone. Moreover, his way of solving the problem was completely different from the standard answer, so they had to check it all again. After several examiners checked the results all night long, they finally proved that Yifeng's solution was correct. On the second day, the examiners, all with dark circles under their eyes, looked at each other. Do we have to give him extra points again? There's no reason not to give him extra points for such a perfect way of solving the problem. It seems that the test-setting team still couldn't stump the student named Yifeng. The champion must be him. In this mathematics competition, from the preliminary round to the final, the champion who won first place with super scores was born. That is Yifeng. And now Yifeng is thinking about a question. What gift should he bring back for his senior sister Lang after returning triumphantly this time? Chapter 41 Brother Yifeng, I miss you so much. As the mathematics competition draws to a close, Yifeng also received a professor-level chemistry award from the system. The current skills he possesses are Professor-level Chemistry Proficiency, SSS level, Professor-level Physics Proficiency, SSS level, Professor-level Music Proficiency, SSS level, Athlete-level Physical Education Proficiency, SS level, Grandmaster-level Martial Arts Proficiency, SS level, Cooking Proficiency, A level, Massage Proficiency, A level. Yifeng firmly believes that chemistry, physics and mathematics are three great subjects. If they are applied to the extreme, they will have the power to change the world. The system gave priority to me in reaching the professor level in these three subjects, and perhaps it had its reasons. Feeling that he has taken another step towards becoming an almighty god of learning, Yifeng is very satisfied. He is sure that there will be even more generous system rewards in the future. Then came the final award ceremony. Yifeng received a rather large gold trophy, which should be worth hundreds of thousands. After winning the award, many people from the mathematics committee came to Yifeng and asked him with a hint of malice, Yifeng, congratulations on becoming the champion of this year's mathematics competition. Can you describe how you feel now? Yifeng was silent for a moment and then said, my source of happiness comes from learning. Everyone was stunned for a moment. There were many whispers coming from the thousands of people in the audience. He studies so well, he must be happier the more he studies. Who said he is better than the top student? He can even be called the academic god. Yes, in front of the god of learning, everything is just trash. Yifeng ignored the comments from the audience and continued speaking. Learning is the driving force for my progress. Learning makes me better and better. I like to fly freely in the ocean of learning. My roommate asked me to play games, but I turned a deaf ear to him. My girlfriend asked me to watch a movie, but I was indifferent. The teacher asked me to take rest, but I refused. In this world, only learning will not deceive you. As long as you learn, you will gain something. Everyone, please pay attention to one thing. You can eat potato chips, pick up girls, daydream, and play, but you can't stop studying. Otherwise, we can't be good friends. I like studying, and studying likes me. We make each other successful together. Yifeng was very shameless and said these very shameful words to the camera. Everyone on and off the stage was silent. This guy really deserves a beating. Yifeng looked at the member of the competition committee next to him. The other party had a dazed look on his face and did not react. He had no idea what to say. He felt like he was being looked down upon after not studying for a long time. Ahem, what Yifeng said is very good. Learning is a journey of hard work. I wonder if Yifeng will continue to study mathematics in the future. Yifeng smiled and said, Teacher, what do you think? I feel like hell. If you want to study, then study. If you don't want to study, it has nothing to do with me. Why is this person talking in such a choking way? Is this the way the god of learning behaves in the world? This is really inhuman. Finally, Yifeng left the podium on the grounds that he was in a hurry. Zhang Xiaodan hurriedly took Yifeng to go back to Beijing University. Let's go. We have to go. If you don't leave now, you're going to be beaten up by some hot-tempered students. But I have to say that Yifeng's behavior is really cool. I guess those who wanted to hold the mathematics competition in advance are now disappointed, because all the limelight was snatched away by Yifeng alone. When Yifeng returned to Beijing University, he was confused. There were actually banners put up at the entrance of Peking University. Congratulations to Yifeng for winning first place in the mathematics competition and returning triumphantly. Is this speed so fast? Yifeng suddenly had a feeling of returning home in glory. At this moment and in this situation, it would be inappropriate if he didn't show off a bit. Senior Yi, you're back. I'll help you get your things. Master Yi, this is the milk tea I just bought. Come and drink it. It's the newest flavor. Senior Yi, can you take me flying for a bit? I'm really interested in mathematics. Yi Feng looked at the enthusiastic crowd and shook his head, saying, You have all changed. You are no longer the same as before. I just won the championship of a mathematics competition. Am I really that handsome? Yes, you are so handsome. Just because you win a math championship, can you do whatever you want? Yes, you can do whatever you want. Yi Feng said helplessly, How can you be like this? If you are like this, I really can't pretend to be deep and melancholy. Master Yi, you don't have to act deep and melancholy, because you're the coolest. Xiao Yuro, who was standing by, talked incessantly to those nearby who wanted to know about Yi Feng's heroic performance in the mathematics competition. That's inside the fire cube. It's full of top students from all the universities. It can be said that the best students from our daxia are gathered together. Every time there is an exam, there will be people who lose points on the test paper. However, after participating in the math competition this time, junior brother Yi Feng not only won the championship, but he also did not lose any points in every test from the beginning to the end. He even scored higher than the average. This is a miracle in the math competition. Faced with a very difficult problem that no one else could solve, even I, the 6th place candidate, had no clue at all. Our junior brother Yi Feng actually used more than a dozen methods to quickly solve that top-level problem. Xiao Yuro was so excited and gesticulating while speaking in front of everyone. Those students who had never been to the fire cube were very envious after hearing what they heard. After squeezing in the crowd for a long time, Wang Shiran finally saw Yi Feng's handsome face, his eyes full of golden light. Brother Yi Feng. A cute voice was heard, and a figure was seen approaching. Wang Shiran quickly came into Yi Feng's arms, hugged him tightly and refused to let go, with a happy smile on his face. Brother Yi Feng, you are finally back. I missed you so much. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and pushed her to Xiao Yuro's side. Everyone looked at Yi Feng with admiration. Is this the Yi Feng who won the championship? It's really handsome. And he is so talented. At this moment, Yi Feng, who was surrounded by everyone, kept looking at the lounge where Lang Luoli was. Everyone had come, so why didn't Lang Luoli come to greet him? Chapter 42 I'm going to show off and will be back soon. Lang Luoli Lounge. There is a very familiar face today. Lang Luoli, who was sitting on an office chair, and a sexily dressed woman stared at each other, motionless. The two of them seemed to be frozen in place. Apart from the sound of their heartbeats, there was no other sound. The woman was dressed in fashionable luxury goods and had a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed to be able to seduce people. In the end, it was Mina's face that turned red first, and then she began to breathe heavily. Lang Luoli exhaled lightly and said, Mina, you don't seem to have made any progress. If someone saw this scene, they would probably be so surprised that they would be speechless. A cool campus beauty from Kyoto University and a top model were competing in the office to see who could hold their breath longer. Mina shook her head and said, Lang Luoli, why do you still like to play such childish games so much? Lang Luoli held her hands in front of her soft body and said, When you can beat me one day, you won't feel bored anymore. Mina gasped, Damn it, sooner or later, I'll make you gasp for air in front of me. Lang Luoli said conceitedly, Want to see me breathing? Maybe you will have the chance in your next life. Mina didn't get angry. Are you still planning to be a mathematics professor at Kyoto University? Don't you want to return to your family? Lang Luoli was silent for a while and said, Family matters are too complicated. I don't like to get involved in such matters. Mina said helplessly, I don't know how many people in this world envy you for being born into a family like that, but you just want to leave there. That's just what they think. Lang Luoli said leisurely, I just want to live the life I like, and no one can stop me. Mina was speechless. The power of that family is terrifying. Lang Luoli said, No one comes to visit you for no reason. Mina, why are you being so evasive today? Harmful. Mina had a complicated expression. Are you really going to reject the Wang family's marriage proposal? Lang Luoli's expression was resolute. Of course I won't be with a second-generation rich man who is philandering and uneducated. He is not even 1/10 as good as Fenger, Lang Luoli added the second half of the sentence in her heart. Mina said worriedly, That's one of the top families in Daxia. If you refuse this marriage, will your Lang family really agree? Even if they are a powerful family, so what? Do they dare to come to me and force me now? Mina's breathing quickened. Lang Luoli said, I won't let them interfere in my life. Just at this moment, Lu Ruyan trotted to the door of Lang Luoli's lounge. Senior Lang, Yifeng is back after winning the math competition. Mina was shocked. Lang Luoli's Jr. won the championship in the mathematics competition? Yifeng is back? Lang Luoli was overjoyed and hurried to the door. Sensing Mina's suspicious look, she quickly said, This is my junior who won the math competition. Mina was a little suspicious, but couldn't tell what was wrong. Luoli. You. Lang Luoli said quickly, Don't let your imagination run wild. Mina said with certainty, You must be too excited and want to pee. Lang Luoli, Ruyan, send this Ms. Me away. After Yifeng squeezed out from the welcoming crowd, he walked towards Lang Luoli's lounge with the gifts he had prepared. It's just that he just saw Lang Luoli on the way and was about to greet her happily. Wang Fu's inappropriate appearance disrupted the meeting between Yifeng and Lang Luoli. Student Yifeng, why are you here? I know you want to thank Lang Luoli for your tutoring, but now all the students are waiting for you in the lobby to give your acceptance speech. Come on, come with me. Wang Fu pulled Yifeng and prepared to walk towards the lobby. Senior Lang, this is the gift I prepared for you. After I finish showing off, and give my acceptance speech, I will come back to discuss math problems with you. Lang Luoli couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw Yifeng's funny look when he was taken away by Principal Wang. She didn't expect that Yifeng was so thoughtful and even prepared a gift for her. Lang Luoli showed a sweet smile on her face. Fenger is really so nice. The first thing he thought of when he came back was to look for me, and he even prepared a gift for me. I don't know how to reward him. Looking at the exquisite gift bag in her hand, Lang Luoli smiled even sweeter. Fenger really misses me. She slowly opened the gift bag. The moment she opened it, her little face was filled with surprise. I saw that the gift bag was filled with huge strawberries. Each strawberry was big and plump, and I could smell the fragrance coming from it. And there are so many boxes of strawberries. If other girls see them, they will definitely drool. Lang Luoli's voice rang out. There happens to be an imported fruit supermarket near where Brother Feng's competition is taking place. He should have bought it there. Yifeng must have seen himself eating strawberries before and secretly took note of his preference. This time I went on a long journey, so I brought these sweet strawberries to myself. He is really a little bad boy. I don't know how many girls he has touched before. Lang Luoli said insincere words and laughed happier than anyone else. It's not that Yifeng prepared a gift for her, but that Yifeng had the intention to do so. Lang Luoli saw another beautifully packaged box near the many strawberry boxes. What's this? Lang Luoli opened the box, and inside was a piece of pure polyvinyl acetal resin. When she looked inside the polyvinyl acetal resin, Lang Luoli was stunned. Inside the polyvinyl alcohol acetal resin, there is a three-dimensional figure of a woman holding a candy man, but half of it has been bitten. The woman's expression was very happy, and Lang Luoli could tell at a glance that this person was herself. Although the self inside this polyvinyl alcohol acetal resin is not exquisite, Lang Luoli can still feel Yifeng's carefulness and patience in making this gift. Moreover, Yifeng chose polyvinyl acetal resin as the material for the edging so that this gift can be preserved permanently. Lang Luoli's nose felt a little sour, and she held the gift as if it were a treasure. You little rascal, you almost made me cry. She carefully put it back into the box. In her eyes, this is the best gift in the world. Brother Feng is still in the lobby pretending to give a speech. I want to go see him. Lang Luoli put her feet together and walked towards the lobby. I'm going to find him. Chapter 43 A Strange Way of Meeting. Lang Luoli quickly came to the lobby and looked at Yifeng, who was talking incessantly at the podium. She still couldn't help but keep her eyes on Yifeng. Yifeng is indeed a very attractive person to girls. He is handsome, suave, and intelligent, and won first place in a mathematics competition jointly organized by thousands of universities. I don't know how many girls have a secret crush on him. Among all the girls in Beijing University, which girl doesn't have an interest in Yifeng? If Yifeng didn't have such a bad temper, many girls would probably throw themselves at him. Just when Lang Luoli was thinking of this, Yifeng had just finished his speech. Suddenly, a girl rushed onto the stage like crazy and hugged Yifeng. This made Yifeng suddenly feel a fragrant breeze blowing into his arms. Lang Luoli saw this scene with her eyes wide open, staring at the girl who threw herself into Yifeng's arms. Yukingchi. She actually threw herself into her boyfriend's arms in public, which made Lang Luoli feel like her boyfriend was being taken advantage of. And Yifeng didn't push the other person away immediately. Lang Luoli was a little embarrassed. Although this incident cannot be blamed on junior brother Yi, he did not push the girl away immediately, which shows that he has the intention of flirting with other girls. I don't know how many girls he will harm in the future. It is really too unhappy. And this Yuching pool, hugging your boyfriend in public, I will remember this grudge. Lang Luoli turned around and left the lobby angrily. Senior Lang. Yifeng suddenly saw Lang Luoli in the distance, with a look of despair on his face. Now he was being held by Yuqingqi like an octopus and he couldn't break free at all. He could only watch Lang Luoli leave angrily. It's over. If senior sister Lang sees this, she will definitely be jealous. Although Lang Luoli had had some small emotions before, she had never been as upset as she was now, so angry that she left on the spot. Why didn't I avoid Yuqingqi's sudden attack just now? Yifeng quickly pushed away Yuqingqi, who had an intoxicated look on his face, threw him aside, and quickly chased after Lang Luoli. But the latter has disappeared. It's over, barbecue is gone, Senior Lang must be very unhappy. Yifeng was so anxious that he scratched his head and looked at what was going on. But the most urgent task now is to find Lang Luoli as soon as possible and coax her. She is definitely not angry with him now, she is just a little emotional. If he doesn't coax her, it will make her think too much. I hurried to Lang Luoli's lounge, only to see Lu Ruyan helping Lang Luoli clean the lounge. Yifeng, are you here to see senior sister Lang? Yifeng said a little depressed. There was a little misunderstanding just now, and I'm going to explain it to senior sister Lang. What happened just now was indeed too unexpected, and he felt a little embarrassed. Lu Ruyan said, Senior Lang has not returned since she left the office just now. Yifeng sighed, it seems that senior sister Lang is angry with me and wants to find a quiet place. Zhang Xiaodan, that may not be the case. Senior sister Ling just sent me a message, saying that if you come to the office to look for her, she should tell you that she has gone back to her home. Going back to her own home? Did Senior Ling ask you to tell me her address? Yifeng was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw Lang Luoli return to her home. Usually she would live in the dormitory arranged by Jinde. Moreover, Senior Lang also asked Lu Ruyan to leave clues for her, which meant that she was not really angry with her, but just wanted to coax her. Lu Ruyan nodded. Senior sister Lang did tell me that as long as you come to find her, she will let me tell you the location of her home. It seems that Senior Lang is not really angry with me. Yifeng was overjoyed and hurried to the address Lu Ruyan gave him. In a luxurious villa, there is a unique artificial hot spring that is emitting hot steam. Lang Luoli was soaking in the hot spring in her underwear, looking like she was enjoying it very much. Whenever she was feeling uneasy, she would come here to soak in a hot spring to calm herself down. When soaking in the hot spring here, she would not think about anything else, allowing her brain to completely relax. Her entire mental state was very relaxed, without any distracting thoughts. At this time, you can put everything in your mind. Therefore, she would come and stay for a while every once in a while without anyone knowing. Lang Luoli was soaking in the hot spring with her snow-white arms stretched out, eating the strawberries that Yifeng had brought for her, and playing with the three-dimensional resin figure that Yifeng had made specifically for her. This is really thoughtful. This resin is a waterproof material, so Lang Luoli doesn't have to worry about getting wet. This gift is Lang Luoli's favorite gift she has ever received. Although it is not very expensive, it is full of sincerity, which is more precious than any expensive thing. Although he was hugging Yuqingqi just now, it was just an accident. I'd better not be angry with him. Lang Luoli's expression relaxed. If I get angry with him because of this, wouldn't it make me look like I have no temperament? Snap. Yifeng's footsteps were heard suddenly. Lang Luoli's expression was panicked. She had been looking at the gift Yifeng gave her and didn't notice anyone coming into her villa. What happened? How did he get into his villa? She suddenly remembered that she had asked Lu Ruyan to tell Yifan the password of the villa door. Yifeng? If it was him, he could indeed come to his villa without anyone noticing. But she never expected that Yifeng would come to her villa so soon. I'm still taking a hot spring bath. Feeling Yifeng getting closer and closer, Lang Luoli was completely panicked. After a while, Yifeng arrived at the hot spring. The two looked at each other and the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Senior Lang? Yifeng opened his mouth and looked at the woman in front of him who was wearing underwear. Lang Luoli's beautiful hair was wrapped in a pink cloth, her whole body was soaked in the hot spring, revealing her playful suspenders. It must be because of the warm hot spring water, her body has a hint of pink. Through the clear hot spring water, Yifeng could clearly see Langluoli's jade-white figure and her thin clothes. Langluoli never thought that she would meet Yifeng in this way. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 44. Let us take a hot spring bath together? Perhaps it was fate that brought them together in the hot spring. The warm water brought a slight blush to Langluoli's face. Langluoli tried her best to hide her shyness. Brother Yifeng, why are you here? Yifeng stared at her and told her the truth. I think senior sister Lang is still mad at me, so I came to apologize to you. I really didn't expect that you were taking a hot spring bath. Langluoli shifted her gaze. You came at the right time. Yifeng scratched his head and said, I didn't expect to find you at home today, and I didn't expect you to have your own hot spring at home. Have you never experienced taking a hot spring bath in your own yard? Langluoli suddenly asked, do you want to take a hot spring bath together? After Langluoli finished speaking, she felt like she had a brain cramp. Why did she suddenly ask Yifeng to take a hot spring bath with her? But Yifeng probably wouldn't agree. What? Yifeng was also stunned. Take a hot spring bath with you, senior sister? Yifeng would never dare to be so bold even in his dreams. Langluoli felt that once she had spoken, she could not go back on her words. What? Is there a problem? My hot spring is so big, there is more than enough space. Yifeng explained, actually, that's not the reason. In fact, Yifeng was not prepared at all and seemed a little overwhelmed. Langluoli took the opportunity to say, if you feel that it's inappropriate for two people to take a hot spring bath, why don't you wait until I'm done, and then come and take a bath? Too inappropriate? Yifeng thought silently in his heart, if I reject senior sister Lang's invitation now, will she think that I am complaining that I am taking up too much space? If so, the misunderstanding will be too big. Girls tend to be more prone to overthinking, so don't let them think too much. Yifeng made up his mind and said righteously, no need, I will take a hot spring bath with senior sister Lang now. Langluoli, M. She didn't expect Yifeng to agree to it, and choked up, are you sure you want to use the water I soaked in? Yifeng confirmed, I am absolutely sure. M. Langluoli didn't expect things to turn out like this. Yifeng came near the hot spring and said a little embarrassedly, Senior Lang, should I start undressing now? Langluoli turned her head away, blushing, this is your business, no need to tell me. Yifeng nodded vigorously, stripped himself naked at a very fast speed, and jumped into the hot spring. Langluoli accidentally saw Yifeng's powerful figure, and her heart trembled suddenly. Yifeng and Langluoli soaked in the hot spring, motionless. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. This hot spring is not designed to be particularly large and is usually used by one person. Now Yifeng only needs to stretch out his hand slightly to hold Langluoli in his arms. Langluoli was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. The water temperature of the hot spring will not drop, and the heat will continue to rise. Yifeng and Langluoli were like two idiots, just standing there quietly and motionless. The relationship between the two of them is that they are both lovers and senior and junior, and the feeling of this relationship is very subtle. Especially when two people are soaking in a hot spring together, this ambiguous feeling is particularly prominent. This very warm and comfortable hot spring water also contains the other person's body temperature. Langluoli's little head was full of random thoughts and her heartbeat was as loud as a drum. Yifeng, who was standing opposite Langluoli, didn't dare to look around casually. But the hot spring water is very clean and clear, and there is nothing obstructing the water. As long as Yifeng takes a quick glance, he will see those very conspicuous places that should not be seen. Who can stand this? The hot spring water continues to steam, and the beautiful scenery will come into Yifeng's field of vision. Such beautiful scenery, once you take a look at it, it is hard not to take a second look. Moreover, Langluoli was too shy to look at him at this moment, which made Yifeng bolder. Yifeng quietly looked at the bottom of the water with his peripheral vision. Yifeng's heartbeat became very fast and his breathing became rapid. This scenery is truly unforgettable. I couldn't help but bleed from my nose. Langluoli asked worriedly, Brother Yifeng, what's wrong with you? Are you not used to the hot spring? Yifeng quickly leaned back to stop his nosebleed. No, I've been eating too much sea cucumber lately, I'll be fine soon. Sea cucumber? You should eat less of it, or you'll end up like the people on the Dasha football team. Langluoli was slightly relieved to hear that Yifeng had simply eaten too many sea cucumbers. As long as there were no other problems, it was good. After the two exchanged a few words, the situation was not as awkward as before. It's just taking a hot spring bath together. Is that what couples should do? Langluwali said silently in her heart. Langluwali relaxed a little, so she asked, what did you gain from participating in the mathematics competition organized by thousands of colleges and universities this time? Yifeng thought for a while and said, in the preliminary and semi-finals, the questions were indeed relatively simple and did not make me feel any difficulty. In the finals, when I solved a very confusing question, I gained a lot of new ideas and views on mathematics, which may be very helpful to me in mathematics in the future. Langluwali's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Being able to solve the most difficult problem in the finals gave me new perspectives and ideas on mathematics. This really shows that you have gained a lot from this competition. Yifeng felt the same way. Langluwali was able to win first place in the previous Olympic mathematical competition, so she must have had the same experiences and gains as himself. Langluwali said with great interest, tell me quickly, what happened to you during the game? Yifeng told her everything about his competition in Fire Cube. Just ignore the things that happened with my aunt. It's not that Yifeng didn't want to say it, but what Mu Xinxi did was indeed too appalling. After learning that Yifeng had done so many amazing things in the math competition, Langluwali couldn't help but laugh. They held the math competition ahead of schedule this time, hoping to take back Kyoto University's title of number 1 in math. This is really a case of losing more than gaining. Seeing Yifeng's smug look, Langluwali pretended to be angry and said, you haven't even gotten over the fact that you made me angry yet? Why don't you think about how to compensate him? Yifeng thought for a moment and said weakly, well, senior, how about we just have a one-shot fight? Langluwali, one shot? Chapter 45, the Stinky Junior actually wanted to rush to the senior. After Yifeng said this, he wanted to give himself a big nose bag. He had read too many indecent books in the past, and he even inadvertently said such obscene words in front of Langluwali. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Yifeng's back. Was he going to be beaten to death here today? But Langluwali couldn't help but laugh and said, Shouty Yi, you really have a lot on your mind, but since I just accepted your gift today, I will agree to your request. What is happening? Yifeng looked surprised. Langluwali agreed to her request? Yifeng continued to ask doubtfully, Senior Lang, did you really promise me? Do I look like someone who would regret what he said? Langluwali chuckled and said, I'm not a stingy girl. I'll just agree to this kind of thing. Why don't you believe what I say? This is no small matter, is it? This is a historical moment in human development. Senior Lang is so open and generous in this regard, which is really rare. Could it be that I am too charming? Yifeng was so excited that he was shaking all over. Since this is the case, I won't be polite. Langluwali was slightly dumbfounded. Yifeng's eyes were firm. He stood up without any hesitation and said with a blushing face, Senior, shall we start from the hot spring? Langluwali, Omega Omega. Langluwali, Sigma A. Langluwali, Omega Omega. Langluwali quickly turned around, her face flushed with shame, and stammered, Yi, junior brother, what are you going to do? I don't mind, it's all right. Yifeng's nosebleed could not stop flowing. With a determined look on his face, he walked towards Langluwali, as long as it's senior sister Lang, I can do anything. Langluwali was so angry that she was fuming, what do you want to do? Yifeng nodded very seriously, I really want to, very much. It only takes a few seconds. Yifeng was beaten out of the hot spring and fell outside with a look of aggrieved look on his face. Langluwali's whole body was flushed with shame. She squatted in the hot spring and said angrily, Shouty Yi, you little beast, what on earth are you thinking about? Yifeng looked aggrieved, I am wronged, didn't you ask me to do it, senior sister? What did I ask you to do? I just wanted to have some fun with you, who asked you to do that to me? Langluwali was shaking with anger. What? Yifeng was very confused, Senior Sister Lang, what do you mean by passing by in a flash? Langluwali explained, what I mean is that we are both in the hot spring, soaking together, and let all the unhappy things in the past go. Don't think about them anymore, but what are you thinking about? Yifeng. It turns out that it was a bubble, not a shot. What a big mistake. He suddenly felt that being with Langluwali was too impure. He had read too many indecent novels in the past. Just now, he actually made that move in front of Langluwali. Yifeng felt like he was completely socially dead. What is going on? Langluwali is also very embarrassed now. This junior brother Yi has always been lusting after my body. He is really a little hooligan. So shameless. Now she has managed to buy a 3-bedroom apartment with her own hands. I'm obviously not in the mood to continue soaking in the hot springs here. She quickly stood up and prepared to leave, grabbing a bathrobe and putting it on. Her movements were fast, but Yifeng's eyes were even faster. White, really white. After Lang Luoli put on her bathrobe, she looked very attractive. Bad Junior, hurry up and take a shower. Don't think about these messy things anymore. After saying that, she walked towards the villa and prepared to change into new clothes. But she had just taken 2 steps when she almost bumped into a tree in front of her and almost got a bump. Such a strong Lang Luoli actually bumped into a tree while walking. Now she is also very panicked. Yifeng returned to the hot spring and floated on the water, looking regretful. It was too early to expose myself. I originally wanted to come here to coax Lang Luoli, but I didn't expect things to go wrong. And the problem this time was very big, which made Lang Luoli realize that her heart was very impure. Senior asked me to wash well, so I'll wash well first. Now Yifeng didn't know what to say when he caught up with her, so he just continued to soak in the hot spring. Inside the villa, Lang Luoli locked herself in the closet, shivering. You stinky Junior, you actually want to hit on me. How could I be such a casual woman? She was so angry that her teeth were about to break, her nose felt a little sour, and she almost cried. Yifeng showed all the scenes in front of her, and they kept appearing. Damn it, Nanke is dead, I can't think about this. Lang Luoli had never encountered such a thing before. The more she wanted to forget it, the more she couldn't forget it. Although she had seen a lot of things in other places, and even represented the Great Xia Kingdom in a foreign country to participate in the world-class Olympic mathematics competition and won first place, she had never encountered something like today. The visual impact at that moment was more powerful than the sun exploding. If the person in front of her wasn't Yifeng, she would definitely beat him to death. Although she is a very conservative girl, she is not particularly old-fashioned. I will not resist things like the origin of human development. They've only been together for a few days, and it's already developed to that point. It's really too fast. They have only been on a date once, and they just held hands, without even kissing or hugging. How can they jump straight to that stage? After being shy, Lang Luoli slowly calmed down. You can't really blame Brother Feng for this. After all, we have such a good relationship, and he just misunderstood what I meant. But I was so excited just now. Will Fenger feel that I will ignore him because of this incident? Lang Luoli began to have wild thoughts. Now she no longer looks like a cool school beauty, but just a girl next door who is in love. I might as well let Brother Feng in now. Chapter 46, Pick Up Materials. After receiving Lang Luoli's message, Yifeng hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed to his bedroom in a panic. Seeing Yifeng like this, Lang Luoli in front of the window couldn't help but feel a little amused. Coming to Lang Luoli's boudoir, Yifeng looked around like a curious baby. The room is very simple and clean, without any other clutter. It can be said that there is nothing else except daily necessities. Considering Lang Luoli's personality, it really fits her aesthetic. Seeing that there was a huge rabbit pillow on Lang Luoli's quilt, Yifeng's expression was a little strange. Lang Luoli also noticed this detail, and with a blushing face, she took out a bottle of blue drink from her drawer. This is a potion made from some herbs that warm the body. Drinking some of this after soaking in the hot spring is good for your body. Yifeng took the bottle of blue potion and said seriously, Senior Lang, you are really fine. Lang Luoli blushed, it's just one bottle or so, it's not a big deal. Yifeng came to Lang Luoli's side very happily, then Senior Lang, help me feel if I am warming up. Lang Luoli hurriedly asked nervously, Xiao Di, why are you suddenly so close to me? That's not a nice name. You have to listen to it even if it doesn't sound good. Senior Lang, please don't reject me. How annoying, husband. Night. Yifeng left Lang Luoli's villa very contentedly and stretched his muscles comfortably. It was really pleasant to chat with Lang Luoli for an entire afternoon. Moreover, he could hold Senior Sister Lang's hand and feel her unique fragrance, which made Senior Sister Lang's heart flutter. But the most that Senior Sister Lang did to me was to shake hands. When my hands wanted to go further, I would feel a chill on my waist. Lu Ruyan happened to pass by nearby and was stunned for a moment. Yifeng, did you just finish discussing studies with Senior Lang? When Lu Ruyan was about to go home, she saw Yifeng just coming out of Lang Luoli's house and thought that Yifeng had just finished discussing and studying. As for talking sweet nothings to Lang Luoli in the boudoir, it never appeared in Lu Ruyan's mind. Yifeng said seriously, I just solved a difficult problem with senior sister Lang. Lu Ruyan was full of admiration. Yifeng, you are really amazing, no wonder you can win first place in the math competition. Yifeng said very seriously, of course, senior sister Lang and I are together, and we can solve any problem no matter how difficult it is. Student Yifeng is really a good student. Lang Luoli was listening to the conversation between the two through the glass window, speechless. Study material? Obviously just pick up girl material. Chapter 47 Mu Xinxi comes out of the bath. In the Yifeng courtyard, Mu Xinxi was eating the takeaway that had just been delivered. This is obviously a very high-end meal in the area, why doesn't it taste as good as what Xiaofeng made? Although she had not been eating Yifeng's cooking for long, her appetite had become more picky. The food that I used to like very much now tastes a little bit less interesting. It can't be compared with what Xiaofeng did. This made Mu Xinxi unable to eat after eating just a little. She could only think of it as losing weight. What should I do? My mouth can only take in Xiaofeng's food. Everything else doesn't suit my appetite. If Xiaofeng is not around, I will starve to death. Xiaofeng isn't a chef, so how can he cook such delicious food? Is this the legendary self-taught learning? He is worthy of being a member of the Yi family. No matter what he does, he can do his best. Mu Xinxi felt very proud to have such a nephew. There probably aren't many people like me who know that Xiaofeng's cooking skills are so good, right? Mu Xinxi seemed a little happy when she thought that Yifeng's excellent cooking skills were only enjoyed by her. It's just that Xiaofeng seems to be only interested in academics and doesn't particularly care about business. The shops I bought for him at the auction house haven't been signed yet. I'd better help him deal with it. When Yifeng returned home, he found that his aunt was not in the yard and there was no light in the room. She must have gone to bed too late, so he went back to his room to have a good rest. In the early morning, he suddenly felt the urge to urinate. Yifeng, who was half asleep, was wearing shorts and preparing to go to the toilet. When I walked out of the room, I found that the light in my aunt's room was also on. In the middle of the night, Auntie, do you want to get up and pee? Yifeng then thought about draining the water quickly, as it would be bad if his aunt saw him like this. The bathroom in the courtyard was in a separate room not far away, and Yifeng ran there in a hurry. Why couldn't the person who designed this courtyard build the toilet closer to the rooms? Yifeng was very helpless and cursed the person who designed this courtyard several times in his heart. For people who have the urge to urinate, running a few more steps is a torture. I should build a toilet near my room when I have time in the future. Yifeng's bathroom is in a separate room in the courtyard, which is several dozen square meters in size, with dry and wet areas separated. The toilet and bathing area are separated by transparent glass. Finally got there, water dragon bomb attack. Yifeng hurriedly prepared to open the valve to drain the water. His eyes looked at the bathtub through the glass. Under the moonlight, the bathtub looked particularly soft. In the bathtub, there is a breathtakingly beautiful woman soaking in the bathtub, feeling the moonlight shining on her body. Her skin was snow white, her hair was black, and her skin even glowed in the moonlight. The beauty under the moonlight also looked at him at this moment. Who else could it be other than his aunt Mu Xinxi? Yifeng's face was full of disbelief. Fuck, why is my aunt here? Yifeng's face was covered in cold sweat. The water bomb that was half released was directly forced to be shut down. Why didn't my aunt turn on the light when she was taking a bath? He wanted to leave quickly. But he did it unintentionally and didn't really want to watch her take a bath. If I really run away, wouldn't I be guilty? If my aunt thought I had any orthopedic ideas, I would really be beaten to death. And I will never provide myself with S-level fragment rewards again. So now Yifeng has to solve this embarrassing problem. What happened today? Why did I suddenly see Lang Luoli and Mu Xinxi taking a bath in the same day? Although it was embarrassing, he still explained. Aunt, listen to me, I really thought there was no one here. I just noticed that the lights were off and you were still in your room, so I wanted to take care of my physiological problems right away. How could I have known that I would suddenly see you? But you have to believe me, Auntie, I really didn't see anything I shouldn't have seen. I've never liked eating carrots since I was a child, so I'm night blind. It's so dark now, I can't see anything clearly. Admiring the porcelain road. Xiaofeng, if you are night blind, how do you know I am looking at you? Oh my god. Yifeng, M. How can I justify this? Mu Xinxi continued. But it was my fault. I forgot to lock the door before taking a shower, and I didn't turn on the light, so I can't blame you. But don't do it again. If this kind of accident happens next time, I will be angry and the consequences will be serious. Yi Feng thought of Mu Xinxi's method. Cold sweat broke out instantly. This is simply the final ultimatum. Aunt, you must believe me. I will be careful next time. Good. Then Auntie, why don't I go first? Mu Xinxi looked at Yi Feng with her big watery eyes and said meaningfully. Don't wear triangles anymore. Yi Feng was a little confused. Thongs are not good for development. Yi Feng's old face turned red and he seemed a little at a loss. He looked at Mu Xinxi with some confusion. Why can't it be a triangle? Don't many people choose a triangle? If you wear too many triangles, the radish will become smaller. Let's switch to square ones in the future. Also, in places like this, clothing should be kept loose, not tight, as it is not good for the seeds of great harmony. Yi Feng was shocked. Is there such a saying? He said with some worry, then I will throw away all the triangles later. That's good. Good night, Auntie. Sweet dreams. Yi Feng left here in a hurry in dejection. After Yi Feng left, Mu Xinxi looked at his back and continued to bask in the moonlight. In fact, even if Yi Feng deliberately peeked, she would not really do anything to him. When Yi Feng was young, he often took a bath with me. But now there is a difference between men and women, so it is indeed inappropriate to let him feast his eyes. Next time you take a shower or change clothes, you'd better lock the door. Chapter 48. Yi Feng is famous. The next day, Yi Feng got up very early and made an appointment with Lang Luoli to have breakfast together at a breakfast shop near Peking University. The two chatted casually and returned to their classroom. Yi Feng, who had just returned to the classroom, heard a lot of people discussing something. It seemed to be about a young man who sang very well, and words like the clown is in the temple, the master is wandering and so on. Yi Feng was not particularly interested in these things, so he took out a chemistry book and started reading, wanting to see how good his chemistry level was. Wang Xiran, who was beside Yi Feng, first stuck to Yi Feng for a while and then joined in the discussion, wanting to see what everyone was so interested in. During this period, this young man's hits have exceeded 1 billion. His singing can really be called music with soul. Praised a girl with freckles on her face. I have been listening to this song during this period. It is an original song. It is amazing. Who are you discussing? I'm curious too. Wang Xiran was also very interested in the person everyone was discussing. The girl with freckles on her face put the mobile phone in front of Wang Xiran, and a video appeared in front of Wang Xiran. The shooting technique of this video was a bit rough and not very detailed. The position is also relatively far back, and the pixels of the mobile phone are also a bit blurry. Despite this, it does not affect the young man in the video from singing his beautiful, heavenly voice. This song is really nice. Why does it sound so familiar? After singing a song, Wang Xiran was still intoxicated by the lyrics of the song. For a long time, Wang Xiran gradually came to her senses. The people around her were also fascinated and couldn't help laughing out loud. Everyone had a similar reaction to the song. Wang Xiran always felt that the person in the video looked very familiar and wanted to watch it again. Xiran, don't you like Yi Feng the most? Why are you interested in other boys? Aren't you afraid that your brother Yi Feng will be unhappy? A girl said with a smile. At this moment, Wang Xiran was concentrating on watching the person in the video and had no time to pay attention to the girl. The more Wang Xiran looked at him, the more he felt like him. Otherwise, how could he feel so familiar with him? He must be someone he often paid attention to. Eh? This looks like brother Yi Feng. Ah. That must be it. Wang Xiran's sudden scream attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was very curious about what had happened that made Wang Xiran so excited. The girls next to Wang Xiran were so scared that they almost sat down on the ground. Xiran, why are you so excited? We were all shocked by you. Several girls nearby were patting their big oranges, still feeling frightened. At this time, in Lang Luoli's classroom, she was eating the snacks that Yi Feng bought for her with relish. This snack Fenger bought tastes pretty good. I wonder where he found it from. Just when Lang Luoli was halfway through her meal, Lu Ruyan ran to her side in a hurry. What's going on? Lang Luoli looked at Lu Ruyan, who was excited, and thought that she was trying to snatch her snacks, so she quickly put the snacks in her arms. Everything else is fine, but no one is allowed to touch the snacks Yifeng bought for himself. Senior Lang, look who this is. Lu Ruyan quickly put the phone in front of Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli soon discovered that the video of Yifeng singing near the campfire when she was dating him that day was not very clear, but recognizable. Watching this video, Lang Luoli blushed and secretly sighed in her heart. It's a good thing that Fenger and I didn't record the words we confessed to each other, otherwise I would be so embarrassed. Lang Luoli looked at the video and said, this should be junior brother Yifeng. Senior Lang, you also think this is Yifeng, right? He's really going to be famous now. Lu Ruyan's face was full of admiration. She didn't expect that her classmate was now an internet celebrity. Senior Lang, you know that Yifeng is very popular now, right? Lu Ruyan seemed a little bit unbelieving. Is he going to be famous now? Lang Luoli was a little surprised. She seldom paid attention to the fragmentary news on the internet. Senior Lang, you may not know this, but our junior is now a big celebrity on the internet. The number of hits on the entire network has exceeded 1 billion. At this moment, Lu Ruyan looked happier than when she became famous. Ha! Lang Luoli also showed surprise on her face. Didn't she know that Yifeng became so famous after he sang a song for her at the bonfire on the beach? Moreover, the total number of clicks on the entire network has exceeded 1 billion. Doesn't that mean that many people have heard Yifeng's song? But it's normal if you think about it. Yifeng sings so well, it's normal that everyone likes him. In Yifeng's classroom, Wang Shiran came to Yifan with his cell phone and looked at Yifeng very carefully. Shiran, don't disturb me while I'm studying, or I'll hit your ears. Brother Yifeng, please stop biting my ears. Look at this video. The person in it is definitely you, right? Wang Shiran quickly covered her small, white ears with her hands, and then put the video in front of Yifeng. Yifeng took a quick look and found that this was indeed the photo taken when he and Lang Luoli were dating. It's me. Oh my god, brother Yifeng, you are so amazing. I didn't expect you to sing so well. You can become a professional singer. Wang Shiran's eyes were sparkling with stars as he looked at Yifeng with admiration. Brother Yifeng, I am your little fangirl. Wang Shiran's words reached everyone's ears. Everyone knows that the person who became popular on the internet is actually their classmate. It's really Yifeng, no wonder they look so similar. A top student is a top student. Not only is he good at studying, he is also physically strong and his singing skills are amazing. It seems that the gap between Yifeng and I is getting bigger and bigger. Yifeng just won the first prize in a mathematics competition and is now popular on the internet. He is really outstanding. Such a perfect person, how can he let others live? Does he really have any shortcomings and deficiencies? Wang Shiran said with a crazy look on his face, Brother Yifeng, when can you sing a song for me? Yifeng, we also want to hear you sing live. Brother Feng, please, please. Several brave girls nearby also mustered up the courage to speak up. Next time when I have time, my chemistry class is about to start. Yifeng pointed to the alarm clock behind him, reminding everyone that the chemistry teacher was about to arrive. Brother Yifeng, can you sign my underwear after school? Wang Shiran looked at Yifeng with great anticipation. Why do you want me to sign your underwear? Yifeng's face was filled with black lines. This way I will keep wearing this underwear and keep you in my heart. Wang Shiran said with a longing look on his face. What's on your mind all day long? Yifeng rejected Wang Shiran's request without hesitation. When chemistry professor Lin Jingfei came to the classroom, Yifeng stopped paying attention to Wang Shiran. But when Lin Jingfei saw Yifeng, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 49. The chemistry professor is shocked. Lin Jingfei's eyes widened when he saw the words Yifeng wrote on the notebook. I saw a few big words written on Yifeng's notebook. What is the best way to produce biofuel? He is going to cause trouble. This is one of the top 10 chemical problems plaguing the world. If someone else was researching this thing, Lin Jingfei might have been dismissive, but since Yifeng was researching this, Lin Jingfei had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He knew that Yifeng's recent achievements were more sensational than the last. Could it be that he wanted to come up with something new in chemistry this time? Driven by curiosity, Professor Lin Jingfei came to Yifeng and started reading what he wrote. Biofuels are solid, liquid or gaseous fuels composed of or extracted from biomass. They can replace gasoline and diesel made from petroleum and are an important direction for the development and utilization of renewable energy. Yifeng's biochemistry article only has an outline, but it contains all kinds of wild and shocking ideas. As a professor of biology, Lin Zhengfei is an authoritative expert in this field. He can see at a glance that the potential of Yifeng's biochemistry article is enormous. Student Yifeng, although your paper is just a preliminary idea, there are many aspects that I have not thought of, and I think these plans have a great possibility of being implemented. Once the research is successful, it can make a huge contribution to the energy of our great Xia country. I really didn't expect that you, a sophomore, would have such a high talent for biochemistry. Rather than saying you are a genius in mathematics or physics, it's better to say you are a genius in chemistry. No, you are a genius. You must become my graduate student. Lin Zhengfei excitedly pulled Yifeng's hand and spoke loudly. The whole class was looking at the scene in front of them in shock. Professor Lin was a very cultured and well-mannered person. He was usually gentle and kind, but he had never been so excited. Now he was completely shocked. As the saying goes, mathematics, physics and chemistry are inseparable. Why didn't he think of it before that Yifeng was so good at mathematics and physics, and he was also a genius in chemistry? Although your thesis is not fully completed, it is already very in-depth. Your chemistry level should be the best among all the students. If I were to study biochemistry, it would probably take me quite a while to come up with so many genius ideas. Students like this must be trained well. As long as they are trained well, they will definitely be the country's treasures. Yifeng, did you write all this just now? Lin Zhengfei asked Yifeng again. This was really too unbelievable. Professor Lin, I just wrote this for fun when I was bored. It's pretty ordinary, right? Yifeng said with a smile. Professor Lin Zhengfei was speechless. If yours is considered normal, then wouldn't all the chemistry papers written by other people be shit? Is this the Versailles of young people? I was doubting whether you were that strong, and you told me that this was just the tip of the iceberg? Student Yifeng, please be more respectful to Professor Lin and stop smiling so frivolously. Seeing Yifeng smiling frivolously, one of Lin Zhengfei's loyal dogs started to teach Yifeng a lesson. Yifeng took a look at the squinty-eyed guy. It seems his name is Jinbai? What do you think of how Professor Lin and I talk? Don't you know that it's very rude to interrupt me when the professor is talking? Yifeng will not spoil him. A loyal dog is not worthy of Yifeng's attention. Listening to Yifeng's words, Jinbai was shaking with anger. When Wan Shiran saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh secretly. Brother Yifeng was so awesome. He made this coward bastard so mad. Xiao Jin, please don't interrupt my conversation with Yifeng. Professor Lin Zhengfei also criticized Jinbai, but did not say anything wrong about Yifeng. This made Jinbai so angry that he could hardly breathe and his face turned red and white. Student Yifeng, do you know the potential and value of your paper? As long as you finish writing this paper and conduct the experiment successfully, it can be selected for publication in a chemistry journal and you can be entered for the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. After Lin Zhengfei finished speaking, everyone present changed their expressions. J-Chem is simply the holy grail of the chemical world and is given the highest praise. It is the place where every materials and chemistry person dreams of publishing a paper. They are all top students from Kyoto University. How could they not know the meaning of this sentence? This is the highest award in chemistry that can only be received by the top chemists after they have made outstanding contributions in a certain field. It means that you can firmly establish yourself in the field of chemistry. This is also the lifelong dream of countless chemistry professors. Anyone who works in an academic field knows the meaning of this, and many people even read the latest chemistry journals. Will you pay me for my manuscript if it's selected by J-Chemistry? Yifeng asked doubtfully. Professor Lin Zhengfei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry at this moment. He was not unhappy at all. Instead, the more he looked at Yifeng, the more he liked him. This paper was written by Yifeng alone, which fully proves that he is a genius. Even if he wanted to copy others, there was no place to copy. To write a paper of this level, one must be a professor. How could a person of this level give up his paper to someone else? Yifeng, this paper you wrote really opened my eyes. But I have one question for you. Why did you include the environmental protection water purification solution in this paper? Professor Lin Zhengfei asked. Water is the source of life. When making biofuels, a large amount of water is needed. There must be an environmentally friendly and energy-saving water resource circulation system to allow a large amount of biofuel to be circulated normally. I will also verify this energy-saving water resource system in my paper. Yifeng explained all his ideas to Lin Zhengfei. His words not only made Lin Jingfei nod in approval, but also opened the eyes of many classmates after listening to him. After listening to Yifeng's explanation, Lin Jingfei admired Yifeng even more and was extremely satisfied. This is indeed a very smart student. He had already thought of all the details of a whole set of plans while he was still working on his thesis. He is so talented. Yifeng, if you are willing, I can immediately apply to the school to let you become my graduate student. I will teach you everything I have learned in my life. Lin Zhengfei looked at Yifeng very seriously and said. Everyone present was stunned. In addition to the physics professor and the physical education teacher, another professor came and extended an olive branch to Yifeng. Especially Jin Bai, the opportunity he had been dreaming of was actually snatched away by Yifeng? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Amidst waves of intense heartache, Jin Bai rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 50 Lang Luoli's Thoughts. Looking at Professor Lin Jingfei with a sincere face, Yifan still chose to shake his head and refuse. Professor Lin, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to make a decision so early on which academic field I want to develop in depth. Maybe at the end of this year I'll be able to make an accurate decision. Which subject Yifeng will continue to research in depth depends on what kind of rewards the system gives him. It would be a bad idea if he rashly accepted Professor Lin Jingfei's invitation and made no progress in chemistry in the future. What he hopes most is to see his all-round development rather than being confined to one subject. Although for many people, energy is limited and it is impossible to achieve success in multiple disciplines or fields at the same time. But as long as Yifeng teases Lang Luoli and gives his aunt a massage, he can continue to receive rewards for his studies, and the possibilities are endless. The class ended quickly, and Yifeng left under Professor Lin Jingfei's eager gaze and arrived near Lang Luoli's classroom. Lang Luoli had just packed her things and was about to go look for Yifeng. As soon as she looked up, she saw that he was already at the door. The two couldn't help but smile knowingly. There was still a lot of time today, so Yifeng and Lang Luoli were not in a hurry to go home. Instead, they strolled around the artificial lake of Peking University before walking slowly towards home. On the road, you can see people of all kinds, busy preparing for the upcoming spring festival. There are a lot of yellow fallen leaves on the ground, which make rustling sounds when they are stepped on. As the sun sets, the two shadows shine together, intersecting and merging. Lang Luoli looked at the shadows of the two people, took out her cell phone and took a picture as a souvenir. Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli's cute appearance and liked her very much. Yifeng. Lang Luoli came in front of Yifeng and looked at him straight. What's wrong? So serious? Yifeng smiled. You really make me look at you with new eyes, but you also make me feel more and more anxious. Lang Luoli looked at Yifan and expressed her inner thoughts. Lu Ruyan just showed me your popular video on the internet. Now you have a lot of people like you. A lot of girls regard you as an idol. I suddenly wondered if one day you would not be by my side and be snatched away by another girl. I don't want you to be snatched away by other girls. Lang Luoli's tone was the same as usual, without any change, but there was worry in her eyes, as if she was worried that the person she liked would disappear from her sight. Yifeng also looked at Lang Luoli very seriously. Although he didn't say anything, Lang Luoli understood everything from Yifeng's eyes. The two looked at each other in silence, but smiled knowingly. Lang Luoli could see the determination in Yifeng's eyes, and Yifeng could also see through Lang Luoli's intentions. The affection between the two of them gradually dissipated Lang Luoli's previous feeling of anxiety and loss. Yifeng hugged Lang Luoli into his arms, letting her feel his warmth and his heartbeat. My feelings for you remain the same. Lang Luoli's face flushed, quietly feeling the warmth of this moment. Although there will be all kinds of unknowns in the future, I am willing to face all difficulties with you. After hugging for a while, Lang Luoli slowly raised her head and looked at Yifeng with a very sweet smile on her lips. When she was with Yifeng, even the air was sweet. This was her happiest time, no doubt about it. Yifeng touched Lang Luoli's beautiful black hair. Senior Lang, don't worry about these things. No matter how I change in the future, I will always be the Yifeng who wrote love letters to you and confessed my love to you. I will only be yours, and this will never change. I can assure you that you will always be my woman. Besides, senior sister Lang, you are so outstanding that I am worried that someone else will snatch you away. If others knew that I was your boyfriend, I guess they would all be jealous and envious of me. So don't let your imagination run wild in the future. I will always be with you. Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli with eyes full of doting. Although Yifeng and Lang Luoli had not been together for a long time, he was completely captivated by this lovely, kind, beautiful and generous woman in front of him. Langluoli's sudden thoughts now should be a problem that all girls in love will have. When every girl is in love, she will think that her boyfriend will suddenly disappear from her world one day. How desperate that would be. She also silently made up her mind that she must continue to work hard in the future. Only in this way can they make progress together. After Yifeng sent Langluoli home, he walked towards his own home. He was thinking about what Langluoli had just said to him. He knew what Langluoli was worried about. Only if he was sincere to her could he make her stop feeling anxious. Chapter 51 Weekend with Senior Sister Lang. The second day. Yifan came and found Langluoli early in the morning. When she saw the other person, Langluoli looked like she had just woken up. I just woke up and haven't had time to prepare breakfast for you. Last night Langluoli and Yifeng talked on the phone until the early hours of the morning. I had wanted to make a delicious breakfast for him at home this morning, but I didn't expect that Yifeng would come as soon as I woke up. Seeing Langluoli looking like she had just woken up, Yifeng said with a smile, "Today is the weekend and we don't have anything to do. Let's prepare breakfast together and then go shopping in the newly opened mall." Are we going to the newly opened shopping mall today? Okay. Langluoli was still thinking about how to ask Yifeng to go on a date with her in the newly opened shopping mall, but she didn't expect Yifeng to take the initiative to ask her out. Yifeng really knows himself too well. He is truly worthy of being my boyfriend. It's better than others. Mina told me that many boys nowadays are idiots. When a girl says her hands are cold, they don't even warm the girl's hands. My boyfriend can take me to every place I want to go without me saying anything. So happy. She had been wondering when to start her second date with Yifeng. The dates they had when they were in love were all beautiful memories, and she would cherish every moment alone with Yifeng. Yifeng is her first and only boyfriend, and every girl pays special attention to the first time. She also wanted to have more meaningful firsts with Yifeng and leave behind precious memories. No matter who is by Yifeng's side in the future, he will always care about himself the most in his heart. Then let's prepare breakfast together at your house today, and then go shopping at the mall. Yifeng took Langluoli's hand and walked towards the kitchen. Yifeng was in a good mood today, and he was looking forward to his second date with Langluoli. There were a lot of ingredients in Langluoli's kitchen refrigerator, which surprised Yifeng. Yifeng used the meat bones in the refrigerator to cook a pot of soup in an electric pressure cooker and used it as the soup base. Then he cleaned all the handmade noodles and bok choy in the refrigerator and prepared to cook them. Langluoli was watching from the side and found it very interesting. She couldn't take her eyes off for a while. She saw Yifeng take out the eggs and asked curiously, "Fenger, do you want fried eggs?" Yifeng nodded and said, "The eggs here are pretty good. I'm going to fry 2 poached eggs for us, and then use the thick bone broth as the soup base and put it on the handmade noodles. It will definitely taste good. Can I try it?" Langluoli became interested in cooking for the first time. Before this, there was always a special aunt to prepare meals for her, and she had never cooked before. Looking at Langluoli's expectant expression, she is so cute. Looking at the spotlessly clean kitchen, Yifeng smiled and said, "Haven't you done this before?" Langluoli shook her beautiful face. "Before, a special cooking auntie cooked for me, but I also want to cook with you by myself. I should be able to fry a fried egg." Seeing Langluoli eager to try, Yifeng was also a little curious. He looked into her beautiful eyes and said, "How do you want to make this fried egg?" "I want to fry 2 heart-shaped eggs." Langluoli said with a smile. "Fried eggs in this shape? Then we need to prepare the tools of love. Hee, there is another way, use sausages. I remember there are sausages in the refrigerator, Omega." Langluoli likes eating sausages very much. Sometimes when she is hungry, she will take some sausages from the refrigerator. Fried ham with poached eggs, is there such a thing? Yifeng didn't understand what was going on for a while. Hee, wait and watch my performance. Brother Feng, I will teach you. Langluoli took out 2 sausages from the refrigerator, then used her delicate little mouth to bite open the sausage packaging and started her own operation. Yifeng was looking at Langluoli leisurely from the side, and he looked quite professional. Although Langluoli seemed unfamiliar with cutting the sausage with a knife, it was also very touching. Although Langluoli usually eats sausages, this is the first time she has cut a sausage with a knife. Do you need my help? Yifeng asked. I can do it. Although I seldom use a knife to cut things, I'm sure it will be fine if I'm careful. Langluoli cut the sausage with a knife very patiently. Before, Lang Luoli would eat one sausage at a time and wouldn't bother cutting it. But now she finds doing these things with Yifeng very interesting and makes her very happy. Cut the sausage little by little. Lang Luoli exhaled a breath of fragrance with great pride. Then, according to her own ideas, she continued to process the sausage a few more times. Seeing her very satisfied operation, Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng and said very seriously, "Brother Feng, don't blink next time." Chapter 52, Sister Lang's Surprise. Yifeng was also touched by Lang Luoli's serious look. "I will watch carefully to see what miracles senior sister Lang creates." Lang Luoli was seen fixing one side of the sausage with a toothpick, and then fixing the other side of the sausage with a toothpick, forming the shape of a heart. It worked! Didn't you expect sausages to have such a wonderful use? Did Brother Feng learn something new? Lang Luoli put her hands on her hips, feeling very proud of herself. Before, she had only seen people doing this on TV shows. I didn't expect that I did quite well. When she watched the TV series before, she thought these people were really idle, even frying an egg in such a fancy way. Wouldn't it be delicious if you just fry it and eat it? But when she was with Yifeng, she felt that doing this kind of thing was very meaningful, and she even couldn't wait to finish breakfast and then record it with her mobile phone. It's really a happy thing. Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli with great admiration. He didn't expect that senior sister Lang had this skill. Senior sister Lang is really versatile. I seriously underestimated you before. Listening to Yifeng's praise, Lang Luoli felt very proud. Then I'll start making the second sausage mold. Lang Luoli began to peel the second sausage and continued to work. Brother Feng, actually those stainless steel molds may not be easy to use, and they are also troublesome to clean. It would be better for us to use sausages, which we can eat in one bite after use. From now on, Brother Feng, let me make your sausage heart-shaped omelette. I will only make heart-shaped omelette for you. I only make a loving omelette for Brother Feng. This sentence is the key point. This way, when Brother Feng wants to eat fried eggs, he will think of me first. Thank you, senior sister Lang. Yifeng said with a smile. Cooking with Lang Luoli is much more enjoyable than cooking alone. Especially with Lang Luoli's wild imagination, she can come up with all kinds of fantastic ideas, which is very interesting. Seeing Yifeng agreed, Lang Luoli smiled happily. Under her operation, the 2 sausage molds were completed. Then it's time to start frying the eggs. Yifeng saw that Lang Luoli was wearing a white coat today, and was worried that her clothes would get dirty, so he wanted to fry it himself, but was rejected by Lang Luoli. Brother Feng, give me that Pikachu cooking outfit. Yifeng put a very cute Pikachu cooking costume on Lang Luoli. Aren't you worried about your clothes getting dirty? If your clothes get dirty, just change into another one, but this is the first time I'm frying an egg for you, Brother Feng, so I have to do it myself. It was Lang Luoli's first time to fry eggs. She was very nervous and worried that she would embarrass herself, but she still chose to face it bravely. Seeing Lang Luoli so persistent, Yifeng could only let her complete the task. Senior Lang, you must be careful and don't get burned by the oil. Lang Luoli nodded and gave Yifeng a look that said don't worry. Wait a moment. Yifeng called Lang Luoli again, making the latter a little confused. Yifeng took a rubber band from Lang Luoli's wrist and tied her hair up. After fixing Lang Luoli's hair, Yifeng said with satisfaction, "Go get busy." Brother Feng, you are so thoughtful. Lang Luoli looked back and smiled, then happily began to get busy. Yifeng stood aside, looking a little expectant about the breakfast that Lang Luoli made for him. I wonder what kind of surprise senior sister Lang will give me. Just when Yifeng was feeling overjoyed, a loud noise that shook the world and made the ghost sweep suddenly came from beside him. Yifeng was startled and quickly looked towards Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli was seen using the pot lid to block the crackling oil and water in front of her like a frightened little white rabbit. A pair of big watery eyes looked at the pot that seemed to be exploding in confusion. It was as if hundreds of firecrackers exploded in the pot at the same time, making crackling sounds. Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng with a wronged expression, her big eyes full of confusion and puzzlement, as if Taigua had bullied her first. Brother Feng Lang Luoli acted like a spoiled child, looking at Yifeng for comfort. Chapter 53, Cute Senior Sister Lang. Lang Luoli's beautiful eyes flickered and her whole body was swaying. She didn't look like a cold and aloof school beauty at all. Instead, she looked like a very cute little sister next door. Facing such a lovely Lang Luoli, Yifeng could only smile. I didn't expect that Lang Luoli, who is extremely smart and omnipotent, actually knows nothing about cooking. Yifeng was very concerned about whether Lang Luoli had any injuries all over her body. Senior Lang, are you okay? Now he was only concerned about Lang Luoli's appearance, and didn't care at all about what the pot looked like after it exploded. Lang Luoli said quickly, Brother Feng, I am quite agile. This speed can't hurt me, but my love fried egg seems to be broken. Lang Luoli pointed at the black pot, looking a little embarrassed. It was really too embarrassing. I'm so useless. I even ruined the omelette. Before, Lang Luoli always asked her aunt to come home to cook. She herself didn't know how to enter the kitchen at all, so she didn't know how to cook at all. Normally, I just cook or wash vegetables at home. This keeps her cooking skills at a budding level. The most important thing is that the kitchen blew up in front of Yifeng. It was so embarrassing. Yifeng held Lang Luoli's hand comfortingly and said gently, Nowadays, many girls don't know how to cook. Don't you still have me here? If you want to learn, I can teach you step by step. After Yifeng comforted Lang Luoli, he first turned on the rangehood's powerful absorption mode to suck out all the smoke in the kitchen. Then I took the pot to the sink and cleaned it with detergent. The material of the pot was very good, and even after going through such a hardship, there was still no damage. The kitchen became clean and tidy after Yifeng's orderly tidying. Lang Luoli didn't feel so guilty after listening to Yifeng's comfort, but she still felt a little frustrated. It was really embarrassing and awkward what happened just now. Brother Feng, can you really teach me step by step? My talent for cooking is really too poor. I saw my aunt cooking and it was quite simple before, but why is it completely different when I cook it myself? Lang Luoli has always felt that she is a very smart girl, otherwise she would not have won first place in the International Mathematical Olympiad. But why is she so untalented in cooking? I am a top student, but I can't even fry an egg. There really is no image at all. Actually, this is very simple, but no one has told you, Senior Lang, the specific method. As long as I teach you once, Senior Lang will definitely be able to learn it. Yifeng encouraged with a smile. Next, I will do it once for you, Senior Sister Lang, to watch, and then I will give you some guidance later. Seeing that there was only one sausage mold left for omelets, Yifeng took a sausage and cut it into the same shape as Lang Luoli had made before. Lang Luoli said seriously, Brother Feng, I will definitely learn it seriously this time. I will make you a loving omelette made by myself later. What I make for you is the most meaningful. Seeing Lang Luoli's persistence, Yifeng felt warm in his heart and said happily, Then I will teach you seriously and let you learn how to do it. Yifeng first made an omelette for Lang Luoli to sample, then gave up his seat to Lang Luoli, letting her stand in front to fry the eggs while he gave her instructions from behind. Lang Luoli recalled Yifeng's actions very seriously, and when the oil temperature reached a certain point, he started putting the sausages and fried eggs in. She also started putting the sausages and fried eggs in at about the same time. This was Lang Luoli's first time cooking officially, and she was cooking for the person she cared about the most. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. When she was frying the eggs, she was still calculating the frying time in her mind, fearing that they would be burnt. Yifeng felt Lang Luoli's trembling hands, so he supported her and carefully helped her turn the egg over. Looking at the perfect, golden fried egg, Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng with a bright smile. Senior Lang, you learn really fast. If you fry this side perfectly, and the other side like this as well, it will be the most delicious fried egg. Yifeng said with great appreciation. Lang Luoli seemed even happier listening to Yifeng's words as she danced with her graceful body. Her black hair swayed in front of Yifeng's eyes, looking very soft and fragrant. Yifeng helped her put on a kitchen-specific head cover, otherwise the smoke would get into her hair and it wouldn't smell so good. Senior Sister Lang is not only beautiful, but her hair is also charming, soft and fragrant, captivating all the time. Chapter 54, It feels great to be pampered. The warm sunlight shone into the kitchen, reflected on Lang Luoli's flawless white face. Lang Luoli's skin was as white as snow, and she showed a sunny smile. This feeling is truly intoxicating. This breath of love. It makes people feel very warm. 10 minutes later, the breakfast that Lang Luoli prepared for Yifeng appeared on the dining table. Lang Luoli arranged this bowl of noodles very delicately and beautifully, which really makes people hungry. Lang Luoli couldn't help but record this wonderful moment with her mobile phone. Yifeng also took out his cell phone to take a picture as a souvenir. This was the first time Lang Luoli made a loving breakfast for him, so it was very memorable. Just when Lang Luoli finished taking the photos, she suddenly received a message from Mina. At home or at Kyoto University? Mina's question was very concise and went straight to the point. What's wrong? Long Luoli replied. I have a floor plan shoot today, and I want you to come with me. Want her to go with her to take the floor plan? No, she has to spend the weekend with Yifeng today. It probably won't work today. I have some things to do. You go alone. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Let's make an appointment next time. Mina looked at the message sent by Lang Luoli with some suspicion. Usually Lang Luoli had time to play with her on weekends, but she seemed a little strange recently. As her best friend, she had to ask her about it. Mina, Luoli, what are you doing today? Can't you tell me? And I can wait for you to finish your work. Lang Luoli, it's just some private matters, don't worry, you weren't so gossipy before, I'll treat you to dinner after I'm done. Lang Luoli turned her phone to silent mode and put it back in her pocket. Lang Luoli is in love with Yifeng now, but she doesn't want others to know. She also wanted to be quietly pampered by Yifeng like a little princess without being disturbed by others. Although this is a bit cruel to my best friend. But it feels really great to be pampered by your boyfriend. After breakfast, Yifeng drove to take Lang Luoli to the newly opened square for a stroll. Sitting in Yifeng's car, Lang Luoli seemed very comfortable. This passenger seat could be given a girlfriend's exclusive sticker in the future. She looked at Yifeng, who was driving seriously. Although Yifeng was driving very seriously, he still looked at himself. It's really hard to find a good boyfriend like this. Looking at the destination they were about to reach, Lang Luoli also had her own ideas. As Yifeng's girlfriend, she has never prepared any gifts for Yifeng. I'm going to go shopping in the newly opened square today and also prepare some clothes for Yifeng. And I bought clothes that were particularly memorable. Although Yifeng usually has a lot of clothes with all kinds of styles, it would be even better if he could wear the clothes he picked for himself. The newly opened shopping mall is a very lively business district with many big brands and a lot of snacks and delicacies. Many couples like to come here to join in the fun. In the past, Yifeng discovered that many couples would come to the mall to shop and eat. Lang Luoli would definitely like to come here to play. And when we get to the newly opened square, I can also help Lang Luoli pick out clothes. Chapter 55, Wearing Couple Outfits with Lang Luoli. Xintai Plaza. It is a very famous commercial plaza newly opened in Yanjing. There is a wide variety of goods here, including various big-name clothing stores. Looking at a commercial pedestrian street in Xintai Shopping Mall, Yifeng suddenly remembered that the shop on the street that his aunt Mu Xinzi bought for him at the Jinlong auction house was right here. Judging from the flow of people coming and going here, it's no exaggeration to say that they make a fortune every day. Previously, a sum of tens of millions of dollars had entered his account, so it was reasonable to use it as rent here. But Yifeng didn't come to inspect his shop today, he just wanted to go shopping with Lang Luoli to see if he could pick some clothes for her. At the same time, Lang Luoli was also thinking that they had been together for such a long time, and this was her first time shopping in the mall with Yifeng. She could take this opportunity to pick out some clothes for Yifeng. Before this, Yifeng had carefully prepared a gift for himself. My boyfriend is already so considerate, so I should be even more attentive as a girlfriend. Arrived at the newly opened shopping mall, Lang Luoli took Yifan to a clothing store that looked very high-end. Yifeng was a little puzzled and asked, "Why is Luoli here to look at men's clothing?" Lang Luoli said mysteriously, "Of course I have to pick some clothes for you." Yifeng looked at his clothes and found that they were indeed all bought last year, a dark blue shirt and a pair of black trousers. The clothes I wore this time were all several thousand yuan each, and they were pretty good. But I wore them for quite a long time, so they didn't look that good anymore. Indeed, now that I have a girlfriend, I have to dress myself more handsomely. The two held hands and looked around the store. Yifeng and Lang Luoli simultaneously looked towards the casual wear section of the store. When you are not going to a formal occasion, formal clothes will never be as comfortable as casual clothes. And casual wear is more suitable as meaningful clothes. Lang Luoli immediately fell in love with a dark gray casual shirt, which stood out among all the clothes. He pulled Yifeng and walked towards there. "Brother Feng, how about we try on this dress?" The dark gray casual shirt looks clean, generous and very decent, with no extra embellishments except for some very subtle hidden patterns of the same color. Lang Luoli's aesthetic level has always been very good. The waitress also noticed this handsome man and beautiful woman, and came forward and said, "Mr. and Ms., you have very good taste. This is a new product in our store. It is the work of our original designer. You can try it. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not." Yifeng also felt good, so he took the clothes to the fitting room. Lang Luoli was waiting at the door with great anticipation. When Yifeng changed into new clothes, her heart beat faster. Really so handsome. My boyfriend is really handsome. It looks really good. The current Yifeng is different from his previous image, with a more bohemian and free-spirited look. Yifeng's figure and appearance are both extremely outstanding, and the advantages of this dress are all displayed on him, especially Yifeng's own invisible temperament, which makes his charm have nowhere to be placed. She has been softened by Yifeng Shui. Brother Feng, this dress suits you very well. Lang Luoli gave a thumbs up with great affirmation. The waitresses nearby blushed and said, "Sir, you are truly the most handsome customer I have ever seen wearing clothes in our store." There was also a waitress who took out a model from the store and compared it with Yifeng, but the model was outdone and not as good looking as Yifeng at all. Yifeng looked at his current appearance and found that he was indeed quite handsome. Lang Luoli has really good taste, this dress suits her very well. The careful Lang Luoli found that there were many couples' outfits in the store, so she asked, "Do you have couples' outfits of this kind?" The waitress came to her senses and said quickly, yes, we have couples wear for girls. Miss, please try it too. This couple's outfit is designed by the same designer, and the style is the same. It's very nice. There are couple outfits. Lang Luoli was moved. The waitress enthusiastically took Yifeng and Lang Luoli to the place where couple outfits for girls were sold. The color style of this couple's outfit is similar to the boys', except that the boys' trousers have been changed into high-waisted skirts. Miss, you are so tall, it will definitely suit you. Lang Luoli felt that it didn't matter how she wore them, what made her happy was that she and Yifeng wore couple shoes together. Then I'll give it a try. The design style of this couple outfit is indeed similar, except that the pants have been changed into a high-waisted skirt, which is very suitable for girls with long legs like Lang Luoli. After Lang Luoli changed into couple outfits, she came to Yifeng's side. Looking at the two people in the mirror, they are really a talented man and a beautiful woman. Chapter 56 Jealous Senior Sister Lang. The waitress said sincerely, "You two are such a perfect match." Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng. This was the first time she wore couple outfits, which made her a little shy. She said softly, "Brother Feng, do you think I look good in this outfit?" Yifeng definitely feels good looking, and it is really great to wear couple outfits with his girlfriend. He immediately decided, "I want both sets." Lang Luoli was very excited. She and Yifeng also had couple outfits. At this time, the waitress came forward and said, "Would you mind taking a photo together as a featured buyer's show in our store? These two sets of clothes can be discounted by 50%. Because you look so good in it, it's perfect to be selected as a buyer's show in our store. Who says good looks can't be used to make money? If you and Brother Feng are good looking, you can get 50% off on clothes." Delicious. Yifeng actually didn't care about the discount, as long as Lang Luoli liked it. "You can keep the photos, but you have to send me a copy of the photos you took." After Lang Luoli discussed with the waitress, she stood with Yifeng and took a photo. Then she picked out a few seasonal clothes before going to check out. Looking at the large and small bags in his hands, Yifeng smiled and said, "Calculate how much money it is." When they arrived at the checkout counter, the waitress gave Yifeng and his friends a discount and the bill was 30,555 yuan. After rounding off the decimals, it was still 30,000 yuan in total. It was indeed reasonable to pay this price for clothes in a high-end clothing store in the mall, and Yifeng prepared to take out his mobile phone to pay. But when he felt his pocket, he found that his cell phone was gone. "How come it disappeared when it was in my pocket just now?" Lang Luoli proudly waved the two phones in her hands. "Brother Phone, let me pay this time. Your phone fell into my hands when you were changing clothes just now." "How can this be? I was planning to buy clothes for you." Yifeng refused. "Why didn't I notice that my phone was in Lang Luoli's hand just now?" Nowadays, people travel around the world with only a mobile phone and never carry cards or money. Now that the phone was in Lang Luoli's hands, he really had no way to pay. Besides, Lang Luoli was better than him, so even if he wanted to get his phone back, he couldn't get it back. Lang Luoli waved her phone and said, "Brother Phone, I also have some small change." After Lang Luoli finished speaking, she opened her payment code and prepared to pay. Seeing that things had come to this point, Yifeng could only helplessly say, "Give me your phone later and I'll transfer the money to you." Lang Luoli did not answer Yifeng. She didn't need to transfer money when buying clothes for her boyfriend, and she would not give the payment code to Yifeng. If she doesn't give the money in her piggy bank to her boyfriend, then who should she give it to? She wants to support her boyfriend. Just as Lang Luoli was paying, a waitress started chatting with Yifeng. "Sir, you are such a perfect match for our clothes. Are you interested in being our model? The salary will be very high. Yifeng is really handsome and has a great temperament. If such a person were to be a model in his own store, he would definitely be the most eye-catching presence." Yifeng's expression was very calm, and he said very clearly, "I have no interest in being a print model. Thank you for your kindness." The waitress still said a little unwillingly, "Sir, I'll leave you a contact number. If you have any ideas in this regard, you can come to me at any time." She wrote down her contact information and enthusiastically put it in Yifeng's hand, while giving him a wink. Yifeng put the note in his pocket out of politeness and said, "Okay." Lang Luoli had just finished paying, and Yifeng helped her take all the clothes she bought out of the store. As soon as they left the store, Lang Luoli said with some jealousy, "Brother Feng, the clerk just now seemed to like you quite a lot. She talked to you for a long time." Chapter 57. Buy a belt for Yifeng. Lang Luoli looked a little jealous. "My boyfriend is so handsome that every girl looks at him with an evil intention. I used to think that since I was so charming, I definitely wouldn't worry about my boyfriend being taken away by other girls. But who made her date such an excellent boyfriend?" Even Lang Luoli, who was very confident, would have some wild thoughts. So when she saw Yifeng talking and laughing with other girls, she naturally felt jealous. Yifeng smiled and pinched Lang Luoli's delicate little face. "Don't let your imagination run wild." Lang Luoli pouted unhappily and said, "You even took the little note that was given to you." Yifeng had his cell phone in his hand, and the note that the young lady gave him at this time must be her contact information. Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli with a jealous look on his face, and couldn't help but feel that this little girl was too cute. "You misunderstood. They wanted me to be their model, so they gave me their contact information." After hearing Yifeng's explanation, Lang Luoli smiled brightly and said, "So that's how it is, but Brother Feng, you are indeed quite suitable to be a model. But with your ability, Brother Feng, being a model is really a waste of your talent." After Lang Luoli's mood improved, she pulled Yifeng and walked in another direction. "Yifeng, where are we going?" Lang Luoli chuckled and said, "My mother told me that I must buy my man's belt myself, so that I can always tie him firmly to my heart." Yifeng was brought by Lang Luoli to an Hermes store, which sold belts of various styles. Lang Luoli pulled Yifeng along as they walked and looked around and said, "Brother Feng, the only thing missing from your outfit is a belt. I'm going to help you pick out the most handsome one." Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Lang Luoli was so thoughtful that she even helped me pick out the coolest belt. "The belt that your girlfriend carefully selects will surely last you forever." As expected, girlfriends are the cutest creatures. The waitress in the store greeted us warmly. "Hello, what do you need to buy? I can give you the best advice. There are various styles of goods in the Hermes store, and there are corresponding choices for both boys and girls." This is why the waitress asked the two of them. Lang Luoli nodded and said, "Take us to see the belts in your store, thank you." The waitress enthusiastically led the two to the belt area and asked, "What kind of belts do you want to buy? Men's or women's?" Lang Luoli said, "I bought it for my boyfriend." The waitress smiled and said, "This gentleman is really lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend to help you choose a belt." The waitress looked at the handsome couple, who were wearing matching outfits, and personally selected a belt for the boyfriend. "Come and take a look at the latest belts in our store. They are all designer styles and will suit you very well. Miss, please pick out a real leather belt for us. Real leather belts won't wrinkle easily." After hearing Lang Luoli's words, the waitress introduced these styles to them. "My dear, since you are so considerate to your boyfriend, I will definitely introduce the best quality ones to you. These are not only the latest products, but also made of top-grade leather. The quality is absolutely excellent and guaranteed to be top-notch. This kind of top-grade leather belt is not only durable and good-looking, but also has the top-grade piano lacquer hardware, so it won't lose paint or get scratched for a long time to come." Lang Luoli listened very carefully to the waitress introducing the belt to her. She looked very serious, more serious than in class. Seeing Lang Luoli carefully choosing a belt for him, Yifeng felt warm in his heart. "It feels so good to be thought of by my girlfriend." Lang Luoli listened to the waitress' introduction, picked up a favorite one and placed it on Yifeng's waist, gesturing, "Miss, this is the one I want, help me pack it up." Chapter 58. Best Practices for Making Biofuels. After walking out of the Hermes store, Yifeng also carried a lot of bags. Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng carrying so many things and couldn't help but suggest, "Brother Feng, why don't you put some of these things in the car first? I bought so many clothes and I just want to take a good rest in the car." In fact, when Yifeng was with Lang Luoli, he was like a chicken with its blood pumped up, so it didn't matter if he didn't sleep for a few nights. But Lang Luoli felt tired, so he would definitely accompany her to rest for a while. Would you like to rest in the car? It might not be that comfortable. Look, there happens to be a private cinema here. It will definitely be more comfortable if you rest here. Yifan saw that there was a private cinema opposite. Although he had never been there, he had delivered meals there in his previous life and knew that it would be more comfortable to rest there. Lang Luoli blushed when she saw Yifeng wanted to take her to a private cinema, but she did not refuse. After paying, the two went to a very secret room, which was full of privacy. Lang Luoli lay down on a big bed, patted her side and said to Yifeng, "Brother Feng, come and rest with me for a while. Taking a nap can beautify your skin." When Lang Luoli was at Peking University, she would take a nap in her own private lounge. Now it was noon, so she naturally felt sleepy. Yifeng adjusted the air conditioner temperature to a warmer setting. It was quite cold in Yanjing now, and it was easy to catch a cold if one was not careful. Feeling that it was almost time to ask, Yifeng came to Lang Luoli's side. He held Lang Luoli in his arms so that she could sleep more soundly, and then he closed his eyes and rested with her. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! The host and the person bound by love have spent a perfect weekend, and are rewarded with a fragment of the best solution for making biofuels. The current progress is 1/3. Yifeng was overjoyed. This was his recent paper on chemistry. With the help of professor-level physics and mathematics skills, he had already had some clues. Now, after suddenly obtaining the fragments of the best solution for making biofuels, a lot of knowledge related to this aspect entered his mind. As long as Yifeng continues to write the paper that he had not finished before, it will definitely cause a huge shock in the chemical community. Biofuel has a fatal flaw. For example, the calorific value of biomass fuel is generally more than 3,000 kilocalories, and the calorific value of wood biomass pellet fuel, which has a relatively high calorific value, is only 4,000 kilocalories. Compared with coal, which has a calorific value of 5,000–6,000 kilocalories, and gas, which has a calorific value of 7,000–8,000 kilocalories, the calorific value of biomass fuel is lower, which is not enough for use in high-power engine units such as top fighter jets or rockets. Yifeng, who has obtained the fragments of the best solution for biofuels, is now confident that he can solve this problem in the laboratory and write it in a paper to resolve this difficult problem. But Yifeng was not in a hurry. The weekend was only half over. After he and Lang Luoli spent the weekend together, maybe there would be other surprises. Half an hour later, the dazed Lang Luoli stretched lazily. Lang Luoli discovered that Yifeng had not slept at all in order to maintain the most comfortable sleeping state. "Brother Feng, why do you keep this position without taking a break? It must be very uncomfortable to be pressed by me all the time." Yifeng smiled and shook his head, turned his arm that was pressed by Lang Luoli and said with a smile, "I'm not feeling uncomfortable, and you're sleeping so soundly, how can I bear to wake you up?" Lang Luoli said shyly, "I just dreamed of watching a movie with Brother Feng. Hey, let me rub your shoulders for you. They must be sore." Lang Luoli came behind Yifeng, sat sideways, and began to rub Yifeng's shoulders with a pair of snow-white hands. At first, Yifeng was reluctant to let Lang Luoli massage his shoulders, as massage is a strenuous job. But Lang Luoli moved quickly and started massaging Yifeng. Lang Luoli's grip was just right, causing Yifeng to close his eyes and enjoy this wonderful moment. Chapter 59: Watching a horror movie with senior sister Lang. Lang Luoli felt that Yifeng must have been very tired just now. It was very tiring to keep the same posture. She couldn't help but massage Yifeng more vigorously. But Yifeng didn't enjoy it for long before asking Lang Luoli to stop. "I'm already very comfortable here, don't move any further, or you'll be very tired." Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng with a distressed look on his face and couldn't help but smile. "It's not tiring at all to give Brother Feng a massage. I also enjoy it." Yifeng patted Lang Luoli's head lovingly, chatted with her for a while, and then said, "Don't you dream of watching a movie? We happen to be in a private theater, let's watch a movie together." Lang Luoli had long wanted to watch a movie with Yifeng. "I didn't expect that I could fulfill this wish on the second date. It's really great. Besides, it's still early now, so there is no need to worry about staying up late after watching the movie." The two of them chose a movie together in the private cinema. Now many popular blockbusters have resources here, including some specialty movies from sashimi country, but now Yifeng is not suitable to watch this with Lang Luoli. Click on this movie, the risk factor is a bit high. There are also horror movies that are very popular recently. Yifeng thinks it is quite suitable for couples to watch horror movies together. Just as Yifeng's eyes rested on this horror movie, Leng Luoli said with some anticipation, "Brother Feng, why don't we watch this horror movie?" Does Senior Leng also want to watch a horror movie? The two people's ideas really coincided. But many girls would be scared pale after watching horror movies. I wonder what Senior Leng would look like. Thinking of the cold and aloof senior sister Leng hiding in his arms with a frightened look, Yifeng was very much looking forward to it. Then let's watch this movie together. Leng Luoli was very excited and went to the snack stand of the private cinema to get some chips and milk tea in preparation for the movie to start. Hee, potato chips and milk tea are a must for watching a movie. Let's eat and watch together. The beginning of this horror movie was very eye-catching. The plot was very compact and the atmosphere of horror was constantly building. Yifeng was so absorbed in watching it that he even forgot to drink the milk tea that Leng Luoli handed to him. Ah! The horror movie reached its exciting part, and a man's shrill scream was heard from the projection screen. Leng Luoli stared at the movie intently and was also attracted by the plot. When the movie came to the most terrifying part, Leng Luoli put all the snacks aside, threw herself into Yifeng's arms, hugged his waist, and said delicately, "Brother Feng, it's so scary." Leng Luoli's voice is very sweet and pleasant. Yifeng quickly hugged her very slender waist and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." "But it's really scary, Brother Feng, I don't dare to watch it anymore." "You watch it first. Wait until this scary part is over, then you can call me." Leng Luoli's voice was very delicate, but a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she leaned against Yifeng's arms. Yifeng was very proud of being a boyfriend at this time, his back was straightened up, and his boyfriend power was overflowing. He gently hugged Leng Luoli and said softly, "After the terrifying plot here is over, I will ask you to watch it together." After the terrifying scene was over, Yifeng slowly patted Leng Luoli's shoulder and said, "Senior Leng, the terrifying part is over." Leng Luoli reluctantly came out of Yifeng's arms and looked at the screen, but she didn't look for long before another horrifying scene came, and she got into Yifeng's broad arms again. Chapter 60. Yifeng, do you have the idea of becoming a superstar? After the movie, Yifeng and the other man were very happy. Yifeng seemed very happy to protect Leng Luoli. Leng Luoli also watched the movie with Yifeng and seemed very happy. After the two of them finished watching the movie, Yifeng sent Leng Luoli home. After saying goodbye to Leng Luoli, a system prompt came again. Congratulations to the host and his love-bound partner Leng Luoli for spending a perfect day of love. You are rewarded with a fragment of the best solution for biofuels. The current progress is 2-3. The current host has the following skills: Professor level chemistry mastery, SSS level, professor level physics mastery, SSS level, professor level music mastery, SSS level, athlete level physical education mastery, SS level, grandmaster level martial arts mastery, SS level, cooking mastery, A level, massage mastery, A level, 2-3 of the biofuel best solution fragments. The next morning, he picked her up and went to Peking University together. On the way, he also brought Leng Luoli a pancake and a cup of soy milk. After returning to Kyoto University, the two went to their classes to start a new day of study. Yifeng took out the biofuel solution that he had not finished writing before and continued to think about it. With 2 fragments of the best biofuel solution, Yifeng vaguely felt that he was about to solve the world's difficult problem in the chemical industry through his own ability. This made him feel a little excited. At this moment, the final exam is getting closer and closer. Many people in the class are preparing for the final exam. Even Wang Shiran, who always likes to pester Yifeng, is reading a book aside, which is very rare. "Yifeng, come here for a moment." The beautiful and charming head teacher Baiyu said to Yifeng at the door. Yifeng, who was writing furiously, was interrupted from his thoughts. He looked at the long-legged head teacher wearing black stockings at the door in confusion, then stood up and walked out. "Professor Bai, what's going on?" Baiyu led Yifeng towards her office and said, "Yifeng, there are some executives from China's top entertainment companies in my office who want to talk to you." After arriving at the office, Baiyu introduced to Yifeng some people in the office who were dressed in suits and ties and looked very bright and beautiful. "Yifeng, they are the heads of the top domestic entertainment companies, Daxia Entertainment and Dahua Entertainment, and they want to meet you." A middle-aged man with handsome features and gorgeous clothes came up to Yifeng and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am the vice president of Daxia Entertainment Company. You can call me Uncle Zhang." "Hello Uncle Zhang, hello everyone." Yifeng greeted everyone present very politely. After everyone exchanged a few pleasantries, Vice President Chen did not beat around the bush with Yifeng and got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, you have the potential to become a superstar. Do you have any ideas in this regard? Become a superstar? Daxia Entertainment and Dahua Entertainment? These are the top entertainment companies in China. Why did they come to me? And they want to train me to become a top star? Could it be that his previous videos on the internet were so popular that they felt he had the potential to become a superstar? When Yifeng was puzzled, Vice President Chen continued. Student Yi, our Daxia Entertainment Company is the largest entertainment company in Daxia. We have many famous stars from all over the entertainment industry. If you are willing to sign with our company, we can definitely make you a superstar, not just in singing. You have great potential. Chapter 61, Top Entertainment Agencies Come to Yifeng. Uncle Chen, I want to ask you, how did you find me? Yifeng was a little puzzled. Mr. Yi, you are so popular now. So many people are discussing you online. It is very easy to find you. Vice President Chen explained to Yifeng. But Yifeng's current expression seems to show that he doesn't even know how popular he is on the internet. Student Yi, your popularity on the internet seems to have far exceeded your expectations, because the original song you performed on the beach was very popular among the netizens. Many entertainment agencies want to sign you at a high price, but our company is the strongest and has the ability to come to your school to discuss this matter with you. Vice President Chen spoke to Yifeng in great detail. I see. Yifeng has been busy dating Lang Luoli recently. When he has free time, he is thinking about the best solution for biofuels and doesn't have much time to pay attention to things on the internet. Yifeng now has an idea about this matter. Wang Shiran had told him before that he had become famous, but Yifeng had never taken it to heart. Just when Vice President Chen wanted to continue to work on Yifeng's thoughts, Bai Yu received a message, took a look and said to everyone present. Vice President Chen, I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation. I received a message from Principal Wang. Not only you, but also top overseas entertainment companies such as Disney and Sony have sent people to look for Yifeng. Bai Yu looked at Yifeng in disbelief and continued, Principal Wang has arranged a multimedia classroom for you to go there to discuss this matter. Everyone can have a good chat about this matter and what conditions can be offered so that Yifeng can make a choice. Bai Yu is now in disbelief about Yifeng. He has just won the first place in the national mathematics competition not long ago, and now not only the most powerful entertainment agency in Daxia wants to sign Yifeng. Even the giant overseas entertainment agencies such as Disney and Sony, which have always been arrogant and conceited, are scrambling to sign Yifeng. I always thought Yifeng was just a good student, and I never thought he had the potential to become a superstar. Then I'll have to trouble Professor Bai to lead the way for us. Vice President Chen was very polite to the professors at Kyoto University. But he was secretly sighing in his heart that these people were so quick. He didn't know if the chips he brought with him could sign Yifeng. Why don't you ask me if I'm willing? I don't want to be a big star. Yifeng muttered in a low voice, and was taken to a multimedia classroom by the professor with long legs and black stockings. In the multimedia classroom, there was a big scene, with dozens of people staring at Yifeng, like perverts seeing a beautiful woman. Yifeng still sighed in his heart. Although you all want to get me, I am the man you can never get. I don't know if after I reject all of them, they will not be able to accept it one by one? After Yifeng came and sat down in the C position, the bigwigs from the entertainment agencies all introduced themselves and offered very favorable conditions. Even Disney offered an annual salary of $50 million. Although Yifeng was a wealthy man with more than 300 million in savings, he was still shocked by this sky-high salary. This is equivalent to a salary of about 400 million Daxia coins a year. Being a star is really lucrative. No wonder so many people want to be a star. If other people knew what Yifeng was thinking now, they would probably burst into tears. Although celebrities make money, it is extremely rare to make so much money in a year. There are many people who have the dream of becoming a celebrity, but they can only be resident singers in bars, or play corpses in Hengdian. In fact, it is because Yifeng is so popular on the internet. He has been on the hot search list for a long time. He has strong ability in writing lyrics and composing music, and his singing level is also top-notch, so many people from entertainment agencies want to sign him. The conditions that Vice President Chen just offered to Yifeng were slightly inferior to those offered by Disney. The conditions offered by Daxia Entertainment Agency were an annual salary of 80 million yuan, and the opportunity to collaborate with the company's top singing stars on original songs every month. Such conditions are actually quite good. There are countless people who want to collaborate on a song with the first-line singers and stars of their company but don't have the opportunity. But these conditions are not attractive to Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the expectant company leaders, and the president and vice president said apologetically, "Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, bosses, thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to be a singer or a star in the future. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Everyone. Chapter 62. They gave too much. Quiet. Full of quiet. Everyone was silent and seemed a little awkward. Seeing that no one seemed to have anything to say, Yifeng said, "Uncles and aunts, if you have nothing else to say, I will leave first. I am currently studying a chemistry topic and I am quite busy." "Well, student Yifeng, are you really not going to consider it anymore? Our conditions are really good." Vice President Chen of Daxia Entertainment Company stood up reluctantly and continued to persuade. "I'm sorry, Uncle Chen, I really don't have any intention of developing into the entertainment industry at the moment. If there is a chance in the future, I will release some songs and I can discuss the album with all the uncles and aunts present. As for developing in this direction, I am really sorry to have troubled everyone to come here." After Yifeng finished speaking, he bowed to the bosses of the company and left. Yifeng was very calm when he walked out of the multimedia classroom. He knew which path he would take in the future, and the entertainment industry was not the direction he wanted to develop. Moreover, once you enter the entertainment industry, there will be countless gossips and scandals, which will definitely make Lang Luoli unhappy. This is something Yifeng doesn't want to happen. No one in the multimedia classroom had expected things to turn out like this. What a good seedling! He has the potential to be a future superstar. It's a pity that he doesn't want to follow this path. Seeing that everyone present was so depressed, Baiyu spoke up to comfort them. "You don't have to feel so bad. Yifeng had previously rejected the invitation from our Beijing University teacher Zhao to join the national team." Everyone, What kind of monster is this? He actually has such profound attainments in sports. Does everyone feel more balanced now? If Zhao Wulai knew that Yifeng not only rejected him, but also rejected so many bigwigs from well-known companies, he would probably be overjoyed. When Yifeng returned to the classroom, Wang Xiran came over immediately and asked curiously, "Brother Yifeng, is there an entertainment agency trying to recruit you? How did you know?" Yifeng didn't expect Wang Xiran to know about this. "Hey, Brother Yifeng, you're really popular on the internet. Those entertainment agencies will definitely not be able to hold back." Wang Xiran was still a little puzzled and said, "What are the conditions they offer?" The conditions they offered were pretty good. The one-year contract fee was $50 million, which is equivalent to 400 million Great Xia dollars. But I still rejected it. Yifeng's tone was very calm. "Wow! Brother Yifeng, you are so awesome. You can actually get those high-ranking entertainment agencies to offer such a high price to sign you." Wang Xiran's eyes lit up as if he had heard something very gratifying. "Brother Yifeng, although your family is indeed well off, an annual salary of 400 million is not a small amount of money. How come you don't feel any pain at all?" "Because I don't have any intention to develop in this direction, it's fine to just treat it as a hobby." Wang Xiran's eyes were full of stars. "Brother Yifeng is so awesome." Seeing Wang Xiran's obsessed look, Yifeng couldn't help but tease her and said, "Before, teacher Zhao Wulai asked me to join the national team, but I refused." When Yifeng said that he refused the national team, he was very calm. "Oh my god." Wang Xiran was obviously stunned. This time the little girl's scream attracted everyone's attention. "What's wrong with Xiran? What makes you so excited?" A curious girl couldn't help but ask. Wang Xiran was brought back to his senses by the girl's voice. Brother Yifeng is so powerful that he must let everyone know about it and shock them. "Ahem, this matter is really too shocking. You can't blame me for making a fuss." Wang Xiran's mysterious look obviously aroused the interest of everyone present. "Xiran, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us now." "Yeah, Xiran, it's not a good habit to speak halfway through something." Everyone just saw Wang Xiran's shocked expression and wanted to know what happened. Wasn't Brother Yifeng called away by Professor by just now? It was the big guys from Daxia Entertainment, Dahua Entertainment, Disney, Sony and other companies who wanted to come and see Brother Yifeng. Do you know what happened after Brother Yifeng went there? Brother Yifeng didn't take any of these top entertainment companies seriously. He even didn't take the 50 million annual salary offered by Disney seriously. And that's in US dollars, which is 400 million. Everyone was shocked. Oh my god. 50 million a year in US dollars? Yifeng, your behavior is so cool. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to refuse. They are offering too much. Chapter 63. He is really a genius. Yifeng looked at everyone's booing and smiled without saying anything, continuing to focus on his optimal biofuel solution. What Yifeng didn't know was that this matter would spread quickly from 1 person to 10 people and from 10 to 100 people, and soon the whole University of Beijing would know about it. But after the class ended, Yifeng reached a bottleneck in his paper, so he stretched and prepared to go find Senior Leng to have lunch together and look for some inspiration. What he didn't expect was that the paper on the best solution for biofuels he placed on his desk was noticed by chemistry professor Lin Jingfei. When he was in class before, he had always seen Yifeng writing something and muttering to himself, but because Yifeng's grades were very good, he never called his name. When Yifeng left, Lin Jingfei picked up the paper written by Yifeng and started reading it. Biofuel is still the best solution, and this time Yifeng has written a large number of solutions that can be studied. Lin Jingfei's intuition told him that these plans were very feasible. He quickly put the paper in his briefcase. How could Yifeng put such a precious thing so casually? He would have to criticize him next time he saw him. Then Lin Jingfei walked towards the laboratory, ready to help Yifeng test the accuracy of his paper. After repeated experiments, Lin Jingfei found that the solutions proposed in this paper are perfectly feasible. This is the best solution for biofuels that can solve one of the world's top 10 chemical problems. Although Yifeng had only written a little more than half, Lin Jingfei still couldn't wait to share it with his old friend. His lifelong dream is to win the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and it would be great if his students could achieve it for him ahead of time. All professors at Kyoto University have their own laboratories, and Lin Jingfei is no exception. Whenever he has time, he will stay in the laboratory and cannot leave. This time he called another great man in the chemistry world, a retired chemistry academician from Peking University, and said to him mysteriously, "Hey, there's a genius among my students. You'll never guess what problem he's about to solve. Old Lin, please don't keep me in suspense. I hate guessing things the most." The other party said helplessly. Zheng Xuan, who has known Lin Jingfei for so many years and knows his habits, so he can only let him speak directly. But Mr. Zhang knew very well that Lin Jingfei must have something extremely important to tell him, which was why he had such an expression. He, then I want to keep you in suspense. Seeing the doubt on Mr. Zhang's face, Lin Jingfei said directly, "Mr. Zhang, are you still researching the best solution for biofuels? Perhaps this difficult problem in the chemical world will be solved by a student." The best solution for biofuels is going to be solved by a student? Mr. Zhang's voice became louder and he seemed very excited. Solving this difficult problem could be said to be his lifelong pursuit. I really don't know which rising star in our Peking University this student is. The young are really to be feared, the young are really to be feared. Mr. Zhang did not doubt Lin Jingfei's words. He came to him to say these things, so he was naturally very confident. I am really curious about which student in Kyoto University has such talent in chemistry and can do research on biofuels. He is really a genius. Chapter 64, The Chemistry Scholar's Shock. Lao Lin, let me take a look at this student's paper, so I can study his arguments carefully. Mr. Zhang is a very stable person. Before he saw the paper, he was surprised for a moment and then returned to normal. Mr. Zhang, please take a look at his paper. Lin Jingfei carefully placed Yifeng's unfinished paper in Mr. Zhang's hands for him to review, while he watched the changes on Mr. Zhang's face. As expected, Mr. Zhang was just like himself before. The more he read, the more shocked he became. He then quickly started to do experiments to verify the experimental nature of Yifeng's paper. As he watched, he laughed wildly in his heart. These two old guys were actually shocked by the argument of a young boy. It is true that the disciple is better than the master. While the two were doing the experiment, Professor Yang Xueming, who heard that Professor Zhang had come to Peking University, also came here. Seeing Lin Jingfei with a smile on his face, he was a little puzzled. Why did Professor Lin Jingfei, who usually had a bitter face, look so sweet today, as if he had eaten honey? Hello, Professor Zhang. I just heard from students that you came to Peking University, so I came to see you. I didn't expect Professor Lin to be so happy today. I wonder what happened. Hello, Professor Yang. Lin Jingfei was indeed very happy today, so he pointed to the paper placed aside and said, "Take a look at this and you will know why I am so happy, ha ha ha. Don't underestimate this paper. It's the latest and most valuable paper in the field of chemistry. I'm very excited reading it. Lin Zhengfei was so happy when he saw the paper written by Yifeng. It was like the new year in the field of chemistry. He knew Professor Yang Xueming's character and didn't mind showing it to him. Professor Yang Xueming muttered as he read the paper, "What kind of paper can make a chemistry professor like you so excited? Could it be that one of your students is going to solve one of the top 10 difficult chemistry problems? Don't underestimate the young people of today. This little guy is really impressive." Lin Zhengfei smiled interestingly when he saw Yang Xueming's expression. He wondered what Yang Xueming's expression would be when he saw that Yifeng was really going to solve one of the top 10 difficult problems in the chemical world. The further Yang Xueming read, the more exaggerated his expression became. "I'm not sure about some things in chemistry, but many of the ideas here should be correct. I wonder which genius of ours is the one who can write about the biofuel solution, one of the 10 major problems in chemistry, to such an extent. His name is Yifeng. I used to think he was a mediocre person with no knowledge or skills. I never thought that I was wrong about him." Lin Zhengfei sighed. Yang Xueming was shocked. It was Yifeng again? Is this guy omnipotent? He is also so talented in chemistry? At this time, after finishing the experiment, Mr. Zhang said excitedly, "There is absolutely no problem. All the arguments in this paper are correct. This will definitely be a major breakthrough in the history of chemistry. This paper must be published in a chemistry journal." Lin Zhengfei also nodded in agreement and said, "Although this paper is not finished, as long as Zhang and I polish it, it will definitely be eligible for publication in a chemistry journal, and the author must be Yifeng alone. It is a very proud thing for us to help polish this paper." Professor Zhang also nodded in agreement. "Once this paper is completed, this year's Nobel Prize in Chemistry will go to Yifeng. This is the pride of our Peking University." After polishing the paper as quickly as possible, the two went to find John, the editor-in-chief of the chemistry journal. Yang Xueming on the side was stunned. Yifeng could be said to be the first person to ask a chemistry academician and a chemistry professor from Daxia to polish a paper. Yang Xueming, who was standing by, was so reluctant to leave when he saw this historic moment in the chemical world that he just watched from the sidelines. After Mr. Zhang and Professor Lin finished their work, they quickly contacted John from the chemistry journal. They are both big names in the chemistry field and they keep in touch on a daily basis. "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lin, is there something going on? Why are you so excited?" John was about to have afternoon tea when he received the urgent calls from the two people, feeling a little surprised. "I have the best solution for biofuels. Are you interested?" When John heard this, he was so scared that the coffee in his mouth sprayed out. Chapter 65: Turmoil in Chemistry. "You are kidding me, right?" John said seriously, "This is the best solution to biofuel, one of the world's top 10 problems. Have you made any new progress?" Professor Lin also knew that it was useless to say more, so he placed several prepared tables and experimental data in front of the other party. John's face gradually became distorted. This is simply a miracle in the world of chemistry. Has the best solution for biofuels really been discovered? If this paper were made public, it would be absolutely explosive news. How did you get these data and this theory? Is your knowledge of chemistry so terrifying? How is this possible? Is the gap between us so huge? John kept muttering to himself, but his eyes revealed deep shock and surprise. Lin Zhengfei did not take the credit for this. "This is not a paper we researched. The optimal solution for biofuels was thought up by a student at Peking University." "What do you mean he's still a student?" John was even more shocked. This guy was simply a genius. Where should he put this paper in the chemistry journal? This was a major breakthrough in the chemistry community this year. John even planned to buy a plane ticket to Daxia immediately to discuss the paper with the author of the paper. Perhaps he could come up with new ideas in chemistry. "It was my student who completed this paper alone." Lin Zhengfei looked proud. When John saw the other person's smug look, he felt so envious that his teeth were itching. If he had such an outstanding student, his life would be worth it. They discussed it carefully for a long time and decided to place this paper in the most prominent position in the chemistry journal. And we have to highlight this paper. This not only shows the importance of this paper, but also tells everyone that the latest and most significant breakthrough in the field of chemistry has appeared. Everyone was very satisfied with the result. Yifeng had just finished lunch with Senior Lang and didn't know about this matter yet. His aunt Mushinsi called him and said that she would be on a business trip for a few days and would not be at home recently, so he should not miss her too much. This made Yifeng feel a little regretful. He couldn't continue to take advantage of his aunt these days. He was originally thinking whether he could go home today to give his aunt a massage, earn some S-level card fragments, and exchange them for some practical skills. What Yifeng didn't know was that the paper he left in the classroom had already caused great turmoil in the chemistry community. After the latest issue of the chemistry journal came out, everyone was shocked when they saw the latest news on the cover. Have you read the latest chemistry journal? The most prominent position on the cover is the best solution for biofuels, and it was written by a student from Kyoto University alone. Kyoto University really has a genius like a dragon. It's a pity that he didn't come from Huaqing University. How will Kyoto University's board of directors reward this student? This is a huge achievement to be published in a chemistry journal. In the past, only professors at least were qualified to be published in a chemistry journal. This really makes all other universities in Daxia lose face. Except for Beijing University, no other university students can achieve this. And this person is Yifeng, the winner of the previous national mathematics competition. The news spread very quickly, and soon Yifeng also learned about it. He did not expect that his unfinished chemistry paper would cause turmoil in the chemistry community. Chapter 66. He won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. After learning about this from Professor Lin Zhengfei, Yifeng received a chemistry journal. Yifeng was a little surprised by Professor Lin Zhengfei's behavior. A professor can proactively help revise and organize experiments for his own paper free of charge and then publish it in the most authoritative journal in the chemistry field without charging any benefits, and even his own name does not appear in the magazine. This behavior can be said to be very selfless. According to Professor Lin Zhengfei, chemistry journals have become difficult to buy recently, and those who want to buy them have to find scalpers and pay a higher price. Yifeng also read his paper published in a chemistry journal, which only had his name on it. This is also the reason why I have become the topic of discussion among everyone during this period. For a long time, no scholar from Daxia had been able to have his paper published in this most authoritative chemical journal. Any student will be very clear and knowledgeable about this chemistry journal. It is the Bible of the chemistry world. Chemical journals are regular and irregular serial publications of research results in chemical theory and practice. Chemical journals play an important role in communicating the results of chemical research and promoting the development of chemistry in the world. They are top-level chemical journals. I guess people who know me, or even those who don't, would be shocked to see their papers published here. But Yifeng had no choice. After all, the direction of his research was one of the 10 most difficult problems in the chemical field. It was difficult for him to keep a low profile because his strength did not allow it. Now everyone who buys this magazine wants to learn from Yifeng's paper what methods can be used to obtain the best solution for biofuels. Many world-class chemistry experts were shocked when studying this paper. They wondered what kind of genius could come up with such a good idea. Even Professor John has been using Yifeng's research ideas to think about the best solution for biofuels during this period, and has gained a lot of inspiration from it. He did not expect that there would be such a fantastic but flawless method in the world. He couldn't help but find Professor Lin Zhengfei again and talk about this topic. This paper gave me many new ideas for many chemical problems. It is really amazing and incredible. How can there be such a talented student in this world? John felt that no words were too much to praise this student. Those who are engaged in academics all have a sense of pride in their hearts, but when faced with a genius who suddenly appears, they will have the idea of cherishing the talent and meeting him or once. Not only Professor John, but also various chemical experts from all over the country wanted to go to Kyoto University to see what kind of students could write such a paper. But no one knows that the protagonist they want to meet is in love with his girlfriend. He doesn't care about the sensation in the outside world at all. His real concern is to have a good relationship with senior sister Lang. Maybe one day he will directly provide the best solution for the last biofuel, and this problem will be completely solved. Many chemistry professors and academicians of chemistry discussed and came to a conclusion that they must go to Kyoto University to meet this student. This student has solved one of the top 10 world-class problems in chemistry. No one has ever been able to make such progress before. He is the person who has the greatest hope of solving this world's problem. Maybe he will be the winner of this year's Nobel Prize in Chemistry. This is the most difficult problem in the chemistry field. Who can do more academically than him this year? Not only in Daxia, but even those scholars abroad cannot achieve this. This is definitely a genius in the field of chemistry. As long as he is well trained, he will definitely be the number one in the field of chemistry in the future. Finally, a white-haired old man slammed the table and decided, let's go to Beijing University and meet this student named Yifeng. Maybe there will be new breakthroughs. Chapter 67, Shock in the Academic Community. Yifeng has become very popular recently. After his paper was published in a chemistry journal, it directly boosted the sales of the chemistry journal. Professor Lin Zhengfei has been very busy during this period. Many people know that he is Yifeng's chemistry teacher. When they cannot contact Yifeng, they all come to him to discuss chemistry problems. In the past, Lin Zhengfei might have felt that some of the top problems in chemistry were difficult to solve, but after reading Yifeng's paper, he felt as if his eyes had been opened and he had new views and insights on many issues. This also made Professor Lin Zhengfei very happy, and he felt deeply proud that he had brought up such an outstanding student like Yifeng. Academician Zhang, who had new ideas about biochemistry, often came to Professor Lin Zhengfei to conduct research when he was free, and wanted to see if he could meet Yifeng, but each time he came back in vain. Outside Daxia, Professor Zhang and his team have been studying new directions in chemistry through Yifeng's papers, and have obtained new answers in a research that has been confusing. These breakthroughs can be said to be extraordinary in the world of chemistry. After Zhang and the others finished the experiment, they were all very excited and talked about Yifeng. John, it is said that the provider of the best solution for biofuels is just a student in Daxia? Is there really such a genius? I have never believed this. Another scholar-looking man also adjusted his glasses and said, I was also very surprised. It is still incredible that a young man in his 20s could come up with such a good solution. Although his paper is still missing the most important part, it is enough to change the entire chemical community. According to the current situation, not only is their chemistry laboratory studying various chemical problems through the optimal solution for biofuels provided by Yifeng, other laboratories around the world are also using the inspiration provided by this paper to break through other chemical problems. This young man's contribution to chemistry can be said to be enormous, and he has solved many chemical problems that have long been a mystery. Daxia has been really impressive recently. Last year, a girl won the world-class mathematical Olympiad, and now there is a boy who is extremely talented in chemistry. Several people nearby couldn't help but nod their heads. In the past 2 years, the young people of Daxia had given them too many surprises and wonders. After we finish our business here, let's go to Beijing University in Daxia to meet this young chemistry genius. Professor Zhang has wanted to meet Yifeng for a long time. Academics have no borders, and he is very optimistic about this young man. Several other people also had similar thoughts. Although the distance between them was indeed very far, it did not affect their desire to meet a chemical genius. In Daxia, Yifeng's paper could be published in a chemistry journal, which was enough to shock people in the academic community. Many senior leaders in the education sector also noticed Yifeng. Previously, only professors from abroad could publish papers in chemistry journals. It was rare for people from Daxia to publish papers in such world-renowned top academic journals. However, after careful discussion, the top management decided not to be too ostentatious for the time being, as this would be detrimental to Yifeng's future studies. Yifeng knew all these things very well, and it was not surprising that it would cause such a big fuss. After all, this was one of the top 10 difficult problems in the chemical world, and it would be hard not to cause a sensation. But this did not affect his daily romance and chatting with Senior Lang. But on this day, when Yifeng went to meet Senior Lang for breakfast as usual, all the teachers at Beijing University were extremely anxious. Chapter 69 Everyone comes to find Yifeng. In Kyoto University. Teacher Bai, haven't you contacted Yifeng yet? Chemistry professor Lin Zhengfei kept asking the homeroom teacher Bai. Alas, this Yifeng is good in every way, why is it that I can't contact him so often? It would be a pity if a chemistry journal invited him to attend an academic conference and he missed it. As a chemistry professor, Lin Zhengfei naturally knew how rare and precious an opportunity it was for a student to be invited by the organizers of a chemistry journal to attend an academic conference. Because Yifeng's performance during this period was so outstanding, not only all the professors in Peking University were looking forward to him, but even the higher-level executives had already noticed Yifeng. As a result, the reputation of Kyoto University can be said to be very loud during this period. Now there is an expensive opportunity to attend an academic conference invited by a chemical journal. If this opportunity is missed, it will not only be a waste of a precious opportunity for Yifeng, but also a great loss for Peking University. The head teacher Bai was also a little anxious at this moment. I don't know where Yifeng has been during this period. Before, he would be out of touch after school. If we want to find him, we have to wait until he has classes. Let classmates in the class go look for Yifeng together. This is the only way now. Maybe that classmate knows where Yifeng's home is. Bai thought about it and could only come up with this method. In Yifeng's class, many people also bought the magazine Chemistry Journal. This is a very popular magazine these days and many people have heard of it. This magazine is the most authoritative in the chemical world and is a magazine that is worth reading for everyone. When everyone saw the paper with Yifeng's name prominently displayed on the magazine cover, they were all shocked. My classmate Yifeng is published in a chemistry journal? He actually published his paper in a chemistry journal. Oh my god, he is really a monster. No wonder chemistry journals are so popular recently. It turns out that someone from our great Xia country wrote a paper in a chemistry journal. It feels so dreamy. I actually saw our Daxia people's names in a chemistry journal. Do you think there is a possibility that the name is repeated? Impossible. I heard from Professor Lin Jingfei before that this is Yifeng from our class. Everyone was still in shock after Yifeng won the first place in the Daxia mathematics competition. He published his paper in a chemistry journal? You know, many professors in Daxia don't have the ability to publish their papers in a chemistry journal. Yifeng is indeed worthy of being a student of our Jingda University. He is so amazing. Humph, I've long said that Brother Yifeng is very powerful, the most powerful. You didn't believe it before? Now you all believe it. Just as everyone was discussing Yifeng, another very shocking news reached the ears of all professors and teachers at Kyoto University. Professor John, the organizer of the chemistry journal, led his team to develop a new route based on the ideas in the paper written by Yifeng, and solved another difficult problem in the chemistry community, which is the best solution second only to biofuels. What no one knows is that now, chemistry professors from all over the world, including Professor John, these authorities in the field of chemistry are rushing to Kyoto University. Chapter 70, Lively Kyoto University. It's just that many people don't know that Yifeng is being sought by so many people. However, the influence of Yifeng's paper is still growing and has not declined at all because of this incident. During this time, he has been with Langluoli, hoping to trigger the system reward and obtain the last fragment of the best solution for biofuels. However, the system has not been very powerful during this period. The rewards Yifeng received are also miscellaneous fishing skills and gardening skills. Yifeng was speechless about this. Is the system planning to train him into a retired old man? Let him go fishing every day? So he took Langluoli to the suburbs to go fishing and barbecue. Just when Yifeng Zheng and Langluoli were fishing and barbecued together, what they didn't know was that a group of professors from thousands of miles away had already arrived near Peking University. As soon as a group of people led by Professor John arrived at the gate of Peking University, they were already being waited for a long time by chemistry professors such as Lin Jingfei. Professor John is a knowledgeable professor. He is fluent in the Daxia language, which is known as the most difficult language. Professor Lin, it's been a long time since we last met. Can you take us to meet classmate Yifeng? Lin Jingfei smiled and said, Professor John, please come in. They already knew the purpose of Professor John's visit this time, so naturally they had to let them go to Peking University first. As for Yifeng, they would meet him sooner or later. Just when Professor Lin Jingfei asked someone to take Professor John to Peking University, another group of people came from another direction. Who else could it be but the chemistry professors from Huaqing? As members of Huaqing's professorial team came to Kyoto University, they were naturally invited politely to stay at Kyoto University. Next, groups of chemistry professors came to Peking University from all directions, and Lin Jingfei could only greet these people very politely, and then have someone take them to the principal's office. He was in charge of the door work, and the next things had to be arranged by him, the president of Peking University. In the principal's office, Principal Wang was also a little shocked. So many famous professors in the field of chemistry had come. The commotion caused by Yifeng this time was really too big. However, Yifeng couldn't contact anyone at all, which made him feel helpless. Principal Wang? You said you can't contact Yifeng? It's okay, we'll just wait here. As a student of your Peking University, Yifeng will definitely show up again. The professors of Huaqing felt that with so many people coming to Peking University in such a grand manner, if they couldn't see Yifeng, wouldn't it be a waste of their trip? Professor John and others also felt that Yifeng was such an outstanding student, and that they were indeed worthy of spending time waiting here. Some professors simply sat down in the principal's office, took out the paper and pen they carried with them and began to calculate the problems they had not figured out, while some professors started reading the books they carried with them. Although Principal Wang was helpless, he could only politely settle these professors. However, he did not expect that in addition to these people, there were many other scholars and professors who continued to come to Peking University. Principal Wang could only continue to arrange for teaching assistants to receive these professors and scholars at the school gate so as not to neglect them. The students at Kyoto University also felt that something was wrong. Many professors and scholars who they had only seen on TV before were now all seen at Kyoto University. Their intuition told them that something big was going to happen. However, the core figure of this matter was completely unaware of this matter. He had just caught a fish, had just prepared it, and was grilling it with langluoli. It's really very leisurely. In Beijing University, even academicians like Mr. Zhang were surprised to see so many great figures in the field of chemistry coming. They greeted him, "John, I didn't expect you to come to Beijing University. Why are all these old guys who study quantum mechanics and advanced mathematics here too? They really just love to join in the fun." When Mr. Zhang saw some old faces, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "Old Zhang, we are also very curious about who this classmate Yifeng is and how he can write such an excellent paper. We all want to find out the truth." An old man who looked about the same age as old Zhang said with a smile when he saw him. Although he was studying quantum mechanics, mathematics, physics and chemistry were inseparable, so he was naturally very interested in Yifeng. Principal Wan looked at so many well-known professors and scholars who all came for Yifeng, so he could only quickly ask people to find Yifeng quickly. This Yifeng is just like Langluoli, he is good in everything, but why doesn't he like to check the messages on his phone? He can't find anyone at this critical moment. Chapter 71 Langluoli arrives at Yifeng's home. At this moment, Yifeng had no idea that Peking University was so lively, and he was still on a sweet date with Langluoli. When he was with Senior Lang, he didn't like being disturbed by others and his phone was always in Do Not Disturb mode. Yifeng, who had just finished the barbecue with Langluoli, looked at the full catch and said with a smile, "Senior Lang, I'm afraid we can't finish all the fish. Do you want to come to my house and take a look at my fish pond? We can raise these fish in the pond first." When Langluoli heard Yifeng invite her to his house, her pretty face turned red, but when she thought about it carefully, she realized that she had never been to Ye's house, so it seemed like a good idea to visit it today. She took Yifeng's hand and said, "Then let's go back and raise the fish in your pond, otherwise they will die of lack of oxygen." Seeing Langluoli looking anxious, Yifeng smiled and said, "Senior Lang, you are quite looking forward to going to my house." Langluoli knew that Yifeng was teasing her, but she said seriously, "I'm actually quite curious about what it would be like if you lived alone. You can see a lot of details in a person's home." Yifeng didn't expect Langluoli to admit it, and he seemed so serious about it. Langluoli sat in the passenger seat of Yifeng's Porsche. They were still a few kilometers away from Yifeng's courtyard, and it would take about 10 minutes to get home. The car slowly drove to the outside of Yifeng's courtyard. Langluoli began to visit Yifeng's home with a curious look. She didn't expect that Ye's home was so clean and tidy, and there were tomatoes, green vegetables, and chili chickens planted in the courtyard. There were also a few crucian carps swimming in the pond near the courtyard. Is this imitation of pure natural and pollution-free food? Yi Shuedi is quite healthy. The stir-fried fruits and vegetables here must be delicious. When she arrived at Yifeng's house, Langluoli was like a hostess without any restraint, as if she was looking at her future home. When Langluoli was just finishing touring the courtyard, Yifeng had just put the fish he caught into the pond. Suddenly, Langluoli found a letter on Yifeng's desk. Langluoli took the letter with some suspicion, opened it and started reading. On the letter, there were paragraphs of words written in a girl's very neat handwriting. "Hello, Senior Yifeng. Let me introduce myself. I'm Shuiyang Yang, a freshman. Maybe you don't know me yet, but I have been secretly watching you for a long time. But do you still remember the moment when you showed the way to a freshman half a year ago? When you showed me the way, I was deeply mesmerized by your charm. I have been paying attention to you for the past 6 months. Maybe this is love. If possible, I would like to date you." Reading the words in the letter, Langluoli's brows twitched and a feeling of jealousy filled her heart. "This is my boyfriend, how come there is a love letter from another girl in my house? Besides, Shuiyang Yang is the prettiest girl among the freshmen, so how come she has a crush on Yifeng? Is this the charm of a top student? Can a handsome guy with good grades be so attractive?" In fact, Langluoli overlooked one point. This was the reason why she agreed to Yi Feng's confession. At this time, Yi Feng came in from outside with a bowl of steaming aloe vera peach gum. Seeing Lang Luoli holding a letter, he said with some amusement, "Senior Lang, why did you take out this letter? If you hadn't taken it out, I would have forgotten when I put it here." Lang Luoli did not answer Yi Feng's words, but put the letter in front of Yi Feng. She was feeling very jealous now. Why is this junior brother Yi so popular with girls? All the freshmen who have just entered the university can't help but have a crush on him. And the most important thing is, how can Yi Feng be so gentle and considerate to a schoolgirl? Seeing Lang Luoli's resentful look, Yi Feng quickly read the letter. After just a moment's observation, he knew what was going on. At that time, he had not yet traveled through time and space to this body. At that time, Yi Feng saw that the girl was very pretty and pointed her in the right direction. Later, the girl wrote a love letter to the original Yi Feng. After the original owner put it in the study, she traveled to this body and the letter has never been opened. This matter really has nothing to do with me, it is a historical issue. He looked at Lang Luoli, who was full of jealousy, and showed his white front teeth with an innocent look. Chapter 72 I gave you my first time. It was not until today, when Lang Luoli discovered the letter, that Yi Feng recalled this incident. It turned out that this letter was a love letter written by freshman Shui Yangyang to himself. Since Yi Feng couldn't say that he had traveled through time and that the trouble had nothing to do with him, he could only make up an excuse to get away with it. Lang Luoli looked suspicious, but she couldn't find any fault with Yi Feng's words. "I can only blame Yi Feng for being too charming. But after all, this is a love letter written by a girl to junior brother Yi, so we can't blame junior brother Yi too much. Moreover, Yi Feng's performance from the beginning to now seems to have no interest in the other person at all. Perhaps it was really an accident that the love letter was placed on the desk. Senior Lang, don't worry about this. Come and taste my aloe vera peach gum soup. This is made from the aloe vera I planted myself. See if it's the flavor you like?" Yi Feng placed the best aloe vera and peach gum soup in front of Lang Luoli and moved close to Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli was already accustomed to this level of intimate contact. The two sat together, and Yi Feng personally poured the aloe vera and peach gum soup from the large bowl into a small bowl and prepared to hand it to Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli was enjoying watching the scene in front of her and felt very happy. It is really a happy thing to have a boyfriend you love make aloe vera and peach gum soup for you. What's more, this boyfriend can even pour it into his own bowl. An outrageous idea suddenly popped up in Lang Luoli's mind. It would be nice if she could live with Yi Shuedi forever. "Senior Lang? What are you thinking about? Try the aloe vera and peach gum soup I made for you. I gave you my first time. This is the first time I do this for a girl." Yi Feng placed everything he had prepared in front of Lang Luoli, and carefully handed a very delicate spoon to Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli looked at the aloe vera and peach gum soup in front of her and felt very hungry. This bowl contained aloe vera, peach gum, wolfberry and brown sugar for seasoning. It was indeed very nutritious for girls. Yi Shuedi is really attentive. Lang Luoli picked up the small bowl and started tasting it with some anticipation. After just a light sip, Lang Luoli felt a faint sweetness spreading in her mouth. This aloe vera and peach gum has a unique chewy texture and is very dense. Yi Feng also poured himself a bowl, but he didn't drink it in a hurry. Instead, he quietly looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. It is really a happy thing to watch the girl you like drinking the soup you made yourself. Yi Feng just wanted to be happy with Lang Luoli forever. "Senior Lang, how do you feel? Is my technique okay?" Lang Luoli couldn't help but smile when she heard Yi Feng's voice. "Very good, this is really the best aloe vera peach gum soup I have ever tasted. Thank you, brother Yi Feng, for making me such a delicious soup." Looking at the gentle girl in front of him, Yi Feng almost melted. Yi Feng also tasted it himself and found it was indeed very good. It seemed that he had performed exceptionally well this time. Chapter 73 Being too good also brings troubles. Just as Lang Luoli was tasting the aloe vera peach gum soup, there was a knock on the door outside the house. Yi Feng got up and walked outside. It was so late and he didn't know who was looking for him. Lang Luoli, holding the soup in her hand, walked to the door with Yi Feng. Outside the house, there was a little girl who was only 7 or 8 years old. She was licking a lollipop and looked at Yi Feng innocently and said, "Are you brother Yi Feng?" Yi Feng nodded in confirmation. The little girl handed a letter to Yi Feng and said, "Then I have found the right person. A big sister gave me a lollipop and asked me to give this letter to you." After Yifeng took the letter, the little girl skipped away. He opened the letter and looked at it casually for a while, then prepared to throw it into the trash can beside him. But Lang Luoli stopped Yifeng from doing this. "Brother Yifeng, don't be in a hurry to throw it away, let me take a look too." She took the letter from Yifeng's hand with her spotless hands. A drop of cold sweat fell on Yifeng's forehead. I have to say, Lang Luoli's hands are really soft. The moment his hand touched hers, Yifeng felt very comfortable. Now Lang Luoli no longer feels anything wrong about having this kind of contact with herself. Now Lang Luoli is very curious about what is written in the letter, which makes Yifeng, who has always been calm and composed, look a little flustered. Lang Luoli would only perform such intimate actions when she was with Yifeng. Yifeng didn't want to compete with Lang Luoli for the letter. After all, if someone else wanted to write to him, he had no choice. Lang Luoli took the letter in her hand and slowly unfolded it. "Hello, classmate Yifeng, I'm An Ning. As a classmate, I also mustered up the courage to write this letter to you. Although I don't spend as much time with you as Wang Shiran, the time I pay attention to you is definitely no less than Wang Shiran. If possible, can I ask you to play tennis with me? If possible, wear a pair of sneakers to class tomorrow." Lang Luoli realized after reading it that Yifeng's classmate had found a little girl to deliver the love letter. This girl named An Ning also wants to play tennis with Yifeng. Lang Luoli had heard before that Yifeng was liked by many girls in the class, and it turned out to be not just a rumor. Lang Luoli returned the love letter to Yifeng, looking somewhat resentful. At this moment, she felt that the aloe vera and peach gum soup, which had been so delicious just now, had lost its taste at all. Seeing Senior Lang's unhappy expression, Yifeng felt helpless. He was just about to throw away the letter and go to Peking University in a pair of flip-flops tomorrow. But Senior Lang insisted on watching. "Now it looks good, I am jealous again." In fact, Yifeng was also speechless today. Although these girls liked him normally, they were quite reserved. "What happened to you all today? You became so bold that you wrote love letters to yourself?" After much thought, it must have something to do with the fact that my paper appeared in a chemistry journal. After all, in a university like Kyoto University with a strong learning atmosphere, it was definitely explosive news that my paper could be published in a chemistry journal. These girls who had a crush on me couldn't help but confess their feelings to me. Yifeng must be thinking this is the reason. It turns out that being too good can also cause troubles. Chapter 74. How about sleeping at my house tonight? Lang Luoli is very unhappy now. She also knew that Yifeng couldn't be blamed for this, but it really made her unhappy. Why did I see so many love letters from girls to Yifeng when I was with him today? It really seems like there is no end to it, so annoying. And I can't take it out on Yifeng. This is so frustrating. This made Lang Luoli feel that the aloe vera peach gum soup in her hand was not as delicious as before. Then she looked listless, without the previous glow. "Brother Yifeng, please take me home." Yifeng knew that his senior sister Lang was a little upset, and he absolutely could not let her go home alone and think about it at this time, otherwise he would not be able to get the last fragment of the biofuel solution today. "It's already very late, and under normal circumstances, I really have to send senior sister Lang home." But Yifeng used the excuse of going to the toilet, climbed through the window from the bathroom to his Porsche 911, and emptied all the gasoline in the car. "We must keep senior sister Lang here so that we can find a way to make her calm down." So Yifeng had to use this unconventional method to keep senior sister Lang. If he were to live directly with senior sister Lang and himself, Yifeng felt that the hope might not be very great, and he had to do something sure. Yifeng also didn't want that one day when he married Lang Luoli, she would suddenly say to him, "Brother Yifeng, are there any other girls writing love letters to you now?" After preparing everything in advance, Yifeng returned to Lang Luoli's side and said softly, "Senior Lang, don't be unhappy. I'll take you back now. Don't think about those things anymore. I don't want to receive these letters either. I will definitely not accept their invitation to wear sports shoes." "I see." Lang Luoli was quite unhappy at first, but after hearing Yifeng's sincere assurance, she felt a little happier and said to Yifeng, "I understand." Lang Luoli was a lot less jealous at this time. Then he and Yifeng sat in the seat of the Porsche 911. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Yifeng repeatedly started the Porsche 911 sports car. He only heard the sound of the car starting, but the car never started successfully. Yifeng kept starting it up again and again, muttering, "Why can't it start? Could it be that the car broke down? Are Porsche cars of such poor quality?" Lang Luoli was also quite familiar with cars. She looked at the display of Yifeng's car and said, "Brother Yifeng, your car is out of gas. It's so late now and the car has no gas. It's really unfortunate." Lang Luoli thought silently in her heart. Lang Luoli took out her cell phone and prepared to call an online taxi to go home, but as luck would have it, there were very few online taxis available today and she couldn't get one at all. I hope my luck won't be so bad today. It's so late, I can't go home. Where should I sleep? I can't live on the streets. I was so angry about Yifeng's love letter just now, and now I can't go home. It's really too unhappy. Just when Lang Luoli was feeling depressed, she discovered that Yifeng was looking at her with a smirk on his face. This matter was originally planned carefully by Yifeng. He was very happy to see that things were progressing so smoothly. It is really heartbreaking to see Senior Sister Lang looking so pitiful. So Yifeng waved his hand and said, "Senior Lang, how about you sleep at my house tonight?" Chapter 75. Have you ever brought other girls home? Lang Luoli now seems to have no choice. If she doesn't stay at Yifeng's house, she can't sleep in a hotel, right? Those places are really dirty. But Lang Luoli was still struggling with her conscience. Although Yifeng's home is a relatively good choice, it's not unacceptable to stay at his house for a night. Otherwise, there is no better choice. If I choose to walk home, I may have to walk until 3 in the morning. It's really strange. There are usually countless taxis and online hailing cars in Beijing. Why can't we see any today? Moreover, there are some residential areas near Yifeng's house, so even if he wants to find a hotel, he has to walk a long way. Although Yifeng and I are already in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, we haven't yet developed to the point of sleeping together. Although she also knew that junior brother Yifeng would definitely not do anything excessive to her just because she stayed overnight at his house. But this still put a lot of psychological pressure on Lang Luoli. After all, it was the first time for a man and a woman to spend the night together in a boy's house. You have to know that Lang Luoli had very strict family education before, and he never spent the night outside even when he was with girls. But now, it really makes me hesitate. If I agree, will junior brother Yifeng think that I am a very casual girl? Lang Luoli felt complicated. For this kind of thing, Yifeng would have to take the initiative to invite her a few more times. Otherwise, as a girl, it would be too shameless for her to agree right away. Just when Lang Luoli was daydreaming, Yifeng's voice came. "Senior Lang, it's time to get out of the car. Otherwise, the car will run out of gas and you will be locked inside." Yifeng told a white lie. He also knew what Lang Luoli was thinking, so he had to give the girl a way out. So Yifeng tacitly let Lang Luoli get off the car first. For Yifeng, teasing senior sister Lang in front of him was a very happy thing. This is also a way for him to express his inner love. Will the car be unable to move out if it runs out of gas? A question mark appeared in Lang Luoli's head. Why had she never heard of such a thing before? Forget it, let us get off the car first. It was my junior fellow student Yifeng who took the initiative to invite me. In fact, Lang Luoli really hopes to live in Yifeng's house, so that they can see each other as soon as possible tomorrow and go to Peking University. After all, when I was with my junior brother Yifeng, apart from feeling a little jealous occasionally, the rest of the time was very happy. This kind of happy feeling was something Lang Luoli had never experienced before. When Lang Luoli was led back to the courtyard by Yifeng's hand, she patted Yifeng's shoulder with her little fist and said, "Brother Yifeng, have you ever brought other girls to your house before?" Looking at Lang Luoli's curious eyes, full of doubts about the unknown, Yifeng suddenly had an idea, which was to kiss her lips. It just doesn't seem a good idea to do this now. The moon is already high in the sky now. The two of them were in a private environment. If I suddenly kiss Senior Lang, she won't reject me, but she will definitely be confused. Matters like love must be developed gradually and naturally. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Anyway, I have only been with Senior Sister Lang for less than half a month. He would hug and kiss Senior Sister Lang at the right time, and then let Senior Sister Lang give him a lovely daughter. Experiencing these things is a very enjoyable thing. Chapter 76, Teased by Yifeng. Lang Luoli followed Yifeng back to the house. It was late at night. Lang Luoli seemed a little awkward when she was alone with Yifeng late at night for the first time. This is Yifeng's home. What will be the arrangements for me at night? She wondered if Yifeng would have any bad thoughts at night. When she thought of this, her face turned red. Brother Yifeng. I'll just stay in the study tonight. It's just one night anyway. Looking at Lang Luoli's charming and beautiful appearance, Yifeng felt that his heart was about to melt. He couldn't help but hold Lang Luoli's snow-white hands. Senior Lang, don't let your imagination run wild. How could I let you sleep in the study? You are my legitimate girlfriend, I can't treat you like this. How about this? The bed in my bedroom is very comfortable, I'll let you sleep on it. How could Yifeng let his favorite senior sister Lang sleep in the study? It was not as comfortable as sleeping in his own bedroom. His girlfriend must sleep comfortably. So Yifeng readily let Lang Luoli sleep in his bedroom. Feeling her little hand being wrapped by Yifeng's big hand, Lang Luoli felt warm in her heart. She quite likes Yifeng holding her hand. Who made Yifeng's hand so gentle and warm? But Lang Luoli had a small problem. Brother Yifeng, I sleep in your room, what will you do? Where are you going to sleep tonight? Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli's pretty face and said mischievously, of course I sleep in my own room. Lang Luoli couldn't help but stiffen when she heard Yifeng's words, and thought of what Mina had said to her before about rolling in the sheets. This made Lang Luoli's whole body stiff as a piece of wood, unable to move, obviously frightened. What should I do? Do you want to reject Yifeng? If I reject him, will he be disappointed? Could it be that I am overthinking it? Maybe Yifeng didn't want to do these things? Should I stop overthinking like this? Yifeng just wanted to sleep more comfortably. Lang Luoli kept telling herself not to let her mind wander. Then. Just when Lang Luoli was about to agree to Yifeng's words, Yifeng touched Lang Luoli's little head and said, there is a guest room next to it. I will sleep there. Lang Luoli suddenly realized that Yifeng was joking with her. Was this considered teasing by Yifeng? Lang Luoli, where is your usual smart and clever self? How could Yifeng really sleep in the same bed with me tonight? It was such an obvious joke, but I didn't even see it. Although Yifeng usually likes to joke around or amuse himself, he is very sensible at critical moments. But I actually agreed to Yifeng's request in my heart just now. This is obviously what I can do with Yifeng. Thinking of this, Lang Luoli's pretty face was as tempting as a fiery red apple. At this time, Yifeng took out a set of pajamas and a pair of shoes and gave them to her. These are all the clean clothes I washed. You can go take a shower first. Chapter 77, Senior Sister Lang is not wearing anything? Is this Yifeng's clothes? No wonder there is a faint fragrance. Lang Luoli took the clothes handed to her by Yifeng and didn't feel anything wrong. On TV, isn't it normal for girls to wear their boyfriend's clothes? Besides, we played together outside for so long today, we really need to take a shower. Moreover, Lang Luoli is a girl who loves cleanliness very much. If she doesn't take a shower for a day, it would be more painful than killing her. And now I happen to have some clean clothes, so it would be better to wash them. Under Yifeng's guidance, Lang Luoli walked into the bathroom with a red face. There is a large bathtub in the bathroom, which makes Lang Luoli, who usually likes to take a bath, very happy. Normally, she likes to take a bath at home before going to bed, which makes her feel much more comfortable. And Yifeng's bed must smell good, and she also wants to sleep in Yifeng's bed smelling good. Lang Luoli felt a little nervous while taking a bath at Yifeng's house. After all, Yifeng had always taken a bath here before, and now Yifeng was outside. Lang Luoli took off her clothes a little nervously. While Lang Luoli was taking a shower, Yifeng also simply made a bed in the study room and prepared to sleep at night. Looking towards the bathroom, Lang Luoli seemed to still be taking a bath. Sure enough, girls all like taking a bath very much. So Yifeng picked up a book from the bookcase at random, The Invincible Urban Immortal Returns, The School Beauty Wants to Break Up, and started reading. Just when Yifeng was reading halfway with great interest, he heard footsteps. Looking in the direction where the footsteps came from, Yifeng's eyes were almost popped out. After coming out of the bath, Lang Luoli put on her loose clothes. Her perfect figure was faintly visible inside the loose clothes, and her thick black hair looked particularly smooth after just washing. The originally snow-white skin becomes pink and tender in the warm environment of the bathroom. Coupled with Lang Luoli's absolutely beautiful and flawless face, she is really beautiful. Senior Sister Lang is so pure and lovely now. This is the real ceiling of pure desire. The clothes Yifeng gave her was a white shirt, which just covered Lang Luoli's but when she wore it. Because Yifeng's pants were too long, Lang Luoli could only wear a pair of shorts, revealing her long, slender, white legs. Although this outfit is extremely ill-fitting, the visual effect is amazing. Lang Luoli's casual actions at this moment are all fatally tempting. You have to know that Lang Luoli's figure is the kind that is plump where it should be fat, and slender where it should be thin. She is completely different from those skinny girls. If we were to use any words to describe Lang Luoli now, it would only be that she is so charming that she can conquer the world with just one smile, and that is no exaggeration. Seeing that Lang Luoli had finished washing, Yifeng took her to his room. Yifan suddenly thought that he didn't have any underwear for Senior Lang, which meant that Senior Lang was now completely naked. As soon as this thought came up, Yifeng's eyes became dishonest. This also indirectly shows that when Senior Sister Lang was with me, she no longer considered me an outsider. Lang Luoli was originally planning to wear it, but the clothes Yifeng gave her were too big, so it didn't really matter whether she wore it or not. Besides, girls are very comfortable when they don't wear that, so Lang Luoli planned to wear it tomorrow. Moreover, Lang Luoli felt that it didn't matter if she didn't wear it when she was with Yifeng. When Yifeng led Lang Luoli to the bedroom, feeling the gentle palm of Senior Lang's hand and the pleasant fragrance, his heartbeat quickened. Chapter 78: The last fragment of the biofuel solution. After washing up, Lang Luoli lay lazily on Yifeng's bed. Yifeng's bed was very comfortable, which made Lang Luoli enjoy it involuntarily. She even smelled the faint fragrance from Yifeng's body. Lang Luoli, lying on the bed, looked at Yifeng's room with great curiosity. The room was very tidy and spacious. The main layout was relatively simple without too much decoration. On a bookshelf, there are many things that Yifeng likes. There was also a painting among them that attracted Lang Luoli's attention. Aha! Is Yifeng still interested in painting? He is really multi-talented. She then found some painting paints and sketch pens on the bookshelf. Oh my god, can Yifeng also sketch? He knows too many things. In chemistry, he can publish papers in chemistry journals. In mathematics, he can be ranked first among universities in the country. In music, all major entertainment agencies are willing to pay high prices to hire him. In sports, he is said to have reached the level of a national second-level athlete, and his cooking is also first-class delicious. Even in painting, he seems to be very talented. Is there anything else he can't do? No wonder so many young girls wrote him love letters, and Yukinchi was so out of control in public. Lang Luoli has lost her sleepiness now, and she really wants Yifeng to draw a sketch for her. That's just too joyful. The scene of Yifeng drawing a sketch for her appeared in Lang Luoli's mind, which made her feel better. In the beautiful reverie, Lang Luoli gradually closed her eyes. Yifeng was now lying on the bed in the study room, not in the mood to read. All he could think about was Lang Luoli's pair of snow-white, slender long legs. At this moment, a system prompt came. Congratulations to the host for making the bound object Lang Luoli think about you day and night, and obtaining a fragment of the best solution for biofuels. Current host skills: Professor level Chemistry Mastery, SSS level, Professor level Physics Mastery, SSS level, Professor level Music Mastery, SSS level, Athlete level Sports Mastery, SS level, Grandmaster level Martial Arts Mastery, SS level, Cooking Mastery, a level, Massage Mastery, a level, Optimal solution for biofuel all obtained. The sudden system prompt made Yifeng overjoyed. After waiting for so long, I finally got the last fragment of the biofuel solution. Senior Sister Lang is indeed my lucky star. But the system prompts that Senior Lang thinks about him day and night? Does this mean that Senior Sister Lang is also thinking about me now? Senior Lang. It's time to get up. A magnetic voice was heard, and Lang Luoli, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by Yifeng. She didn't expect that Yifeng's bed was so comfortable that she almost overslept. Why is there a fragrance? Lang Luoli sniffed the fragrance in the air with her delicate nose. Could it be that I haven't woken up yet? Lang Luoli had never smelled such a fragrant scent every time she woke up at home before. This made her wonder if she was hallucinating, and she couldn't help rubbing her small nose. It was the first time that Yifeng saw Lang Luoli so cute. He had never thought that Lang Luoli, who was always so aloof in front of others, would actually look like this. I have to say, this is still very cute. But Lang Luoli quickly woke up from her sleepiness. This was the first time she was seen by a boy when she just woke up. It was too embarrassing. Chapter 79: Lang Luoli lost her mind. Senior Lang, the multi-grain pancakes I made are so delicious, but they didn't make you hungry? Yifeng had seen Lang Luoli eating multi-grain pancakes with relish before, so today he simply made a portion of multi-grain pancakes for his precious girlfriend. What? You're not getting up yet, do you want me to feed you? Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli, who looked shy and couldn't help but make a joke. What Yifeng didn't expect was that Lang Luoli actually nodded and agreed to Yifeng's suggestion. Yifeng was very surprised. In fact, Lang Luoli had never been fed by anyone, and she also wanted to know what it would feel like to be fed by the boy she liked. Moreover, she had read some romance novels before, in which the male protagonists would feed the female protagonists affectionately. It just so happened that Yifeng took the initiative to say this, so she naturally had no reason to refuse. Especially Yifeng is so handsome that looking at his face while eating makes the meal more appetizing. Moreover, his words were so charming, his movements were so gentle, and his eyes were full of doting, Lang Luoli simply couldn't resist. This made her hide under the quilt and she involuntarily agreed to Yifeng's suggestion. The multi-grain pancakes made by Yifeng are very fragrant, and they also contain Lang Luoli's favorite meat floss, grilled sausage, and crackers. It's really appetizing. I have never eaten multi-grain pancakes with meat floss before. Yifeng did a great job. Only. How come Yifeng is such a good cook? He can even make multi-grain pancakes? He is obviously a rich kid, so he doesn't have to cook for himself, right? Did he want to make me something delicious? Did he learn it specially? This must be the case, otherwise why would Yifeng get up so early in the morning to make breakfast for himself? Yifeng is too good to me. At this time, Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng with even gentler eyes. Just as Lang Luoli was thinking wildly in her mind, Yifeng had already sat down beside her, helped her up, and considerately placed a pillow behind Lang Luoli so that she could maintain a very comfortable posture. Only in this way could Lang Luoli enjoy the multi-grain pancakes that she made for herself. Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng, who was very attentive and tender, and her eyes stayed on him. Lang Luoli now feels that Yifeng is really full of charm. From childhood to adulthood, her family only taught her to be strong and to get first place. No one has ever treated her as gently and considerately as Yifeng. This made Lang Luoli feel very warm inside, and all the displeasure she had felt when she saw Yifeng receiving love letters from other girls was forgotten. Now Yifeng only had advantages in Lang Luoli's eyes. Then Yifeng put the multi-grain pancake in front of Lang Luoli's mouth and used his other hand to support the bottom of the multi-grain pancake to prevent any crumbs from falling. However, Lang Luoli completely forgot to eat the multi-grain pancakes as she watched Yifeng's actions. She felt that Yifeng was more charming when he took care of her than ever before. It was a very mature and stable feeling. This feeling appeared on Yifeng, a man in his 20s with an unruly temperament, and the lethality was simply off the charts. Chapter 80 Indirect Kiss. Senior Lang, what are you thinking about? If you don't eat now, your breakfast will get cold. Yifeng gently reminded Lang Luoli, who was a little dazed. After Lang Luoli came back to her senses, she began to savor the food carefully. Looking at the rich multi-grain pancake in front of her, Lang Luoli took a light bite. The skin was fried by Yifeng until it was very crispy and sweet, and the delicious meat floss and sausage inside, as well as Yifeng's unique sweet noodle sauce, made it very memorable. Lang Luoli had never eaten such a special, sweet-tasting multi-grain pancake before. It was really delicious. This pancake was more delicious than anything she had ever tasted outside, and it was much better than those sold outside. What a happy thing it would be if we could eat such delicious multi-grain pancakes often. If she could eat it every day. Lang Luoli felt that she would faint from happiness. Lang Luoli was shocked by her own absurd idea. I am too clingy. Senior Lang, what do you think of my pancakes? Is it much better than what is being done outside? Yifeng's words stopped Lang Luoli from thinking about it. She gave Yifeng a 5-star rating. You have successfully earned my highest rating. I've never eaten such delicious multi-grain pancakes. Lang Luoli did not hold back on her praise, expressing all her inner thoughts. Yifeng was very happy to be praised by his beloved girl. It is a very fulfilling thing to be loved so much by your treasure girl. Lang Luoli ate the multi-grain pancake in front of her with big mouthfuls, without slowing down at all. But there was so much filling in this multi-grain pancake that Lang Luoli couldn't finish it even though she tried very hard. So she turned her gaze to Yifeng and said in a very delicate voice, Brother Yifeng, please help me eat. I'm full, there's really nothing I can do. After Lang Luoli finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. If Yifeng ate the pancakes he left behind, wouldn't that be kissing him indirectly? Although I had eaten a candy man with Yifeng before, it was Yifeng who tasted it first, but this time I ate it first. If Yifeng ate this pancake, it would be like kissing himself. But would Yifeng eat the multi-grain pancakes he had eaten? Through the tidiness and cleanliness of Yifeng's home, she could indirectly draw a conclusion that Yifeng was a person who liked cleanliness very much. But Lang Luoli's worries were a bit unnecessary. Yifeng took the pancake that Lang Luoli handed to him without any hesitation and ate the rest. Seeing Yifeng not hesitating at all, Lang Luoli was very happy in her heart, but her face was very shy. He was happy because Yifeng subconsciously took the multi-grain pancake and started eating it, not caring at all that he had eaten this pancake before. She was shy because she and Yifeng had actually kissed indirectly. Chapter 81 Lang Luoli's First Kiss. Lang Luoli felt hot all over when she thought about the indirect kiss between herself and Yifeng. She covered her burning face with her hands, and only looked at Yifeng through the gaps between her fingers. Through this tiny bit of peripheral light, Lang Luoli saw Yifeng eating the multi-grain pancake in big mouthfuls. She never thought that one day she would feel happy when she was in a boy's home and watching him eat breakfast. She felt that she had a very good eye for choosing a boyfriend. Yifeng is not only handsome, but also very gentle and very kind to me. Even when she was a child and at home, she had never felt this kind of happiness. But will Yifeng always be so nice to me? Lang Luoli's eyes suddenly became firm. Of course he would. She believed that her brother Yifeng would never be the kind of person who would change his mind. Although she had not been with Yifeng for a long time, she was smart enough to feel the natural love that Yifeng always showed. And Yifeng only feels this kind of pampering for her. When facing other people, Yifeng is a different person. In addition to pampering, there is also loyalty and all kinds of tenderness and consideration. Lang Luoli enjoyed this feeling very much, and she cherished it very much. At the same time, Lang Luoli found that she liked Yifeng more and more. Compared to Lang Luoli, who was daydreaming, Yifeng didn't think so much. Lang Luoli is his favorite girl, so how could he dislike something she has eaten? Besides, the multi-grain pancakes I make myself are really delicious, and it's not a good idea to waste them. If Lang Luoli can't finish it, then she can just eat it herself. After finishing his multi-grain pancake, Yifeng noticed that Lang Luoli looked shy and covered her face with her hands. Yifeng wanted to take her hand away. Lang Luoli's face was flushed and her body was hot, as if she had a fever. She couldn't continue to cover her face in this state. Lang Luoli saw that Yifeng wanted to take her hand away, and she didn't know what he wanted to do, so she didn't resist. At this moment, Yifeng actually wanted to observe the temperature of Lang Luoli's forehead, but there was no thermometer at home, and he couldn't use a thermometer to measure Lang Luoli's temperature, so Yifeng thought of a way. He had seen a TV show before, in which the male protagonist would often touch his forehead with the female protagonist in order to take care of her, so that he could feel whether the other person had a fever, so Yifeng decided to use this method. Lang Luoli on the other side found that after Yifeng took her hand away, he actually kept moving his handsome face closer to her. She didn't know that Yifeng wanted to take her temperature. I thought Yifeng wanted to kiss me. After just kissing indirectly, do you have to kiss yourself directly? What should I do? What should I do now? This is my legitimate boyfriend, so it seems normal for him to want to kiss me. I definitely can't refuse. The first kiss that has been saved for 20 years, is it finally going to be given to Yifeng today? But the next scene completely stunned Lang Luoli. Chapter 82 Lifting the Cold Senior's Quilt. Lang Luoli watched Yifeng's face getting closer and closer, and she finally chose to close her eyes and let Yifeng perform on his own. I am his girlfriend and I will have to sleep with him in the future, so it is normal to be kissed by him now. But he can only kiss himself and only one girl, not other girls. Lang Luoli was so excited that her heart was beating fast. Even all the experiences before were not as tense and exciting as now. But when Lang Luoli saw Yifeng's next move, she seemed a little at a loss. Yifeng didn't kiss me, he just wanted to put his forehead against mine? I seem to have too much inner drama. Yifeng discovered that Lang Luoli's forehead was not very hot, but still a normal temperature, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you don't have a fever. Is it because senior sister Lang is too hot? Otherwise, why would you be so blushing? Yifeng didn't worry too much about this matter. He pinched Lang Luoli's little face and said, Senior Lang, you can't continue sleeping. The sun is about to burn your butt. Just now I thought you were feeling unwell, so I helped you feel your temperature, but I hope you're okay. Okay, we all have classes today, so we can't be late. Lang Luoli was too embarrassed to look Yifeng in the eye as she listened to his words. Her pitiful appearance makes her very lovable. It must be because she just woke up that she looked very cute. She nodded to show that she understood. Yifeng also realized it later, thinking that his actions just now might have been too intimate. Senior sister Lang didn't react for a while and might have been a little stunned. In fact, Yifeng only guessed half of it right, the other half was wrong. Although Lang Luoli was frightened by Yi Feng's behavior just now, she was now feeling more resentful. Stinky schoolmate. Too unromantic. Everyone is ready. And I'm waiting for you to come and kiss my family. But you didn't kiss me anymore. That was the best scene for a first kiss. It turned out to be just my own wishful thinking. Huff. So disappointed equals. Lang Luoli now feels mixed emotions. But the main thing is the loss and unwillingness. But this kind of loss and unwillingness cannot be expressed, nor can it be told to others. If I talk to Yifeng or Mina, I'm afraid people will laugh their heads off. Although Yifeng didn't know Lang Luoli's inner thoughts, he could see Lang Luoli's little emotions at the moment. I couldn't help but hold her snow-white and flawless little hand, and deliberately teased her and said, "Senior Sister Lang, if you don't get up, I will lift the quilt." Chapter 83, 10 Major Chemical Problems to be Solved. In fact, Yifeng didn't have the courage to lift Lang Luoli's quilt. He was just playing a joke on Senior Lang. He could see that Senior Sister Lang wore very little when she slept, with only a thin piece of underwear on her upper body. Lang Luoli perked up instantly after hearing Yifeng's words. She was only wearing. If Yifeng lifted her clothes under the quilt, wouldn't she be seen completely? Brother Yifan, don't. I'm getting up now. But turn around first, I'll put on my clothes first. Lang Luoli saw Yifeng turning around and quickly put on her clothes. Now I haven't even kissed Yifeng yet. If someone saw us doing it, wouldn't it be so embarrassing? After changing clothes, Yifan and Lang Luoli simply washed up and went to Peking University. However, when Yifeng just arrived in the classroom, he was surrounded by chemistry professor Lin Jingfei and a group of scholars he had never seen before. Student Yifeng, we finally found you. Come with me to multimedia classroom number 1. Chemistry professors from all over the world are waiting for you and want to meet you. A blond middle-aged man said in fluent Chinese, "Are you Yifeng? You are really young and promising. I am John, the editor-in-chief of a chemistry journal. I am glad to meet you. I wonder if Yifeng has time to come with us." Yifeng never thought that he would have such a great reputation that chemistry professors from all over the world would come to him. What he didn't expect was that the editor-in-chief of the most prestigious journal in the chemistry field also came to see him. "Hello, Professor Lin. Hello, Professor John. I'm sorry, I may not be able to go with you. I seem to have solved the last part of the problem of the best solution for biofuels. I need a quiet environment to think." Yifeng shook hands with the enthusiastic Professor John, and then explained to Professor Lin. He obtained the last fragment of biofuel last night and already had a very mature plan formed in his mind. Yifeng's words made Lin Jingfei and John stare at each other in disbelief. Yifeng's previous paper had already caused turmoil in the entire chemistry community, and now he was confident that he could solve this difficult problem? This is one of the top 10 difficult problems in chemistry. Solving it means you will be able to go down in the history of chemistry. Student Yifan, are you sure you can solve this difficult problem? Lin Jingfei looked at Yifeng seriously. If what Yifeng said is true, then Yifeng must complete this paper first. The solution to the biofuel solution will create a huge sensation not only in the chemical world. And it is also a historic moment for the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Fuel energy is always a top priority for a major country, and biofuel is one of the cleanest and most environmentally friendly energy sources. If Daxia can master the best solution for biofuel, it can get rid of its dependence on oil. The significance here can be said to be extremely important, even epoch-making. Chapter 84 Biofuels Essay completed. Yifeng was soon arranged by Professor Lin Jingfei to a very quiet classroom. Outside the classroom were professors from all over the world standing, each standing on tiptoe to see Yifeng's true face. With so many professors gathered here, many students from Kyoto University also gathered around, wanting to find out what had happened that made so many top chemistry professors wait so patiently in the corridor. In order to maintain order and protect these professors, Kyoto University not only sent all the security personnel of Kyoto University's security department to maintain order, but even the physical education teachers of Kyoto University were temporarily transferred to maintain order due to lack of manpower. When Peking University President Wang Fu learned that Yifeng was writing the last step of the optimal solution for biofuels, he personally came to the classroom door and prevented everyone from disturbing Yifeng. Principal Wang Fu was afraid that some blind guy would disturb Yifeng when he was thinking about such an important issue. This kind of thing must never happen. Principal Wang Fu has decided to make Yifeng's officially completed biofuel solution a confidential paper. The previous papers written by Yifeng were just a set of semi-finished papers. There was no problem with them being published in a chemistry journal. But now Yifeng wants to completely solve the huge problem of biofuel, which is closely related to the current development of daxia. It can even accelerate the development of daxia's energy by 10 years. Yifeng had his reasons for wanting to complete this thesis at Peking University. His idea is to make everyone pay attention to Kyoto University. From today on, all kinds of dazzling technologies will appear in Kyoto University. And now he is making a breakthrough in chemistry. He wants to make a major breakthrough in a field that is unknown to everyone, and this breakthrough is of epoch-making significance. Moreover, after revealing this move today, he must have a strong backing to protect himself. The strategic significance of biofuel is very important. Only after Yifeng writes this paper in Peking University will he have the highest safety factor. Yifeng sat in his seat, the pen in his hand constantly sliding across the paper. His brain was working at an accelerated pace. Although he had obtained 3 fragments of the best solution for biofuels, he still needed to rethink in order to complete the paper. After writing everything down on paper, Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. After checking all the steps in the paper in his mind, Yifeng was confident that he could ensure the accuracy of this paper. This paper involves many advanced chemical problems. Yifeng carefully added his understanding and best solutions to each difficulty. By the time the paper was finished, a full 3 hours had passed. If the part of the paper Yifeng wrote before was about thoughts on biofuels, then this half is the best solution for biofuels. Yifeng knew very well what kind of sensation this paper would cause if it was seen by a professor from Kyoto University. Yifeng stood up and walked to the door. Everyone outside the door was looking at Yifeng expectantly. This moment can be said to be a historic moment in the history of chemistry. No one even dared to breathe loudly. Chapter 85. The paper was treated as confidential. Yifeng looked at President Wang Fu and Professor Lin Jingfei and said with a smile, "If nothing unexpected happens, I have already found the best solution for biofuels." Yifeng discussed some topics related to biofuels with all the professors present, causing everyone present to take out paper and pen and start writing notes frantically, simply because what Yifeng said was so wise. The students watching nearby were all stunned. The professors and academicians who usually looked so high and mighty now looked so humble and serious, seeking advice. It's really unbelievable. After Yifeng left the classroom, Professor Lin Jingfei and Mr. Zhang quickly went to the classroom to read the paper. They had previously discussed how long it would take Yifeng to complete the paper. Professor Lin Jingfei thought that Yifeng would need 10 hours, while the elders thought that such a large paper would take at least 8 hours. But Yifeng gave them a huge surprise. It only took him 3 hours to completely solve the top 10 difficult problems in the field of chemistry. They looked at Yifeng's paper, which was neatly and meticulously written. According to the theory of the paper, there should be no problems. Moreover, Yifeng's paper is not just about theory. At the end of the paper, he also includes various data from simulation experiments and various situations that may arise. Mr. Zhang is one of the authorities in the field of chemistry, and he was secretly shocked when reading this paper. It's so complete, so complete. What kind of brain can write a paper so meticulously? For many things here, even I have to rely on experimental results to judge right or wrong. If I just look at them, I am not sure enough about many things. Mr. Zhang, let's go to the laboratory to verify. Professor Lin Jingfei also knew the importance of this paper and made a suggestion. The news that a paper that would shock the chemistry world again was about to be published at Kyoto University soon reached the ears of the top brass. In just half an hour, the top management sent people to assist the elders and Professor Lin Jingfei in verifying this important paper. Except for a few important people, no one else is qualified to see the true face of this paper at this stage. Yifeng did not expect that his paper would attract the attention of his superiors so quickly, but he also felt that it was reasonable. After all, solving this problem would have strategic significance for daxia. In the Peking University laboratory, Yifeng's paper has been classified as an important document. Only a few people have access to Yifeng's papers. This feels a bit strange to some people. Isn't this an overreaction? The feasibility of this paper has not yet been proven. Besides, it was made by a student, so I'm afraid it will be a waste of effort. An old man with a beard who looked very fat looked at the paper in front of him, feeling that it was a bit of a fuss. Zhang Tianlong has been the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences for many years and has seen all kinds of papers. Now he has to personally verify a paper written by a student from Peking University, which he finds very outrageous. What he saw most at the Chinese Academy of Sciences were geniuses. Chapter 86 The excited president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Dean Zhang, you can't say that. This student named Yifeng is different from ordinary geniuses. He had already won first place in the National College Mathematics competition, and half of his paper was published in a chemistry journal. Even Professor John, the editor-in-chief of the chemistry journal, came to meet him in person. Professor John told me a piece of inside information. The first half of Yifeng's paper has been accepted by the Nobel Prize for Chemistry. This year, he will have the opportunity to compete with chemical geniuses from all over the world for the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. In addition to Professor John, MIT, Cambridge, Stanford, Harvard, and other world-renowned universities have also sent emails to Yifeng and extended olive branches to him. Now that he has written the second half, maybe he can really bring us a big surprise? Mr. Zhang on the side explained to Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Tianlong also has a very good relationship with Mr. Zhang. He had been listening to Mr. Zhang praising Yifeng so much that his ears were about to grow old. He also always wanted to bring Yifeng to their chemistry laboratory at the Chinese Academy of Sciences for research. However, Zhang Tianlong always felt that Yifeng was not qualified. The Chinese Academy of Sciences represented his whole body was shaking with excitement. Dean Zhang, you also see the importance of this paper. Mr. Zhang sighed. I have finally figured it out. Zhang Tianlong was so excited that he began to stutter. Chapter 87 This paper is classified as confidential. Dean Zhang, you also see the importance of this paper. Dean Zhang looked at the excited Zhang Tianlong and knew how shocked he was. This really took me by surprise. In my lifetime, there is really someone who can solve this problem. Zhang Tianlong was so shocked that he started to stutter. All the people who came with Zhang Tianlong were looking at the scene in front of them in surprise. They had all worked with Zhang Tianlong for many years, so when had they ever seen Zhang Tianlong with such an expression? How high could the level of a paper that Zhang Tianlong attached so much importance to be? I really don't dare to think about it. Dean Zhang, does this paper qualify to be classified as a top secret paper? Asked Mr. Zhang. Top secret paper? No, how can a paper of this level only be classified as a top secret paper? This must be a confidential paper. Anyone who reads this paper must sign a confidentiality agreement. Including me. Zhang Tianlong said very seriously. This paper is extremely important to Xia now. We must be cautious enough to deal with it. This paper was just completed by Yifeng today. Within just a few hours, it was directly designated as a confidential paper by the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which is enough to reflect the importance of this paper. Moreover, this paper cannot be seen by anyone other than a few people who can be absolutely trusted, because the importance of this paper is really too high. And when Yifeng was writing this paper, were there any cameras in the classroom recording the process of Yifeng writing the paper? It is necessary to treat the paper as confidential and strangle all possible ways of leaking the paper in the cradle. Zhang Tianlong, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, was so shocked by Yifeng that he was a little incoherent. He had previously thought that Yifeng, an ordinary Peking University student, could not write any important paper. Now he realized that he was too small-minded. I suddenly felt that I could only see a glimpse of the whole picture, which was a big taboo in academic research. Everyone please sign the confidentiality agreement. There can't be any mistakes in this paper. Professor Zhang, please contact the president of Beijing University, Wang Fu, and delete all the content captured by the surveillance camera. No, please go there in person, otherwise I will be worried. Zhang Tianlong quickly began to prepare for signing a confidentiality agreement. This was a paper he attached great importance to, and anyone who came into contact with this paper must not make the slightest mistake. Then Zhang Tianlong prepared to take out his mobile phone and call the staff of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to immediately activate the highest-level laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to conduct accurate experiments on the argument put forward in this paper. Mr. Zhang also realized the importance of this paper. Without further delay, he immediately went to see Wang Fu, the president of Peking University, to prepare to delete the surveillance. Chapter 88 Things got out of hand. On the other hand, Dean Zhang Tianlong felt that this alone was still not enough to reassure him, so he arranged for people to investigate and find out all the people who had come into contact with this paper, and make sure that no one would slip through the net. After arranging everything, Zhang Tianlong took out his mobile phone and called Wang Fu, the president of Peking University. Principal Wang. Zhang Tianlong's voice seemed very loud. Dean Zhang, what brings you here? I haven't received your call for a long time. I don't know what's going on with Dean Zhang. Wang Fu's voice came from the other end of the phone. He had a good relationship with Dean Zhang Tianlong, so he couldn't help but make a joke. But Zhang Tianlong was obviously not in the mood to joke with Wang Fu today. Old Wang, stop smiling and be serious. I want to ask you for someone, and that's Yifeng from Jingda University. No, I have to go find him myself. Take me to see him. Zhang Tianlong felt that to find an outstanding student like Yifeng, he had to go find him in person. This came as a bit of a surprise to Principal Wang Fu. He had mentioned Yifeng to Dean Zhang Tianlong intentionally or unintentionally before, saying that Yifeng was outstanding among the younger generation. However, Dean Zhang Tianlong had never paid much attention to him, thinking that Yifeng was still too young and it was hard to say what would happen in the future. And today, he actually called me and said that he, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, wanted to go find Yifeng in person. Wang Fu quickly figured out one thing: Zhang Tianlong must have seen the paper written by Yifeng and started to look at Yifeng with new eyes. Dean Zhang, have you read Yifeng's paper? Principal Wang Fu still knows his old friend very well. That's right. I did read the paper written by Yifeng. It was very well written, so well that I couldn't believe it. Many of the key points he raised in the paper were ones I had never thought about. They opened my eyes. It's really excellent. If it weren't for this paper, I would probably have spent years trying to figure out many of the difficult points in chemistry. Not only has he thoroughly understood all of these key points at such a young age, but he has also solved one of the top 10 difficult problems in chemistry. I really can't wait to meet him. Zhang Tianlong no longer has the image of a mature and steady professor. He can only use his excited expression to express his excitement. Although Principal Wang Fu guessed that Zhang Tianlong would be very excited after seeing this paper, he did not expect Zhang Tianlong to be so excited. There seemed to be a huge amount of energy in Yifeng's brain. As long as he made a move, it would be the limit of this segment. There are only things he doesn't want to do. As long as he does them, he is the best. In music, all the major brokerage companies want to recruit him. In sports, the physical education teacher wants him to join the national team. In mathematics, he directly won the first place in the country. In physics, the physics professor wants to take him as his last disciple. In chemistry, it's even more amazing. He directly solved one of the top 10 difficult problems in the chemical world. At the same time, the University of Peking cooperated with the Chinese Academy of Sciences to investigate who had access to this paper. The incident was a big deal. Chapter 89: The Excited Dean. At noon that day, Yifeng and Lang Luoli had lunch together in a restaurant outside the school. A call came to his cell phone at this time. Yifeng wiped his mouth with a tissue and answered the phone. Principal Wang, why did you call me at noon? What's the matter? Yifeng was actually asking questions even though he knew the answer, but at this time he could only play dumb. Principal Wang Fu's voice also came from the phone. Classmate Yifeng didn't disturb you, did he? The thing is, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences wants to meet you. Are you free? Principal Wang Fu told Dean Zhang Tianlong that he wanted to meet him. Yifeng thought to himself, as expected, this matter has alarmed the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This is a person that all scientific researchers in Dasha want to meet. So he made an appointment with Principal Wang Fu and told Lang Luoli about the matter. In fact, Lang Luoli was very confident that Yifeng could submit the paper on the best solution for biofuels, but she did not expect that Yifeng could complete it so quickly. So she urged Yifeng to go to Peking University and meet with the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This would be very helpful for his future life. Brother Yifeng, go quickly. While urging Yifeng, Lang Luoli took out a bottle of water and handed it to Yifeng for him to rinse his mouth. I just had lunch, rinse your mouth, so as not to affect our brother Yifeng's perfect image. Yifeng held Lang Luoli's water in his palm. The lunch they had today was a rather heavy-tasting meal, so it would be better if they rinsed their mouths. As Yifeng's girlfriend, Lang Luoli felt that she needed to make sure Yifeng always maintained the best image. Principal Wang called me, and it's really not good to keep them waiting for a long time. Yifeng and Lang Luoli quickly went to the place they had agreed to meet. Although Yifeng and Lang Luoli arrived quickly, Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Especially when Dean Zhang Tianlong saw Yifeng coming, he couldn't help but quicken his pace and walked towards Yifeng quickly. Dean Zhang Tianlong has always believed that good-looking people are not suitable for academic work, and only ugly people can do academic work seriously without being disturbed by the opposite sex. However, when he met Yifeng, he found that he was really wrong. Yifeng was really handsome. He couldn't help wanting to give his granddaughter to him as his girlfriend. Zhang Tianlong patted Yifeng's shoulder excitedly, his palms trembling a little. "Student Yifeng, I finally see you. You wrote a really great article on the best solution for biofuels." Zhang Tianlong praised Yifeng with great appreciation, without being stingy with his inner praise. "Dean Zhang, please be gentle. Don't hurt our student Yifeng." Principal Wang Fu couldn't help but blame Dean Zhang Tianlong when he saw that he was so harsh. "Principal Wang, this amount of force won't hurt me." Yifeng knew that Dean Zhang Tianlong was too excited, which was why he acted like this. Chapter 90. Are you interested in being my researcher? Hello, Dean Zhang, I'm Yifeng. Let's go into the office and discuss the paper on the best solution for biofuels. Yifeng was neither arrogant nor impatient, neither anxious nor slow, which made Zhang Tianlong have a better impression of him. But who was this woman next to him? Why did she look so close to him? Don't let it affect me from introducing my granddaughter to Yifeng. Student Yifeng is right. Let's go in and talk. Dean Zhang Tianlong, Principal Wang Fu and Yifeng entered a quiet office together, while Lang Luoli made tea for them. Dean Zhang Tianlong chatted with Lang Luoli intentionally or unintentionally, then picked up the tea brewed by Lang Luoli and tasted it. The tea made by this girl is quite delicious. It seems that she is better than my granddaughter. It seems that I need to teach her more when I go back. Dean Zhang, you are so lucky. Today our classmate Lang Luoli also made tea for us here. Her tea art is top-notch. Principal Wang Fu couldn't help but praise. Lang Luoli was born into a prominent family, and her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and all other areas can be said to be perfect and impeccable. Zhang Tianlong is usually engaged in scientific research, so usually there is no one to make such delicious tea for him. Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but nodded. This classmate named Lang Luoli was indeed good at making tea. He admired her very much, but she was too beautiful. Would she affect Yifeng's academic research? If it affects classmate Yifeng, that would be bad. Although Zhang Tianlong was worried about this, he didn't say much. After Lang Luoli poured some tea, she waited for Yifeng outside the office obediently. Student Yifeng, you should have been having lunch with student Lang Luoli just now, right? This Dean Zhang is really going too far. Not only did he not allow me to have lunch, but he also affected the two of you from having lunch together, and even had everyone who had access to your paper brought in to sign a confidentiality agreement. When Principal Wang Fu talked about this, he seemed to be in a dilemma. Yifeng didn't expect that Dean Zhang Tianlong was such a resolute person. He didn't even eat and wanted to see him. Why did these professors and academicians treat him as a national treasure giant panda? They just wanted to come and see him when they had nothing to do. What Yifeng didn't expect was that he also asked everyone who had access to his paper to sign a confidentiality agreement. This incident didn't cause much of a stir. Student Yifeng, how long did it take you to conceive and write this article on the best solution for biofuels? How come you wrote it in such detail? Theoretically, it can be called a neat and perfect paper. I have read many papers, but I have never seen anyone write such a perfect paper like you. Are you interested in becoming a researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences? I can assure you that you will be a researcher as soon as you arrive. You should know that the researchers at the Chinese Academy of Sciences are at the same level as the professors at Beijing University. As long as you agree, I can help you with the transfer, including the formalities. As long as you agree, I will take you to the most advanced laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to do research. Chapter 91. Yifeng should be a professor at Beijing University. Dean Zhang Tianlong looked at Yifeng very seriously, fearing that Yifeng would refuse his invitation. Yifeng didn't expect that the dean in front of him would be so enthusiastic. Principal Wang Fu was a little unhappy. Dean Zhang, you're trying to poach my students right in front of me. Isn't that a bad idea? If you were a headhunter from a headhunting company, you would probably be out of money. Student Yifeng, don't be fooled by his sweet words. With your ability, it won't be a problem for you to be a professor at our Beijing University in the future. Wang Fu on the side also said very seriously, and glanced at Zhang Tianlong with a little emotion, don't think that you can poach people just because you have researcher positions in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. We still have professor positions in Peking University. Zhang Tianlong looked very unhappy when he heard that Wang Fu didn't want to give Yifeng to him. Student Yifeng, with your ability, it would be a waste of your talent if you don't go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences for further study. After reading your paper, I can see that you are a very talented person. With such great talent, you can actually drop out of school and come to my Chinese Academy of Sciences, where you can fully display your talent. However, Yifeng did not accept the invitation of Dean Zhang Tianlong. He could only obtain a steady stream of academic-related knowledge by dating Leng Luoli at Peking University. If he really went to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, how could he date senior sister Leng? I still want to study hard at Peking University. Only at Peking University can I have endless inspiration. If I go directly to the Chinese Academy of Sciences now, my inspiration may dry up. No matter what, this kind of thing is a loss for everyone. Yifeng spoke out what was in his mind. Zhang Tianlong also frowned. He also had concerns in this regard. Yifeng was indeed still very young. If he was allowed to enter the Chinese Academy of Sciences so early and his inspiration was ruined, it would definitely be a huge loss to the scientific research community. However, the thought that Yifeng could not come to the Chinese Academy of Sciences made Zhang Tianlong feel extremely disappointed. If the current Yifeng could come to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, it would definitely be a good thing. Yifeng who went to the Chinese Academy of Sciences would definitely bring a huge surprise to everyone. The article he wrote about the best solution for biofuels alone is enough to prove his talent in chemistry. Solving this problem will greatly improve Daxia's energy supply, and in the near future, it may not even need energy supplies from abroad. Dean Zhang Tianlong knew that this matter had great strategic significance. Yifeng could solve such a problem at such a young age, so he would probably be able to solve the next chemical problem in a short time. But he was not a person who liked to force sales, so he could only respect Yifeng's ideas, which made him sigh continuously. He had thought that since he, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, personally invited a student to join the Chinese Academy of Sciences as a researcher, Yifeng would naturally agree. But things were not that simple. Chapter 92, The Unwilling Dean Zhang Tianlong. Yifeng is not an ordinary person. People with a system think completely differently from ordinary people. Someone who can write the best solution for biofuels is such a genius and will shine wherever he goes. Even though Zhang Tianlong is the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he doesn't want to make the other party unhappy. There was no other way, so Zhang Tianlong had to focus his attention on the fruits on the table. There are a lot of seasonal fruits on the table at this moment, one of which is orange, which is the type Zhang Tianlong likes very much. In addition to oranges, there are many delicious fruits such as dragon fruit. Zhang Tianlong did not hesitate to start eating the fruits, transferring all his indignation to the fruits. Dean Zhang, the fruits in our Beijing University are pretty good, right? This is a new variety that was recently developed by the agricultural college next door. It is hard to find on the market. You are in for a treat by coming here today. Otherwise, apart from our Jingda University, very few people would have the pleasure of enjoying this delicacy. Wang Fu was very happy to see that Yifeng's heart was still with Peking University. As long as Yifeng chooses to continue his studies at Peking University, he will naturally feel a sense of belonging here and will not leave easily. How can Wang Fu not be happy? Dean Zhang Tianlong could tell the arrogance in Wang Fu's tone, which made him bite the orange in the water fiercely. He thought to himself, one day I will take Yifeng away, and then I will see how you can still be so arrogant. After Dean Zhang Tianlong had almost finished eating the fruit, he continued chatting with Yifeng. He not only wanted to poach Yifeng, but he also wanted to meet Yifeng this time to discuss with him the best explanation plan for biofuels. This paper is about to enter the experimental stage. Before entering the experimental stage, discussing with the author of the paper will greatly improve the success rate of the experiment. So he just came straight to the point and talked to Yifeng about biofuels. He didn't beat around the bush or keep Yifeng hanging. After all, there were too many issues related to this paper on the best solution for biofuels, and they really needed to be discussed in detail. Yifeng wrote this paper in the hope that it could be used by Daxia. Daxia has a large population, but its own energy is limited. In many cases, it needs to import energy from abroad. The price of foreign energy has always been subject to price increases by energy-producing countries, which has put the energy in Daxia in a relatively passive state. Therefore, Yifeng answered all the questions raised by Dean Zhang Tianlong. After getting various new arguments and ideas from Yifeng, Zhang Tianlong felt as if he had suddenly realized something. It is a huge loss that such a talent cannot come to his Chinese Academy of Sciences. We must find a way to get him to the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the future. Student Yifeng, although you are still a student of Beijing University, it does not affect your registration in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. As long as you register your name at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, it doesn't matter whether you come or not. But if you have any difficulties or troubles in the future, I can help you solve them, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences research labs can also allow you to enter and conduct research. As for the position, it's an intern researcher. Dean Zhang Tianlong extended a huge olive branch. Chapter 93 put Yifeng's name on the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Although Yifeng was not very interested in going directly to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, it was still very attractive that he could enjoy various benefits of a researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences ministerial level institution just by putting his name on the list. Moreover, with the personal protection of Zhang Tianlong, a minister at the ministerial level, it would be something that no one could refuse. But I am still a student of Peking University after all. Would it be a bad idea to register at the Chinese Academy of Sciences now? Principal Wang Fu, who was standing by, saw Yifeng's concerns, patted Yifeng on the shoulder and said, "Student Yifeng, don't worry. Doing research in the laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences can indeed allow you to experience many things that you cannot experience in other laboratories. You are a genius. When you have more opportunities to experience, go and experience them. You now give me infinite hope. You are the pride of our Jingde University, and you will always be Yifeng of our Jingde University. President Zhang Tianlong is getting old. He invited you to the laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences because he wanted to pass on all he has learned throughout his life to you. Learning never ends. You must seize this opportunity." President Wang Fu's meaning is very simple. Although I do not recommend you to join the Chinese Academy of Sciences directly, President Zhang Tianlong wants to give you special training, and I will not refuse. Only after obtaining the consent of Principal Wang Fu did Yifeng accept the invitation of Dean Zhang Tianlong. This made Zhang Tianlong like Yifeng even more. The young man in front of him did not immediately agree to his invitation because of the olive branch he threw out, but first sought the consent of Principal Wang Fu. Such a loyal and righteous genius is really great, with dignity and backbone. Before, Zhang Tianlong simply admired Yifeng's talent, but now Zhang Tianlong admires Yifeng's character very much. And after communicating with Yifeng for a while, he liked Yifeng even more. The person who wrote the best solution for biofuels is truly outstanding. It is a blessing for Daxia to have such a person in the country. Then I should go back and prepare for the experiment and to register Yifeng's name under the name of our Chinese Academy of Sciences. If anything happens, we can contact each other. You just finished writing such a complicated paper. Yifeng, you should also take a good rest and combine work and rest. Don't let your brain be in a state of fatigue all the time. Combine work and rest. The purpose of Zhang Tianlong's trip has basically been achieved. Not only did he meet Yifeng and discuss the issue of biofuels with Yifeng, but more importantly, he also registered Yifeng's name under the name of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In the future, as long as Yifeng often comes to the laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to do research, he will definitely like their equipment more. After all, the equipment in their most advanced laboratories is also the most advanced. He is now confident that if Yifeng joins the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the future, he will have a successor. Have a safe trip, Dean Zhang. I'll see you off. Yifeng also stood up to see him off. Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but admire his behavior. Not bad, not bad. Well-mannered, neither humble nor arrogant. Okay, classmate Yifeng, I look forward to our next meeting. I really have to leave today. Your paper on biofuels really opened my eyes. On the way back, I might be able to think of a lot of research related to this area and contribute to our Daxia. Chapter 94 Lang Luoli's Love Master. Although Dean Zhang Tianlong and Principal Wang Fu asked Yifeng not to see them off, Yifeng would definitely see them off. After seeing off the two important figures, Yifeng returned to the classroom. The lunch break had just ended not long ago, and there were still few people in the classroom. Yifeng sat in his seat and chatted with Lang Luoli through text messages. At this moment, Lang Luoli was not only sending text messages to Yifeng, she was also chatting with her good friend Mina using communication tools. At this moment, Lang Luoli has found her best love teacher again. From the beginning of her relationship with Yifeng to now, she has been helping her come up with many ideas. Mina taught Lang Luoli how to go shopping, watch movies, date and eat, and also taught her how to knit a scarf for Yifeng. These were things that Lang Luoli didn't quite understand before, so she came to her again when she had new questions. Lang Luoli found Mina's profile picture and sent a very cute emoticon. Mina replied to the message very quickly. At this moment, she had just finished taking a set of photos of a flat model. She was wearing a very sexy lace underwear, and her proud breasts were about to be exposed. She took out her phone and typed to Lang Luoli, "Luoli, why did you think of looking for me?" Lang Luoli looked at Mina's message and replied calmly, "Nothing, I just haven't chatted with you for a long time, and I want to chat with you." "Is that so?" Mina felt a little strange. "I was the one who took the initiative to send you messages before. Why did you take the initiative to send me messages this time?" "I also felt that I hadn't sent you a message in a long time, so I took the initiative to send you a message." Lang Luoli turned a blind eye and continued, "Is there any special holiday recently? Why do I feel that many girls like to send love letters to the boys they like during this period?" Mina didn't expect Lang Luoli to ask her this. Isn't she not interested in matters of the heart? "Luoli, don't you know that it was Valentine's Day? Girls naturally give love letters to the boys they like on Valentine's Day. This is a very normal thing." Mina felt that Lang Luoli was very smart in other aspects, but why was she so slow in terms of feelings? She didn't even know about Valentine's Day a few days ago. Lang Luoli frowned slightly. "Valentine's Day?" It turned out that Valentine's Day was 2 days ago. Mina laughed so hard that her body shook. "Luoli, you must have scared all the boys in your Beijing university. No one dared to send you a love letter on Valentine's Day." Lang Luoli's face was dark. "Those people said they were willing to go through fire and water for me, but after I beat them once, they didn't dare to pursue me anymore. This oath is too fragile." She continued to add in her heart that these people were not even 1/10 as good as Yi Feng, and he never went back on his word. Lang Luoli didn't spend too much time discussing this issue and continued to ask, "Mina, if you are in love, what gift would you give your boyfriend on Valentine's Day?" When Mina gave her answer, Lang Luoli's jaw almost dropped. Chapter 95, Mina, the dog-headed military advisor. Mina looked mysterious. "With this thing, my boyfriend will definitely sleep very soundly, right? Is it lavender perfume?" Lang Luoli's first reaction was to think of this. "Ha ha, it's not lavender perfume." Mina objected. "What is that? Stop keeping me in suspense." Hee, I can give you a real doll that looks exactly like me." What kind of lewd words are these?" Lang Luoli was deeply shocked by Mina's words. Can couples give each other things like this? Is it so extreme? Isn't this too exciting? Mina said with a smile, "The bolder the person, the more fertile the land. Just imagine your boyfriend sleeping with a real doll that looks exactly like you. He will definitely sleep very soundly." Lang Luoli held her forehead with her hand. "If I give this kind of gift, I'm afraid people will think I'm an abnormal human being." "How could that be?" "Luoli, you don't understand boys. Boys and girls are different creatures. Boys like to play with toy guns when they are young, and girls like to play with dolls when they are young. But when they grow up, it's different. Boys like to play with dolls when they grow up, but girls like to play with toy guns when they grow up." When Mina said this, she had a sweet smile on her face. "Mina, I can't keep up with your words, but you know so much. Have you ever bought a toy gun to play with?" Lang Luoli asked curiously. Mina's face rarely turned red, but she always told Lang Luoli everything she knew. This one, I actually bought it, it's quite fun." "Luoli, do you want the link? Have you ever really bought something like this?" Lang Luoli's jaw dropped in surprise. Although Lang Luoli had heard of toy guns, she had never thought that there would be girls who would play with such a thing. It was so big, it would hurt like hell. Mina said with a smile, "Oh, Luoli, this thing looks scary, but we girls are very tolerant, it's actually very comfortable." Lang Luoli said with a dark face, "You can just play with this thing slowly by yourself." "I don't want it. Is there anything else you can recommend besides this?" Mina didn't expect Lang Luoli to be uninterested in these things. She is really a woman who doesn't understand romance. Actually, when giving a boy something, other than the one I mentioned earlier, which is universal, you can't just give him random things. And you have to give different things based on the level of intimacy. If the relationship is already quite close, you can give him something a little more ambiguous. Lang Luoli couldn't help but ask, "Intimate things? What would seem more intimate?" Mina smiled like a military strategist and said, "You can give your boyfriend a sexy photo of yourself." Lang Luoli, Omega Omega. Chapter 96 I like these things. Huh? What? Sexy photos of yourself? Langluwali seemed a little flustered. Mina, do you think a boy would like a girl to give him a sexy photo of herself? Although Langluwali is very confident about her figure and appearance, and usually gets a lot of attention on the street, sending her sexy photos to Yifeng is too embarrassing. Will Yifeng feel that she is a shameless girl? Langluwali thought of the way Yifeng looked when he was holding her sexy photo. Her face turned red. This was really too embarrassing. Mina said with a very sure look, "A gentleman loves a beautiful lady." Then he continued, "A boy must like his girlfriend very much, and he must like to see sexy photos of his girlfriend. Every boy will be fascinated by his girlfriend's sexy photos." Although Mina has never been in a romantic relationship, she has watched many romantic idol dramas and read many romantic novels. In many novels and TV dramas, there are girls who use their beauty to make boys fall in love with them. So Mina was sure that no boy could refuse something like his girlfriend sending him sexy photos. Langluwali listened to Mina's explanation and felt that it made some sense. Giving Yifeng sexy photos made Langluwali feel a little embarrassed and ashamed, but also a little excited. If Yifeng was very excited when seeing his sexy photos. "I guess you will always have your sexy photos in your mind." What Mina said makes sense. Which boy doesn't like his girlfriend when she wears sexy clothes? And I only took photos of myself when I was dressed up very beautifully and sexy, not when I dressed up like that in front of Yifeng. Although it is also very embarrassing, it is very embarrassing. Langluwali's heart was torn between heaven and man. At this time, Mina sent another message, "Luoli, I don't want to chat with you for now, I'm about to start the photo shoot here." Langluwali also quickly said, "Then you go and do your work first, we'll talk next time." 886. Hashabi and Sak. Aha. Langluwali said quickly, "You have to keep these things secret for me." Mina said with a very loyal look, "Don't worry, Luoli, I will do the work, you can rest assured." Seeing Mina's loyal appearance, Langluwali was very satisfied. Now she is still hesitating about how to do this. Langluwali leaned on the desk, her eyes were like hot spring water, blushing. Zhou Yifeng, like those LSPS, likes these things. Chapter 97 Xia Shiran was scared away. Soon it was Saturday afternoon. Yifeng was also very leisurely watering the fruits and vegetables he planted in his own yard. Saturday and Sunday of every week are Yifeng's most leisurely times. Originally, Yifeng was planning to finish his work at home and then go to the newly opened night market in Beijing with senior sister Ling to play, but senior sister Ling asked him to wait for him at home, so Yifeng had to give up the idea first. Otherwise, at the end of every year, there would be a very lively night market party on the ancient streets of Beijing. In this night market, there are all kinds of things that you can't see on weekdays, full of laughter and joy. This is also a place where many people in Beijing go to play, which is equivalent to feeling the New Year atmosphere in advance. For many people, after working hard for a whole year, it is time to welcome their most important spring festival at the end of the year. It is a wonderful thing to feel the atmosphere of the spring festival in advance. At the night market, you will see all kinds of things related to the Spring Festival, whether it is Spring Festival couplets or New Year's goods, everything is available. Just as Yifeng was waiting for Senior Leng to arrive, there was a knock on the door. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Yifeng thought it was Senior Leng who came to see him, so he quickly opened the door, only to find that the person in front of him was Xia Shiran. Xia Shiran was dressed very cutely today, wearing a hanfu that suited her very well, and she looked like a young lady in a TV series. Hee, brother Feng, hello. Is there anything wrong, Shiran? When Yifeng found out that it was not senior sister Leng, he was not so happy anymore. Hey, brother Feng, there is a night market today. Are you free? Do you want to go to the night market together? Or set up a stall together and feel the atmosphere of the night market? Sorry, I'm busy today. Yifeng refused decisively. In fact, Xia Shiran had often wanted to ask Yifeng out before, but was always rejected by Yifeng. Setting up stalls or something like that is really not Yifeng's interest or hobby. If they were to go shopping together, his schedule is very full as he has an appointment with senior sister Leng. Xia Shiran was rejected by Yifeng but still didn't give up and said, "Brother Feng, you really don't have time to go with me? If you don't go with me, I will have to go alone. I won't even have a friend by my side. Then I'll ask the professor to give you more homework, so you should do more homework at home." Yifeng pretended to be about to call the professor, and instantly scared Xia Shiran away. Brother Feng, my stomach seems to be a little uncomfortable, please don't disturb the professors. Looking at Xia Shiran, who ran faster than a rabbit, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. I don't even have time to date Senior Lang, so how can I have the time to play with you? Not long after Xia Shiran left, a sound of footsteps came slowly. Chapter 98. Not now. Lang Luoli came in from outside and looked at Yifeng with confusion. Why did Xia Shiran leave with such a disappointed look? Yifeng spread his hands helplessly and said, she always wanted to invite me to play, but I always rejected her. She must be a little disappointed. I see. Lang Luoli was somewhat aware of Xia Shiran's character, and she didn't take it to heart this time. Yifeng was relieved to see that Senior Lang did not ask any further questions, but Lang Luoli asked with a bit of resentment, Brother Yifeng, are you very busy recently? There was a hint of grievance and loss in Senior Sister Lang's eyes. Yifeng looked very distressed and explained, it's not what you think, Senior Sister Lang. It's just that after I wrote the best solution for biofuels, Dean Zhang often contacted me to discuss matters in this area, which made me a little overwhelmed. Dean Zhang has been looking for you? Lang Luoli was a little surprised. Dean Zhang Tianlong is one of the giants in Daxia's scientific research community. Those who are favored by him are all young people with great potential. Brother Yifeng is really awesome. Lang Luoli couldn't help but say, Brother Yifeng, you are really amazing. There should be very few people in the younger generation who can have such a deep attainment as you. But you also need to pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Yifeng was a little slow to react. Combination of work and rest? Senior Lang, do you want to have a good rest? Senior Lang, don't worry, I won't tire myself out. That's good, I have prepared a small gift for you today. Lang Luoli took out something that looked like an envelope and placed it in front of Yifeng with slightly trembling hands. Hurry up and take it. Yifeng didn't expect Lang Luoli to prepare something for him that would combine work and rest. Senior Lang, did you prepare this yourself? Lang Luoli said in a low voice, it was Valentine's Day before, but I didn't notice this. This is my Valentine's Day gift for you. Please don't blame me for being late. Valentine's Day gift? Yifeng didn't expect Lang Luoli to be so thoughtful and actually prepared a Valentine's Day gift for him. Senior Lang, thank you for the gift you prepared for me. I will definitely cherish it. Lang Luoli couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yifeng being so serious. You don't even know what I prepared for you? How can you be so sure that you will like this gift? Yifeng said very seriously, he. Senior Sister Lang, no matter what the gift you prepared for me is, I like it very much. Rhetoric. Although Lang Luoli said this, she was still very happy in her heart. Actually, I'm quite curious about what's inside. Senior Sister Lang, can I open it and take a look? Just after Yifeng finished speaking, a snow-white little hand was placed in front of Yifeng, stopping his actions. Brother Yifeng, don't open this gift now. Lang Luoli said with a red face. Chapter 99. Lang Luoli's sexy photos. Lang Luoli looked very serious and stopped Yifeng from doing anything. This makes Yifeng feel a little weird? Senior Lang gave me a gift, why didn't she let me see what it was? Lang Luoli said shyly, a little flustered, Brother Yifeng, you can look at this gift later, and you must remember that this gift cannot be seen by others. You must remember that only you can see this gift. After Lang Luoli gave Yifeng very serious instructions, she quickly left. Yifeng felt a little confused when he saw Lang Luoli preparing to flee the crime scene. What kind of gift is this? It's so mysterious? It really makes me feel weird. Yifeng looked at the envelope in front of him. It didn't look like it contained anything valuable. It seemed that there was nothing inside. Senior Lang is usually so cold, could she have written something very embarrassing in the envelope and wanted me to know? Otherwise, why did she insist on asking me to remember that the things inside cannot be shown to others? Yifeng returned to his room and slowly opened the letter. Inside the envelope, there are very high-definition photos. Why are there so many photos? It's really weird. When Yifeng saw the specific contents of these photos, his breathing immediately became rapid. The content of these photos is really too explosive. The photos here were all taken when Senior Sister Lang was wearing very cool clothes, and the fabric of these clothes is really economical, it almost fully shows Senior Sister Lang's perfect figure. This is very, very exciting. Yifeng couldn't help rubbing his eyes, fearing that he had seen it wrong. This is just the first photo and it's already so hot, won't the following photos be even more exciting? It's really full of benefits. There was also a memory card inside the envelope. Next to the memory card there was a small note that senior sister Lang left for Yifan. When Yifeng saw the words written on the note clearly, he was stunned. What the hell? There was Lang Luoli's very beautiful handwriting on the note. Brother Yifeng, they say that you boys like these things, so I did my best to do this. It took me all my strength to take these photos. Just consider it a gift to you. Happy Valentine's Day. The memory card contains the originals of my photos, you must keep them safe. Also, please don't do anything bad with my photos. Yifeng looked at the note Lang Luoli gave him, and then looked at those extremely exciting photos, and felt his blood boiling. The Valentine's Day gift that Senior Lang gave herself was a sexy photo of herself. No wonder you were so shy just now, and can only open up when you are alone. Chapter 100 The Captivating Lang Luoli. Yifeng could even imagine how shy Senior Lang looked when she took these photos for him. The expression in this photo and the way it was taken are really YYDS. Yifeng enthusiastically put the photo on his face and pasted it on. When he thought of senior sister Lang wearing such sexy clothes, his blood boiled. Not good, there is an energy reaction. Senior Lang really understands me too well. Yifeng calmed himself down and swore seriously, I will make senior sister Lang wear this dress in front of me in this life. Thinking of senior sister Lang's cold personality, when she wears this kind of clothes, wow, it's really breathtaking. Valentine's Day is so great. But there is a night market today. Yifeng didn't want to miss such a good date opportunity. Night is gradually falling. The sky over the capital was also shrouded in darkness. The night market in Beijing is bustling with people coming and going. Everyone is enjoying this lively feeling. There are many vendors on the streets selling all kinds of snacks and New Year's goods. Lang Luoli also came to the night market. She received Yifeng's text message and chose to wait for him here. Many people nearby are shopping and eating snacks here, having a leisurely time. Everyone's face was filled with happiness. The year was about to end, and next would be the most important spring festival in Daxia. This was the happiest festival in Daxia, and no one was unhappy. But now Lang Luoli did not blend into the joy of the night market like the people around her. She just wanted to see her Yifeng and go on a date with Yifeng here. Otherwise, if she was alone, she wouldn't really care about the hustle and bustle here. She might just buy some snacks and leave. There were bursts of noisy sounds. Everyone's attention was focused there. I saw that not far away, there were many people in red clothes, dancing with a very menacing red dragon and wandering towards them. Wow! Dragon dance. So nice, so interesting. This is really the flavor of the new year. Ha 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 ha. Dance well and you'll be rewarded. Many people nearby couldn't help but applaud. There are not only dragon dances, but also lion dances, stilt walkers, and acrobatic performances in the back. It's really lively. These activities were initiated by local residents themselves, just to let everyone feel the joy of the upcoming new year. Although they were not very professional, everyone was very excited and found it very interesting. Especially since many people were cheering nearby, the atmosphere was very good. Xiaoxiran, who was selling grilled starch sausage at the night market, didn't care about his stall. He stood on a high stone pier and couldn't help jumping up and cheering. He accidentally slipped and fell, screaming in pain. Chapter 101, Being Stood Up. But now Lang Luoli simply couldn't blend into this atmosphere like Xiaoxiran did. She kept looking for Yifeng's trace among the crowd. Where did brother Yifeng go? Why didn't he come? Lang Luoli has been here for some time, but has not found any trace of Yifeng. Usually when Yifeng invites me out to play, he always arrives early. He won't make me wait so long like today, and I can't even get in touch with him. Could something have happened? Lang Luoli felt that Yifeng's skills were quite good and there shouldn't be any accidents. Maybe he wanted to give her a surprise. Lang Luoli felt particularly happy when she thought of this, so she continued to wait and bought a marshmallow from a vendor nearby and started eating it. Another half hour passed. Lang Luoli's feet were a little numb from standing so long, her expression was no longer as happy as before. I've been waiting here for more than an hour. Why hasn't the bad guy brother Yifeng come yet? Is he going to stand me up? He wouldn't have forgotten about the date, would he? Brother Yifeng doesn't seem like that kind of person. Lang Luoli suddenly thought of a very, very bad possibility. Is it because brother Yifeng felt that the gift I prepared for him was not good and he was unhappy? So he wanted to stand me up? Lang Luoli felt that this possibility was very high. Boys seemed to like the feeling of being in the scene, and didn't like the half-covered look. Brother Yifeng, do you want me to wear this in front of him? But I can't do it myself. This is really too difficult for her. But even if he's unhappy or dissatisfied with the gift I gave him, he shouldn't stand me up, right? It was so cold, and I was standing in the cold wind for more than an hour. Lang Luoli's nose felt sore from sadness, and her eyes slowly turned red. Taking such embarrassing photos for Yifeng was the most shameful thing she could do. If she was in the past, she would never be able to do such a thing. But Yifeng still blamed himself for giving her a bad gift. Bad guy, brother Yifeng is so bad, I will break up with you for 24 hours. Lang Luoli saw that she had sent 99 messages to Yifeng and made dozens of phone calls but received no response, so she prepared to go home. Although this night market is very lively, full of laughter and joy, and countless people feel very happy here. But Lang Luoli feels that this happiness has nothing to do with her. She wants to go back to her home and have a good rest. Just when Lang Luoli was about to leave, suddenly a very excited shouting voice came from nearby. This made Lang Luoli stop in her tracks. When she turned around to look at the source of the sound, she could not help but stand there in a daze. Chapter 102, Magic Master. Not far away, Yifeng was wearing a very handsome casual suit and said to him, "Senior Lang, are you interested in watching my magic show?" Lang Luoli's originally unhappy mood disappeared the moment she saw Yifeng, and she couldn't help but nodded. So he was going to perform magic for me. I actually misunderstood him just now. But why didn't I know he could perform magic? What a handsome little brother. Even though brother Yifeng rejected me at home, he still came here to perform magic. He is really a man who says one thing and means another. Such a handsome boy, is he really not the Prince Charming? This is the first time I've seen such a handsome boy perform magic. Many people nearby had just watched a more traditional show, and now they were very excited to see Yifeng preparing to perform magic. It was just because Yifeng was so handsome and there were so many girls here that they were all attracted to him. Yifeng just looked at Lang Luoli with a smile and performed magic. The reason why he showed up late was to prepare this magic for Lang Luoli. He spent some extra time learning the magic skills and preparing the magic props. Yifeng had obtained a lot of S-level skill fragments before, so it was very easy for him to exchange them for an A-level magic mastery. In addition, Yifeng had taken an intelligence capsule, so his IQ was much higher than that of ordinary people. Although it only took a few hours, it was enough to reach the city level. The magic skills at the city level were also enough to show off on the streets. When Yifeng started to perform magic, the surroundings became quiet. At this moment, Yifeng was like a magician. Under his hands, everything seemed so magical and dreamy. Everyone was fascinated and couldn't take their eyes off him. Lang Luoli looked at the scene in front of her, her eyes becoming blurry. No one knows why Yifeng can create these incredible pictures. All these performances make people feel very magical. Lang Luoli felt that Yifeng was full of mysteries. She had seen some magic shows before, but mostly on TV. When she saw these magic scenes with her own eyes, she was really shocked. I've never seen brother Yifeng perform these magic tricks, but he is very skilled in them. It really makes people feel magical. There were many people around looking at Yifeng, but Yifeng only cared about one person, and his eyes were only on Lang Luoli. When you feel the burning gaze of leaf breeze and the sudden appearance of a large number of rose petals, Lang Luoli's heart almost skipped a beat. This magic trick performed just for her was really touching. No one has ever performed such a romantic magic for her. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yifeng was full of tenderness. Lang Luoli's heartbeat slowly accelerated, and her breathing became rapid. When the magic trick was over, everyone around couldn't help but applaud. As long as Lang Luoli didn't move, she couldn't take her eyes off Yifeng. Chapter 103, Successful Magic Scene. Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng in front of her with great admiration. There was only each other in the eyes of the two people, and everyone around them became transparent like air at this moment. Is this the surprise he prepared for me? Lang Luoli's heart was filled with joy. This was the most interesting magic show she had ever seen. Yifeng came in front of Lang Luoli. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly said, "Senior Lang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. I wonder if the magic show just now can make you forgive my lateness. If possible, can we take a walk around here?" Yifeng's expression looked very sincere. Lang Luoli's expression no longer showed any complaints from before, and she said coquettishly, "I don't blame you. If you are not afraid of the cold, let's go for a walk." After Lang Luoli finished speaking, she stood up and walked in another direction with Yifeng. Everyone watched a handsome man and a beautiful woman walking further and further away. They really looked like a couple. Xia Shiran looked at Yifeng and Lang Luoli walking away, feeling a little puzzled. Why did brother Yifeng leave with senior sister Lang? Wasn't his magic specially performed for me? Capital City. This once-a-year night market is particularly lively. People who are busy on weekdays will put down everything they are doing on this day and feel the upcoming spring festival here. The nightlife here is also very rich and colorful, enough for people to play here until dawn the next day without any feeling of boredom. Yifeng and Lang Luoli were standing side by side here, looking at all kinds of interesting things nearby, and they were very happy. There are many, many children here, wearing very festive clothes, holding red lanterns and playing around. Some children are playing with firecrackers, making crackling sounds. At this time, many young couples are walking hand in hand on the streets, eating street food not far away. There are many people shouting loudly about what they are selling. This lively feeling makes everyone feel the wonderful atmosphere of the spring festival. It is also this relaxed atmosphere that allows everyone here to put aside all their inner worries and feel very happy. Lang Luoli looked thoughtful and asked in confusion, "When did you learn the magic trick you performed today? Why didn't I know you had such a powerful skill? It's really amazing." Yifeng smiled and said, "Actually, I just learned it this afternoon, and I'm using it right now." Yifeng had indeed just acquired a level magic mastery in the afternoon, and had just performed it for the first time. He felt that senior sister Lang had prepared a surprise for him with such care, and as her boyfriend, he couldn't remain indifferent, right? He had to show some appreciation, so he learned all these magic tricks, and then performed a perfect magic show for senior sister Lang today. I have to say that the performance just now was very, very successful. Chapter 104 Beijing Night Market. Lang Luoli didn't expect that Yifeng had just learned magic, but he was no worse than those so-called magic masters. He was really amazing. "I thought you wouldn't like the gift I gave you today. So you don't want to come see me?" Yifeng quickly said, "Senior Lang, how could that be possible? I love this gift so much. This gift can be said to be the best gift I have ever received. I want to post all these photos on my wall. This way, when I wake up every morning, I can see you, senior sister Lang." Omega Omega. Stop talking. Lang Luoli quickly told Yifeng to shut up. "You can do whatever you want with the gift I gave you, but don't let anyone else know about it, and don't do anything bad with my photo." Yifeng said seriously, "Senior Lang, you can rest assured that I am a serious person and I will never do anything obscene with your photos." "That's good. Then you must lock the door of your room from now on." Lang Luoli seemed very shy. "This is a must. My girlfriend dresses like this so that only I can see her. If others see her, I will dig out her eyes." Yifeng came to Lang Luoli's ear and said mischievously, "Senior Lang, actually, the way you dress like that really makes people's blood boil." "Humph. You idiot, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lang Luoli's face was extremely red, as if she had a high fever. She looked at Yifeng with great resentment. "You are really too mean. What dirty words are you saying?" He, Senior Lang, this is a normal reaction." "Then don't say it out loud." "So Senior Lang, do you want me to make it?" The two chatted and played in the lively night market. There are bustling crowds of people everywhere, and the noise is deafening. Even though there are not many vehicles nearby, there is a sense of hustle and bustle. Lang Luoli looked at the lively scene and couldn't help but say, "The night market in Beijing is so prosperous and lively. I just realized now that I rarely came to such a lively night market before, and I really miss too many beautiful things." Yifeng held Lang Luoli's hand and said, "That's because Senior Lang hasn't met me before." Lang Luoli did not refuse Yifeng's hand holding hers. Instead, she held Yifeng's fingers tightly. "You bad guy, you dragged me into the grave of love. Ever since I've been with you, you've always been in my mind. I don't have the heart to think about anything else." Yifeng said indifferently, "Are other things interesting? Life is all about happiness. As long as you are happy with me, you can do whatever you want and love whatever you want. This is a happy life." Chapter 105 You Can't Have Sex with Other Girls. Yifeng said as he looked at Lang Luoli's beautiful face. "Senior Lang, don't you think so?" Lang Luoli's face flushed with shame, but she couldn't refute it, so she could only nod and say, "There's really nothing wrong with what you said, and it's a good thing that I'm your girlfriend. If another girl, such as Xia Shiran, was with you, I'm afraid she would miss you so much if she didn't see you for a few minutes." "Love sickness?" Yi Feng said with a smile. "Even though I have always kept my distance from Xia Shiran, she must be in a state of lovesickness." Lang Luoli was a little amused by Yi Feng's cocky look. "You are such a narcissistic person. You may be able to make other girls fall head over heels in love with you, but you may not be able to do anything with my best friend." "Senior sister Lang, your best friend?" Yi Feng actually didn't quite know what Lang Luoli's best friend was like. "Yes, her name is Mina. To use the popular term now, she is a sea queen. According to her, no man has ever made her truly moved. Her heart is as cold as the butcher knife in Walmart." Yi Feng felt that this was just a woman's boastful words. "Senior Lang, do you really think that a woman can be 100% unmoved by men? It's just that this woman hasn't met a man who can make her hormones react. As long as the man's hormones are strong enough, the old nun will be moved." "You haven't seen Mina. She is different from other women." Lang Luoli thought of Mina's big pistol toy. She felt that she definitely didn't need a man anymore. Yi Feng was slightly surprised. "Senior Lang, your best friend seems to have a lot of stories." "Well, there are some things that you boys may not understand, and I don't know how to explain it in detail. You will know when you see her in the future." Lang Luoli really couldn't tell Yi Feng about the big toy gun. Seeing Lang Luoli's expression of wanting to say something but not being able to, Yi Feng knew that there was something going on. Lang Luoli said with some emotion, "If someone can really make Mina fall into the whirlpool of love, that would be really amazing. I also want to know what Mina, a master of love, would look like if she fell into the quagmire of love. It should be very interesting." Yi Feng didn't expect that Senior Lang had such a bad taste. The thoughts of a female academic master are really different from those of ordinary women. Yi Feng joked, "Senior Lang, according to what you just said, most men probably wouldn't be her match. Otherwise, tell me all of Mina's personal information, and I'll try to pull her into the quagmire of love and let you fulfill your wish." "No." Lang Luoli pinched Yi Feng's waist in frustration and said angrily, "You are my boyfriend, you must not mess around with other girls." Chapter 106 Night Market Wishing Pool. Lang Luoli, who was angry, saw Yi Feng's smile that he could hardly hold back, and knew that she was being played a trick by the other party. "Bad guy, you bully me again." Lang Luoli said angrily, "Mina is not as easy to be fooled as me. What she thinks in her heart is completely different from what I think. Even if you go, you will be disappointed." Yi Feng chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter what she thinks. Anyway, I'm only interested in you, Senior Sister Lang. I'm not interested in other women." Rhetoric. Lang Luoli complained like this, but she was extremely happy in her heart. Many people around couldn't help but look back when they saw Yi Feng and Lang Luoli, the perfect match. They were truly a talented man and a beautiful woman. But this did not affect the two of them from having fun. As the two were walking and shopping, they suddenly noticed that there were a lot of people queuing in front of them, as if they were waiting for something. Out of curiosity, Yi Feng and Lang Luoli also walked over there. When they got closer, they saw that the place was bustling with people. There were young men and women who looked similar to Yi Feng and Lang Luoli. They were queuing there with great anticipation. In front of them was a very large pool. Lang Luoli thought of something when she saw this. The wishing pool is also open today. Wishing well? It was the first time that Yi Feng heard of this kind of thing. What is this thing? Why haven't I heard of this thing? Lang Luoli pulled Yi Feng closer to there. In this huge pool there is a spring with crystal clear water. In the spring there is a bowl which looks antique and has a very old feel. Near this central bowl, there are many bronze-colored porcelain mouths that look like small antiques, but these porcelain mouths are much inferior to the bronze bowl. Most of the people around were couples who wanted to throw coins into the round bowl and then silently make a wish together. However, it was difficult for many people to do so, so they had to throw the coins into porcelain objects that were easier to throw into. This wishing pool is where the wishes you make when you drop a coin into the round bowl will be most effective. Seeing Lang Luoli's expectant look, Yi Feng said with great amusement, "Senior Lang, I always thought you were a materialist, but I didn't expect you to be so interested in these things. You don't understand." Lang Luoli rolled her eyes at Yi Feng. "There are many things that science cannot explain clearly. Haven't you heard that the end of science is theology? And these are just for good luck, not a bad thing, do you understand?" What senior sister Ling taught me is that everything you say makes sense. Yifeng felt his pocket and found a few coins that he could throw here. Lang Luoli took the coins Yifeng gave her, held them in both hands, then closed her eyes, touched her pocket and made a wish, placing all her wishes on this coin. Although Yifeng said this just now, he also imitated Lang Luoli and made a wish in a mean way. Chapter 107: The surprise prepared by Yifeng. What kind of wish are you making? You look so malicious? Lang Luoli couldn't help but complain. Yifeng smiled mischievously and said, Senior Lang, if you speak out your wishes, they won't work at all. After Yifeng finished speaking, he aimed at the round bowl and threw it. It just happened to fall directly into the bowl, making Yifeng smile. Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng, who was just talking about her, and now she was having so much fun, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Even if you didn't tell me, I can guess that you must have made a bad wish. Lang Luoli also put the coin in her hand into the round bowl. Coincidentally, the coin fell right on top of the coin Yifeng had put in. Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli curiously. Senior Lang, do you mind telling me what your wish is? Didn't you just say that? If you say it out loud, it won't work anymore. Hey, Senior Lang, don't be so superstitious as me. Lang Luoli ignored Yifeng, who kept asking her questions, and quickened her pace to leave. The night market was very large. The two of them walked around for a very long time but still couldn't finish walking around the whole place. But the two of them were no longer in the busiest scene, they had already arrived at a more remote area of the night market, which was extremely quiet and rare for leisure. Lang Luoli looked at the quiet atmosphere here and said, after playing in such a lively scene for so long, now in such a quiet scene, it really makes people feel a sense of contrast. Yifeng smiled and said, only when we get here can our date reach a different atmosphere. Lang Luoli didn't expect that Yifeng actually prepared a surprise for the date. Yifeng suddenly stretched out his hands, and in front of Lang Luoli's surprised expression, a sky full of colored glazed stars appeared. The shining stars looked particularly beautiful in the dark night sky. When the shining stars disappeared, a huge hot air balloon appeared in front of the two people. This huge hot air balloon is very technological. Looking at the hot air balloon in front of her, Lang Luoli seemed a little bit unbelievable. Did you prepare this in advance? Did you bring me here on purpose? Yifeng nodded. He not only prepared a magic show for Lang Luoli, but also prepared the hot air balloon in advance. The night market is so big that it would be very troublesome for two people to visit the whole place. But with a hot air balloon, you can easily see all the beautiful scenery of the night market. Lang Luoli couldn't help but sigh. Other dates are nothing more than shopping, eating, and watching movies, but Yifeng is so good. Not only did he prepare a magic show for you, he also carefully prepared a hot air balloon. This is really too romantic. This is much more romantic than the male protagonists in many TV dramas. Yifeng took Lang Luoli's hand and brought her into the hot air balloon. Yifeng, who had already learned how to control a hot air balloon in the afternoon, slowly lifted the balloon into the air. Chapter 107: Yifeng's explanation. The meteor shower is endless and streaks across the night sky. The starry sky, originally dotted with stars, has become dim at this moment. Those endless meteor shower fireworks stayed in the sky for a long, long time before slowly decreasing, becoming less and less. Lang Luoli looked at this beautiful scene and didn't react for a while. This was the first time in her life that she had seen such a shocking and beautiful scene. The beauty of this moment would be forever preserved in her memory. Yifeng said with a little curiosity, Senior Lang, what do you think of this gift I prepared? Lang Luoli said very seriously, this is the best gift I have ever received. Lang Luoli had never seen such a beautiful scene, such a beautiful scenery since she was a child. The fireworks and meteor shower just now were much more colorful than any other fireworks she had ever seen. After Yifeng received Lang Luoli's affirmation, he was very happy in his heart. It's the best if Senior Lang likes it. Lang Luoli said in confusion, Brother Yifeng, where did you buy these fireworks? Why have I never seen them on the market before? Yifeng showed his white teeth and said, this firework is not bought. I made it myself. After extracting a lot of other elements from the chemical element table and adding them, it will produce such a good effect. Yifeng's chemistry skills are top-notch, and he is also very adept at configuring fireworks. Did you do this yourself? Lang Luoli couldn't help but think, your chemistry skills are so advanced, it's reasonable that you can make unique fireworks yourself. The blooming at that moment just now was really beautiful. Although it flashed by, it will remain in my memory forever. Yifeng also nodded and said, this firework is indeed just a flash, but the beauty in the memory will always remain in my mind. In addition, I have also prepared for a long time so that you can like it, senior sister Lang. Now I can only say that hard work pays off. After hearing Yifeng's words, Lang Luoli said, Brother Yifeng, have you been preparing these fireworks before? Just now, if you want so many fireworks to explode at the same time, you must have prepared for a long time in advance, right? There was a hint of thought on Lang Luoli's face, but more of it was shyness. Just now, she looked at the meteor shower that Yifeng prepared for her. It was really romantic. It's been a long preparation. Yifeng thought for a while and said, because adding other elements to fireworks will produce different results, adding different amounts will have different results. For this reason, the amount of each element must be added accurately to the gram. Only in this way can the fireworks and meteor showers achieve the best results. And this fireworks meteor shower will have dozens of meteors blooming at the same time at the last moment, and the placement of the meteors is also completely different. So, the placement and lighting time have to be tried many times. Chapter 108 Kiss. Lang Luoli was a little stunned when she heard Yifeng's words. As soon as I heard Yifeng's words, I knew that this was a very troublesome matter. Moreover, with so many things, Yifeng had to try and complete them slowly by himself without getting tired of it. Brother Yifeng, you accomplished so many things by yourself, did you want to give me this surprise? Lang Luoli's expression was a little shocked. Yifeng chuckled and said, Yeah, I have indeed been preparing for this. I have been preparing for this beautiful fireworks show for a long time. For this reason, senior sister Lang, you have called me and sent me text messages many times, but I have no time to reply you. I am also afraid that I will accidentally let you know about this matter. Lang Luoli said nothing after listening. It goes without saying how huge the workload is. Without a very long time of slowly debugging, there would be no such good results. Yifeng has devoted countless days and nights and put in countless efforts to achieve today's beautiful moment. Before, I thought Yifeng didn't reply her message, didn't answer her call, and was unhappy there. Lang Luoli felt that she was really too ignorant and really bad. My girlfriend is really not a good person. Yifeng didn't seem to notice the expression on Lang Luoli's face, and said, Hee, now I have experience in making fireworks, Senior Lang, you can tell me what type of fireworks you want to see in the future, and I can make them for you. When Lang Luoli heard Yifeng's words, her eyes were filled with love, and the look she gave the other party was full of love that could no longer be concealed. Lang Luoli mustered up her courage and made a firm decision. Nani? Yifeng's entire body became stiff. This sweet taste is too good. Lang Luoli lay in Yifeng's arms, her eyes tightly closed, not daring to look at Yifeng, and she was trembling with excitement. Yifeng felt dizzy in this sweet taste. Senior Lang kissed herself. It took Yifeng a long time to react, and then he quickly cooperated with the other party. Time seemed to stop at this moment. After a long time, the two ended this intimate kiss. Lang Luoli's face was covered with rouge, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Now she was no longer as cold as before, but gentle and affectionate. Brother Yifeng, was this the wish you made at the wishing well? Lang Luoli said shyly. Yifeng felt like he was about to suffocate at this moment. Senior Lang, you actually know what I'm thinking. Lang Luoli smiled. Why, are you embarrassed after I guessed your true intention? Senior Lang, I don't really like to be passive. I prefer to be more proactive. Do you know what I mean? Yifeng said with a smirk. Chapter 109, don't you boys like these? Not a passive person? Yes, I still want to. Woo woo. Lang Luoli didn't expect Yifeng to take the initiative to attack, which caught her off guard. Time passes quickly in sweetness. Lang Luoli's beautiful face was filled with infinite shyness. Brother Yifeng, you are really asking for too much. How could a boy control Lang Luoli's infinite shyness? Such a cool girl, with incomparable temperament, which boy would not fall for her? Senior sister Lang, how do you know that my favorite thing is this kind of thing? Yifeng was actually very confused. Lang Luoli couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Don't you boys think about these things every day? Otherwise, you wouldn't have wanted to rush to me on that day. Yifeng didn't expect that such an embarrassing thing would be remembered by senior sister Lang. Then I don't know when I can really rush to senior sister. Brother Yifeng? What did you just say? No. Yifeng felt a little curious and said, Senior Lang knows that I like. But I still don't know what your favorite thing is, senior sister Lang? After hearing this, Lang Luoli's face became even redder, and her tone of voice became intermittent, not as fluent as before. My wish, what I want to do most is what I just did. Omega. Senior Lang's charming and seductive look made Yifeng's blood boil. So Yifeng was completely excited and hugged Lang Luoli tightly. Brother Yifeng, please be a little gentler. After being together for a long, long time. After Yifeng felt his mouth was a little swollen, he ended the kiss with great satisfaction. It was the first time for Lang Luoli to experience such an exciting thing. She almost collapsed in Yifeng's arms. Brother Yifeng, I can't do it today. I can't stand it anymore. When Yifeng heard Senior Lang's sweet voice, he looked at his phone with a serious look. Lang Luoli was a little curious. Brother Yifeng, why are you looking at your phone? Senior Lang, I'm looking at my phone. How long is left until tomorrow? Lang Luoli couldn't help laughing at Yifeng's trick. Brother Yifeng, you are so humorous. I am almost dying of laughter because of you. Please stop making me happy. Then I won't talk nonsense. Yifeng and Lang Luoli sat on the soft sofa in the hot air balloon together, and then Yifeng put his arms around Lang Luoli's very slender waist. A pleasant fragrance reached Yifeng's nose. Chapter 110. Your idea is very presumptuous. Brother Yifeng, your hand. When Lang Luoli saw Yifeng hugging her seriously, she knew that it was useless for her to say anything, so she didn't say anything. Lang Luoli blushed and said, Brother Yifeng, why do you still like to call me Senior Lang? It's not like I have changed my name for you. Senior Lang, don't you think this is full of passion? Full of passion? You are playing so perverted. Every word they spoke was filled with emotion as they looked at the lights of thousands of homes. At this moment, they hoped to stay here forever. Yifeng mustered up his courage and said, Senior Lang, I have a presumptuous idea, but I don't know if I should say it or not. It's okay, go ahead. Actually, I feel. Yifeng said seriously, this hot air balloon can still fly for a very long time. We can sleep here together at night. Lang Luoli, Your idea is really presumptuous. Lang Luoli was on guard against Yifeng as if he were a wolf. Brother Yifeng, you are not thinking about those things, are you? If it's that kind of thing, I am not mentally prepared yet. Yifeng looked aggrieved. Senior Lang, how can you treat me as that kind of person? I am a serious person. Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng carefully and said, I looked at you carefully from head to toe, but I didn't find anything serious about you, Brother Yifeng. Yifeng touched his nose awkwardly, then said impolitely, Ha ha ha, Senior Sister Lang, you just like to joke around. I am a well-known serious person in our Jingda University. I keep myself clean. This is recognized by everyone. There's a saying in Beijing, I'm brave, reliable, and a good student. I'm devoted to you and I'm not afraid of dying for you. I'll leave my loyalty in history. It's talking about people like me. Yifeng carried himself in a very cocky manner. Lang Luoli couldn't help but look to the side and laughed. It would be a waste of Yifeng's talent if he didn't talk about skits. She felt that Yifeng used to be the kind of person who didn't like to talk and kept people at a distance. How come he became so smooth talking now? But he was really interesting now, and it was really fun. She couldn't help but rolled her eyes at Yifeng and said, If you want me to be with you on the hot air balloon tonight, that's fine, but you have to come up with an excuse that I can't refuse, and then I can agree to it. Is that an offer you can't refuse? Yifeng thought about it carefully and said, Actually, it's really hard for me to think of any irresistible excuse. I just simply want to sleep with you, Senior Sister Lang. Lang Luoli was completely broken by Yifeng's words. You are too direct. Which girl would agree to your request after hearing such direct words? Chapter 111. Senior Sister Lang sleeps next to me. Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli's beautiful figure and said carefully, I used to think of myself as a half-cultured person. When I see mountains, I see them as deep and majestic. When I see the sea, I see them as passionate. When I see flowers and grass, I believe they all have stories. The sea of clouds and the tide of the river, the chirping of insects and the singing of birds all hide emotions. But when I see you, the mountains and rivers are silent, the sea is quiet, the sea of clouds no longer surges, the tide of the river no longer surges, the flowers, birds, fish and insects are frozen by light and dust, the world is silent, and only you are left. If it were you, I would be willing to become a completely shameless person. Lang Luoli would be dizzy every time by Yifeng's love words. He is really good at teasing. The world is silent, only you are left. Lang Luoli's heart was beating wildly, her eyes were full of ripples, and she said shyly, Brother Yifeng, how can you be so good at saying sweet words? I really can't control myself. Yifeng was overjoyed when he heard this. Can't control yourself? Then senior sister Lang, please stop holding back. Do you agree with my idea? Lang Luoli nodded and did not refuse. Yeah, I reluctantly agree with your idea, but we have to make 3 rules. We absolutely cannot do anything shameful. Yifeng nodded quickly and said seriously, don't worry, senior sister Lang. I am a serious person. I will never do anything that I shouldn't do. Big bad guy. Lang Luoli turned her head to the side with a big smile on her face. So how are we going to spend the night here together? Not long after Lang Luoli finished speaking, Yifeng flipped the sofa over and turned it into a bed with a thick quilt on it. Yifeng patted the thick quilt and said with a smile, Senior Lang, come and sleep with me. It's getting late. Lang Luoli couldn't help but spread her hands helplessly. Brother Yifeng, if you put all your energy into studying, I'm afraid you can solve all the academic problems in the world. Lang Luoli said this, but she did not reject Yifeng's invitation. She walked slowly and stiffly to Yifeng's bedside and lay down on the huge soft bed with him. Yifeng pressed a button, and the huge hot air balloon with a windproof cloth rose up. The 2 of them were very warm inside the hot air balloon. Yifeng looked at the somewhat nervous Lang Luoli and said with a smile, Senior Lang, if you don't take off your clothes before sleeping, won't it be hard to sleep? Lang Luoli said quickly, oh. No. In winter, I like to wear Yifeng to sleep. Is that so? Yifeng did not insist that Lang Luoli take off her clothes. Then the air seemed to quiet down a little. Lang Luoli felt a little weird now? Yifeng doesn't look like such an honest person usually, why is he so obedient today? Chapter 112, Sleeping Together. Lang Luoli's whole body suddenly tensed up. She felt Yifeng's hand approaching her, and then Yifeng came to her side. Brother Yifeng, what are you doing? Senior Lang, I am afraid of the cold. You must not lie to me, and take advantage of me, you usually only wear a short-sleeved shirt in the middle of winter. Senior Lang, I'm just a little cold, let's get closer. Seeing that Yifeng did not continue to move, Lang Luoli did not say anything more. Just after a while. Brother Yifeng, your hands are not honest. Oh. Senior sister Lang, be gentler, it hurts. You bad guy. It is particularly interesting to be inside a hot air balloon in the night sky. The system prompt also sounded at this moment. Congratulations to the host and the date-bound object Lang Luoli for having a perfect date and upgrading the SS-level athlete skills to SSS-level heroic athlete. The current host has the following skills: Professor level Chemistry Mastery, SSS level, Professor level Physics Mastery, SSS level, Professor level Music Mastery, SSS level, Hero level Athlete Mastery, SSS level, Grandmaster level Martial Arts Mastery, SS level, Cooking Mastery, a level, Massage Mastery, a level. All fragments of the best solution for biofuels are obtained. Host, Yifeng. Intelligence, 6. Strength, 6. Speed, 6. The average person has 3 indicators of 2. Yifeng was overjoyed. His physical fitness had been upgraded from SS level to SSS level. He no longer had to worry about being abused by his senior sister Lang. Capital City. Yifeng and Lang Luoli are enjoying their very sweet world of 2. But in the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Beijing, President Zheng Tianlong and others have been busy in the laboratory for many days and nights. The other people who helped him with the experiment were very worried about his physical condition. Dean, you have been busy for so long, why don't you take a good rest first? Dean, this experiment will definitely be successful. If you continue to stay up late, it will be very bad for your health. We have to take you back to rest. The people around Dean Zheng Tianlong were all very worried about his health. However, Dean Zheng Tianlong disagreed and said impatiently, "One by one, don't bother me. If anyone dares to interfere with my experiments, I will give you annual leave." Dean Zheng Tianlong shouted very loudly. Dean Zheng Tianlong has a bad temper, and the experiment has now reached a critical moment. This made his temper even more flare up. Ever since he met and chatted with Yifeng, he has been working hard in the laboratory. This made him very motivated, and he couldn't wait to prove the feasibility of Yifeng's thesis. Chapter 113 Accident in the Laboratory. Dean Zheng Tianlong believes that if this experiment succeeds, the contribution it will make to the Great Xia Kingdom will be extremely huge. When it comes to things related to energy, Cadaxia's neck has been bothered for too long. But for so long, there has been no progress in this area, so we can only focus our energy on other aspects. But now Yifeng is like a savior, providing the best solution for biofuel. The importance of this experiment can be said to be extremely important. Dean Zhang Tianlong couldn't wait to complete the experiment and was unwilling to spend even a second more on it. He just wanted to solve this problem as quickly as possible. After hearing what Dean Zhang Tianlong said, the people around looked at each other and no one dared to say a word. Everyone present knew very well what kind of person this Dean was. If you really make him angry and unhappy, he can do anything. If they continued to persuade the Dean in front of them as they did just now, they would definitely be doomed. The meaning of this annual holiday is probably to let them never come back. Who among those present dared to say a word? For this reason, we had to ask medical staff to wait outside the door to prepare for any eventuality. Although Professor Zhang Tianlong looks strong and healthy, he is also an old man. If he has not slept for so many days and passes out, there will be someone to rescue him quickly. There is definitely no problem with this paper. Yi Feng wrote it so perfectly. This biofuel solution will definitely be realized, and it will be realized at a very low cost. The price is so low that it can be compared with new energy. Hurry up and contact several other laboratories to complete all the experiments I have sorted out and give me the experimental data. Dean Zhang Tianlong divided Yifeng's thesis experiment into many small experiments and assigned them to other experiments. He asked everyone to work overtime to catch up with the progress. Seeing that everything was on track, he breathed a sigh of relief with satisfaction. It was just that he hadn't eaten for a long time and had low blood sugar, so he quickly opened a bottle of energy drink to replenish his energy. A person next to him quickly handed the prepared energy bar to Dean Zhang Tianlong, which is the fastest way to replenish energy. Zhang Tianlong waved his hands at the medical staff outside the door and said, "Let them all leave. This level of work won't tire me out. Do you guys really think I'm a frail old man?" Zhang Tianlong knew that these people were also worried about his physical condition, but he had never admitted that he was getting old and felt that it was no problem for him to fight for another 10 years. The main reason was that he felt that Yifeng's paper could be proven to be feasible soon, which made him feel very good and his tone of voice became much softer. However, what happened next made everyone present change their expressions. Chapter 114. I was a little tired last night. When Dean Zhang Tianlong assigned the experiments to his subordinates, many people immediately started working on the tasks. Many people already know that this complete paper was written by Yifeng. He is still just a student, but he can write such an excellent paper. The young are really formidable. It's really amazing. He is really amazing. This is the first time I've seen such an outstanding student who can do such an amazing thing at such a young age. I don't know what he looks like. Is he handsome? Does he have a girlfriend? It would be great if he could come to our lab in the future. I really hope I can have such an excellent colleague. If he came to work at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he could write his own papers and do his own experiments, which would be like adding wings to a tiger. In the Chinese Academy of Sciences, countless people were talking about Yifeng, the wind-like man. Experiments are also progressing in full swing, just in one of the laboratories. Several researchers were scratching their heads at the results of the experiment, and their few remaining hairs were about to be shaved off. How could this happen? It should be possible. Theoretically, the result can definitely be achieved, but why can't it be experimentally demonstrated? Everyone present was very confused. Why was the result completely different from what they had imagined? What is the problem here? Why is it like this? They quickly contacted Dean Zhang Tianlong about this issue, and Dean Zhang Tianlong rushed here as soon as possible to study the issue with everyone. Everyone present has been studying this problem together for a very long time, but there has been no result. For this reason, Dean Zhang Tianlong could only take out his mobile phone to contact Yifeng and ask him to come and see where the problem lay. At this time, Yifeng had just spent a sweet night with Langluoli on a hot air balloon. Yifeng had just gotten off the hot air balloon with Langluoli when he received a call from Dean Zhang Tianlong. Langluoli, who had just got off the hot air balloon, was still not happy. This is my first time riding a hot air balloon. It's really fun. Next time on Valentine's Day, let's go on a hot air balloon ride, okay? Yifeng looked at Langluoli's excited expression and said with a smile. Did you have fun this time? Langluoli said with a smile on her rosy face, it's really cool. If I didn't have classes today, I would have wanted to stay a little longer. Langluoli felt that being on the hot air balloon, the feeling of being able to see everything was so good. This feeling is completely different from looking down from an airplane. It is a very relaxing feeling. If you like, Senior Lang, I'll take you there next time. And I know a lot of other interesting things. But, we have to have a good rest today. We were really tired last night. Chapter 115. An accident occurred during the experiment. Yifeng grinned evilly and yawned at the same time. Lang Luoli couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw Yifeng's evil grin. Can you not be sleepy? That's really dishonest. Yifeng's hands last night were so naughty. I touched everything I should and shouldn't touch. This meant that the two of them basically didn't get a good rest. Yifeng couldn't help but smile, then hugged Lang Luoli. At this moment, Dean Zhang Tianlong called. After looking at the caller ID, Lang Luoli said, "Is there something wrong with the experimental procedure? Otherwise, why would Dean Zhang Tianlong call me at this time? It must be something related to the biofuel paper." Yifeng answered the phone and heard the anxious voice of Dean Zhang Tianlong. "Yifeng, where are you? Do you have time to come to our Chinese Academy of Sciences? I have something urgent to talk to you about." Yifeng said, "I'm in Beijing. I'll come over later." "Is it about the thesis?" Dean Zhang Tianlong, "I used your paper before, and it was indeed progressing very smoothly. The experiment was about to succeed, but there was a problem in one of the experiments, which made it impossible to carry out the subsequent experiments." "Dean Zhang, I know about this matter. I'll be there soon. Please wait a moment." Yifeng quickly agreed. Then we prepared to rush to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Yifeng also respects Dean Zhang Tianlong. This is a very responsible dean, and Yifeng did not make any excuses for this. Lang Luoli didn't say much when she saw this scene, and cooperated with him very considerately. Before arriving at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Yifeng sent a text message to President Zhang Tianlong. "Tell the other person that you are arriving." Dean Zhang Tianlong immediately called Yifeng back and said that he was waiting for him at the door. Dean Zhang Tianlong was looking at his phone, waiting for news from Yifeng. He was very anxious and couldn't wait for Yifeng to arrive. When the car arrived at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Dean Zhang Tianlong had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing Yifeng coming, he hurriedly took him to the laboratory. Many people on the road greeted Dean Zhang Tianlong when they saw him, but Dean Zhang Tianlong was so anxious that he had no mood to pay attention to them. Everyone was very curious about what had happened that made Dean Zhang Tianlong so anxious. What everyone was more curious about was who this handsome young man being pulled by Dean Zhang Tianlong was. They have been here for so long, but this is the first time they have seen Dean Zhang Tianlong pulling a young man in such a hurry. They also saw that when Dean Zhang Tianlong was talking to Yifan, he was very gentle and didn't show any sign of temper at all, which surprised them. Who is this dude? This is the first time I've seen Dean Zhang speak so softly to a young person. It is said that Dean Zhang wants to accept a closed disciple. Could it be him? It is said that the young man's paper was published in a chemistry journal. Oh my god, is he that tough guy? This is so exciting. Chapter 116. Go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences to solve the problem. Everyone who saw Yifan and academician Zhang Tianlong in the Chinese Academy of Sciences couldn't help but discuss them. However, academician Zhang Tianlong didn't have the mind to care about what those people were saying. Instead, he took Yifan to the most mysterious research laboratory in their Chinese Academy of Sciences to take a look. "Yifeng, what do you think is going on? According to your thesis, there should be no problems at all. Why is there a problem now? Take a quick look at where the problem is. What exactly went wrong? I guess only you can solve this problem. I have done many experiments, but each time I failed, which made me very upset. I really wanted to figure out the problem." Dean Zhang Tianlong was full of doubts and confusion at this moment. When Yifeng saw that there was a problem with his paper, he also looked at the process report of the experiment to see where the problem was. At first, Yifeng thought there was nothing wrong with the experiment that Dean Zhang Tianlong had given him. It seemed that everything was in line with the experimental process and everything was developing according to a reasonable progress. However, in the end, the experiment ended in failure, which ultimately led to the end of this experimental report. Yifeng rearranged many steps in the experimental report according to his own ideas. It should be that Dean Zhang Tianlong and he had different understandings of the experiment, which also led to the failure of the experiment. Perhaps if he changed the experimental method, then the experimental result would be completely different. So with Yifeng's careful modification, this experimental report became an experimental process based mainly on Yifeng's ideas. Then Yifeng began to add his own ideas in many details, and then read it carefully again. Yifeng held the report he had revised in one hand, and used the other hand to look at the report of the previous failed experiment and compared them carefully. He has already started precise calculations in his brain. Under this circumstance, the success rate should be greatly improved, and there is no need to worry about failing again where he failed before. Yifeng felt that the main reason why academician Zhang Tianlong failed was that he might be too eager for success, so he did not think about some details. As long as these details were completed, everything would become very smooth. This is also where Yifeng was able to find the reason in the failure report. You should know that the most taboo thing in academic work is to be eager for quick success and instant benefits, which is the most detrimental thing to one's mentality. Sometimes, when a person is in a hurry, he or she will overlook many details, and a complete and rigorous scientific research experiment will end in failure. President Zhang, this is the method I modified based on the previous failed case. I feel that using this method should greatly increase the chances of success, because I made some modifications to these opponents. Yifeng told Zhang Tianlong about the modifications he had made. Zhang Tianlong was a very knowledgeable dean and he saw the importance of Yifeng's revisions at a glance. Chapter 117 This kid is a pillar of the country. Dean Zhang Tianlong is a person who has great faith in Yifeng's ability. He just took a quick look and found that the places where Yifeng revised the paper were indeed very rigorous and accurate. So without any hesitation, he carefully looked at the latest report that Yifeng gave her. After these few modifications, it will really be of great help to the experiment. Why didn't I think of this method during the previous experiment? I'm really surprised that you can apply your knowledge of mathematics to chemistry. Yifeng, I really can't figure out what's in your brain. It's even more powerful than a supercomputer. Dean Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but praise Yifeng. He was a person who would not hesitate to praise the people he loved. He couldn't help but admire Yifeng's abilities. He was really outstanding. Yifeng originally wanted to be humble, but Zhang Tianlong didn't give him any chance to be humble and was about to start the experiment. Zhang Tianlong had finally managed to get Yifeng to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Now was a good opportunity to do experiments. If any problems arose, Yifeng could help him find solutions. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Zhang Tianlong is such an efficient person that he will not waste any important time. At this moment, a man wearing the work clothes of the Chinese Academy of Sciences came to the door. He had a lot of instruments in his hands and was ready to cooperate with Zhang Tianlong to complete the experiment. Hello, Yifeng. I really heard the dean talking about you often. I am Li Yu, a researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Please take care of me in the future. After Li Yu put the instrument in the laboratory, she stretched out her hand and shook hands with Yifeng openly. Yifeng looked at the young researcher from the Chinese Academy of Sciences in front of him. Anyone who could become a researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences at this age, and also be President Zhang's right-hand man, must be a capable person. Moreover, Yifeng had read some papers published by Li Yu in some experimental newspapers and magazines of Daxia before. He was an expert in physics and had helped Daxia research many very important things in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It was said that he was also related to many confidential experiments of Daxia. Right after the two of them greeted each other, Dean Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but praise Yifeng. It's really unbelievable. This problem that so many people in our Chinese Academy of Sciences have not been able to solve has now been solved by Yifeng, and it was solved so easily. It makes me feel incredible. Dean Zhang Tianlong excitedly pulled Yifeng and Li Yu to his laboratory workbench. The experiment that had failed before has finally succeeded. Moreover, in the experimental report, Dean Zhang Tianlong also wrote down the latest successful plan. In places where problems are likely to occur, Dean Zhang Tianlong deliberately added notes to prevent problems from occurring in the next experiment. This made Dean Zhang Tianlong admire Yifeng even more. He is truly a pillar of the country. Although Dean Zhang Tianlong thought that if he was given time to think about this problem for 10 days or half a month, he might be able to solve it, but Yifeng was able to solve it in such a short time, which proved that Yifeng's ability to solve problems was even stronger than his. Chapter 118 Yifeng takes action and the experiment is successful. This time, Dean Zhang Tianlong took Yifeng and Li Yu to look at the experimental results together. They were really perfect. In just a short while, Yifeng solved this very difficult problem. This made Zhang Tianlong very surprised. Yifeng's ability far exceeded his expectations. This speed of solving problems extremely quickly is really something that ordinary people cannot match. In the scientific research community, there are indeed many talented people who have made great contributions, but it takes them a lot of time to solve a problem. It is rare to find someone like Yifeng who can solve a problem so quickly. He is truly a genius. Zhang Tianlong felt that Yifeng's attainments in chemistry might have reached the pyramid level in Daxia, and there were few people who could be compared with him. As long as he was given enough time and enough scientific research materials, he would definitely be able to bring him an unparalleled surprise. You know, working hard is something that many people can do, but talent is something that cannot be acquired later. Once a person's talent reaches a very terrifying level, then as long as he works a little harder, he can create a huge wave in the scientific research community. Others can think of many other things based on the waves he created. In the Chinese Academy of Sciences, many researchers have read part of Yifeng's paper and thought of many other things based on just that small part of the paper. This is a huge help to the scientific research community in Daxia, and it is also something that many people outside the country can hardly imagine. Yifeng was naturally very happy when he saw that his paper was proven to be a feasible experimental plan by experiments. The next step is the more industrialized mass production experiment, which will take some time to operate. The experiment has reached this stage, and it has proven its feasibility. It is only a matter of time before it can be mass-produced. After reaching this step, there are basically no other problems. Yifeng said with a smile. Zhang Tianlong looked at Yifeng with admiration and said, "You are right. It's really hard to imagine that you, Yifeng, can come up with the best solution for biofuels by yourself. You are really surprising. I've been wondering, what's in your head? Why can you come up with such a perfect solution? I have already reported this plan to my superiors. No one can take away your credit." Zhang Tianlong has indeed reported the paper on the best solution for biofuels to his superiors. As long as all the experiments are successful, the credit will all belong to Yifeng alone. Liu on the side also looked at Yifeng with admiration. "Yifeng, you are really amazing. Young people of your age are basically still racking their brains for their graduation thesis and don't know what to do, but you have been able to complete it to this point. Not only Dean Zhang admires you very much, but all the people who participated in this experiment in the Chinese Academy of Sciences also admire you very much." Chapter 119, Chinese Academy of Sciences Highest Level Access Card. Liu said this from her heart. Yifeng was truly admirable. Afterwards, she cleaned up the mess left after the experiment in the laboratory, and then reorganized and planned many work reports from the experiment. Dean Zhang is full of enthusiasm for experiments. Once he starts an experiment, he can even skip meals. But he is no longer young after all. At his age, it is not easy for him to finish the experiment. He definitely doesn't need to clean up the test bench himself. Yifeng could actually see this. Liu was a very careful girl. She was meticulous in recording experimental reports, and she was also very careful when cleaning up the test bench, without any negligence. With her doing the aftermath, Dean Zhang Tianlong could rest assured and have a good rest without worrying about any problems. After cleaning up the laboratory, Liu said to Dean Zhang Tianlong, "Dean Zhang, I have also sorted out all the laboratory reports and have arranged for them to be sent to the mass production laboratory now." Zhang Tianlong nodded and let her do it. Now he hopes more than anyone else that biofuel can be mass-produced. The strategic significance of this is extremely great. It can even be said that it is related to the rise of the Daxia nation. This also means that the people of Daxia can live a better life in the future and their living conditions can be improved. Another thing is to get rid of Daxia's dependence on many foreign energy-rich countries. In the future, we will no longer have to worry about the blockade of Daxia by those energy-rich countries, because Daxia can completely use the success of this experiment to become self-sufficient. This is a matter of great strategic significance. Once energy freedom is achieved, Daxia will basically be able to get rid of the shortage of energy during energy peak periods. In the future, there will basically be no sharp increase or decrease in automobile gasoline prices, nor will there be frequent power outages in some areas. Yifeng, it's rare that you came to our Chinese Academy of Sciences today. You are also an intern researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I will take you on a tour of the Chinese Academy of Sciences today so that you can get familiar with it when you come here. Also, here is a Chinese Academy of Sciences access card. With this access card, you can come and go freely no matter where you go in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The level of this access card is the same as mine. Dean Zhang Tianlong took out an access card from his pocket. This was his spare access card, but because of his love for Yifeng, he directly gave his spare access card to Yifeng, allowing him to come and go freely in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Moreover, he believed in Yifeng's character, and there would be absolutely no problem keeping this card with him. Yifeng didn't expect that Dean Zhang Tianlong would trust him so much and give him the highest level access card directly. This showed great trust in him. Then I'll have to trouble Dean Zhang. Yifeng did not refuse Dean Zhang Tianlong's invitation. He was also very curious about what the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the highest level in Daxia, would look like. Now that Dean Zhang Tianlong was personally leading the tour, it could be said that this opportunity was not to be missed. Chapter 120. See you tomorrow morning. Student Yifeng, academic work also requires a balance between work and rest. You are still young, so you can't be like me, an old man who only knows how to do academic research. You have to enjoy your life. Zhang Tianlong was in a very good mood now, and started chatting with Yifeng while walking. You can't be like me, an old man who doesn't even have a lover at such an old age. The more Zhang Tianlong looked at Yifeng, the more he liked him. He felt that it was not important whether he had a girlfriend or not. It was forgivable for a person like him to have several girlfriends. It just so happened that his granddaughter was about the same age as Yifeng. If she could be Yifeng's girlfriend, that would be the best thing. Thank you for your concern, Dean Zhang. I will pay more attention to matters related to relationships, Yifeng said with a smile. In the Chinese Academy of Sciences, many people witnessed something that was shocking and unbelievable. That was the very arrogant Dean Zhang Tianlong, walking and chatting with a young man who looked to be only in his 20s. Yifeng, look here. This is a laboratory dedicated to physics experiments. Many outstanding physics masters in Daxia have conducted experiments here, for example, Wang Ganchang, Huang Kuan, Yang Zhengning. Their favorite thing to do in the country is to come here to do experiments. Our Chinese Academy of Sciences can be said to be a place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. It is also a place of good feng shui. Generally, only outstanding talents can come here. It is difficult for ordinary people to get in touch with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Zhang Tianlong could be said to Yifeng whatever he wanted to say, just like a kind old grandfather. This is Yifeng's first time to come to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, but he quite likes the environment and scenery here. If he makes new breakthroughs in scientific research in the future, Yifeng feels that he will definitely choose to come to the Chinese Academy of Sciences to do these research. This is truly a holy land for scientific research in Daxia. Every corner is filled with the sacred atmosphere of scientific research. Everyone here is a chosen one of heaven's children, working hard for the rise of Daxia. They shoulder the future of Daxia here, and pay tribute to the ancestors who have made outstanding contributions to Daxia. If Yifeng can learn a lot of knowledge at Peking University, then in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Yifeng can transform so much knowledge into reality. This is why Peking University President Wang Fu also hopes to be in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Dean Zhang Tianlong took Yifeng on a tour of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, allowing everyone in the academy to get to know Yifeng, a young-looking talent with unlimited potential. Seeing that it was getting late, Dean Zhang Tianlong arranged an afternoon tea for Yifeng. This made Yifeng feel good about the cafeteria of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It was not until the evening that Yifeng said goodbye to Zhang Tianlong and left the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Just after leaving the Chinese Academy of Sciences, news about Lang Luoli came to Yifeng's mobile phone. Yifeng, are you done with your work? Do you want to go shopping at the newly opened mall together tomorrow? Yifeng didn't expect that Lang Luoli and he were so in tune with each other. Just when he wanted to send her a message, she came to find him. No problem. Then we'll see you tomorrow morning. See you there. Chapter 121. Yifeng is well prepared. Yifeng and Lang Luoli chatted on the phone for a long time. From what to wear tomorrow to what to eat tomorrow morning, it was very late before they said good night to each other. After all, for couples, time spent together passes very quickly. There are lots and lots of young people in this newly opened shopping mall. This kind of place is also a good place for young people to date. Even though the mall has just opened, there are already a lot of people here. Basically, they are all in pairs, and you hardly see any single people. Lang Luoli originally wanted to go to the aquarium in this shopping mall with Yifeng to play for a while. But there are already a lot of people queuing up to buy tickets at the door. If I have to wait for all the people in front of me to buy their tickets, I'm afraid I'll waste a lot of time today. This made Lang Luoli feel a little troubled. However, Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli's somewhat sad face and put his hand in his pocket. This action attracted Lang Luoli's attention. Lang Luoli looked at the 2 tickets Yifeng took out of his pocket and was very surprised. Brother Yifeng, have you bought the admission ticket in advance? Lang Luoli felt that Yifeng was really foresight. If she had waited until this time to queue up to buy it, the day Lily would have been cold. Yifeng was worthy of his name. I had a feeling it might be hard to buy tickets today, so I booked them online in advance and just took them out from the machine. Yifeng said with a smile. In fact, he had done his homework. For a busy shopping mall like this, there would definitely be a lot of people coming to play on the first day. There would be absolutely no problem if he prepared the tickets in advance. Lang Luoli narrowed her eyes and smiled. It was really a great pleasure to be with a boyfriend who could take everything into consideration. Then let's go in quickly. Aha! Lang Luoli saw that Yifeng had already prepared the tickets for the aquarium, so she didn't have to queue up here. Now they just have to go directly to the ticket gate. Today's date started off so smoothly. This made Lang Luoli look very happy. She was so excited last night because she was going out with Yifeng. I'm really happy that I can get to the aquarium so early today. Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli with a smile on her face and didn't think too much. He took her snow-white little hand and walked together. Stop giggling, let's go. Many people around Yifeng also heard the conversation between Yifeng and Lang Luoli. They looked at themselves waiting in such a long queue, while Yifeng and his friends could go in directly, and they were really envious of others. Oh, look at other people's boyfriends, they are so smart and know how to buy tickets online. Why are you so stupid and only know how to queue? A big wave couldn't help but say as he watched Yifeng and the others walk away. Oh, now I know. I'll buy you a ticket online too. The boy took out his cell phone and prepared to book the ticket online. But the ticket price online is twice as expensive as at the window. This surprised him very much. Why was it so expensive? This made him silently turn off his phone and continue to queue obediently. Sure enough, convenience is reserved for the rich. Chapter 122 Hexagonal Warrior Yifeng. After Yifeng pulled Lang Luoli into the aquarium, he found that there were not as many people inside the aquarium as outside, and it did not feel as crowded as before. It seems that most people are still queuing outside to buy tickets. After all, the ticket price online is twice as expensive as that at the window outside. Unless you are someone like Yifeng who has hundreds of millions in savings, how can you afford to buy it easily? Yifeng and Lang Luoli admired the various marine life here together and said, "The fish here are quite beautiful. Can I take a photo of you and the fish later?" Lang Luoli thought secretly in her heart, how can taking a photo with a fish be as interesting as taking a photo with you? Then Lang Luoli was ready to take something out of her bag. Her mysterious look made Yifeng a little curious. Brother Yifeng, don't think that you are the only one who was prepared this time. I am prepared too. What preparations? Lang Luoli took out an item from her fragrant grandmother's bag. Yifeng looked at the thing carefully. Isn't this a selfie stick? Did Senior Lang prepare the selfie stick in advance to take a photo with herself? Lang Luoli moved quickly and placed Yifeng's phone on her selfie stick, then turned on the video recording mode. This time, Lang Luoli plans to record her date with Yifeng. She can watch it when she has nothing to do in the future. It will definitely be interesting. Lang Luoli, who had prepared everything, looked at Yifeng and smiled happily. Is my preparation surprising or unexpected? Yifeng looked at the quirky Lang Luoli and couldn't help but touch her hair, revealing a very doting look. It's very satisfying and a pleasant surprise. At the same time, Yifeng quickly exchanged the S-level skill fragment for an A-level photography mastery, preparing to use it later. Hee, that's good. Lang Luoli was very happy when she heard Yifeng say to her that he was very surprised. Then let's take pictures as we walk. Yifeng carefully helped Lang Luoli hold the selfie stick and captured all the beautiful faces of himself and Lang Luoli on his mobile phone. There are many paths in the aquarium, all leading to different attractions. This requires the two of them to play slowly. Dating in an aquarium is a good opportunity for two people to enjoy a slow-paced date. Which way do we go? Either is fine. Lang Luoli said, blinking her big eyes. Yifeng and Lang Luoli couldn't help but laugh together, and then said in unison, how about we start from the left? Naturally, they both agreed with the same point of view. When a couple is on a date, what they do is actually secondary. The most important thing is for the two of them to have fun together. The first place they arrived at was an ocean tunnel. Yifeng and Lang Luoli came in earlier. When they arrived here, the ocean tunnel could accommodate only the two of them, which allowed them to appreciate the various marine life together without being disturbed. This made the group of people who came later envious and jealous when they saw that Yifeng and Lang Luoli had already admired the entire ocean tunnel together. What do you think of this photo? When Yifeng and Lang Luoli left the ocean tunnel, they admired the photo they had just taken together. Lang Luoli was also very satisfied and said, "Brother Yifeng, you are good at taking pictures." Then Lang Luoli added, "Brother Yifeng, you are really a hexagonal warrior. You have no shortcomings in any aspect." Chapter 123 This is too bad. Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli with a satisfied look on his face and couldn't help but put his arm around her slender waist. I really didn't expect that Senior Lang could be so sweet-talking. Senior Sister Lang usually looks high and mighty, like a cold goddess, just like a flower on the mountaintop. It is difficult for anyone to say a word to her. Who has ever seen her so sweet? At this moment, the female tourists behind also saw Yifeng and Lang Luoli being affectionate together, and felt that the two were really a perfect match. Ah! Look at that couple, they are so good-looking, they have the temperament of stars. Yes, they are so sweet. The boy is hugging the girl. So sweet. The two girls were actually whispering, but it was too quiet here and Yifeng still heard it. Lang Luoli couldn't help but blush. She was indeed Yifeng's girlfriend now, and there seemed to be nothing wrong with him saying that. She prepared to leave with Yifeng. It's just that Yifeng and Lang Luoli had different ideas. He decided to tease the two little girls, so he walked towards them. "Ladies, you must be mistaken. I'm not her boyfriend. I'm her uncle." "Two young ladies? Lang Luoli, M. Brother Yifeng is really too mean. Isn't he taking advantage of me? When did he become my uncle?" However, Yifeng continued to talk nonsense seriously, as if he was teasing a child. "Don't disbelieve me just because I look young. Although I am young, I am very strong. I just happened to have time today, so I came out to play with my little niece." The two young ladies looked at Yifeng's serious face and naturally believed it. At this time, they could only apologize embarrassedly and leave quickly. If I had known, I wouldn't have talked about others behind their backs. Who would have known that two people who looked so much like a couple would actually be the younger uncle and the older niece? Look what a fuss this has caused. Lang Luoli looked helplessly at the two young ladies who hurriedly left her sight, not knowing how to evaluate Yifeng's behavior. I suddenly got a younger uncle for no apparent reason? Yifeng is such a bad guy. He actually fooled these two little girls. "Uncle!" Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng and called out in a playful manner. Seeing Lang Luoli's expression, Yifeng quickly said with a smile, "Hey, I was just teasing them, I didn't mean to take advantage of you." What Yifeng said was really not a lie. The two girls just now were gossiping about them, which made Lang Luoli blush. Yifeng teased them, which was considered as a courtesy. And now they haven't announced their relationship yet, so it would be fine if they wait until they do. So Yifeng used the method he just used. "Uncle, why don't you say you are my second uncle?" Lang Luoli actually didn't think there was anything wrong with Yifeng teasing the two girls. But this guy actually told them that he was not his boyfriend? This is too scumbag. Chapter 124 I really met my uncle. Yifeng listened to Lang Luoli's words and thought for a while before saying, "It's not impossible to say that." Lang Luoli, M. This incident did not affect Yifeng and Lang Luoli from continuing to play in the aquarium. They came in quite early for the tour and it felt like they had the whole place to themselves in many places, which was a very good feeling. If they came in with the main group, it would not be such a pleasant time. If so many people came here, it would be difficult for them to take so many beautiful photos. "Senior Lang, what do you think of this photo?" Yifeng just asked Lang Luoli to take a photo with a penguin and was very satisfied. "Uncle?" Lang Luoli couldn't help but say. Yifeng paused slightly. He didn't expect that Senior Lang had such a hobby. Did she like to play this kind of role-playing games? "Senior Lang, I really didn't expect that you like this." Lang Luoli quickly pulled Yifeng to the other direction. "Senior Lang, what are you going to do? Although there aren't many people here, it's not easy to do those things, right? Hey, don't make any noise." Lang Luoli quickly covered Yifeng's mouth. "I really saw my uncle just now." Lang Luoli's tone sounded a little surprised. Yifeng suddenly realized that he seemed to be overthinking. Before, Yifeng thought that Senior Lang liked to play role-playing games, but he didn't expect that he was overthinking. It was really unexpected to meet her uncle here. Senior Lang, you are so afraid that your uncle will find out that you are in a relationship. Yifeng said with a smile, but he didn't notice Lang Luoli's expression. Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng in disbelief, as if she was wondering why Yifeng, who usually had such a high EQ, had such a low EQ today. Yifeng rubbed his head and said awkwardly but politely, "Haha, I know you're not ready to meet your uncle, so why don't we leave the aquarium first? This way we won't run into your uncle." Lang Luoli's big eyes flickered as she said, "It's okay, as long as we go to the place ahead with the big turtle, we won't run into my uncle." Yifeng didn't expect Lang Luoli to be so sure, and couldn't help asking, "How do you know?" Lang Luoli looked confident. "My uncle came here at this time, he must be with his daughter. He must want to bring his daughter to see the marine life. His daughter's favorite marine life is the clownfish, and the one she dislikes the most is the sea turtle. As long as we go to the sea turtle, we won't encounter them." Yifeng didn't expect Lang Luoli's mind was so quick that she could find the key point of the problem in one go. The place where the two of them were just now was indeed very close to the Clownfish Museum, which was a place many little girls liked to visit. Compared with the big sea turtles, it would be very attractive. It was just that Yifeng and the others arrived early and had already played there. "Then let's go touch the big turtle." The two of them walked closely towards where the big turtle was. There are many big turtles swimming in the water here. Looking at these big turtles, Yifeng couldn't help but think of an old friend of his who fell into a turtle pond. This made Yifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 124. Another person fell into the water. Yifeng vaguely remembered that they were still very young at that time. When his friend, who couldn't swim yet, fell into the water, he was so scared that he wet his pants. Later, the staff came into the pool and rescued his friend. Yifeng's friend who was rescued had choked on a lot of water and was saved by artificial respiration given by an uncle who looked like Zhang Fei. After this incident, he never dared to stay by the water again. But the sight of him being given artificial respiration by a dark-skinned man who looked like Zhang Fei made Yifeng want to laugh. Lang Luoli was very curious about what Yifeng was thinking. "Brother Yifeng, why are you smiling so happily?" Yifeng didn't hide anything and told Lang Luoli about this matter. Lang Luoli didn't expect that Yifeng had such a cute friend. This was really funny. "I didn't expect that there are people walking by the river and falling into the water. It's really a dark history." Yifeng and Lang Luoli were chatting happily, talking and laughing. At this moment, they seemed to hear someone there couldn't help but let out a very surprised cry. "Oh my god, how did someone fall into the turtle pond? Oh my god. Someone really fell in. Go find the aquarium staff to rescue them. Is there anyone who can swim? Please save this person." The originally quiet aquarium suddenly became lively. Yifeng and Lang Luoli both looked at the turtle pond in disbelief. Why does this scene seem familiar? Yifeng really didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at the turtle pond, someone would fall into the turtle pond. Is he possessed by Conan? Wherever he goes, there are emergencies? Are there really so many silly and cute people in this world? If you look at the big turtles in the aquarium, you will fall down. This is really hilarious. Yifeng found this matter so interesting that he couldn't help but take out his mobile phone to take a photo and prepare to post it on his moments. It's really hilarious that someone would fall into a turtle pond. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Yifeng posted on his circle of friends, many people gathered to watch. The person who fell into the water was dragged out of the water by the aquarium staff, which looked very funny and comical. The staff quickly pulled the young boy up. Yifeng did not particularly look at what the person who fell into the water looked like, and Lang Luoli was not a particularly gossipy woman. In addition, many people were watching here, so many people gathered there to watch the fun. Yifeng and Lang Luoli obviously did not want to be crowded here, so they quickly chose to leave. There are too many people here. Let's go see something else. There are many other marine creatures here that are also very interesting. Yifeng looked at the sign in front of him. There was a kissing fish in front, which was a kind of fish that specialized in eating human dead skin. It looked very interesting. Lang Luoli was obviously also interested in this fish, and couldn't help but said in surprise, "Brother Yifeng, this kissing fish looks very interesting." Chapter 125. The Lost Little Loli. Looking at the kissing fish in front of her, Lang Luoli was very curious about what it would feel like to have the dandruff on her hands eaten. Yifeng didn't expect that Lang Luoli was also so interested in this fish. There aren't many people here now, let's go quickly. Yifeng brought Lang Luoli to where the kissing fish was. It just so happened that at this moment, everyone was watching the boy who fell into the water, and no one came here at all. This made Jifeng and the others feel like they had the whole place to themselves. Looking at the various kinds of kissing fish here, they all look very interesting. Lang Luoli also observed for a long time, then selected a group of cute-looking fish and said, "Brother Yifeng, let's send our hands down together." "No problem." Yifeng and Lang Luoli put their hands into the fish-kissing pond together. Lang Luoli felt really great as Yifeng held her hand and then put it into the pool together. Moreover, these kissing fishes swam around their hands, giving them a feeling of being the moon surrounded by stars. When these kissing fish started to eat the dandruff on their hands, Yifeng and the others felt a tingling sensation. Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng secretly. Now he was also staring at the fish in the pond. He looked so focused and was so handsome. He was worthy of being her boyfriend. He was so handsome. In the past, I had also fantasized about what my boyfriend would look like, but no matter what I imagined, he was not as handsome, dashing, and suave as Yifeng is now. I can only say that my vision is really good. After Lang Luoli and Yifeng experienced the fish-kissing project together, they prepared to continue to see what was under the aquarium. At this moment, Lang Luoli was still secretly looking at Yifeng, but did not notice the steps under her feet, and almost stepped on empty air and sprained her ankle. Yifeng hurriedly came to help support her. Ha ha ha. Yifeng never thought that his girlfriend, a master of traditional Chinese martial arts, would miss a step. "Brother Yifeng, don't laugh at me." Lang Luoli knew what Yifeng was thinking, so she quickly spoke. Yifeng looked at Lang Luoli, who was angry, and felt that she looked so beautiful when she was angry, just like a cute little kitten. Yifeng couldn't help but pinch Lang Luoli's little face. "I won't laugh anymore, but you should also pay attention to the road." Lang Luoli felt very ashamed when she heard Yifeng's words. Oh my god, this is so social. How could Lang Luoli actually have a day where she almost sprained her ankle while walking? Will all women in love become as silly as me? At this moment, a soft voice suddenly came from behind Lang Luoli. "Big sister, can you help me?" Just when Lang Luoli was thinking about how to ease the current embarrassment, a very cute voice came from behind Lang Luoli. Yifeng and Lang Luoli both noticed the little girl. This short, tiny little loli looks only 5 or 6 years old, and is as cute as an elf. Seeing such a cute little sister asking for her help, Lang Luoli would definitely not refuse, so she asked, "Little sister, what do you need your sister to help you with?" Chapter 126. Lang Luoli's eyelids twitched. "Big sister, I can't seem to find my sister." The little girl looked frustrated and a little aggrieved. Yifeng felt very funny when he saw the frustrated face of this little loli. "It's really interesting that I can't find my sister and I have to use a feeling of uncertainty. Are all kids nowadays so cute? Little sister, when did you lose your sister?" Yifeng also asked very carefully. The little loli fell into deep thought, and seemed to be trying hard to remember something. "Just now I saw a very big, very beautiful mermaid, and I kept looking at the mermaid. Then when I finished looking at the mermaid, I couldn't find my sister." Yifeng and Lang Luoli both felt that this amount of information seemed to be very vague, and it was difficult to extract any useful information from it. "You were so busy looking at the mermaid that you lost your sister. From what you said, it seems that you think your sister is very irresponsible and doesn't think highly of you." Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng speechlessly and said, "Brother Yifeng, should we contact the staff here and ask them to help us?" Yifeng nodded and said, "It would be better to contact the aquarium staff to help. Then we can look for the little sister's sister nearby. It would be best if we can find her." Lang Luoli also felt that what Yifeng said made a lot of sense. They planned to take the little girl to find the aquarium staff, and at the same time look for her sister nearby. "Little sister, how old is your sister? What did her shoes look like today? Do you remember?" Yifeng looked at the little Lolita's aggrieved look and asked while holding back his smile. The little girl thought very hard and said, "My sister wore a pair of Valentino high heels and a black Balenciaga suit today. She also had an Hermes bag in her hand." After listening to the little Lolita's introduction, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh that this little girl's sister is a very fashionable girl. Dressed like this, he would definitely recognize her quickly if he saw her. However, Yifeng and Lang Luoli took the little loli to search around the area, but they couldn't find her sister. On the road they had just been looking for, there was no girl wearing a pair of Valentino high heels or black Balenciaga shoes. Unable to find the person, Yifeng and Lang Luoli had to take the little loli to the staff and ask them to help find her. It was just at this moment that the little girl held by Yifeng and Langluoli couldn't help but jump for joy. Then she ran away from Yifeng and Langluoli and ran very quickly in another direction. Elder sister. Yifeng and Langluoli also looked towards the direction where the little loli was running. There was indeed a beautiful lady there wearing a pair of Valentino high heels and a black dress from Balenciaga. When Yifeng saw this person, he still had no reaction. But Langluoli's eyelids couldn't help but twitch suddenly. Chapter 127: The Weird Aquarium. Sister, I finally found you. Xiao Jojo, where did you go just now? You're trying to kill me. Mina had been looking for her sister in the aquarium for a long time and finally met her here. She looked relieved. But Langluoli never expected that she would meet her best friend, Mina, here. Langluoli also received an invitation from Mina this morning to go shopping together. But she found an excuse of feeling unwell to turn down the invitation and went on a date with Yifeng. If the other party finds out that I am dating Yifeng now, it is absolutely not allowed. Then we must leave here quickly. Langluoli didn't say anything and took Yifeng away quickly without any hesitation. Langluoli felt very strange today. How could she meet Mina in the aquarium? Langluoli was very fast and she and Yifeng were out of Mina's sight in a moment. Oh my god, I actually met Mina here. That little girl just now turned out to be Mina's sister? When did she have a sister? Why didn't I know? Langluoli felt that she had never been so speechless before, and she was so scared even when going out on a date. Guang just met his uncle and best friend Mina in an aquarium. What kind of luck is this? Should I buy a lottery ticket? The person just now is called Mina, she is my best friend. I didn't go shopping with her today because I wanted to go on a date with you. I never thought I would meet her here. Langluoli looked at Yifeng, who was a little confused beside her, and explained. Yifeng nodded, also surprised that today was such an unfortunate day. There will be so many familiar faces in the aquarium today. Should we go to another place to play? Yifeng said with a smile. Let's go somewhere else. Langluoli felt that this aquarium was too weird. She saw an acquaintance every 2 steps. She didn't want to meet Mina and her uncle here again today. So they decided to leave the aquarium and go somewhere else to play. After leaving the aquarium, the two of them walked hand in hand in this huge shopping mall. Brother Yifeng, what do you want to do after you graduate from Peking University? Langluoli asked casually. Yifeng looked at what was in front of him and said casually, I haven't decided what I want to do in the future yet. It depends on what major I perform best in at that time. Yifeng doesn't know what skills the system will reward him with in the future, so he takes it one step at a time. Will you continue to stay in Beijing? Or will you go to another city to develop in the future? Langluoli looked at Yifeng's profile, her twinkling eyes filled with emotion. If nothing unexpected happens, I really want to stay in the capital. Yifeng felt that no matter what he did in the future, it would definitely be related to academia. As long as it was academic, Beijing would definitely be the best choice. Moreover, Yifeng also knew that Langluoli would choose to stay in the capital in the future. So he could give a positive answer. Hearing Yifeng's answer, Langluoli's eyes brightened even more. Chapter 128: A Call from the President of Kyoto University. Langluoli looked at Yifeng and felt very good in her heart. She would graduate from Peking University in a year or 2, which meant that they would not be able to meet as often as they did now in Peking University. Her idea was to continue staying in Peking University in the future, and now Yifeng gave her the same answer as hers, so how could she not be happy? Just as the two were happily strolling along the street, Yifeng's cell phone rang. He looked at the message and saw that it was from one of his friends. Brother Yi, did you go to the newly opened aquarium today? Yifeng looked at the note and it was Li Tian. Wasn't he the unlucky guy who fell into the water that Langluoli and he had talked about before? Did he think of the embarrassing incident when he sought his circle of friends? Yes, Yifeng replied. Brother Yi, I really didn't expect that you would see me fall into the water twice in a row. Ha 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 ha. Langluoli didn't know why Yifeng suddenly laughed so happily, so she asked, Brother Yifeng, what makes you so happy? Yifeng suppressed his laughter and said to Langluoli, let me tell you, the unlucky guy who fell into the water when we were in the aquarium before was the friend I told you about before, ha. Langluoli, this person is too unlucky. She didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. The aquarium was really lively today, with people they knew everywhere. It seems he was sent to the infirmary? Let's go check him out. Lang Luoli felt that this person was Yi Feng's friend. Now that she had encountered such a thing, it would be better for her to go and see him. Yi Feng contacted Li Tian via text message for a while, and knowing that the other party was fine now, he said, "It's okay. He's fine now. He just drank a lot of water. It's not a big deal. Are you all right?" Lang Luoli also felt relieved. The two were so amused by Li Tian's story that they seemed even happier. "Brother Yi Feng, let's go upstairs and take a look." Lang Luoli looked upstairs at the mall and saw that there were still many places she hadn't visited yet. She was also very curious about what was there. Although she met many familiar faces in the aquarium just now, Lang Luoli felt that they would not be able to get out of the aquarium for a while and she would not be able to meet them. Now Lang Luoli actually wants to enjoy her and Yi Feng's world alone. If they meet so many acquaintances, the atmosphere of their world alone will be gone. So Lang Luoli now wants to go upstairs with Yi Feng to have some good fun. Just as the two of them were taking the elevator upstairs together, Yi Feng's cell phone rang again. I looked at the caller ID and saw that it was President Wang Fu of Peking University calling me. Lang Luoli also saw the caller ID and remained silent. "Hello, Principal Wang. Is there a party at Kyoto University tonight? Will you let me join in?" "Oh well." Yi Feng hung up the phone. President Wang Fu had just called him and wanted him to attend an academic evening party at Peking University. The people attending this party were professors from various major universities. Under normal circumstances, students like Yi Feng were not eligible to attend. But the optimal solution for biofuels that he had written before was so brilliant that everyone hoped that he could appear at this academic evening. Chapter 129: Buying Shoes for Yi Feng. In fact, Yi Feng could understand this matter very well. He had become a big celebrity in Daxia's scientific research community recently. Everyone knew that his paper on the best solution for biofuels had been published in a chemistry journal, and that specific experiments had been successfully completed at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Anyone who was engaged in academic work in Daxia knew Yi Feng. As the author of the best solution for biofuels, it is not surprising that I was invited to Kyoto University's academic evening. In fact, Yi Feng also knew that such a day would come, but he did not expect that this day would come so soon. Although he was not particularly interested in this kind of academic evening, it was difficult for him to refuse. "And there doesn't seem to be anything to do at night, so let's go." Lang Luoli, who was standing by, also knew about this. Then I felt that Yi Feng seemed to have not bought new shoes for some time. If I'm going to attend an academic party in the evening, I'd better buy a pair of nice new shoes. And now they just happen to be in this newly opened shopping mall, which has all kinds of big-name shoe stores. So it will be very convenient to pick a pair of nice shoes for brother Yi Feng. Besides, it's still morning and there's still a long time before the party in the evening, which is enough time. Lang Luoli looked at Yi Feng and said, "Brother Yi Feng, let me pick a pair of shoes for you." "Pick shoes for me?" Yi Feng was a little surprised. "Why did you suddenly think of buying shoes for me?" Lang Luoli said seriously, "Brother Yi Feng, you are going to attend an academic party tonight. There will be famous professors from various universities there. You definitely can't wear this pair of shoes that you've worn for so long." It seems so. Although the pair of shoes on Yi Feng's feet are also from a well-known brand, they have been worn for a while. Tonight's party is a relatively formal occasion, so it would definitely be better to wear a pair of appropriate shoes. So Yi Feng did not refuse and agreed with Lang Luoli's idea. It just so happened that the place where they were located had many big brand shoe stores for them to choose from, which was very convenient. And the shoes here are all relatively high-end shoes. Lang Luoli looked at the big-name shoe stores in front of her and said, "Brother Yi Feng, let me pick a shoe store with better quality for you." Yi Feng smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, actually. I'm very particular about shoes, as long as they fit my feet." "How can you say it doesn't matter? Brother Yi Feng, you are so handsome, ordinary shoes don't suit you." Lang Luoli rejected Yi Feng's idea. She said that her boyfriend was so handsome, so she had to choose a pair of high-quality shoes for him. Yi Feng thought, "I'm so handsome, I'll look good in anything I wear." Although Lang Luoli felt that Yi Feng looked good in anything he wore, it would definitely be better if he matched his clothes carefully. At Lang Luoli's insistence, they went to a century-old high-end shoe store to start choosing. "Hello, how can I help you?" The sales ladies in the store are very welcoming. "Would you like to see men's shoes or women's shoes?" This saleswoman with a very round but was twisting her fat buttocks with a professional smile on her face. Chapter 130: Luoli, you have a good eye. Pick him a pair of shoes. Lang Luoli said directly to the sales lady. This little brother is really lucky. The saleswoman looked at the two people in front of her. The boy was handsome and the girl was beautiful. They were really a perfect match. Come with me. The saleswoman quickly brought Yifeng and Lang Luoli to the men's shoe section of their store, where there were all kinds of men's shoes. Mr. and Miss, take a look. These are all shoes designed by our store's original designers. Each pair is unique. There will never be a second pair of the same style. In this men's area, there are all kinds of shoes on the shoe display stand, which makes people look tearful. The shoes we sell in our store are all new this year, the latest trends every year, and they are all very popular with customers. Yifeng also looked carefully at the shoes in front of him. He had to say that the shoes here were indeed well designed and they looked very comfortable at first glance. Moreover, the design style of these shoes is relatively simple and elegant, which is the type Yifeng likes. Brother Yifeng, take a look here and see if there is anything you like? Lang Luoli asked Yifeng. Yifeng nodded and said, the shoes here are all good. It's worthy of being the store you recommended, senior sister Lang. Lang Luoli seemed very proud after being praised by Yifeng, and then she also started to choose for Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, what do you think of this pair of shoes? They are dark gray. Although they look simple, they are very elegant. Wearing them normally gives you a low-key and sophisticated look. Lang Luoli put a pair of dark gray shoes next to Yifeng's feet for comparison and felt that they were also very good. After selecting this pair of shoes as a pre-selected item, Lang Luoli picked up another pair of black shoes. This pair of black shoes is a classic and timeless pair of shoes. No matter how long you wear them, they will never go out of style. Then he put it at Yifeng's feet and gestured for a while, and said with great appreciation, Brother Yifeng, your legs are so long, any shoes will match you. Epsilon equals alas. This white pair looks very fashionable too. Seeing Lang Luoli carefully selecting various shoes for him, Yifeng also listened to Lang Luoli's introduction very patiently. These shoes are really good, mainly because senior sister Lang has a good eye and she picked out several pairs that are most suitable for herself at once. After Lang Luoli gave Yifeng a few pairs of the most suitable ones, she threw the question to Yifeng and said, Brother Yifeng, which pair of these do you like best? Lang Luoli felt that the shoes were for Yifeng to wear, so she had to pick out a pair that he liked best. Yifeng also looked at them carefully. Lang Luoli had picked out so many pairs of shoes for him just now, but he actually liked the black pair of shoes the most. Yifeng smiled and said, I think I still like the black pair the best. Luoli, you have a good taste. When Lang Luoli heard Yifeng praising her, she felt extremely happy, as if she had eaten honey and felt sweet. Chapter 131 Meeting an Unlucky Guy. Lang Luoli really likes the feeling when a boyfriend and girlfriend go out together to choose things, especially when they have the same taste. Among these shoes, she actually likes the black pair the most. Then let's buy the black pair, Brother Yifeng. I like the black pair of shoes the best. Just as the two were choosing shoes, Lang Luoli's phone suddenly rang. Lang Luoli took out her cell phone and saw that it was a message from her good friend Mina. Luoli, do you know that I encountered an exciting and fun thing today? Lang Luoli replied, what's the matter? Mina, you would never believe it, but today when I went to the newly opened aquarium, I actually saw someone fall into the turtle pool. Ha 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 ha. Do you think this person is very unlucky? Lang Luoli obviously didn't expect that Yifeng's friend fell into the turtle pond and was seen by so many people. It was really too funny. It seems that this newly opened aquarium is really attractive. Although Lang Luoli knew about this matter, she pretended not to know and said, this person is so unlucky. Mina quickly said, it's a pity that there were too many people at the time. I didn't have time to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. It's really too funny, ha ha ha. You don't know, that person drank too much seawater and was given artificial respiration by an old grandfather, ha ha ha. Lang Luoli had no idea that Yifeng's good friend was being given artificial respiration by an old grandfather. Yifeng was also obviously stunned. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing. On the other side, when Lang Luoli took back her phone, she saw that Yifeng had also changed into his newest shoes. This attracted Lang Luoli's attention, which was full of disbelief. This pair of shoes was just placed next to Yifeng's feet for demonstration before. When this pair of shoes was fully put on Yifeng's feet, it looked particularly handsome. Yifeng also looked at himself in the mirror and he still looked very handsome. Luoli, not bad, right? Lang Luoli said with certainty, it's really good, it's really beautiful. In fact, Lang Luoli has put it very tactfully. This is more than just good looking, it's simply stunningly handsome. The saleslady didn't expect that Yifeng would look so good wearing the new shoes in their store. It really surprised everyone. Sir, you are the best looking customer I have ever seen wearing the clothes and shoes in our store. Yifeng nodded and said, that's it. Yifeng was also quite satisfied with this and prepared to pay directly. Yifeng didn't even take off his new shoes. He just asked the saleswoman to pack up his old shoes. Other sales ladies nearby also noticed Yifeng and Lang Luoli whispering there. This boy and this girl are really a perfect match. It looks like they are still college students. If they were in college, they would definitely be the campus beauties and hunks. Chapter 132 I Am Her Uncle. Lang Luoli also heard the whispers of the sales ladies. In fact, she also felt that she and Yifeng were really a good match. This made Lang Luoli laugh. Just as Lang Luoli was secretly delighted, Yifeng, who was standing beside him, walked over to the saleswomen and said, "You may have made a mistake. I am actually her uncle." Lang Luoli, M. Uncle? What the hell is this? When they were at the aquarium before, he said he was his uncle? Now he wants to be his uncle again? Even though the two of them haven't officially announced their relationship, they can't take advantage of me like this, right? The sales ladies didn't expect that things would develop into this. I'm really sorry. We thought you were your boyfriend and girlfriend because you were about the same age and looked good together. We thought you were dating each other. We're really sorry. Yifeng waved his hand and said, I can't help it. I just don't age easily. Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng, who was fooling the sales ladies with a serious look, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This brother Yifeng was really too naughty. But the saleswoman was also a person who loved to chat, and she said to Yifeng, "Brother, your niece is really filial. She is so patient in choosing shoes for you." Yifeng was also acting like a dramatic character at this time. He pulled Lang Luoli to his side with a very doting look. I have watched my niece grow up since she was young, so the relationship between us will be better. Lang Luoli didn't expect Yifeng to get excited. What does it mean to watch her grow up since she was a child? Hey. We didn't even know each other when we were kids, okay? But Lang Luoli felt that there were too many people here, so she decided to cooperate with brother Yifeng and put on a show. When we get to a place where there is no one, I will definitely not let him go. After the two of them checked out and left the shoe store, Lang Luoli said with a fake smile, "Little uncle. I really don't know when I got a little uncle." Yifeng could see that Lang Luoli's fake smile clearly showed that she wanted to settle accounts with him. Yifeng smiled and said nonchalantly, "I just think you don't have an uncle, so I want you to feel the love of your uncle." That's not necessary. Lang Luoli said angrily, "What kind of logic is this? According to what you said, I don't even have a second uncle, so you still want to be my second uncle?" But Lang Luoli still kept this sentence in her heart and didn't say it out loud. She knew Yifeng's character. If she said this, he would really tell her one day that he was her second uncle. "Don't you ever bully me like this again." Lang Luoli's eyes were full of helplessness. Okay, but I'm just kidding." Yifeng also deliberately teased the sales ladies, but he didn't expect Lang Luoli's reaction to be so big. Moreover, he and senior sister Lang had not made an official announcement, so there was no need to let so many people know about their relationship. But Lang Luoli thought, even though they hadn't officially announced it yet, what would it matter if these passers-by knew about it in advance? Chapter 133 Otherwise you will be my second aunt. Lang Luoli felt a little unhappy because she gave her first kiss to brother Yifeng. But brother Yifeng never told outsiders that I was his girlfriend. How could this make anyone happy? The more Lang Luoli thought about it, the more unhappy she became. Yifeng also noticed the aggrieved look on Lang Luoli's face. Her big eyes, which were so bright before, had now lost their previous luster, which showed that she was obviously not that happy anymore. At this time, Yifeng felt that he might have done something to make Lang Luoli unhappy. The most likely possibility is that Lang Luoli felt that he was taking advantage of her. "Senior Lang, I was just joking before, please don't mind it. I will pay attention to this aspect in the future." Yifeng felt that he always said that he was her elder, which would make Senior Lang feel unhappy to some extent, so he had to adjust his attitude quickly. After hearing Yifeng's explanation, Lang Luoli didn't want to say anything more. Brother Yifeng, who usually has a very high EQ, what happened to him today? Why is he not so smart anymore? Is this why he is unhappy? Am I so stingy? Is this his style? Obviously not. So Yifeng suddenly had an idea and said to Lang Luoli, "Let me give you a suggestion." "What suggestions?" "If they think we are a couple in the future, I will tell them that you are my aunt. How about that?" "Little aunt?" Lang Luoli's face was full of black lines. What was going on? Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng in shock. She didn't know what Yifeng was thinking. Is this what I care about? Why do I become his aunt? Yifeng saw Lang Luoli's expression change, but it didn't seem to ease up. What was going on? So Yifeng quickly said, "If you don't want to be my little aunt, you can be my second aunt." Lang Luoli felt that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was her second aunt? What a mess this is. What's wrong with brother Yifeng today? He's not usually this straightforward, is he? Unless there is a possibility that he is deliberately trying to tease himself, that is why he is doing this. But this is too much. It makes me so speechless. Brother Yifeng, you are so mean. You just try to make others happy on purpose. Yifeng didn't expect that Lang Luoli would see through his pretense of madness, so he took Lang Luoli's hand and said with a smile, "Ha ha, it seems I still can't hide it from you." Yifeng, who was discovered by Lang Luoli, held Lang Luoli's hand and continued shopping in the mall. "Brother Yifeng, where are you taking me? We've been walking around for so long, let's find a milk tea shop and sit down to have a good rest." Yifeng saw a newly opened milk tea shop in front of him, so he took the other person there. There are many seats here, and it is easy to find a relatively open seat. Yifeng and Lang Luoli ordered 2 cups of succulent grapes. Yifeng saw that there was an activity here, which was to play a game of chicken in the milk tea shop and get a 50% discount. If you succeed in eating chicken, you can get a free meal here. Yifeng and Lang Luoli naturally would not miss such a good thing. Chapter 134 Then Smile for Me. Yifeng and Lang Luoli understood what each other was thinking, so they looked at each other and nodded. Yifeng also quickly exchanged the S-level skill fragment for an A-level game mastery. The current host has the following skills: Professor level Chemistry Mastery, SSS level, Professor level Physics Mastery, SSS level, Professor level Music Mastery, SSS level, Hero level Athlete Mastery, SSS level, Grandmaster level Martial Arts Mastery, SS level, Cooking Mastery, A level, Massage Mastery, A level, Game Mastery, A level. Host, Yifeng. Intelligence, 6. Strength, 6. Speed, 6. The average person has 3 indicators of 2. It just so happened that Yifeng had never played these games with Lang Luoli. When couples are on a date, playing games together is a very happy thing, and it would be even better if they have the chance to get free milk tea. Lang Luoli had the same idea as Yifeng. Even if she couldn't get the meal for free, the 50% discount was still very good. "Brother Yifeng, come online quickly." Lang Luoli was actually also looking forward to playing games with Yifeng, so she hurriedly urged him to play. Soon, the two of them were playing together sweetly. The result was naturally that Yifeng and Lang Luoli successfully won the game and got the chance to get a free meal. Although Yifeng had never played any games before, he had a lot of S-level skill fragments, which could be exchanged for many A-level skills. This made him have much better gaming skills than ordinary people. Moreover, Yifeng also played the game with all his strength in order to make Lang Luoli happy, so it was very easy for him to get the first place. Moreover, Yifeng often beat the enemies to low health in the game, and then let Lang Luoli reap the rewards, which made Lang Luoli reap the rewards until the last episode. Lang Luoli had a lot of fun playing this game. She also knew that the reason she could have such a good gaming experience was entirely because of Yifeng's great assists. Many times the kill could have been Yifeng's, but he would deliberately give it to her. This made Lang Luoli feel much better, and the unhappy mood that she had felt just now because of Yifeng's teasing disappeared in an instant. Lang Luoli stretched her body lazily. This gaming experience really made her happier. "Brother Yifeng, I'm not angry this time, but you can't bully me next time." "No problem, are you really not unhappy? Will I lie to you again? How about you smile for me?" Yifeng said. Whether Lang Luoli is really unhappy or not, it determines the reward the system will give her after the date, so Yifeng must confirm it. Lang Luoli couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yifeng's serious expression. This laugh made Yifeng feel like he was bathed in spring breeze. It was really beautiful. Yifeng felt relieved when he saw Lang Luoli smiling so sweetly. It seemed that senior sister Lang was really not unhappy anymore. Sure enough, girls are easy to coax, as long as you coax them with your heart. Yi Feng and Lang Luoli took a rest in the milk tea shop together. It seemed that it was still early and they were reluctant to leave so early. Brother Yi Feng, it's still early, should we continue playing for a while? Yi Feng looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he had no plans to go home alone so early. Chapter 135. I often go to the mall with girls. The two of them had the same idea. So I continued to wander around the places in the mall that I had never been to. Miss, come and take a look at our new skincare products, they are all very useful. Lang Luoli was actually a little tempted by these skincare products. Girls don't have to wear much makeup, but they still have to take care of their skin. But Brother Yi Feng is a boy after all, and he definitely doesn't like going to this kind of cosmetic store, so she doesn't want to go there either. But Yi Feng knew what Lang Luoli was thinking, so he took Lang Luoli's hand and said, Senior Lang, let's go and take a look together. Lang Luoli looked at Yi Feng with some surprise and said, don't you think it's very unconscious to go shopping in a skincare product store with a girl? Yi Feng smiled and said, it's nothing, I may have adapted to it. Adapted? Brother Yi Feng actually said that he had adapted? Did Brother Yi Feng often go shopping for skincare products with other girls before? Could it be that Brother Yi Feng had dated many other girls before he met me? He is so handsome, it is normal for him to have dated many girls, right? If that's the case, Brother Yi Feng must have a lot of past love affairs that I don't know about. If this is the case, it really makes people feel dizzy. Lang Luoli lowered her head and thought for a long time before she couldn't help but say, Brother Yi Feng, besides me, do you often go shopping with other girls? Yi Feng nodded and said, yes, it does happen often. Do you really go shopping with other girls often? It seems that Brother Yi Feng has dated many girlfriends before. Lang Luoli felt so uncomfortable, but she couldn't express it. Before, Brother Yi Feng didn't know her and didn't date her, so she couldn't say much. Just when Lang Luoli was very depressed, Yi Feng suddenly added a sentence. But they can't be considered girls. My mother and my aunt should be considered women. Yi Feng said speechlessly, my mother and my aunt love to play in the mall. I was still a child at that time and had no say, so they took me to these skincare product stores. I couldn't resist, and over time, I got used to it. So you're with the ants. Lang Luoli suddenly felt happy, which made all her previous unhappy mood disappear. Why does Brother Yi Feng only say half of what he wants to say? I have been thinking about it for a long time, it's all nonsense. Senior Sister Lang, what are you thinking about? Yi Feng said with a smile. No, I'm not imagining things here. Lang Luoli said quickly that she couldn't let Brother Yi Feng know what she was thinking, it was too embarrassing. If Brother Yi Feng knew what I was thinking, he would be so amused that he would die. Yi Feng was not a gossipy person, nor did he like to ask too many questions, so he just put the matter behind him. Chapter 136. Try this. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't get to the bottom of the matter, Lang Luoli turned her attention to the skincare products. These are the latest skincare products that can keep people's skin in very good condition. But there are so many new skincare products recently, which one should I choose? When it comes to choosing skincare products, Lang Luoli has a bit of decision-making difficulty. Although it wouldn't cost much to buy so many at once, they would expire, which is something Lang Luoli doesn't want to see. Brother Yi Feng, which one should I buy? Lang Luoli felt that it was really difficult for her to make a choice, and she had to ask Yi Feng for help. Lang Luoli felt that no matter which one Yi Feng helped her choose, she would definitely not make a mistake. And it would be very meaningful if Yi Feng could help me choose one. Yi Feng looked at the pile of skincare products in front of him. When he was a child, he often went shopping in the mall with his mother and aunt. He was very familiar with these things and was very adept at choosing them. The first thing Yi Feng wants to do is to eliminate some skincare products that can remove wrinkles and freckles. Senior Lang is now at her prime, with a face full of collagen, how could she possibly use these things? It was not something that Yi Feng could choose at all. If you just want to maintain the balance of water and oil, there are also some skincare products with special essences that can prevent aging. These are all skincare products that are more suitable for Senior Sister Lang. The facial condition of Senior Sister Lang who chose this can be said to be very good. She just needs to take some light antioxidation and maintain her current skin health. So Yi Feng took a skincare product and placed it in front of Lang Luoli and said, Senior Lang, can you take a look at this? Lang Luoli looked at the skincare product that Yi Feng brought over. This was a product that she was very satisfied with before. This is also the star product of this year. Lang Luoli had been thinking about whether to buy this skincare product before, but she didn't expect Yi Feng to recommend this one to her. Lang Luoli was very satisfied with this choice. Yifeng also introduced this skincare product here. Senior Lang, this skincare product is actually quite suitable for you. It can freeze your beauty at this moment. It is indeed quite suitable for me and can keep my skin at its best. There just happens to be a sample here, people can try it out to see the effect. Lang Luoli also planned to try out the effect of this skincare product. Yifeng also saw that many other girls would try samples before buying skincare products, so that they could know in advance whether they would be allergic to the product. So Yifeng took the sample, then took Senior Lang's hand and applied some on it. This skincare product is absorbed very quickly, and the hands that use this skincare product are obviously in much better condition than those that do not use skincare products. At this time, a clerk also smiled and said, "Miss, the skincare products your boyfriend picked for you are really suitable for you. Your boyfriend has a really good taste." Lang Luoli also felt that Yifeng had a good vision and the things he chose for her were really good. But as a salesperson, he would say yes to anything, so Lang Luoli looked at Yifeng. Chapter 137 I am his aunt. Brother Yifeng, do you think my hands are much better after using this skincare product? Yifeng nodded. He also felt that this skincare product would have a very good effect on Senior Sister Lang. Senior Lang, this skincare product is indeed quite suitable for you. This skincare product was absorbed by Lang Luoli very quickly and was very suitable for Lang Luoli's skin. It was indeed a very good choice. Miss, this is the star product in our store. It is also a very safe and non-irritating skin care product. It can be said that it does not put any burden on the skin when used. The salesperson explained. Lang Luoli heard that Yifeng also felt that this skin care product was good, so she decided to buy this skin care product. Lang Luoli smiled and said to the salesperson, "Then buy this one. Miss, I'll get you a formal suit." The salesperson quickly went to get the formal suit for Lang Luoli. As the salesperson was preparing to give Lang Luoli some skin care products, he asked, "Miss, do you usually wear makeup? We have a very popular lipstick here, would you like to try it? If you don't try it now, it may be out of stock next time you come." Lang Luoli asked, "Is it the bloody red one in the store?" Although Lang Luoli is not very interested in makeup, because she is really naturally beautiful and looks the best even without makeup, no girl would choose to resist lipstick, especially the bloody red lipstick in their store, which is indeed a recent hit, and many celebrities are also using this one. Lang Luoli and Mina also wanted to buy this lipstick before, but they couldn't get it at all. "I didn't expect to be so lucky today, I just happened to come across something in stock." Yifeng felt a little strange when he heard the color bloody red. Why are these lipstick colors so weird? When he accompanied his aunt to buy lipsticks before, there was a color called men killing color which was very popular. Now this bloody red color is popular again. It's really weird. Then let's pack it together. Miss, your boyfriend is really generous to you. The salesperson knew that the skin care products and lipsticks together would cost a lot of money, but Yifeng bought them without even thinking twice, which was really generous of him. This time Yifeng didn't say much. If he tried to be naughty again, it would not be so easy to make Senior Sister Ling happy. And I saw so many couples shopping together today, and it's rare to see a guy as well matched as your boyfriend, who is so patient with his girlfriend. The salesperson couldn't help but say. When Lang Luoli heard the salesperson say that she and brother Yifeng were a good match, she was very happy. It seemed that not only did she think that she and brother Yifeng were a good match, but even passers-by felt the same way. It was really great. This made Lang Luoli very excited. Seeing that brother Yifeng didn't explain anything this time made Lang Luoli feel better. But at this time, Lang Luoli became naughty and said to the salesperson, "Actually, we are not a couple. I am his aunt." Chapter 138 Sister Lang, please keep your voice down. The clerk was very surprised. She didn't expect that Lang Luoli, who looked so young and beautiful, would be Yifeng's aunt. Isn't this too unbelievable? Oh my god, are you really this young man's aunt? The waitress asked a soul-searching question. You are so beautiful and young, aren't you? How could you be this little brother's aunt? I think you two look like a perfect match. Lang Luoli wanted the effect, so she held back her laughter and said in Yifeng's funny tone, "I take good care of myself and often use facial masks, so I can look very young. Do you understand? So that's how it is. It seems I have to apply more facial masks in the future. It turns out that if a girl takes good care of herself, she can make herself look so young. It's really surprising." The waitress seemed to have discovered something new. She thought for a moment, then looked at Yifeng and couldn't help but praise him. "Little brother, you are so nice to my aunt. You even accompany her to buy skin care products. Unlike that brat in my family, he never accompanies me shopping. It's really true that comparing yourself to others can make you angry to death." Lang Luoli smiled happily and said, "That's not the case. Everyone says that my eldest nephew is very well behaved and obedient. He is not only filial, but also a warm-hearted man, ha ha ha." Yifeng just quietly watched Lang Luoli talking nonsense seriously here. It would be better for him to remain silent at this time. Senior sister Lang is having so much fun now, I'd better not interrupt her strange happiness. Senior sister Lang really has a full of bad taste. The joke I just said got into her mouth so quickly, and she said it so happily. After a while, Yifeng and Lang Luoli came out of the store with a lot of loot. Yifeng said with a half smile, "Senior Lang, your learning ability is quite impressive. You really put what you learn into practice." Who said that only brother Yifeng can say this? If I want to say it, I can say it too. Lang Luoli smiled happily, as if what happened just now made her very happy. She was jumping up and down, looking very excited. If Senior Lang wants to say that, then of course you can. Seeing Lang Luoli so happy, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh with her. This scene is really unexpected. The aloof and cold Beijing University campus beauty Lang Luoli would have such a childish side. Yifeng and Lang Luoli continued to stroll around the mall. But Yifeng seemed to see a familiar figure. This figure made Yifeng look over carefully. It was a big brand bag store. This sight made Yifeng's pupils shrink slightly. Lang Luoli also noticed the change in Yifeng's expression, so she looked inside the bag store and asked in confusion, "Brother Yifeng, is there anyone you know here?" "Senior Lang, keep your voice down." Yifeng quickly took out his index finger and put it in front of his mouth, making a small sound. "Brother Yifeng? What's wrong?" When Lang Luoli saw Yifeng's action, she quickly lowered her voice and asked. Chapter 139, Zhou's Conjecture Fragments. Lang Luoli was very puzzled. What happened to brother Yifeng? How can I lower my voice? Did you meet someone you know? Under Lang Luoli's puzzled gaze, Yifeng took Lang Luoli and walked in another direction. Then, after realizing that he was a certain distance away from the bag store, he said to Lang Luoli, "Senior Lang, I just saw my aunt." Lang Luoli, what? Brother Yifeng's aunt? Have my mouth and brother Yifeng's mouth been blessed? Otherwise, how could the two of them be so effective? Whatever they say comes true. They went out to the mall today and met many familiar faces. Today is really strange. I don't usually meet so many familiar people when I go out. The most outrageous thing is that when brother Yifeng mentioned his uncle appeared. When he mentioned brother Yifeng's aunt also appeared by coincidence. This is really a big mistake. Did they say that they would win 50 million today? Isn't this really the secret to getting rich? Yifeng and Lang Luoli couldn't help but look at each other. This was too magical. "Senior Lang, I think we should leave here first?" Yifeng asked. Lang Luoli actually didn't want to leave here. In fact, she wanted to spend more time with Yifeng, but today was really too outrageous, so Lang Luoli said, "Let's leave here first, today is indeed a bit weird." Yifeng also agreed with Lang Luoli's idea. If he left now, he might be able to get some system rewards. I don't know who I will meet later and who will affect my date with senior sister Lang. Then the system reward will be gone in an instant. So when the two people had the same idea, they chose to leave first. What happened today was really too unbelievable. Yifeng first escorted senior sister Lang home safely. Then there was a system sound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fragment of Zhou's conjecture. A total of 3 can unlock the complete version of Zhou's conjecture. The current host has the following skills: Professor level Chemistry Mastery, SSS level, Professor level Physics Mastery, SSS level, Professor level Music Mastery, SSS level, Hero level Athlete Mastery, SSS level, Grandmaster level Martial Arts Mastery, SS level, Cooking Mastery, a level, Massage Mastery, a level, Game Mastery, a level, Zhou Guest 1. Host, Yifeng. Intelligence, 6. Strength, 6. Speed, 6. The average person has 3 indicators of 2. After seeing this reward, Yifeng couldn't help but want to shout out in joy. This is Zhou's conjecture. This is a difficult problem that all mathematicians in the world cannot solve no matter how hard they rack their brains. As long as I solve this problem, it will shock the entire mathematics community. If I say that the difficult chemical problems I solved have made a huge contribution to Dacia, then once I crack Joe's conjecture, it will shock the entire mathematics community. Chapter 140 Disharmonious Voices. After Yifeng obtained the fragments of Joe's conjecture, he felt that a large amount of mathematical knowledge had entered his mind. This made Yifeng feel that he seemed to be able to solve more math problems. I don't know what the theme of tonight's academic party will be. If it comes to math, Yifeng will have the confidence to crush everyone. Yifeng was very confident after getting Joe's conjecture. When Yifeng rushed to the auditorium of Beijing University. At the entrance of the auditorium, Dean Zhang Tianlong and Principal Wang Fu were standing at the door as if they were waiting for someone. This made many people attending the party very curious. Who on earth could have such a great honor to have both Tang Tang, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the president of Peking University waiting here at the same time? This honor is really too great. Who do you think it could be? You actually let these two big shots wait at the door together? Could it be that some big shot from the capital has arrived? It is possible. If he is not a big shot from the capital, how can anyone have such a big face? Just as Dean Zhang Tianlong and Principal Wang Fu were looking forward to it here. Many people at the party were waiting for this mysterious man to appear. Among them was a very arrogant professor, Bai Lily. She was a well-known professor who previously worked at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. She later went abroad to gain experience for many years and just returned in recent days. But this time after she returned to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, she kept hearing that the Dean Zhang Tianlong, whom she respected the most, was talking about a man named Yifeng all day long. This was very difficult for Bai Lily to accept. Especially when you come back from studying abroad. When he returned to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, President Zhang Tianlong did not come to the door to pick him up in person. Now, in order to wait for Yifeng to show up, he and President Wang Fu have been waiting here for more than half an hour. This Yifeng is too arrogant. Bai Lily now has a lot of opinions about Yifeng. She has already decided that as soon as Yifeng shows up, she will teach him a lesson. Otherwise, this guy is too arrogant. In addition to Bai Lily, there were also some people who were not very convinced of Yifeng, and were waiting for Yifeng's appearance very unhappily. In the eyes of many people, they don't know that Yifeng has already solved the best solution for biofuels. Because in Dacia, Yifeng's experiment and paper have been kept as top secret. This is a scientific research achievement that can affect the future development of Dacia, so only a few people know about it. In the public's perception, Yifeng is still a person who publishes papers in journals where overseas papers are published. Just this kind of achievement made the president of Dacia's highest institution of learning and the dean of its highest scientific research institution both wait so long. What a big deal! Yifeng, who had just arrived at the party, looked at Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "Principal Wang, Dean Zhang, I'm really sorry. I was just studying a math problem and I can't believe I'm late. I'm half an hour late. I'm really sorry." Yifeng was really a little embarrassed. Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong naturally would not take this matter to heart. But a discordant sound suddenly came. Chapter 141 You don't take mathematics seriously. Are you Yifeng? You are really impressive. You have made us wait here for so long. I don't know what ability you have that can make us wait for so long. A group of people led by Bai Lily walked towards Yifeng, and each of them looked at Yifeng with unfriendly expressions. Bai Lily continued. Yifeng, don't think that it's great just because your paper can be published in a foreign chemical journal. You just made a guess, and you haven't fully verified that your guess is correct. Don't be too self-righteous. You have to know that there are always people who are better than you and there are mountains beyond your reach. The person next to Bai Lily also said in agreement. Yes, Yifeng, what have you done to make Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong wait for you for so long? Although you have achieved some success now, you can't be so arrogant, right? There are so many professors and researchers here, who hasn't made some achievements? But who would be as arrogant as you? Yifeng looked at Bai Lily and others. Although he respected Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong very much, it was because they were elders worthy of respect. And who are you guys? How dare you yell at me, Yifeng? Since when did it become your turn to point fingers at what I, Yifeng, do? Yifeng said this in a very cold tone, without any emotion at all. Yifeng's expression was cold, which made Bai Lily and the others look very unhappy. They never imagined that Yifeng, a student, would dare to be so disrespectful to professors like them. It is really treasonous. Yifeng, do you know who we are? How dare you say such things to me? Bai Lily was so angry that her chest ached. She had never seen anyone as arrogant as Yifeng. He was just a student, but how dare he be so disrespectful to her, a professor? It's really treasonous. You, Bai Lily, are one of the famous mathematics professors in Daxia. How could I not know about you? Yifeng said lightly, his tone seemed as if he was talking about an insignificant passerby, without any importance at all. Bai Lily was even more furious. You clearly know my identity, yet you still dare to be so disrespectful to me. You don't take mathematics seriously at all. Bai Lily immediately put a very big hat on Yifeng's head. This made many mathematics scholars and professors nearby frown. The highest realm of mathematics is what they must pursue in their lifetime. Once Yifeng is accused of disrespecting mathematics, no matter how great his contributions are in other areas, he will never be able to gain a foothold in the mathematics community. Moreover, many of Bai Lily's loyal followers secretly took out their mobile phones to record the scene at this time. As long as Yifeng dared to say anything disrespectful to mathematics, they would record it and post it online. That is, people all over the world will see that Yifeng speaks nonsense and does not take mathematics seriously. A student at Kyoto University who disrespects mathematics will definitely not be able to gain a foothold in the academic world. Wang Fu and Zhang Tianlong didn't expect that Bai Lily would actually put such a big accusation on Yifeng, and their faces changed. Yifeng is their most promising talent, and there must not be any stain on him at this time. Chapter 142 You Can't Solve It. Professor Bai Lily, what you said is not right. A familiar voice came. Yifan saw his head teacher, Professor Baiyu, walking towards him. He looked at Bai Lily and said tit for tat. Professor Bai Lily, mathematics should be respected in your heart, not just on your lips. If you think that you really respect mathematics by saying it all the time, then aren't you underestimating respect? Professor Baiyu's words left Bai Lily speechless. She didn't expect Baiyu to suddenly stand up and speak for Yifan. At this time, Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong also spoke up. Professor Bai Lily, Yifeng was late because he was studying mathematics. This has already proved that he is a very good student. Student Yifeng is young and energetic now. Bai Lily, as an elder, please don't argue with the younger generation here. Bai Lily didn't expect that it was not only Professor Baiyu who was helping Yifeng, but even Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong personally spoke up to defend Yifeng. It seemed that it would be difficult to embarrass him now. Bai Lily snorted coldly and said, "Then I won't bother with you. You were so rude just now. Can you tell me what math problem you were studying when you were late? We have so many math professors here. As long as you tell us, we can help you solve it." Principal Wang, Dean Zhang, you shouldn't mind. As a professor, I want to help a student solve a difficult problem. Although Bai Lily's words were polite, her meaning was still very unyielding. And it is full of evil. Now if Principal Wang Fu, Dean Zhang Tianlong and others continue to help Yifeng out of the predicament, it would be too biased and would make many people present feel dissatisfied. If they didn't help Yifeng, Yifeng would tell them what math problem stumped him. It would be fine if he was really stumped by some difficult math problem, but if he was telling a lie, Yifeng would be embarrassed today. Professor Baiyu looked at Yifeng a little worriedly at this moment. She feels that many students use these as excuses for being late. Not to mention students like Yifeng, even if she herself was late sometimes, she would make some reasonable excuses to ease the embarrassment. This is obviously a very understandable thing, but Bai Lily just insisted on this issue and kept pestering her, obviously wanting to target Yifeng. Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong also looked unhappy. Yifeng was originally one of their most promising students. At such a young age, he solved the best solution for biofuel, one of the top 10 difficult problems in the chemistry field. Not to mention that he took half an hour to eat. Even if Yifeng was late for 1 hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours, there would be no problem at all, he had the qualifications. On the contrary, Professor Bai Lily, as a teacher, is so petty and unyielding. It will be difficult for her to handle important responsibilities in the future. They used to think that Bai Lily was a good talent, but compared with Yifeng, she is so far behind. Just when Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong were about to stop this farce, Yifeng said disdainfully, Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to solve this math problem. Chapter 143 I am studying Zhou's conjecture. As soon as Yifan said this, everyone present changed their expressions. Arrogant. It's really too arrogant. None of them expected Yifeng to be so arrogant. Although you are indeed more accomplished than many people in chemistry, in the world of mathematics, what matters is accumulation over time. Many great mathematicians have become big names in this profession through their own accumulation bit by bit. But Yifeng is still so young, and it is still a mystery how much energy he can devote to mathematics. Moreover, his achievements in chemistry also prove that he spends most of his time on chemistry. In this situation, he must be much weaker in mathematics. But in this situation, he still speaks so arrogantly. It is really arrogant to the extreme. Student Yifeng, if you think that Professor Bai Lily alone is not enough to solve your math problem, then we have many math professors here. You don't think that even with so many math professors here, we can't solve your math problem, right? An old man who looked somewhat old said on the side. Yifeng looked at this man. He was one of the leading figures in Daxia's mathematical community, Lin Dong, Old Lin. Many years ago, when Daxia was just beginning to develop, Old Lin gave up his superior life abroad and returned to Daxia to help fill the gap in Daxia's mathematical community's lack of talent. It can be said that without Mr. Lin Dong, the current mathematics community in Daxia would definitely not be as glorious as it is today. Yifeng had great respect for Elder Lin, a great leader like him. He bowed respectfully to Elder Lin and said, Mr. Lin, my student Yifeng was on the way to study Zhou's conjecture, so he was delayed for some time. As soon as Yifeng said this, it was like a bombshell exploding throughout the entire party. The atmosphere of the party instantly became lively. Zhou's conjecture. Yifeng actually said that he was researching Zhou's conjecture? You should know that Zhou's conjecture is an important conjecture about Mersenne prime numbers that was kicked out in 1992, but now it has been 30 years and no one has been able to solve this conjecture. You should know that Zhou's conjecture is very simple to express. When 2 NP 2 n plus 1, MP has 2 n plus 1 prime numbers. And based on this, it is inferred that when P2 n plus 1, MP has 2 n plus 2 and 2 prime numbers. However, it is very difficult to solve or prove this. Countless mathematics experts and mathematics enthusiasts have wanted to prove or solve this problem, but all of them have failed. And now Yifeng actually said in front of Lin Dong, the leading figure in the mathematics world, that he was researching and wanted to solve Zhou's conjecture. It was really too arrogant. Yifeng's words made Lin Dong's face darken. He is a person who regards mathematics as a sacred profession and does not allow anyone to use mathematics as an excuse or a shield. Now Yifeng actually said that he wanted to study and solve Zhou's conjecture. Isn't this using Zhou's conjecture as a shield? Lin Dong had heard some rumors about Yifeng before and knew that he did have some ability in chemistry, but now Yifan used Zhou's conjecture as an excuse, making Lin Dong extremely disappointed in Yifeng. Chapter 144 Everyone was shocked. Some are happy, some are sad. In terms of seniority, Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zheng Tianlong are considered juniors of Mr. Lin Dong. Professor Baiyu can be considered as Master Lin's disciple. At this moment, seeing that old Lin seemed a little angry, they all surrounded Yifeng and became a little worried. If Mr. Lin is unhappy, that would be a real problem. Bai Lily standing aside could be said to be the person who bloated the most. When she saw the scene, she almost jumped for joy. Yifeng, Yifeng, aren't you very arrogant and proud? Now that you have offended Mr. Lin, let's see how you will end up. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zheng Tianlong are protecting you. You must know that there are always people better than you. There are still people who can deal with you. And you still say that you are studying Zhou's conjecture? Can't you find a slightly more reasonable excuse? Still studying Zhou's conjecture? Why don't you go to heaven? Bai Shishir watched coldly from the side. Elder Lin looked at Yifeng coldly and said, Student Yifeng, I wonder how far you have progressed in your research on Zhou's conjecture. Can you discuss it with me? Or do you think I am no longer worthy of your attention? Yifeng said neither humbly nor arrogantly. If it was Professor Bai Shishir who wanted to discuss Zhou's conjecture with me, then I would naturally not waste my breath with her, but if you, Mr. Lin, are willing to discuss Zhou's conjecture with me, then I am naturally willing to do so. Yifeng's words disgusted Bai Shishir and praised Mr. Lin. In Yifeng's eyes, Mr. Lin is an old man who deserves his respect. When he was young, what he did for the country could be considered selfless. He devoted all he had learned to the motherland. Bai Shishir was originally there watching a show, but she didn't expect Yifeng could actually disgust her like this. This made some of the neutral professors around couldn't help but laugh. Wang Fu, Zhang Tianlong, Bai Yu and others couldn't help but praise Yifeng in their hearts, saying that he did a really great job. This is how you deal with people like Bai Shishir. Just as Bai Shishir was about to open her mouth to retort, Elder Lin glanced at her and said, "Don't talk yet. Let Yifeng finish speaking first." Now that Mr. Lin had spoken, how could Bai Shishir dare to say anything more? So Bai Shishir looked at Yifeng viciously with a look of being dumb and eating bitter herbs. In her eyes, Yifeng definitely had no expertise in advanced mathematics such as Zhou's conjecture. Wait, this is his chance to embarrass himself. What's wrong with just tolerating him for a while? The evening that Yifeng and his friends attended was an academic party, and as an academic party, the thing that would be most indispensable was a blackboard. At many academic evenings, many top professors will write their latest research on the blackboard and discuss it with everyone. But this time, it's Yifeng's turn to write. Yifeng took a piece of chalk and began to write down his various assumptions and guesses about Zhou's conjecture on the blackboard. Before Yifeng started writing, many people looked like they wanted to see Yifeng make a fool of himself and embarrass himself. Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong were also very worried about Yifeng. There was also Professor Bai Yu. As Yifeng's homeroom teacher, she naturally did not want to see her promising student embarrass herself in front of so many people. But when Yifeng wrote down his understanding of Zhou's conjecture, the whole audience exploded and boiled instantly. Chapter 145. Where did you sneak these things? Wow, wow, wow. Isn't Yifeng's understanding of Zhou's conjecture really too profound? It's incredible that he could come up with so many conclusions to Zhou's conjecture. Genius. This is truly a top-notch genius one. I have never seen such a genius before. This is a genius from heaven. He is not only talented in chemistry, but also in mathematics. A genius like this is not only a candidate for the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in the future, but also a candidate for the Fields Medal in Mathematics. A double winner. This is the double winner in the future. How long has it been since we had such a genius in Daxia? Everyone was so shocked that they were incoherent when looking at the data Yifeng wrote on the blackboard. They were all the top professors in Daxia. They were usually gentle and polite, but now they were all shocked and lost their minds. Bai Shishir widened her eyes, muttering to herself as if she had seen a ghost. Impossible, how is this possible? He is just a young boy, how can he have such a profound understanding of Zhou's conjecture? Don't mention him. I have communicated with many great mathematicians abroad before, and no one of them can have such a deep understanding of Zhou's conjecture. He's still a student? How could this happen? It's fake, it's definitely fake. Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong looked at each other in shock. Neither of them expected that Yifeng hid so deeply. Principal Wang, Yifeng is a student of your school. Don't you realize that he is so talented in mathematics? Dean Zhang, Yifeng did win first place in the Daxia College mathematics competition before, but I really didn't expect that he had such a deep attainment in mathematics. It really surprised me. Professor Bai Yu looked at Yifeng with admiration. He was really the man she had high hopes for. He would never let her down. As expected, nothing could really stump you. You were really the best student I had ever seen. Old Lin was also very surprised to see Yifeng writing line after line of his insights on Zhou's conjecture. There are many things here that Mr. Lin has also thought about. But Mr. Lin was very surprised to find that Yifeng's understanding seemed to be even deeper than his own. How is this possible? He is just a kid in his early 20s? Why do you have such a deep understanding of Zhou's conjecture? Is this really a genius? A genius like this, if given more time, will definitely be able to solve Zhou's conjecture, which is a problem that has been a headache for mathematicians all over the world. The look in Elder Lin's eyes as he looked at Yifeng began to soften. Daxia needs talents like this. With talents like this, Daxia will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. At this moment, Bai Shishir shouted at Yifeng with a crazy look on her face. Yifeng, where did you sneak a peek at these Zhou's conjecture data? How could a young boy like you know these things? Chapter 146, Flower Spreading Finale. Bai Shishir's face looked crazy and full of disbelief. She wondered how Yifeng, who was so young, could possibly understand Zhou's conjecture so clearly and so well. This is a difficult problem that has stumped mathematicians all over the world. If one could solve Zhou's conjecture, he would be the winner of the Fields Medal, the highest honor in mathematics. Yifeng was too lazy to pay attention to this crazy woman and ignored her madness. Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong were both very unhappy when they saw Bai Shishir still making things difficult for Yifeng. Professor Bai, enough is enough. Bai Shishir, if you think there is something wrong with Yifeng, please show us your evidence. Please don't insult a student with your speculation. Bai Shishir was attacked by the president of Peking University and the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences at the same time, and her face looked very ugly. Okay. Then I will ask classmate Yifeng about some of the problems in Zhou's conjecture. If this Zhou's conjecture is really something you came up with, Yifeng, you don't mind explaining it to us professors. Bai Shishir found a more reasonable request and prepared to challenge Yifeng. It just so happens that this question is what many professors present also want to know, because some of the questions that Yifeng wrote on the blackboard are indeed very profound and abstruse, and these professors couldn't figure them out for a while. If Yifeng could solve them here, it would definitely be a very, very good thing. Even when Mr. Lin wanted Yifeng to continue writing down some detailed details of Zhou's conjecture, he did not stop him, because this was indeed the best reason to verify whether Yifeng was the real solver of Zhou's conjecture. Mr. Lin didn't have much contact with Yifeng, and knew very little about him. If Yifeng is really the one who solved Zhou's conjecture, then it would be no problem for him to answer everyone's doubts. This was originally an academic party, where professors and researchers discussed academic issues. Now is the perfect time to study Zhou's conjecture. Yifeng did not refuse. He did not agree to Bai Shishir's rude request. Instead, Yifeng saw the thirst for knowledge of all the professors present. Next, I can answer everyone's doubts about Zhou's conjecture. I will discuss everything I know with you. This is an academic evening and we are indeed discussing academic matters together, but I have a request. When Yifan said this, he looked at old Lin. Elder Lin nodded and said, Student Yifeng, if you have any requests, just tell us. As long as we can do it, we can agree to it. Yifeng said lightly. If I can answer everyone's questions about Zhou's conjecture, then I demand that Professor Bai Shishir apologize to my teacher, Professor Baiyu, for your disrespect to her just now. After Yifeng finished speaking, Baiyu's heart trembled. She didn't expect that Yifeng would defend her in front of so many people. Principal Wang Fu and Dean Zhang Tianlong both nodded. This Yifeng is really a promising talent. A student can defend his teacher in front of so many people. This is already a manifestation of respecting teachers. Mr. Lin didn't expect Yifeng to make this request. But this made Mr. Lin look at Yifeng with a higher opinion. The child is teachable. Bai Shishir's face turned red and white. But with so many people here, and old Lin backing Yifeng up, Bai Shishir could only apologize to Professor Baiyu and leave. Yifeng suddenly completed the hidden mission. Obtained the complete fragments of Zhou's conjecture. Half a month later, after Yifeng published the complete Zhou conjecture, he was awarded the Fields Medal, the highest honor in mathematics. In the following 6 months, Yifeng continued to solve difficult problems in the scientific research community, and even developed controlled nuclear fusion. Yifeng, who received the highest honor in the scientific research community, married Leng Luoli in Beijing. All the scholars in the scientific research community of Daxia came to congratulate. The book is finished.